Chapter 1. In the dark of night, amidst howling winds. Liu Yi reclined on the carriage, tapping his fingers against the side, producing a rhythmic thud-thud sound, his eyes glimmering with a fierce light. Around his neck hung a fresh scar, recently sealed, which, while not appearing severe, concealed a venom potent enough to be lethal. Once the third young master of the Liu family, he was now transformed into a soul from another realm. Am I truly the most unfortunate transmigrator? The transmigrator, who had absorbed the complete memories of the original Liu family's third young master, could not help but smile bitterly. A year ago, at the tender age of 18, Liu Yi had fallen victim to the treachery of his stepmother, Lady Wang, and was exiled to a mining site. Now, having finally seized an opportunity to return home, he found himself ambushed on the road. 1 year prior, after being ousted from the Liu family estate, Liu Yi resolved to transform himself, shedding his former debauched ways. After a year of toil at the mining site, he had built a modest power base of his own. However, this hard-won influence had vanished overnight. A letter from his family summoned him back to the Liu estate for a meeting, only for him to be ambushed along the way. In a bid to protect him during his escape, nearly all of the subordinates he had recruited over the past year perished, leaving only the coachman outside. Third young master, hold on a little longer. Once we reach the county town, we shall be safe. The coachman's voice floated in from outside. Even the boldest among them would never dare act in the county town. Would safety truly await him in the county town? Liu Yi thought otherwise. Given that his enemies had already set their hearts on his demise, they surely had not overlooked the possibility of him fleeing to the county. Even upon reaching the county, safety was likely a mere illusion. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack, including 100 simulation points and 1 chance to draw a 1-star skill card. Suddenly, a segment of text appeared before Liu Yi's retina. His expression shifted, and the text continued to scroll. In life, there are no second chances. There is no such thing as a pill for regret. However, with a life simulator, you will possess a different existence with infinite choices. The Infinite Life Simulator allows you to choose your life and forge your own brilliance. Infinite Life Simulator, current version. Current status, not activated. Activation cost, 20 simulation points. Daily entry limit, once. Current simulation points, 100. Would you like to activate it immediately? Gazing at the text before him, a smile finally graced Liu Yi's face. Indeed, the heavens do not completely forsake a person. I knew I could not possibly be the most unfortunate transmigrator. Throughout history, those who have crossed realms have always had their golden fingers. The ancients shall not deceive me. Young Master Liu, you may rest easy. Liu Yi touched the wound on his neck and spoke calmly. From now on, I shall undoubtedly help you reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. The humiliation you suffered, I shall repay 100-fold. Activate, Liu Yi resolutely chanted in his heart. Instantly, a new wave of information emerged before his eyes. Infinite Life Simulator activated. Infinite Life Profile activated. Infinite Life Mall activated. Please select your background and initial innate talent. For his first simulation, Liu Yi intended merely to familiarize himself with the simulator's mechanics. Thus, he refrained from investing the 100 novice points and opted for a background that required no expenditure of simulation points, foregoing the initial talent selection, and initiated the simulation. You were born into an ordinary farming family, and from a young age, your labor in the fields endowed you with a physique surpassing your peers, granting you the special talent robust physique. At 15, while working in the fields, your strong build caught the eye of a passing bodyguard, leading you to leave your hometown to learn the ways of escorting goods. Due to your robust physique, your martial arts progress was swift, and by 20, you achieved the blood-condensing realm. At 25, after years of service to the escort agency, you garnered the favor of the chief and were accepted as a disciple, earning a 1-star martial arts skill, the cloak blade technique. By 30, you reached the mid-stage of body refinement, gaining a modest reputation in the martial world, with common thieves too afraid to provoke you. However, during an escort mission, you were ambushed and perished at the hands of northern bandits. Simulation ended. Comprehensive score, 28 points. Acquired simulation points, 28 points. Current simulation points, 108 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 1-star martial arts, cloak blade technique. 2. 1 opportunity for body refinement, martial arts enlightenment. 3. Memories from your life at 30. Martial arts enlightenment. Liu Yi made his choice without hesitation. At this moment, the most crucial aspect for him was to elevate his cultivation level. The previous owner of his body was utterly inept, having only reached the mid-stage of blood condensation at 18, despite the Liu family's abundant training resources. If he could not swiftly enhance his realm, he might not even survive the night. In an instant, Liu Yi felt a surge of immense energy coursing through his body, his muscles quivering as his cultivation soared past the blood-condensing realm and into the body refinement realm. Indeed, he had reached the body refinement realm. In this world, martial artists possess 3 major realms: blood condensation, body refinement, and bone forging. Above these is the innate realm. Blood condensation martial artists have vigorous chi and blood, impervious to the elements, with sturdy physiques. Body refinement martial artists refine their bodies, causing their strength to increase rapidly, with arms capable of wielding 1,000 pounds of force. Bone forging martial artists further condition their bones to be as tough as iron, rendering them impervious to even blades or swords. The former Liu Yi had access to ample training resources, yet took over a decade to reach blood condensation. His inherent ineptitude was one factor, but also underscores the arduous journey of martial artists. In the small locale of Guangling County, many martial artists remain stuck at the body refinement or even blood condensation realms throughout their lives. Attaining the pinnacle of the innate realm, bone forging, marks one as a formidable expert. Once one enters the innate realm, they belong to the elite, capable of establishing a significant legacy. The current head of the Liu family, Liu Ye's father, built a vast enterprise in Guangling County over 20 years ago, relying on his innate internal strength. Hence, the Liu family now stands as one of the foremost clans in Guangling County. Now, overnight, Liu Yi had ascended from the mid-stage of blood condensation directly to the mid-stage of body refinement. Such a speed was nothing short of astounding. After completing the enlightenment, Liu Yi proceeded to draw from the novice gift pack, acquiring a 1-star skill card, which bestowed upon him the 1-star martial art long arm fist. The information regarding long arm fist flowed into Liu Ye's mind like a torrent. The 8 steps, 13 blade technique, 12 continuous rod technique, 108 single-handed techniques, and overwhelming amount of information flooded his consciousness, rendering him intimately familiar with the fist technique, as if he had trained in it for years. Liu Yi suddenly sprang upright in the carriage, extending his arms, which appeared to swell several inches. At that moment, 2 silver flashes streaked through the dark, as 2 arrows shot forth like lightning towards the speeding carriage. With a pair of muffled thuds, one arrow pierced the coachman's neck, while the other struck the horse's head, causing the entire carriage to topple over. Damn it, this kid may not have much skill, but he sure can run. After chasing him for half the night, we've finally caught up. Boss, this kid has been poisoned by my dart. He's as good as dead. Why are we still wasting our efforts pursuing him? We must see him alive or dead. Having accepted the employer's payment, we are obliged to deliver a complete report. In the darkness, a group of figures clad in black approached the overturned carriage. These individuals were a band of robbers known as the Swarm, operating near the Liu family's mining site. During Liu Ye's year at the mine, he had maintained a peaceable distance from them, but today he found himself ambushed by their treachery. You go drag that kid's corpse out. The leader of the Swarm commanded one of his subordinates, gesturing towards the toppled carriage. As the bandit approached the carriage and opened the door, he was met with a colossal fist. Bang! Caught completely off guard, the bandit had no time to react, and his chest was crushed by the tremendous force, leaving him unable to utter a single word before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. From within the carriage, Liu Ye's figure slowly emerged. This is impossible. How are you still alive? The leader of the Swarm looked at Liu Yi, his expression one of disbelief. Though Liu Yi appeared somewhat disheveled, he stood there unscathed. Today, to ensure Liu Ye's demise, they had coated their blades with a deadly poison. This kid had clearly sustained a wound. Although not deep, the toxin was lethal. The wound on his neck was still visible, yet he stood there as if nothing had happened. Could it be that he possessed some miraculous antidote? Death? Liu Yi kicked the corpse beside him aside, declaring, "I believe it would be better if you were the ones to perish." Oomph. Such brazen arrogance. The leader of the swarm of bandits wore a disdainful expression. "Though I know not how you survived, whether sooner or later, you cannot escape your doom." Uncertain of how this youth had managed to stay alive, the third young master of the Liu family was notorious throughout Guangling County for his ineptitude, having barely reached the initial stage of blood condensation at the age of 18. Although he had made considerable progress over the past year, he had only just entered the mid-stage of blood condensation. While this band of thieves was not particularly renowned, they were seasoned in their dangerous trade, possessing a modicum of skill. Among the dozen or so individuals before him, 3 had attained the initial stage of blood condensation, and the leader had even reached the mid-stage, while the others, though not true martial artists, were hardened by experience, far exceeding the average strongman. It was abundantly clear that a mere mid-stage blood condensation youth faced overwhelming odds against such a formidable group. Having worked together to plunder for years, these ruffians had honed their coordination to perfection with a mere exchange of glances. They charged towards Liu Yi. In the past, Liu Yi would have found it nearly impossible to escape such an assault. However, the Liu Yi of today was an entirely different being, had ascended to the realm of body refinement. In comparison to a martial artist at the blood condensation stage, a body refinement martial artist was simply on another level, their strength magnified manifold. Transforming his fist into an open palm, Liu Yi executed a sweeping motion, employing the technique golden sand flying palm, as his formidable force sent one bandit hurtling through the air. Without a moment's pause, he crouched low, his gaze fixed ahead, and propelled himself off the ground, launching himself toward another foe like a cannonball. That unfortunate individual was struck as if by a charging elephant, their bones shattering upon impact, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Indeed, a body refinement martial artist displayed an overwhelming superiority when faced with one at the blood condensation stage. In mere moments, half of the attackers lay defeated at Liu Yi's feet. Body refinement. This boy is actually a body refinement martial artist. The leader of the swarm initially hesitated to engage. Watching Liu Yi wreak havoc among his men as if a tiger among sheep, the slaughter decidedly one-sided. He was so taken aback that he nearly dropped the knife in his grasp. Only a body refinement martial artist could unleash such a crushing force. Such feats were utterly beyond a blood condensation martial artist. At this juncture, the leader of the swarm cast aside notions of brotherhood and lucrative bounties. He understood that in the presence of a body refinement martial artist, his own blood condensation status would only lead him to a certain demise. Surviving in the treacherous world of banditry required not only ruthlessness but also the ability to gauge circumstances. Those lacking foresight would have had their heads displayed at the gates of the authorities or a prominent family long ago. The leader of the swarm was evidently not so reckless upon realizing Liu Yi was not as feeble as he had presumed. He abandoned the thought of killing him and turned to flee. But how could Liu Yi allow him to escape? With a swift motion, Liu Yi kicked up a long knife that had fallen from a bandit, sending it hurtling like an arrow toward the leader's back. Hearing the whistling sound of the blade slicing through the air behind him, the leader felt a chill run down his spine. In the nick of time, he executed a roll to the side, narrowly evading the deadly knife that would have pierced through him, though it merely grazed his skin. While this blow was not fatal, the poison coating the blade was a lethal threat. The application of poison on their weapons had been a direct order from the leader himself, yet he had failed to foresee that it would ultimately ensnare him in his own web, sealing his fate. As he struggled to rise, he felt his legs weaken, a searing pain shooting up from his dantian, ripping through every meridian in his body and surging into his head, causing black blood to flow from his mouth, eyes and nostrils simultaneously. The leader of the band of bees was oblivious to how Liu Yi had survived in such toxic conditions. In his final moments, a singular thought flickered through his mind. The poison sold by Yaowang Valley truly lived up to its notorious reputation. deceiving neither the young nor the old. With the fall of the bandit leader, Liu Yi dispatched the remaining outlaws without mercy. Before this night, Liu Yi had merely been the hunted, but now the roles had dramatically reversed. The prey had become the relentless hunter. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Liu Yi surveyed the scattered corpses on the ground, inhaled deeply, and steadied his emotions after his first kill, fully immersing himself in this brutal reality. Despite having slain a dozen fierce bandits, Liu Yi understood that the night's peril was far from over. The individuals before him were merely pawns in a greater scheme, and the true mastermind had yet to reveal themselves. Thus, Liu Yi's situation could hardly be deemed safe. Complacency was not an option, but he must continue to grow stronger. In the darkness of night, Liu Yi was already stained with blood, and fatigue crept into his demeanor. Yet, he knew this was not the time to relax. Otherwise, he might very well join the ranks of the corpses surrounding him. As the moon reached its zenith, the simulator was ready for another round of simulation. With 108 simulation points at his disposal, though not substantial, Liu Yi could purchase a basic talent for simulation. He had always believed that greater investments yield greater rewards. Therefore, without hesitation, he allocated 60 points to acquire an initial talent and commenced the simulation anew. You are a beggar wandering the streets, having thrived in the alley since childhood. You have acquired the special talent Street Fighter. At 15, you and a group of beggars were bought by a mysterious figure for special training. By 20, having completed the organization's training, you officially became an assassin. At 30, having accumulated enough merit, you were promoted to a bronze-level assassin within the organization and received a mid-grade vital essence pill as a reward. Along with the 3 deadly swords technique at 1.5 stars. At 40, as a silver-level assassin, you fell victim to an assassination due to a misstep in an internal power struggle. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 105 points. Simulation points gained, 105 points. Current simulation points, 153 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Special talent Street Fighter. Having lived on the streets, you have learned to solve problems with your fists. With each martial art learned, the power of all fist techniques increases by 1%. 2. 3 deadly swords technique at 1.5 stars. 3. Life experience at 40 years of age. Option 2. Liu Yi made his decisions swiftly. While the special talent was indeed tempting and favorable for long-term development, Liu Yi recognized that a sword technique would better serve his immediate need for strength. Although martial artists experience a significant increase in power during the body refinement stage, true strength comparable to weapons comes only upon reaching the bone refinement stage, where one's bones are tempered to be as strong as iron. Relying solely on flesh to combat sharp blades was ultimately unwise. Subsequently, the information regarding the 3 deadly swords flooded Liu Yi's mind. The technique was simple. 3 moves: vertical slash, horizontal cleave, and reverse thrust. Yet its power was anything but simplistic. Such prowess warranted its rating of 1.5 stars, surpassing the arm-extending fist he had acquired previously. In this realm, martial arts are categorized into 9 ranks, while techniques are divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with the additional classifications of Supreme Martial Arts and Unparalleled skills. The simulator's ratings correspond to levels in the real world. Thus, 1.5-star techniques, while not yet reaching the Mysterious tier, were significantly stronger than Yellow tier techniques. Through 2 simulations, Liu Yi discovered that anything acquired during the simulated life, be it martial arts, pills, or divine weapons, would manifest in reality. Moreover, aside from life experience, all other items, regardless of whether they were randomly awarded or chosen, would not vanish but instead appear in the infinite life mall, albeit requiring simulation points for exchange rather than being free rewards. The crisis was not yet averted. Now was not the time for frugality. Despite possessing only 153 simulation points, Liu Yi spent 100 points to exchange for the mid-grade vital essence pill. Upon consuming the pill, its potent energy exploded within him like a bomb. Liu Yi wasted no time. Immediately sitting cross-legged and activating the Liu family's ancestral breathing technique to absorb the overwhelming energy. The powerful force surged through every corner of his body, akin to a tide washing over him, imbuing him with strength. Even his muscles swelled from the surge of energy, transforming the previously lean Liu Yi into a considerably sturdier figure. Although the vital essence pill was merely a mid-grade common pill and not a spiritual one, its potency was insufficient for Liu Yi to break directly into the bone refinement stage. Nevertheless, once he absorbed all the energy, it elevated his cultivation to the late body refinement stage. This swift enhancement was primarily due to Liu Yi's initially low cultivation level. As his strength grew, the effects of such pills would naturally diminish, with his cultivation at the late body refinement stage surpassing yellow-tier sword techniques. Liu Yi believed he could overcome the dangers of this night. Just as he finished absorbing the pill and enhancing his cultivation, 5 figures appeared in the distance. Though merely 5, the pressure they exerted far surpassed that of the previous dozen bandits. These 5 were all martial artists at the body refinement stage. Incomparable to the blood condensation warriors, Liu Yi recognized their identities. They were the overseers of the Liu family mine and the true masterminds behind tonight's ambush. The bandits had merely been hired thugs. Since Liu Yi had arrived at the mine a year ago, he had shed his former debauched ways, and with his status as a Liu family heir, he had gathered a small faction of his own. Those he couldn't sway were precisely these individuals before him. They were all loyal to Madame Wang and naturally looked down upon Liu Yi, who had been ostracized from the Liu family residence. Among them, a manager named Liu Zhong led the group, that he was a faithful lackey of Madame Wang, possessing the highest cultivation among the overseers, already reaching the late body refinement stage, just a step away from the bone refinement stage, making him a formidable expert within Guangling County. Had it not been for Liu Yi's assistance from the simulator and his consecutive advancements, even if he had escaped the bandits, he would likely have fallen victim to Liu Zhong's treachery. When Liu Yi noticed the overseers approaching, their eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of him just rising from the ground amidst the scattered corpses. After a prolonged silence, Liu Zhong finally spoke with an impassive expression. "I have observed the methods of the third young master over this past year. I know you are not the useless person the rumors suggest. It seems I have underestimated you, that I presume you have quietly broken through to the body refinement stage." Liu Zhong sighed softly. "Very well. With the midnight's ominous energy at its peak, let me personally escort you on your final journey." Though Liu Zhong harbored a deep desire for Liu Yi's demise, he recognized that Liu Yi, despite being out of favor, was still the third young master of the Liu family. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, if news of this leaked, Madame Wang would not be able to protect him either. Thus, he had sought out the notorious bandits to do his bidding while he deliberately arrived late with a few overseers upon encountering the lifeless body of Liu Yi. He avenged the 3 young masters by dispatching a swarm of bandits. Although these bandits were not particularly formidable, they were more than sufficient to deal with Liu Yi, who was merely at the blood condensation stage. The guards Liu Yi had amassed over the past year had long been eliminated by Liu Zhong and his associates. How could a mere boy at the blood condensation level possibly turn the tides? It was only when he beheld the multitude of corpses that Liu Zhong realized he had underestimated the third young master of the Liu family. To single-handedly vanquish these bandits without sustaining significant injuries was no small feat. Despite the absence of any notable experts among the bandits, it was still an accomplishment beyond the capability of a practitioner at the blood condensation stage. Liu Yi, previously regarded as a waste of space, had evidently concealed his breakthrough to the body refinement stage from everyone. It appeared that this lad possessed not only some skill, but also commendable talent in cultivation. He was far from a useless individual. It was merely his indulgent lifestyle that had impeded his training. Contemplating this, Liu Zhong's murderous intent intensified. A deadly enmity had been forged between them. The more extraordinary Liu Yi appeared, the more he could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a future calamity. Even with Liu Yi having advanced to the body refinement stage, Liu Zhong still regarded him with disdain. Among the 5 of them, excluding Liu Zhong, who was a late-stage body refinement expert, the other 4 were merely early-stage practitioners that as for Liu Yi. Even if he had indeed broken through, he could only be considered an early-stage body refinement warrior at best in the span of just 1 year. Could he truly achieve the mid or even late body refinement stage? If he possessed such talent, he would have long been recognized as the heir to the family head rather than being relegated to this remote mining site. Attack! Liu Zhong commanded the other 4 managers, while he remained rooted in place. Unless absolutely necessary, Liu Zhong would not leave any evidence by personally killing Liu Yi. His intentions were clear to the other 4 managers. However, having already boarded the pirate ship, it was better to walk the dark path together than to offend both sides. The 4 managers unsheathed their weapons and launched an assault on Liu Yi. Liu Yi, on the other hand, wielded an iron sword left behind by a bandit. Though it was merely an ordinary sword and not a divine weapon, it was coated in deadly poison. Nevertheless, given Liu Ye's current strength, he could easily handle 4 early-stage body refinement opponents, even without the poison. Standing with an unremarkable stance, Liu Yi awaited the 4 managers to close in before springing into action. Buzz! The sword swept through the air, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. The ordinary iron sword, lacking any notable quality, emitted a crisp sound as it sliced through the air, propelled by its speed and power. The lethal 3 strikes, though consisting of only 3 moves, were each designed to kill. It was nothing more than speed, accuracy, and brutality. This particular move was the horizontal slash from the lethal trio as the sword swept across. 3 of the managers could not react in time and had their throats severed by the iron sword. The last one, though barely able to respond, was nonetheless an early-stage body refinement warrior whose strength was vastly inferior to Liu Ye's. His weapon was effortlessly cleaved in 2 by Liu Ye's sword. The sheer force bisected him entirely. 1 sword, for lives claimed. At this moment, Liu Zhong, who had yet to engage in the fray, was not merely astonished. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, and he remained oblivious to the fact that his back had grown damp with perspiration. What a swift sword! Liu Zhong involuntarily swallowed hard. He silently questioned himself. Could he, in a similar situation, have slain those 4 managers with a single strike? The answer filled him with dread, though he was reluctant to admit it. He had no choice but to concede. If it were him, he could certainly have killed those 4 early-stage body refinement managers. But it would have required considerable effort, and it was impossible to achieve with the same ease as Liu Yi. Did this not imply that he was inferior to Liu Yi? Not early-stage body refinement. Liu Zhong suddenly exclaimed in a panic. This cannot be the strength of someone at the early stage. Liu Yi wore a mocking smile at the corners of his mouth. You do not even wield the Liu family's sword techniques. Liu Zhong seemed to attempt to mask his insecurity with an angry roar. I've been in the Liu family for 20 years and have never encountered such swordplay. Where did you steal this technique? Do you not know that failing to report a martial art that is not of your family's to the clan is punishable by family law? Liu Ye's expression of derision deepened. This fellow had shown no concern for Liu Ye's status as the 3rd young master of the Liu family or the family law during his previous pursuit. Now, seeing the situation turn against him, he sought to invoke family law to intimidate Liu Yi into submission. Truly, a wolf travels far to feast on meat, while a dog travels far to consume filth. A servant is but a servant. Even when momentarily successful, no matter how well they disguise it, they remain nothing more than a tail-wagging dog. A sword capable of killing is a good sword. Liu Yi no longer wished to waste words on this individual. The sword in his hand transformed into a shooting star, aimed straight at Liu Zhong. This strike seemed to have gained even more speed. Had this lad not exerted his full strength earlier, a wave of terror washed over Liu Zhong as he raised his weapon in defense, only to feel a sudden sweetness in his throat. Looking down, he found Liu Ye's iron sword had already pierced through his throat. Truly, such a swift sword. Liu Zhong's mouth opened and closed, unable to utter a single word due to his punctured throat. Yet, from the shape of his lips, Liu Yi could discern he was saying, "Wrong, wrong." The young masters of the Liu family included the eldest, Liu Bei, who was domineering; the second, Liu Ming, who was ruthless; the third, Liu Yi, who was a wastrel; and the fourth, Liu Fei, who was clever. Madam, the greatest threat to you may not be Liu Bei, who has the support of the elder, but rather Liu Yi, who has long been considered a useless wastrel. Wrong, wrong, madam, completely wrong. Liu Yi, however, could not hear Liu Zhong's internal thoughts and assumed he was referring to himself. Watching Liu Zhong collapse, he gently shook his head and remarked, "Had I known it would come to this, I would not have acted as I did. Having killed for the second time, Liu Yi felt no discomfort this time. On the contrary, he found a sense of reassurance in wielding the sword. After a night of slaughter, Liu Yi's clothes were stained with blood, and the sword in his hand was now a deep crimson. Perhaps, compared to a tranquil life, he was more suited to such carnage. Liu Yi pondered. Before him lay two paths. One was to depart immediately, as the assassins along the way had already been dealt with. He could find a rural hideaway, and, with the assistance of the simulator, wait 3 to 5 years until he had cultivated sufficiently before returning for revenge. The other was to return to the county, which could potentially bring new crises. However, this return was prompted by a family summons to discuss matters regarding the heir to the family. If he chose to flee, it would equate to relinquishing this opportunity. Liu Yi was unwilling to forego it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Taking a step back only felt like a loss. Liu Yi refused to leave in such a disheartened and cowardly manner. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword and, under the moonlight, headed toward Guangling County. Innkeeper, 1 pound of beef, and a bowl of rice. Having lost the carriage for his journey, he was left with no choice but to walk. Thus, a day's journey extended into 2. Tomorrow was the day of the Liu family's formal meeting, and if any of the 4 sons were absent from the meeting, it would be considered an automatic relinquishment of their claim to inheritance. Despite the urgency of time, upon returning to Guangling County, Liu Yi did not head directly to the Liu family estate. Instead, he found a tavern not far from the city gates and settled in. After all, Liu Yi was the 3rd young master of the Liu family, while Liu Zhong was merely a lowly manager of a mining operation. No matter how audacious he would not dare to take matters into his own hands and assassinate Liu Yi. Liu Yi was confident that even if it were not a direct order from Madame Wang, Liu Zhong would have needed her tacit approval to act against him. His instincts warned him that Guangling County, not far away, was not only unsafe but could potentially harbor danger. Although Liu Yi had continuously broken through in cultivation, the long journey and a night of combat had taken a significant toll on him. As martial artists, their enhanced physiques meant their consumption was far greater than that of an ordinary person. From the previous night until now, Liu Yi was both exhausted and famished. Without any pills to replenish his energy, he had no choice but to resort to the most primitive method of energy replenishment: eating. Although 2 days had passed, and the blood on his clothes had long since dried, a faint metallic scent lingered. Coupled with the iron sword stained a deep red, Liu Yi now exuded an air that was markedly different, imbued with a vibe that warned others to keep their distance. Not only did the tavern patron steer clear of him, but even the innkeeper hurriedly retreated after serving his food. A discerning eye could easily see that this young man, despite his youth, was not one to be trifled with. Liu Yi ate slowly, taking small bites of the dishes and rice, never gorging himself. Though he was in dire need of sustenance, he remained unhurried. It is precisely through such a measured pace of dining that one can achieve a profound tranquility within. Liu Yi understands that when one is anxious, mistakes are inevitable. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme and where life can be extinguished in an instant, a single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Thus, Liu Yi savors each bite, and those patrons arriving later seem to be influenced by his aura, choosing not to sit within 2 tables of him. Ah, isn't this the 3rd young master of the Liu family? A mocking voice resounds from the entrance of the tavern as Liu Yi nears the end of his meal, but a young man, adorned in opulent attire and of considerable girth, strides in with a retinue of lackeys in tow. Back from the Liu family mine, looking rather dejected. I see. Why is it that you are devoid of even a servant by your side? Is your situation truly this dire? As Liu Yi is about to finish his meal, the voice continues, teasing him. Liu Yi furrows his brow, quickly recalling from his memories the identity of this individual. The Liu family is a prominent lineage in Guangling County, but is not the sole powerful family. There are 2 others that can rival the Liu family, one of which is the Shui family. Shui Yong is the son of Shui Gang, known as the Descending Mountain Tiger, and like Liu Yi, he is notorious as a debauched youth in Guangling County. These young rakes spend their days in frivolous competition with one another. And as direct descendants of the 3 great families of Guangling, the rivalry between Liu Yi and Shui Yong is particularly intense. Although Liu Yi is the son of the Liu family head, he is not favored. often serving as a stepping stone for Shui Yong to showcase his superiority. This enmity has only deepened over the years, since Liu Ye's departure from the county for a year. Shui Yong had found less amusement in their rivalry, as there were no suitable targets for his taunts. Today, having heard from a friend who was hunting outside the city that Liu Yi had returned alone, Shui Yong rushed over without even taking the time to gather his guards, bringing only a few underlings to seek out Liu Ye's misfortune. However, the Liu Yi of today is not the Liu Yi of the past. He has no inclination to engage in such trivialities with Shui Yong. Instead, he pulls out a silver ingot, pilfered from Liu Zhong's corpse, and slams it onto the table, declaring, "Innkeeper, settle the bill." He then rises to leave. "Stop right there." Shui Yong, feeling deeply insulted by Liu Ye's indifference, blocks his path. "What is this? In the past, you would at least have the audacity to exchange a few words with me. Have you lost your courage after a year at the mines? Want to leave? Very well." Shui Yong spreads his legs, gesturing towards his groin. "Crawl through here, and I shall let you go today." Liu Yi narrows his eyes, gazing intently at Shui Yong, and suddenly speaks, "Are you seeking trouble with me?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, Shui Yong feels a chill creeping up his spine. The man before him seems transformed compared to a year ago, yet a rake like him could afford to lose everything but face. Despite feeling somewhat intimidated, he steels himself and retorts, "I am indeed here to cause you trouble. If you wish to leave, you must crawl through my legs." Clang. Liu Yi, uninterested in further banter, tosses the blood-stained longsword before Shui Yong. "Pick up the sword." Shui Yong is momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Liu Ye's intent. I said, "Pick up the sword." Under Liu Ye's icy stare, Shui Yong feels an inexplicable urge to comply and find himself grasping the iron sword. Liu Yi steadies the sword, pointing its tip at his own chest, his cold gaze fixed on Shui Yong. "You wish to cause me trouble. The sword is now in your hands. I grant you an opportunity. Just a gentle thrust, and my life becomes yours." With the iron sword in hand, Shui Yong's hands tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. What nonsense! Though Liu Yi has fallen from favor, he is still the son of the Liu family head. That I end their usual squabbles, even if physical confrontation is common. However, to kill someone in public, not only does Shui Yong lack the courage, but if he were to commit murder, Liu Ye's father would never let him off lightly for the sake of family honor. Shui Yong begins to regret why he had come with only a few lackeys. Had he brought a few guards, he might have been able to beat Liu Yi. Now, he finds himself retreating under Liu Ye's pressure. I said, "Kill me." Liu Ye's gaze is as sharp as a blade, and with each word he steps closer. Shui Yong can only stagger back, terrified of inadvertently stabbing this madman before him. By the time Liu Yi finishes his statement, Shui Yong has retreated to the tavern's entrance. Clang. Unable to withstand the immense pressure any longer, Shui Yong drops the iron sword to the ground. "I won't kill you. I won't kill you. Just go," he cries, his voice hoarse and tinged with desperation. Pathetic. A glimmer of disdain flashes in Liu Ye's eyes as he deftly retrieves the iron sword. Liu Yi is not concerned that Shui Yong would genuinely stab him. He knows that Shui Yong is merely a blustering rake, much like his former self, and no matter how fierce one appears on the outside, their heart often quakes with fear. He lacks the courage to kill in public. With a swift motion, Liu Yi raises his hand and slaps Shui Yong across the face, sending him hurtling through the air. The lackeys rush to Shui Yong's side, eager to display their loyalty. "I have offered you a chance. It is your own ineptitude that has led to this. In the future, when you see me, do your best to steer clear. Should we cross paths again, it will not be as simple as a slap." Liu Yi snorts coldly, disregarding Shui Yong as he departs, just as Shui Yong dares not kill Liu Yi. Liu Yi, too, has no desire to publicly execute Shui Yong. Though Shui Yong is a fool, his father, Shui Gang, is a genuine master of innate prowess. Should Liu Yi kill Shui Yong in public, Shui Gang would undoubtedly seek retribution to uphold the family's honor. Liu Yi is already burdened with his own troubles and has no desire to invoke the wrath of someone with innate capabilities. That he reflects that it is his own lack of strength that hinders him. If only he possessed the power to easily overpower those of innate skill, he would not hesitate to eliminate even Shui Gang, for he would be forced to smile in submission. Thus, Liu Yi resolves that enhancing his own strength is the paramount pursuit. This world is far more ruthless than the one Liu Yi once inhabited. In this realm, one can rely on nothing but their own power. Consequently, upon entering Guangling County, Liu Yi embarks on his third simulation, investing 50 simulation points to exchange for an initial identity as a young Taoist. You are an orphan of unknown origin, abandoned by your parents at a young age, and taken in by an elderly Taoist from a Chongqing temple. You have lived with your master for 5 years, during which he begins to teach you the fundamentals of qi refinement, granting you a half-star Taoist technique for qi cultivation at the age of 10. Your master instructs you in martial arts, bestowing upon you a half-star martial art, the Taoist longevity fist. By the age of 15, your master teaches you swordsmanship, earning you a 1-star martial art, the soft cloud sword technique. At 22, you have made significant progress in both your fist and sword techniques, reaching the bone refining realm. Your master decides to impart to you the secret techniques of the Chongqing Temple, granting you the 2-star technique, the eternal spring technique. By the age of 28, you have attained innate prowess and decide to embark on a journey. Your master gives you a mid-grade weapon, the yin yang sword. At 31, you engage in a debate with a disciple of the Tai sect, only to be so enraged that you cough up blood thrice, your Tao heart destabilized, leading to an untimely demise. Simulation ends. Comprehensive score, 87 points. Simulation points gained, 87 points. Current simulation points, 90 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Mid-grade weapon, the yin yang sword. 2. 2-star technique, the eternal spring technique. 3. Life experience at 31 years. 2-star technique. Could it be that the luck of a European emperor has descended upon me? Liu Ye's eyes brighten. He never anticipated encountering a 2-star technique in this simulation, a reward exceeding even the previous investment of 100 points. In this world, techniques are categorized into 9 tiers, with each tier doubling the cultivation speed and the rating increasing by half a star accordingly. For instance, the Liu family's qi refinement technique is a 2nd-tier technique, corresponding to a 1-star martial art. The 2-star eternal spring technique, however, is a 4th-tier martial art, boasting a cultivation speed that is twice that of the Liu family's ancestral technique. In the Infinite Life Mall, a 1-star technique requires hundreds of simulation points for exchange, while a 2-star technique begins at over 1,000, with even better 2-star techniques costing thousands of simulation points, an increase of tenfold. From this, one can discern the rarity of the 2-star cultivation technique. Liu Yi, this time, is truly fortunate. It is uncertain when he might encounter another 2-star technique in the future, should he forfeit this opportunity. Accumulating the necessary simulation points for another exchange would not be a matter of days or weeks. Thus, without hesitation, Liu Yi relinquished the other 2 options and directly chose the 2-star technique. Chongqing Gong. Upon making his selection, a surge of energy flowed from the crown of his head, enveloping Liu Yi entirely. He felt invigorated, as if all the fatigue from his long days of travel and the exhaustion from a night of battle had been instantly swept away. This Chongqing Gong is an authentic Taoist technique for refining qi, believed to be a simplified version of the Eternal Life Sutra of the immortal emperor from the celestial realm. Not only does it extend one's lifespan and imbue immense vitality, but its attributes are also balanced and harmonious, allowing for the future cultivation of other techniques or the transition to more advanced ones without any hindrance. Although this technique does not immediately elevate Liu Ye's cultivation realm, he could distinctly sense that after being baptized by this 2-star technique, his strength had inexplicably increased by around 50%. Truly, it deserves its reputation as a 4th-turn level technique. Liu Yi clenched his fists, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease, as if even his lifespan had been significantly extended. Now, even when confronted by a bone refinement realm warrior, he felt fully capable of fighting back. Liu Ye's own cultivation, though still at the late stage of body refinement, had been greatly enhanced by the formidable nature of the 4th-turn technique. Now, even against a bone refinement realm warrior, he felt he could stand his ground. It is worth noting that the Liu family, as one of the 3 prominent families in Guangling County, possesses a family heirloom technique that is merely of the 2nd turn. That a 4th-turn level technique is almost legendary for this small county. Unless he were to encounter an innate realm warrior, Liu Yi would have the strength to contend with anyone. Within the entire Liu family, there are only 2 individuals at the innate level. Since he was merely facing exclusion and not betrayal that warranted a pursuit by innate warriors, he was confident no such adversary would come after him. At this moment, Liu Yi felt increasingly assured about his future. The Liu family, being one of the top families in Guangling County, has an entire street in the northern part of the town that belongs to them. The grand residence of the core Liu family members is situated at the end of this street. However, Liu Yi found himself unable to traverse this street to reach the entrance of the Liu family mansion that a white-haired elder stood in the middle of the road, blocking Liu Ye's path. Leaning on a long sword that served as a cane, the elder, though hunched, seemed to harbor a formidable power within his frail body, presenting an invisible pressure upon Liu Yi. Although the elder's gaze appeared unfocused, Liu Yi realized from the moment he stepped onto this street that the old man was indeed watching him. Wang Fu. Liu Yi squinted at the elder standing at the street's end. Despite being alone, the elder exuded a pressure that surpassed the sum of all others Liu Yi had previously encountered. This elder, known as Wang Fu, was a family retainer brought in by Lady Wang from her maternal family. Lady Wang hailed from a prominent family in Yinping County, which shares its jurisdiction with Guangling County. Following the death of Liu Shan's first wife, Lady Wang was legitimized as the matriarch of the Liu family. The Wang family of Yinping boasts a history of nearly a century, its lineage far surpassing the relatively young Liu family of Guangling, which has only risen to prominence in the last 20 years. As a family retainer who accompanied Lady Wang into the Liu household, Wang Fu, despite his advanced age and diminished vitality, is still a genuine master at the mid-bone refinement stage. He is among the most formidable individuals beneath the two innate level members of the Liu family. In the context of Guangling County, a warrior at the bone refinement stage is already considered a noteworthy figure. Originally, the matron instructed him to guard this place merely as a precaution. Wang Fu's voice was low yet clear enough for Liu Yi to hear, expressing surprise that the third young master had truly managed to survive and escape to the county, indicating he possessed some skill. However, Lady Wang would never permit him to participate in the upcoming family meeting. Having escaped with his life, he ought to remain far away or dare return. One must question whether his confidence or arrogance, he spoke. A subtle killing intent began to emanate from Wang Fu. His presence here was a direct order from Lady Wang. Should Liu Yi fail to reach the county alive, it would be inconsequential. However, if he truly escaped the ambush, Wang Fu would become the last line of defense. Ensuring Liu Yi did not make it to the Liu family mansion alive, with the intent to kill evident, Liu Yi refrained from further dialogue and raised his iron sword, pointing it directly at Wang Fu. A fine sword, Wang Fu remarked, his gaze sharpening upon seeing the iron sword in Liu Ye's hand. Recognizing it had tasted blood, that a sword that can kill is indeed a good sword, it was clear to Wang Fu. With his many years of combat experience, that the sword had seen its share of battles. Although the sword was an ordinary iron weapon, the one wielding it was no ordinary person, that it was unlikely anyone could survive the relentless pursuit and reach Guangling County without skill. Since arriving at the Liu family, I have not fought for many years. As he spoke, Wang Fu lifted the long sword he used as a cane, declaring, "Today, I shall personally send the third young master on his way." In an instant, two flashes of sword light erupted, and their figures moved with the agility of leopards. Clang, clang, clang. In mere moments, the weapons in their hands clashed over a dozen times, producing a cacophony of metal striking metal. Liu Ye's sword was swift, yet Wang Fu's sword was no less so. Although he was a mid-bone refinement warrior, his age had taken its toll, causing a decline in his vitality and strength. Nevertheless, he still possessed the prowess of an early bone refinement warrior. Liu Ye's attempts to replicate his previous swift kills were futile. Wang Fu, increasingly alarmed, felt his arm grow numb with each clash of their weapons, as if the long sword he wielded might slip from his grasp. Such immense strength. Wang Fu's expression turned grave. He feared he was no less than an ordinary early bone refinement warrior. As the saying goes, a punch fears the young, and the physical toll on warriors during combat is substantial. This is especially true for older individuals, whose vitality begins to wane, making it impossible to sustain such exertion for long. Thus, elders like Wang Fu typically avoid combat, and when forced to engage, aim for swift resolutions. Yet from the moment they clashed, Wang Fu realized a quick resolution was unlikely today. Liu Ye's overwhelming strength and swift, Unpredictable swordplay presented a formidable challenge. Although Lu Yi was merely at the body refinement stage, the confrontation felt comparable to an early bone refinement warrior. Within moments, Wang Fu found himself gasping for breath. At this rate, he would not only fail to kill Lu Yi, but might even be killed in return. This formidable young man cannot be allowed to prolong the fight. A flicker of determination flashed in Wang Fu's eyes. As Lu Yi thrust his sword towards him once more, Wang Fu abruptly switched his grip on his long sword, facing Lu Yi's thrust aimed at his heart without defense, simultaneously lunging with his left hand towards Lu Yi's right chest. Thud! Clang! Wang Fu's sword pierced Lu Yi's right chest, while Lu Yi's thrust failed to penetrate Wang Fu's physical defenses. A bone refinement warrior, having tempered their muscles and bones, can withstand blades and swords with their flesh. This is the primary advantage of bone refinement over body refinement. Lu Yi's sword was merely an ordinary iron weapon, not a divine artifact, and thus could not breach Wang Fu's defenses. This was precisely why Wang Fu dared to take Lu Yi's strike to the chest. Blood gushed forth. Wang Fu's strike seemed to inflict considerable damage on Lu Yi. Yet the elder's face bore no trace of satisfaction, and Lu Yi, pierced in the chest, exhibited no signs of panic. The entire scenario seemed to have been anticipated by Lu Yi from the outset. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi dropped his iron sword and seized Wang Fu's arm, the one gripping the sword. His immense strength not only rendered Wang Fu immobile, but also halted the progress of the sword embedded in Lu Yi's chest. "I've got you." A cruel smile crept across Lu Yi's face, that he had known all along that his ordinary iron sword would struggle to pierce through the defenses of a bone refinement warrior. The reason he deliberately allowed himself to be struck was to capture Wang Fu, ensuring he could not escape. In typical circumstances, it is challenging for a body refinement warrior to land a close-range hit on a bone refinement warrior. However, with Wang Fu's arm now in Lu Yi's grasp, the distance between them was effectively nullified from the outset. Lu Yi had not intended to defeat Wang Fu with an ordinary iron sword. His true weapon was his fists. Die! With a fierce roar, Lu Yi's muscles bulged dramatically as his arms suddenly elongated by several inches, delivering a powerful punch to Wang Fu's chest. Bang! With just one blow. Wang Fu felt a surge of blood and energy rise within him. His aged face turned crimson, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. This elder, who was not particularly skilled in martial arts, found himself utterly defenseless in such close proximity, especially with Lu Yi grasping his sword hand. Bang! 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 Lu Yi's fists rained down upon Wang Fu's chest like a torrential downpour, each strike forcing Wang Fu to spew forth more blood. After a relentless barrage of over 10 punches, Wang Fu's chest had sunk into a horrifyingly grotesque shape. This seasoned warrior, who had traversed life with unparalleled prowess, could scarcely have imagined that one day he would be brutally slain by a youth not yet 20. Lu Yi's fists moved with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey, swift and powerful, embodying the essence of the Tongbi fist. Finally, Wang Fu's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless under the tempestuous assault of Lu Yi. The elderly man's eyes were filled with disbelief and regret, devoid of any glimmer of life. As Lu Yi gazed down at the fallen corpse, he felt a profound sense of relief. Wang Fu had been the most formidable figure under Madame Wang's command. With him out of the way, Lu Yi reasoned that his life was no longer in imminent danger unless a master of innate level intervened, or Madame Wang sought additional assistance from the Yinping Wang family. Even if she did, Lu Yi was unperturbed. With the aid of the simulator, his rate of cultivation advancement was beyond anyone's imagination. If he could slay one, could he not slay another? Uncle Fu! At that moment, a mournful cry resonated from a distance that a figure rushed towards them from the direction of the Liu family estate. The proximity to the estate and the presence of 3 Liu family marketplaces made it quite unusual that no one from the Liu family had appeared amidst the commotion of Lu Yi and Wang Fu's public confrontation. It seemed likely that Madame Wang had orchestrated this silence. The approaching individual appeared to be of a similar age to Lu Yi, with a resemblance that was unmistakable. Lu Ming. Lu Yi's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within. Lu Shanhe, the head of the Liu family, had 4 sons, with Lu Yi being the third. The person before him, Lu Ming, was his nominal second brother, the biological son of Madame Wang. Wang Fu had been a long-time caretaker of Lu Ming, having come over with Madame Wang, and Lu Ming had always harbored a ruthless demeanor, particularly towards this old family retainer, even more so than towards Lu Shanhe. His own father, Lu Ming, had secretly observed the situation, initially believing that Wang Fu would easily subdue Lu Yi. However, he was utterly shocked to find that Wang Fu was no match for Lu Yi. Witnessing Wang Fu's death at Lu Yi's hands, Lu Ming's eyes bulged with rage, his gaze fixated on Lu Yi like that of a venomous serpent, filled with hatred. Lu Yi, how dare you kill Uncle Fu? I will ensure you meet a terrible end. Is my second brother truly intent on engaging in a life-and-death struggle with me? Lu Yi's gaze was sharp as a blade, his complexion pale. One hand pressed against his chest, blood staining his garments. Yet this only accentuated his frigid demeanor. Then, by all means, enlighten me. Despite appearing gravely injured, Lu Yi's mere presence made Lu Ming instinctively take 2 steps back. As if confronted by a wild beast, Lu Ming could not fathom how, in just 1 year, Lu Yi had transformed so completely. Could it be that the remote mining site had such a profound effect on one's development? Now caught in a dilemma, Lu Ming, despite his furious expression, hesitated to confront Lu Yi, especially with Wang Fu's lifeless body lying before them. Though Lu Yi portrayed an image of weakness, Lu Ming dared not strike. Among the 4 Lu brothers, only the eldest, Lu Bei, had entered the bone-forging realm due to his age, while Lu Ming, at 22, was merely at the mid-stage of body tempering that he challenge Lu Yi, who had already slain Wang Fu, would be tantamount to courting death. Enough. At that moment, a loud voice boomed, and a tall figure strode forth with an imposing presence, casting a cold glare at both Lu Yi and Lu Ming. You two truly bring shame to the Lu family. Lu Ming, do not linger here to become the subject of ridicule. Return home at once. In the entirety of Guangling County, only one person would dare to chastise the 2 young masters of the Lu family so openly, and that was Lu Shanhe, the patriarch of the Lu family and Lu Yi's stepfather. Until now, Lu Shanhe had turned a blind eye to the events of the day, viewing Lu Yi as a wayward son of little consequence, especially since Madame Wang had the backing of the powerful Yinping Wang family. Lu Shanhe had never taken his 18-year-old son, Lu Yi, seriously, or he would not have sent him away to the mines a year prior. However, with Lu Yi's remarkable display of strength, Lu Shanhe's perception of him had quietly shifted. Moreover, he could not allow the spectacle of his 2 sons clashing in the streets to provide fodder for the other 2 prominent families in town. Thus, he intervened. Father, Lu Yi has killed Uncle Fu. Although Lu Shanhe had arrived, Lu Ming was unwilling to relent. Uncle Fu was an elder of the family. I implore you to take down this wicked child. Lu Yi, in vengeance for Uncle Fu, are you demanding that your 3rd brother pay for a servant's life? Lu Shanhe's voice thundered. I have no desire to delve into the rights and wrongs of your previous altercations. Let this matter end here. I am not dead yet. This household does not fall to you to govern. Return home at once. After reprimanding Lu Ming, he turned his gaze to Lu Yi, his expression revealing no hint of emotion. You should tend to your wounds first, then meet me in the study. Though Lu Yi appeared fearsome, drenched in blood, his injuries were not as severe as they seemed, when Wang Fu's sword had initially pierced him. Lu Yi had managed to control Wang Fu's hand, preventing the blade from penetrating deeply. Lu Yi feigned weakness, clutching his chest to conceal the secret of his Changchun Gong, though it did not immediately enhance his cultivation. The benefits it provided were immense, particularly in terms of his formidable recovery capabilities. The wound on Lu Yi's chest had ceased bleeding and was beginning to scab over. He would likely be fully healed within the hour. This secret was something Lu Yi was determined to keep hidden. Upon returning to the Lu family estate, Lu Yi found himself in familiar surroundings. Although he had been away for a year, everything appeared unchanged. 3rd young master. As soon as Lu Yi stepped inside, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and a soft figure leapt into his embrace. 3rd young master, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly this past year. The one who had thrown herself into Lu Yi's arms was his former personal maid, Shuang'er. Ever since Lu Yi had been unceremoniously expelled from the Lu family a year ago, Shuang'er had remained at the estate. To her surprise, the moment Lu Yi returned, She rushed to him. However, Schwanger was utterly unprepared for Liu Yi's hands, which did not wrap around her waist as they once did. Instead, they tightened around her throat. Liu Yi's gaze was cold as steel, a look that Schwanger had never encountered before. She felt as though she was facing a completely different person, no longer the third young master who had once been entranced by her presence. "Was it you who betrayed me?" Liu Yi's eyes seemed to pierce through Schwanger as he asked with an icy calmness. A year prior, Liu Yi had been framed by Madame Wang and expelled from the Liu family estate. During his time at the mining site, Liu Yi had contemplated the betrayal, but had been unable to ascertain who had conspired with Madame Wang against him. Now, however, it dawned on him that besides Schwang, who had earned his trust, no one else could have so stealthily collaborated with Madame Wang. This was not to say that Liu Yi's former self was particularly foolish. Rather, he had been completely captivated by Schwang, to the point of being blinded by affection, even promising her a legitimate marriage in the future. He had never suspected that she could be implicated in his downfall. As Liu Yi tightened his grip around her throat, Schwanger felt as if a vice was closing in on her, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. "It wasn't me. Third young master, I did not betray you." "Then you may die," Liu Yi replied, his expression devoid of emotion. His hand continuing to apply pressure, Schwanger could hardly believe that, despite her desperate denials, Liu Yi would still seek to end her life. She had served Liu Yi for 5 years and believed she knew him well. "However, at this moment, I find it utterly incomprehensible to fathom Liu Yi's intentions." I recount how Schwanger was abruptly lifted into the air by Liu Yi, her feet flailing helplessly, her delicate face flushed crimson. With all her strength, she managed to squeeze out 2 words. Only then did Liu Yi release her grip, and Schwanger, eyes wide with terror, wasted no time in revealing how, a year prior, she had accepted 500 taels of gold from Madame Wang to conspire against Liu Yi. 500 taels of gold. My life must be worth something. Liu Yi chuckled bitterly. Logically, having assisted Madame Wang in such a significant matter and received payment, you should be living quite well. Why then have you returned to my side? Do you intend to conspire against me once more? Schwanger's face was etched with fear, convinced that Liu Yi was far too formidable, as if nothing could be concealed from him. After a long pause, she stammered, "Third young master, if I tell you, will you spare my life? Speak." Liu Yi replied coolly, "As long as what you say is true, and considering your years of service to me, I don't mind granting you a reprieve." "Thank you, third young master." Schwanger finally displayed a glimmer of relief, hastily divulging everything. "Madam said that upon your return, you have changed significantly, and she fears you may become her greatest threat. She instructed me to return to your side and report your every move to her. As for anything else, I truly know nothing." With a look of pitiful vulnerability, Schwanger gazed at Liu Yi. "Third young master, I have revealed all that I know, and you promised to spare my life." Liu Yi smiled lightly. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word." Just as a look of immense relief began to spread across Schwanger's face, Liu Yi unexpectedly reached out and seized her neck once more. Applying sudden force, and the beautiful flower of a woman was left lifeless. "I apologize. I tricked you." Liu Yi's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Once betrayed, you deserve death. Do you truly think me so easy to deceive?" In the study, Liu Shanhe had been awaiting Liu Yi's arrival. Upon seeing him enter, Liu Shanhe bluntly inquired, "Have you killed that little girl who was once by your side?" Before Liu Yi could respond, Liu Shanhe continued, "She should have died a year ago. Your delay in taking action proves that your time in the mines was not wasted." Although Liu Shanhe had spent years in seclusion, delegating family affairs primarily to the Grand Elder and Madame Wang, his concise remarks indicated he remained well informed about the family's matters. Liu Yi lowered his head slightly, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful child eager to absorb wisdom. Liu Shanhe continued, "A year ago, I expelled you from the family to the mines. Do you harbor resentment towards me?" "I would not dare," Liu Yi replied with his head bowed. "There is no need for fear." Liu Shanhe waved his hand dismissively. "I merely wish for you to understand that even as my son, a useless child can be discarded without hesitation. Opportunities are reserved for those who can seize them." His gaze bore into Liu Yi's, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "You are now worthy of being granted a chance." Originally, The family had decided to convene tomorrow to discuss the successor to the head of the family, and your return was merely a formality. However, I have now chosen to postpone that discussion. I will give you one of the 3 markets owned by the family, if you manage it well. You will not be merely an observer at the next family meeting. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi did not display any signs of excitement, but instead replied calmly. The market has always been under Madame Wang's management, and the staff there are all her loyal subordinates. Liu Shanhe seemed to discern the implication behind Liu Ye's words, and his smile broadened. As I said, from now on, it is under your control. Liu Yi also grasped the significance of Liu Shanhe's words, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Once he left Liu Shanhe's study, Liu Yi finally exhaled deeply. In Liu Shanhe's presence, he felt an inexplicable weight, as if an invisible mountain pressed upon his shoulders, a sensation that went beyond merely Liu Shanhe's innate strength. Deep down, Liu Yi sensed that the aura Liu Shanhe exhibited was far beyond that of a mere patriarch from a remote county. Through a series of events, Liu Yi had officially entered the core ranks of the family. The 3 markets owned by the Liu family in the county were vital to their economic lifeblood, and Liu Shanhe bestowing one upon Liu Yi signified that he had indeed taken notice of him. Naturally, there were many who were displeased with Liu Yi taking control of the Liu family market. Upon hearing the news, Liu Ming was furious, immediately seeking out his mother, Madame Wang. Mother, that little bastard killed Uncle Fu, and not only faced no punishment, but has also taken over a market, Liu Ming exclaimed angrily, slamming his hand on the table. I wonder if father has lost his mind, handing a market to that little wretch. He knows nothing. Mind your words. Madame Wang, a striking beauty adorned in luxurious attire, despite nearing 40, looked as youthful as someone in their 30s at tea that moment. Her expression mirrored her son's displeasure, and she coldly retorted, Do not worry. I have managed markets for many years, and from the managers to the servants. They are all under my command. He cannot simply take charge. This time, I will ensure he is humiliated and forced to leave the market. To aspire to the position of family heir. That illegitimate child has not earned such a right. You were born into a well-to-do merchant family, your father being the wealthiest man in town. At the age of 5, you accompanied your father on a merchant caravan, only to be met with bandits and killed in a brutal attack. Simulation concluded. Overall score, 0 points. Points earned from simulation, 0 points. Current simulation points, 40 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1.500 taels of silver 2, but a set of exquisite children's garments 3. The life experience of a 5-year-old. Liu Yi stared silently at the simulation results before him, his face dark as coal that he never anticipated that after investing 30 simulation points for what appeared to be a rather favorable background, he would end up with such a dismal outcome. Along with the 20 points spent to activate the simulator, he had squandered a total of 50 simulation points. This was the first time he had incurred a loss since obtaining the simulator. Suddenly, a grave realization struck Liu Yi. If he were to become perpetually unfortunate, experiencing multiple simulations that yielded similar losses, what would he do when his simulation points ran out? Logically, a rigorous simulator should not exhibit such glaring flaws. There must be a method to replenish simulation points from the outside world. He just had yet to discover it. Determined, Liu Yi resolved to exercise caution in his investments until he uncovered how to supplement his simulation points from external sources, ensuring he retained enough for the next simulation that he could not afford to invest everything at once. Risking bankruptcy due to poor luck, a new day dawned. Liu Yi, having concluded his simulation, departed from the Liu family residence, heading toward the market he was to oversee. The Liu family possessed 3 markets in Guangling County, 2 situated in the north and 1 in the east. These 3 markets represented the very economic lifeline of the Liu family, and describing them as a gold mine would not be an exaggeration. Liu Yi was to take charge of the market located in the eastern part of the town. Unlike the north, where the Liu family held absolute dominance, the eastern market was a mixed bag. Although Madame Wang, under Liu Shanhe's pressure, was compelled to relinquish one of the 3 markets, it was evident that her intentions were far from benevolent in handing over the eastern market to Liu Yi. Adjacent to the Liu family market were the markets of 2 other prominent families, making this a rather tumultuous area. When Liu Yi arrived at the eastern market, the scene before him ignited a cold glint in his eyes and stirred a surge of murderous intent within him. Numerous servants, under the direction of the overseer, were busily transporting goods out of the Eastern market. Not a single person had come to welcome the newly appointed third young master. Who authorized you to move the goods? Liu Ye's expression darkened like stormy waters. The two most critical aspects of a market are capital and inventory. The Liu family's three markets had always been managed by Madame Wang. There was no doubt about the financial situation. Now, if they were to empty the inventory, leaving him with nothing but an empty shell, how was he to conduct business? Upon noticing Liu Ye's presence, a portly middle-aged overseer hurried over. A perfunctory smile plastered on his face as he casually bowed. I am Liu Quan, the chief overseer of the Eastern market. It is an honor to meet the third young master. I ask again, who permitted you to move the goods? Liu Ye's gaze was piercing, and he spoke once more. Do you not know that the family has entrusted me with the management of the Eastern market? Without my consent, who permitted you to transport goods out of the Eastern market? Liu Quan felt a chill run down his spine under Liu Ye's scrutinizing stare. But recalling Madame Wang's instructions, he steeled himself to reply. In response to the third young master, there are three major families competing in the Eastern market, constantly undercutting each other, resulting in the goods here never fetching a high price. Therefore, surplus goods are typically redirected to the two markets in the Northern District. The third young master, being new here, may not be aware that this has always been our practice in the Eastern market. As you arrived a bit late today, I took the liberty of moving the accumulated goods first, lest we miss out on business. Taking liberties? Liu Yi sneered coldly. What a fine example of taking liberties. No sooner had he spoken than he struck Liu Quan's abdomen with a sudden and powerful punch, the force of which caused Liu Quan to spit blood and collapse to the ground, clutching his stomach. But Liu Yi was not finished. With an expressionless demeanor, he followed up with a kick directly to Liu Quan's chest. The sound of breaking bones resonating as Liu Quan was sent flying. Upon inspection, it became evident that Liu Quan had drawn his last breath, slain by Liu Ye's brutal kick. The young servants who had been carrying goods froze in terror, trembling in fear. The other managers gaped in shock, their mouths agape, unable to comprehend that Liu Yi had so suddenly unleashed his wrath, killing the chief manager of the market with a single kick. The people of the Eastern market had previously worked under Madame Wang, merely doing their jobs for pay, but Liu Quan was the only one truly favored by her, the others scarcely qualified to even catch her eye. With Liu Quan's death, chaos reigned. Even the plan he had set to empty the Eastern market faltered. As they gazed upon Liu Quan's still warm corpse, none dared to continue. This was the fate of those who act on their own volition. Liu Yi surveyed the crowd. Those caught in his gaze averted their eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Liu Yi continued, From this day forth, I shall take charge of the Eastern market. All of you must abide by my rules. Those who do not will share Liu Quan's fate. If any of you wish to leave, you are free to do so. I, Liu Yi, will not stop you. However, should anyone choose to stay and later betray me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. From today, all goods sold in the Eastern market will yield a 1% commission for the selling servants and a 2% commission for the overseeing managers. As he spoke, Liu Yi produced 500 taels in silver notes, declaring, This 500 taels shall be my welcoming gift to you all. Those who genuinely work for me shall not go unrewarded. Now, those wishing to leave may do so immediately. Liu Yi scanned the crowd once more. Those who intended to stay stepped forward to collect your silver. In the end, everyone remained in place, none choosing to depart. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Liu Ye's lips. First, he established his authority through bloodshed, and then he won them over with wealth. It was likely that Madame Wang, who had sought to set him up, and even Liu Shanhe, who had begun to regard Liu Yi with newfound respect, never anticipated this outcome. In just a morning, Liu Yi had begun to assert control over the Eastern market. Although Liu Quan had been a thorn planted by Madame Wang, he had indeed spoken a truth. The Eastern market had been plagued by competition among the three families, resulting in constant price undercutting. Among the three markets owned by the Liu family, the Eastern market had consistently generated the least revenue. To successfully manage the Eastern market, one must first dismantle the competitive price war among the families. While it is true that in this world, strength is the only unchanging truth, relying solely on brute force will not suffice to manage the Eastern market effectively. Tap, tap. Liu Ye's fingers lightly drummed on the table as he pondered, before instructing one of the minor managers, find out the whereabouts of Shui Yong. Shui Yong had been living a miserable life these past few days. Ever since being reprimanded by Liu Yi, he dared not show his face in town for fear of encountering that harbinger of doom. Shui Yong could not fathom how a single person could change so drastically in just 1 year. They had once agreed to be wastrels together, so how had Liu Yi quietly become so formidable? He had resolved never to provoke that damned fellow again, even if it meant avoiding him in the county. If I cannot contend with you, can I not simply evade you? Shui Yong sipped his drink, feeling dejected, and decided to hide in the tavern for a few days, waiting for the storm to pass. However, life often does not unfold as we hope, and the more one fears something, the more it seems to come knocking. When Shui Yong saw Liu Yi smilingly appear before him, his jaw nearly dropped. Shui Yong harbored a deep-seated hatred for Liu Yi, yet he lacked the courage to seek revenge. After all, he was merely a cowardly wastrel. Otherwise, he would not have confined himself to drowning his sorrows in this tavern. Upon seeing Liu Yi, Shui Yong abruptly stood, his expression shifting from rage to helplessness, forcing out a smile that was more akin to a grimace. What brings you here? To witness my misfortune or to kick me while I'm down? Liu Yi nonchalantly took a seat directly across from Shui Yong, gesturing to the chair as if he were the host. Sit, young Master Shui. We have been old acquaintances. Why must we behave like enemies? Liu Yi poured himself a glass of wine and continued, I am here to assist you. Assist me? Shui Yong displayed a look of disbelief. Your position in the Liu family is likely worse than mine. What could you possibly offer? That is old news. Liu Yi smiled lightly. The Eastern market now falls under my jurisdiction. What? You have only just returned. How is that possible? Shui Yong's expression shifted to one of shock. Though he was a wastrel, he understood the significance of the market. Even if the Eastern market generated the least revenue among the Liu family's 3 markets, controlling a market signified a family standing. Shui Yong realized that Liu Yi would not deceive him about something that was easily verified. His demeanor grew serious. What can you do for me? Enhance your cultivation, elevate your family status, even seize control of the entire Shui family. If you, young Master Shui, choose to collaborate with me, none of this is beyond reach. Liu Yi smiled gently. Had Liu Yi made such a claim in the past, Shui Yong would have dismissed it without a second thought. But now, with a living example before him, he found it impossible to ignore. Yet, Shui Yong hesitated to agree to Liu Ye's proposition. He felt both fear and trepidation, sensing that collaborating with him would be akin to seeking shelter from a tiger. I only wished to live a stable life as a wealthy heir while I was in the Liu family. When I went to the mines, I merely sought to preserve my life. Now I aspire to inherit the entire Liu family. Liu Yi seemed to see through Shui Yong's thoughts and did not rush him, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, the sound echoing like the devil's temptation in Shui Yong's ears. Will you truly resign yourself to such a life? Or will you wait decades for one of your brothers to rise, only to be treated like a dog? Tap, tap, tap. The urgency of Liu Ye's fingers increased, each beat striking at Shui Yong's heart. In this life, one ultimately seeks 2 things, power and greater power. If young Master Shui has no ambitions, perhaps a life of monastic solitude would suit you better. Shui Yong's breathing quickened, his eyes gradually reddening. Suddenly, he raised his hand and gulped down a large mouthful of wine, gasping out 2 words. Tell me. Liu Yi knew that Shui Yong had taken the bait. He then proceeded to unveil the plan for their collaboration, to seize control of the Li family's market and jointly manage the Eastern market. Terms like hunger marketing, differentiation marketing, and experiential marketing left Shui Yong in a daze. Unable to fathom how the once carefree Liu Yi had amassed such a wealth of ideas in Liu Ye's envisioned blueprint, their alliance would not only crush one of the 3 major families of Guangling County, the Li family, but also elevate the Eastern market's revenue to the highest among all markets in the county. If that came to pass, my standing within the family would soar. I would gain my father's strong support. Inheriting the family in the future would not be impossible. The more Shui Yong contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Finally, he made up his mind, nodding vigorously. Very well, I shall speak to my father. Even if I must throw a tantrum, I will secure the rights to manage the Eastern market. If what you claim truly comes to fruition, Then from this moment forth, I shall follow your lead unwaveringly. Shui Yong, within the Shui family, holds a considerably higher status than Liu Yi in the Liu family. Although he is a good-for-nothing scion, his father, Shui Gang, known as the Descending Tiger, is a formidable master of the innate realm. As the sole heir of the Shui family, Shui Yong's decision to set aside his pride to acquire a modestly profitable market is quite feasible. Thus, Shui Yong successfully secured the market for the Shui family in the eastern part of the city. Collaborating with Liu Yi to exchange resources, negotiate prices, and collectively suppress the remaining Li family among the three prominent clans, by offering sales dividends to his subordinates and employing various marketing strategies. They formed a partial monopoly with their competitors, a tactic that, in later times, would be considered standard business practice. Yet in this martial-centric fantasy world, such methods prove remarkably effective. Liu Ye's approach yielded immediate results, and those under him, having received dividends, were invigorated, even leveraging their connections to attract customers from other markets and counties. In a short span, the Liu family's market flourished, with an unprecedented influx of clientele. You are a beggar who has wandered the streets since childhood, thriving in the alleys and byways, gifted with a unique talent known as street tyrant. At the age of 15, you and a group of beggars were acquired by a mysterious figure for specialized training. By 20, you had officially become an assassin through organizational training at 30. Having accumulated sufficient merit, you were promoted to a bronze-ranked assassin within the organization and rewarded with a mid-grade vitality pill and a 1-star martial art known as 3 Deathly Swords. By 40, as a silver-ranked assassin, you successfully aligned yourself within the internal strife of the organization, earning a 2-star martial art called Heart-Pushing Palm T45 during a joint assassination of a prominent figure on the kill list. You failed and were killed by your opponents. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 150 points. Points earned from simulation, 150 points. Current simulation points, 150 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 2-star martial art Heart-Pushing Palm. 2. Mid-tier martial arts enlightenment at the bone forging stage. 3. Life experience at the age of 45. For 3 consecutive days, Liu Yi opted not to embark on a new life simulation. Instead, he revisited previously simulated lives within the simulation archive. Past simulations could be found and re-experienced, but one should not expect to exploit this for point accumulation. The meticulous simulator would not permit such loopholes. Each re-simulation required a doubling of points. The initial cost was 20. The first repeat 40, the second 80, and by the third, it amounted to a staggering 160 points. Moreover, regardless of the choices made, each individual's achievements had a certain cap. For instance, no matter how Liu Yi chose, he could not escape the fate of dying at 45. Ultimately, he could only accrue a maximum of 150 simulation points. Thus, after 3 consecutive simulations, having incurred losses, Liu Yi decisively ceased further attempts. His remaining simulation points totaled 210, available for investment in the next simulation. Throughout his 3 choices, Liu Yi selected the 2-star martial art Heart-Pushing Palm, the life experience of the assassin at 45. In the mid-tier martial arts enlightenment at the bone forging stage, it could be said that he fully extracted the remaining value from this assassin's life. The assassin's life experience was rich, encompassing extensive streetwise skills, numerous assassination techniques, and insights into a mysterious organization. King Longhui, upon absorbing the assassin's entire life experience, Liu Yi gleaned the name of that organization from his memories, narrowing his eyes as a glint of brilliance flickered within. Was this mere coincidence? Or did the assassin's recollection of the King Longhui bear resemblance to a substantial organization in the real world? Not only were their names identical, but even the structure of the organization seemed to align. According to Liu Ye's understanding of the King Longhui, it was a vast and enigmatic assassin organization with 365 branches, corresponding to the 365 days of the year. Their presence could be traced almost anywhere. Yet the specific locations of each branch remained largely unknown. However, within the assassin's memories lay several precise locations of branches, as well as the connection to their codes and the attire of organization members, clear and traceable. Previously, Liu Yi had suspected that the lives simulated by the Infinite Life Simulator were not mere fabrications. And now he felt even more convinced that, in addition to the rich life experience of the assassin, there is also the enlightenment at the bone-forging stage. Crack. As a surge of energy flooded Liu Ye's body, the bones within him resonated with a thunderous sound. The bone-forging realm is where a martial artist's entire physique is tempered to be as resilient as steel. It is also the final stage of the acquired realm. Once a martial artist attains the bone-forging realm, their body can withstand ordinary weaponry, rendering them akin to a human weapon. The next step leads to the innate realm. In Guangling County, innate masters are few and far between, with the three prominent families boasting only 6 innate individuals. That a martial artist at the bone-forging stage is already considered a top-tier combatant in Guangling County. Liu Yi casually picked up an iron sword and, with his other hand, struck his arm fiercely. With a resounding crack, the iron sword shattered, leaving merely a white mark on his arm. This iron sword, of decent quality, had failed to even break his skin. Indeed, a martial artist at the bone-forging stage is formidable. Unless one wields a weapon of notable grade, ordinary weapons require no deliberate defense. They simply cannot penetrate his defenses. A satisfied smile crept across Liu Ye's face. Since acquiring the simulator, Liu Ye's progress in cultivation has been nothing short of miraculous. Liu Bei, the eldest of the Liu family, has just crossed 30 and barely reached the initial stage of bone forging. Yet Liu Yi attained the mid-tier bone forging stage in just 3 days. Such a rate of advancement, if known, would surely leave everyone astounded. Third young master. At that moment, a market manager rushed in. Urgency etched on his face. It's bad. Third young master. The Li family is causing trouble and has already injured many of our people. You must come and see. Oh, has the Li family finally made their move? Liu Yi was not the least surprised by this news. Although merely 3 days had passed, Liu Ye's innovative marketing strategies, unprecedented in this world, coupled with his collaboration with the Shui family, had led to an explosive growth in the market's business. Bustling with activity, in stark contrast, the Li family's market had become desolate, struggling to complete even a single transaction in a day. In such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the Li family sought trouble. Furthermore, while Madame Wang reluctantly handed the market over to him due to Liu Shana's pressure, she had not left behind any formidable experts to defend it. Although Liu Ye's subordinates lacked remarkable prowess, Shui Yong's men included several capable fighters. Is Shui Yong not present? Liu Yi inquired calmly. I heard that the young master of the Shui family was invited for tea by the second young master. The manager hesitated, finally managing to articulate. Those two again. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Liu Ye's eyes. To conspire against me, they would even ally with outsiders to undermine the family's interests. They are courting death. However, dealing with Lu Ming and his mother was not an urgent matter. Although Liu Yi had traversed through time and held no affection for the Liu family, bearing the reputation of a bloodthirsty brother would likely lead to disdain wherever he went. Even if he intended to confront Lu Ming, he could not do so personally. The pressing matter at hand was to resolve the issue with the Li family first. The Li family of Guangling has deep roots in Guangling County. Having existed for several centuries, their foundation far surpassing that of the other 2 prominent families in the city. In fact, 30 years ago, there were no 3 prominent families in Guangling County, only the Li family. However, 30 years ago, a fierce battle erupted between Mingjian Mountain, one of the 5 sword sects, and the Wudu sect from the 6 forbidden paths, the Li family, who had always followed Mingjian Mountain, dispatched family experts to participate. That battle lasted a full month. After a bitter victory, Mingjian Mountain emerged scarred, while the Wudu sect vanished into the southern mountains, never to be heard from again. The Li family, too, paid a heavy price, losing all but one of the experts they sent, with the rest perishing in battle as a result. The Shui and Liu families have risen in prominence, while the Li family has been unable to avert this fate. To this day, the Li family possesses merely one innate master, an elderly figure who participated in the fierce battles of yore, now frail and feeble. Their strength is currently the weakest among the 3 great families. Were it not for the mutual distrust between the other 2 families and their concern for the Li family's ties to the Mingjian Mountain Manor, it is likely that the Li family, which has stood in Guangling for centuries, would have long been erased from existence. The Li family's influence has significantly waned. Thus, while the business in the Eastern market may not hold great importance for the other two families, it is an absolute necessity for the Li family. Otherwise, not only the two larger families, but even the smaller clans may take advantage of the Li family's weakened state, biting off a piece of flesh from this ailing tiger. When Liu Yi arrived at the Eastern market, he found the steward and servants sprawled haphazardly across the ground. This was not due to any remarkable prowess on the part of the Li family. Their current strength is far from what it once was, with only one innate master among them, and such disruptive acts are beneath the dignity of an innate expert. The Li family had sent around 10 individuals, among whom only one was a mid-stage bone refining martial artist, while the rest were merely at the body tempering or even blood condensation stages. Yet despite this, the Liu family's personnel in the Eastern market were still no match for them. Madame Wang had left Liu Yi with only a handful of operational staff. Aside from a few stewards with some cultivation, the rest were mere ordinary individuals devoid of any martial prowess. And there were no capable fighters to hold the fort, making it unsurprising that they faltered against the Li family. The Li family's members not only assaulted people, but also vandalized shops. By the time Liu Yi arrived, nearly half of the market stores had already been wrecked. Seeking death, Liu Yi's gaze turned icy as he swiftly approached the mid-stage bone refining martial artist from the Li family, raising his hand to deliver a palm strike to the man's chest. Though the Li family martial artist had heard of Liu Yi's feat of slaying a bone-refining warrior, that individual had been a decrepit old man. His vitality long depleted, and his strength diminished to the point that he was inferior even to a slightly stronger initial stage bone refining martial artist. Thus, he was utterly unperturbed as he countered Liu Yi's strike with a punch. However, in the next moment, regret washed over him. Liu Yi's strength exceeded all his expectations, even surpassing that of an ordinary late-stage bone refining martial artist. Moreover, the hardness of Liu Yi's arm was comparable to that of a weapon of considerable quality. With a sharp crack, the Li family warrior's arm broke upon impact, and Liu Yi's palm continued its momentum, striking his chest. This blow, delivered with Liu Yi's newly acquired 2-star martial technique, the heart-piercing palm, did not visibly injure the man, but beneath its force his heart was shattered, causing blood to erupt from his nose, eyes, and ears simultaneously. Without pausing, Liu Yi pressed on to the next adversary, delivering another palm strike that sent the man flying as if severed from his strings. With Liu Yi's current strength, he could be said to be invincible beneath the innate level. Dealing with these martial artists was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With each strike, those struck by him met certain death. Those who dared to disturb Liu Yi would face such a fate. Looking at the corpses strewn about, Liu Yi coldly declared, "Today, every injured brother shall receive 100 taels of silver, and those severely wounded shall receive 200. Send these corpses back to the Li family, and inform them that if they wish to conduct business, it must be done honorably, should they resort to these insidious tactics. I, Liu Yi, shall engage them to the bitter end." When Jong received the news and hurried over, he found the Liu family personnel already beginning to clean up the battlefield. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he sought out Liu Yi, exclaiming, "Third young master, I truly had no idea the Li family would choose this moment to trouble you. That wretched Liu Ming has played me with a diversion tactic." Although Liu Yi had arrived in time to slay those causing trouble from the Li family, the Liu family's market had still suffered considerable damage, leading to significant losses. Jong feared that Liu Yi might hold him accountable, as had he been present, his martial artists would have been more than capable of handling the Li family's ruffians. Liu Yi, Jong felt both respect and trepidation, viewing himself as Liu Yi's subordinate. A direct attack is easy to evade, but a hidden ambush is difficult to defend against. "This is not your concern." Liu Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Yet a dying tiger dares to seek trouble with me. They truly do not know when to quit." Indeed, third young master speaks true, but a dying tiger still retains its stature. The Li family does have an innate master. After all, Jong expressed his concerns. Moreover, that old man is fiercely protective of his own. With so many casualties today, he is unlikely to let this matter rest easily that a mere decrepit innate master, lacking even internal vigor, is hardly worthy of my concern. Liu Yi lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating before sneering. Since this dying tiger seeks its own demise, I shall escort the Li family on their final journey. Lu Ming invited you for a drink. So tonight, you shall invite that old man from the Li family to dine. Using a diversion tactic is not solely their domain. Shui Yong seemed to grasp Lu Ye's intention, his heart racing in alarm. Then offered a wry smile, but I fear I lack the necessary influence. Then let your father take charge. Lu Yi replied nonchalantly. Inform your father that the Li family's assets shall be divided 50-50. This Guangling County is too small to accommodate 3 great families. Upon relaying Lu Ye's plan to his father, the innate level expert, descending mountain tiger Shui Gang, was taken aback. The younger generation is indeed formidable. After a long silence, Shui Gang sighed. However, the boy speaks the truth. This Guangling County cannot support 3 great families. Take my invitation and invite Li Shan to the banquet. It seems that sooner or later, this county will also be unable to accommodate that young Lu family scion. Shui Gang solemnly patted Shui Yong's shoulder. You have a good rapport with him. Learn from him as much as you can. If you can acquire even a fraction of his capabilities, I shall feel more at ease passing the family burdens to you in the future. The night was cool, as tranquil as water. Amidst the darkness, a figure clad in a black cloak swiftly made his way toward the southern estate of the Li family in Guangling County. Despite the Li family's current decline, their foundation remained intact. This estate was constructed during the Li family's zenith, its scale far surpassing that of the other 2 families in the city, be cautious of fire and dry weather. The night watchman outside the Li estate was performing his usual rounds, intending to take a moment's respite in the absence of onlookers, when he suddenly caught sight of a flash of silver light. In an instant, he felt as though he had been lifted off the ground. Looking down, he discovered a headless corpse standing rigidly before him. That corpse looked eerily familiar. This was the last thought that crossed the watchman's mind as he met his end. Inside the Li estate, many martial artists were patrolling back and forth at a squad of Li family warriors, while on duty, spotted a figure hurrying past with their head lowered. Wait, have I not seen you before? Which team do you belong to? One of the Li family warriors questioned, sensing something amiss about the stranger approaching. I belong to the team of the King of Hell. The figure raised his head, revealing a chilling smile, before striking down several Li family warriors with a flurry of palm strikes. Those struck had their hearts shattered and died instantly. This was Lu Ye's heart-piercing palm, with his current strength. And with the Li family's only innate martial artist lured away, he was like a tiger among sheep. Within the entire Li estate, there was no one who could match him. Moreover, he had absorbed the entirety of the life experiences of the Qinglong Society assassin, mastering various infiltrative and assassination techniques. Many Li family warriors hardly reacted before they were sent to meet the King of Hell in the span of just a quarter of an hour. The Li family warriors had suffered heavy casualties in the innermost depths of the Li estate. 3 mid-stage bone refining martial artists were seated together. The Li family had not produced an innate-level martial artist for many years. Aside from an ancestor who had fought in the battles against Mingjian Mountain Manor and the 5 Poison Sect, mid-stage bone refining martial artists represented the peak of the Li family's current strength. With the 4th being slain by that young Lu family scion, we cannot let this matter rest. Now that the Shui and Lu families are colluding, who knows what the Shui family intends by inviting our clan uncle to a banquet tonight? A mere junior dares to bully the Li family. If it were the past, what could the Lu family possibly be? One must never let him off so easily. Otherwise, I fear that in the future, no one will take my Li family seriously. Just as the 3 brothers of the Li family were deep in discussion, a light chuckle suddenly echoed from outside. You may not have that opportunity. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a figure cloaked in black, standing at the threshold. Who are you? The eldest of the Li brothers sprang to his feet, locking eyes with the stranger outside, an ominous premonition swelling within him. How did you get in? What are the guards doing? Lu Yi, the figure outside, smiled gently. That weren't you planning to deal with me? That is why I have come. As for your Li family members, Lu Yi raised a hand and gestured outside. They are scattered all around. Take your time to find them. At this point, even the most dim-witted would understand what Lu Yi meant by scattered all around. Scoundrel, you have some audacity. The 2nd brother of the Li family roared in fury, bellowing, you dared to come to our doorstep. Do you truly think my Li family is without defenders? Why waste words with him? The third brother of the Li family drew his weapon without hesitation. Since you dare to assault the Li family, you shall remain here. Although the Li family had not produced a new innate master in years, their family's heritage was still intact. A venerable family in Guangling County. The Li family's foundation was unmatched by the other two families. They had even obtained a mysterious tier sword technique from the Mingjian Manor, enabling their warriors to surpass those of the other two families in combat strength, even without any new innate experts. The three brothers of the Li family were all skilled in the art of bone forging, with one in the late stages and two in the mid stages. Since their opponent was not yet innate, they were determined not to let him escape today. All three brothers wielded long swords. For the Li family's greatest strength lay in the mysterious tier sword technique acquired from Mingjian Manor. The fourth brother, who had been slain by Lu Yi with a single palm strike, had been overly arrogant and had not even drawn his sword before meeting his demise at Lu Ye's hands. The sword technique obtained by the Li family was known as the drizzle sword technique, characterized by flowing movements akin to a gentle rain. When executed, the long swords in their hands seemed to form a web of blades, ever-changing and elusive. On the other hand, Lu Ye's sword technique consisted of merely 3 moves: a vertical slash, a horizontal cut, and a reverse flick. When performed, it could be summed up in 3 words: swift, precise, and ruthless. Overly elaborate techniques often led to neglecting the fundamentals. As Lu Yi observed the Li brothers executing their mysterious tier martial arts, a disdainful smile crept onto his lips. Die for me. Lu Ye's sword deflected the third brother's long sword, swiftly slicing toward his neck. The sword in Lu Ye's hand was not an ordinary iron sword. It was a graded weapon, specially retrieved from the Lu family to contend with the Li family's bone-forging warriors. Although it was merely of mid-grade quality, had it not been for Lu Ye's rising status and reputation within his family, he would never have been able to wield it, despite Lu Ye's lethal 3 strikes being only rated at 1.5 stars. Inferior to the 2-star rating of the mysterious tier sword technique. As Lu Yi himself stated, the Li brothers' sword techniques were too elaborate, straying from the essence. Lu Ye's nature, aligning with the swift, precise, and ruthless tenets of his 3 strikes, amplified their power to in the balance of strengths. The drizzle sword technique executed by the Li brothers proved weaker than Lu Ye's lethal 3 strikes. A head soared into the air, and the eldest brother of the Li family let out a wretched cry. Third brother. In a frenzy, he lunged at Lu Yi, propelled by a desperate surge of energy, even experiencing a faint increase in strength as the most powerful among the brothers. The long sword in the eldest brother's hands seemed to emanate an inexplicable force. Tightly entangling Lu Ye's sword, in his grief and rage, he abandoned intricate techniques, allowing his attack to resonate more closely with the intent of the drizzle sword technique. The sword flowed like a gentle rain, unceasing, trapping the enemy within its grasp. Had the eldest brother not met his demise today, he would undoubtedly benefit from this experience in his future ascension to innate mastery. Regrettably, he would not have that chance. For Lu Yi was not merely skilled with a sword in fact, his greatest strength lay not in his swordplay, but in his 2 fleshly palms. As Lu Ye's sword became ensnared, his other hand shot forward, targeting the eldest brother's chest directly. This strike was both swift and precise. The palm landed squarely on the eldest brother's chest, the heart-piercing palm. A single strike to the heart, severing the very essence. This 2-star level martial technique seemed tailor-made for dispatching bone-forging warriors. Though those warriors boasted resilient physiques akin to steel, once a heart shatters, no matter how sturdy the bones, death is inevitable. Upon being struck by Lu Yi, the eldest brother immediately bled from all 7 orifices. Though no external wounds were visible, his heart lay shattered. Even a celestial being could not salvage him now. The eldest brother's body crumpled to the ground like a broken doll, shocking the second brother of the Li family. The eldest brother was the strongest among the 3, with him felled by Lu Ye's palm, and 2 brothers slain in the skirmish. How could they continue to fight? In that moment, Lu Yi appeared to the second brother like a god of death descended upon the earth. When Lu Ye's gaze fell upon him, the second brother dropped his long sword with a clatter, trembling in fear. Spare me, spare me. The second brother, his legs quaking, fell to his knees with a thud. "I'm willing to offer all of my Li family's wealth and our ancestral martial arts. Spare my life." It is a harsh truth that when faced with the specter of death, both hatred and family honor can be cast aside. Alas, Liu Yi would not spare even the ordinary members of the Li family, let alone their core figures. To root out the grass without removing the roots is to allow it to sprout anew with the spring breeze. "By killing you, the treasures of the Li family shall become mine." Liu Yi's hand grasped the second brother's neck, twisting with force until a sharp crack echoed, and the second brother's neck was cruelly snapped. The Li family, which had stood in Guangling County for centuries, was all but extinguished today. One remained, the innate master Li Shan. Liu Yi's eyes sparkled with determination. As long as Li Shan existed, the Li family could not be considered truly obliterated. Moreover, if the innate master was not eliminated, Liu Yi would live with a dagger at his back, unable to guarantee his own safety. Though Li Shan was now frail and his vital energies waning, his strength inferior even to some newly innate warriors, he was still a genuine innate master. Liu Yi, at present, lacked the confidence to confront him directly. Hence, he had schemed to draw the tiger from its den, enlisting Shui Yong's aid to lure Li Shan out of the Li family. Confronting an innate master and several bone-forging warriors, even Liu Yi would find himself in peril as the moon rose high in the sky. Having surpassed the midnight hour, Liu Yi began another round of simulation. This time, he invested a full 150 simulation points to exchange for an initial background of remnants of the Devil's Path. You were born into an ordinary farming family, but according to your father, your ancestors were descendants of a certain devilish overlord. At the age of 5, you followed your father to an unfamiliar family, rumored to be a hidden devilish clan. At T8, your father was brutally beaten to death by the family overseer, igniting your resolve for vengeance. At T12, during the 200th birthday celebration of the clan's founder, you were rewarded with a pill, obtaining the low-grade spirit pill demon pill. At T15, while guarding the entrance to a relic during an exploration, you unexpectedly acquired a piece of parchment. At T18, based on the parchment obtained from the relic, you self-created a 2.5-star martial art, God of Slaughter's Blade. T20, seeking revenge for your father, your demonic energy spiraled out of control, leading to the massacre of the entire devilish clan. T20, driven mad by uncontrolled demonic energy, you rampaged for 10 days before succumbing to exhaustion. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 220 points. Simulation points obtained, 220 points. Current simulation points, 280 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Low-grade spirit pill demon pill. 2. 2.5-star martial art God of Slaughter's Blade. 3. Life experience at the age of 20. 2.5-star martial art. Liu Yi gazed at the information before him, his eyes alight with excitement. It was well worth the 150 simulation points he had invested. The 2.5-star martial art, according to the martial arts grading system of the real world, lay between mysterious tier and earth tier techniques. However, from the trajectory of the simulated individual's life, this martial art bore significant risks. The simulated individual, despite being merely 20 years of age, succumbed to madness and met his demise. This epitomizes the dual nature of demonic martial arts, possessing both merits and flaws. While such techniques offer rapid advancement and formidable power, they inevitably come with a plethora of hidden dangers. When Liu Yi opted for the initial identity of remnants of the demonic path, he was already prepared for such consequences. He was about to confront genuine masters of the innate realm and required a martial art of immense potency. The associated side effects, however, fell well within Liu Yi's capacity to endure. After all, succumbing to madness was merely a possibility, having lived 2 lives and drawing upon the life experiences gleaned from the simulator. It could be said that although he appeared youthful, his mental state was undoubtedly on par with those ancient beings over a century old. He had no doubt that he could maintain control over this trifling demonic energy. Without hesitation, Liu Yi chose the 2.5-star martial art, killing God's Blade Slash. Immediately, a chilling force surged into Liu Yi from the crown of his head. This power was unlike any he had encountered before, bloody, domineering, and saturated with the intent to kill. In an instant, it threatened to engulf him. Even Liu Yi's bones, honed to the stage of bone tempering, seemed incapable of withstanding this bizarre force, fracturing inch by inch. Yet, under the influence of this strange power, they reassembled anew. Even with the longevity granted by practicing the eternal spring technique, which endowed Liu Yi with vitality far surpassing that of his peers. The excruciating pain caused him to sweat profusely. Then, to Liu Yi's astonishment, he discovered that his cultivation had actually ascended, from mid-bone tempering to late-bone tempering. His physical strength now rivaled that of mortal-grade weaponry. Were one to dissect Liu Yi's body at that moment, they would find his bones emanating a faint black glow, interwoven with strands of green, rendering them both exceptionally hard and possessing an extraordinary regenerative capability. This was the result of the fusion of demonic energy and the eternal spring technique, propelling Liu Yi's power beyond that of his contemporaries, even steering him towards an inhuman trajectory. All information pertaining to the killing god-S blade flooded Liu Yi's mind. The killing god-S blade consists of a single stroke, a strike that not only consolidates the user's entire essence, but also partially harnesses the slaughterous aura dispersed throughout the heavens and earth. Imbuing this martial art with terrifying destructive prowess, the greater the intent to kill, the mightier the strike, the more lives taken, the stronger the power. There exists no one who cannot be slain, no entity that cannot be shattered. Even the divine must be cut down. This encapsulates the true essence of the killing god-S blade /it is undeniably a bona fide earth-grade martial art. Upon grasping the terrifying might of the killing god-S blade Liu Yi could not help but draw in a sharp breath. In terms of martial prowess, the killing god-S blade undoubtedly met the standards of earth-grade techniques. Martial arts above this tier can partially summon the forces of heaven and earth during execution, exponentially amplifying their power. The force summoned by the killing god-S blade is precisely the essence of slaughter. However, the side effects of this martial art are exceedingly severe, which is why it did not attain a 3-star rating in the simulator, but rather a mere 2.5 stars. The greater the intent to kill, the mightier the power. Yet, with increasing might comes an escalating risk of losing control. This seemingly forms an inescapable vicious cycle. The creator of this martial art perished upon its first use due to loss of control. Even if one momentarily maintains their composure, as the killings accumulate and the intent to kill intensifies, they are likely to succumb to madness and death in the end. This is the cursed blade, a strike that kills both the target and the wielder. Even Liu Yi must wield it with utmost caution, lest he too falls prey to the fate of madness. In the western part of the city, at the Shui family estate, the only innate realm master of the Li family was visiting. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease creeping into his heart. Shui Gang engaged in light banter with Li Shandong during the banquet, but refrained from mentioning any serious matters. Shan's irritation and anxiety grew increasingly intense, and he could no longer suppress the urge to rise and leave. Just then, 3 servants from the Shui family rushed in, carrying 3 boxes. Third master, someone outside has sent 3 boxes, claiming they are gifts for the ancestor of the Li family. Shui Gang's brow twitched, as if he had guessed the contents of the boxes. However, he remained silent, merely casting a glance at Li Shan. Hiding the truth, are we? Do you have something to conceal? Li Shan snorted coldly. Open them. I wish to see what is inside. When the boxes were finally opened, Li Shan could no longer maintain his composure. He shot to his feet, his face turning a deep shade of iron, his hands trembling slightly. Inside the 3 boxes lay the unmistakable heads of 3 individuals, eldest, second, and third. Li Shan let out a horrific cry, spewing a mouthful of blood, and turned to glare at Shui Gang. His eyes now a fiery red. Shui, you deliberately lured me here. If I am correct, it was the Liu family that did this. I have long suspected that your 2 families have conspired against my Li family. Senior Li, I respect your age and thus address you as such. Please do not make baseless accusations, Shui Gang replied, his expression unchanged, speaking nonchalantly. I merely invited you for a meal today. As for other matters, I know nothing. Shui Gang had indeed only intended to draw Li Shan away, and he had no desire to be embroiled in further complications, although the Li family was currently in decline. They still had the backing of one of the 5 greatsword sects, the Mingjian Mountain Villa. Who could say if the Mingjian Mountain Villa would intervene on behalf of the Li family? Recalling the ties of the past? Otherwise, the Li family would have likely been eradicated by the other 2 families long ago. Very well. I shall remember this. Li Shan fixed his gaze on Shui Gang. Gritting his teeth, one day, I will settle the score with your Shui family. Shui Gang remained unyielding, and Li Shan could not afford to linger here any longer. He had no evidence, and even if he did, he could do nothing to Shui Gang, who was of the same innate realm and even younger than him. Had it been 30 years earlier, he would have already acted against Shui Gang. But now, he lacked the confidence to defeat him. Exiting the Shui family estate, Li Shan hurriedly made his way towards the south of the city. Though he had long suspected that his 3 most skilled nephews had met a tragic end, he feared that the rest of his kin were likely in dire straits as well. Yet, when he beheld the Li family estate engulfed in flames, his heart seized with anguish. Upon seeing Lu Yi leisurely seated before the inferno, Li Shan's fury erupted. "You wretched spawn! I shall slay you!" he bellowed, his longsword pulsing with flickering light. In the innate realm, true chi becomes a vast ocean. Only upon reaching the innate realm can a martial artist generate a miraculous force known as true chi. Unlike the acquired realm practitioners who rely solely on their physical strength, the true chi of innate realm warriors is far more potent, imbued with incredible powers at that moment, driven by overwhelming hatred. Li Shan, whose vitality had already waned, unexpectedly unleashed a true chi comparable to his peak form. This power could only be summoned by burning one's life force. For Li Shan, who was already aged and weakened, forcibly activating true chi akin to his prime would not only further deplete his vitality, but also significantly shorten his lifespan. However, at this moment, Li Shan cared not for the consequences. He was determined to personally eradicate this youth who threatened the foundation of his family. This was Lu Ye's first encounter with a practitioner of the innate realm. His grip on the sword trembled slightly, not from fear or anxiety, but from a thrilling excitement that surged from deep within. Lu Yi himself could not fathom why he felt such exhilaration. Slowly raising his head, Lu Yi fixed his gaze upon Li Shan. His eyes, devoid of any luster, shone with a deep, eerie blackness, as if they were portals to the netherworld, sending chills down the spine of anyone who dared to meet his gaze. That a glimmer of sword light emerged, entwined with strands of black energy, the killing god's blade slash. Although Lu Yi wielded a sword, it did not hinder him from employing it as a blade, executing the terrifying and bizarre killing god's blade slash. Within the hazy black light lay boundless slaughter and an overwhelming silence. A profound sense of despair took root in Li Shan's heart. With a sword wielded like a blade, Lu Yi struck downwards, a single cut that seemed to sever the very fabric of time and space. The killing god's blade slash, a strike that cuts down gods and demons alike. This blow not only sliced through Li Shan's true chi, but also cleaved his longsword, leaving a gaping wound across his chest. Cutting through his entire torso, Li Shan stared down in horror, confronted by the immense gash that now marred his body, beginning at his shoulder and extending down to the very root of his thigh. It nearly severed him in two. Was this true chi? No. It was the force of heaven and earth. Li Shan's face flushed crimson, as if he were experiencing a moment of revival, and with his last vestiges of life. He stammered, This is the demon blade. Such swordplay should not exist in this world. It should not exist." With a final resounding cry, filled with boundless regret and terror at that strike, Li Shan's body fell straight down. Li Shan possessed keen eyesight. Although Lu Yi wielded a sword, he immediately discerned that it was a technique of blade art. Moreover, he spoke the truth. This strike was indeed a demonic blade technique that ought never to have manifested in the world. Crack! Crack! As Li Shan's body collapsed, the long sword in Lu Ye's hand shattered into countless fragments, cascading from his grip. This weapon of considerable caliber could only endure a single strike before succumbing to the influence of demonic energy, disintegrating piece by piece. Not only was the long sword affected, but Lu Yi himself was as well. The dark light in his eyes did not dissipate with the end of the battle. Instead, it lingered, rendering him akin to a hellish demon. imbued with an aura of terror. A powerful intent to kill spread relentlessly within Liu Ye's heart, almost overwhelming him with an uncontrollable desire to continue the slaughter. This was the side effect of the killing god One Blade Slash. Once the act of killing commenced, the endless bloodlust would begin to affect the user themselves. The more one killed, the greater the power became. And should one lose control of this murderous intent, they would ultimately devolve into a madman enslaved by their own bloodlust. The creator of this martial art had fallen into madness upon its first use. A mere killing intent thinks it can control me. Liu Yi scoffed, taking a deep breath as the genuine, tranquil energy of the Taoist long spring technique radiated outward, combined with a century's worth of life experience, effectively suppressing that overwhelming bloodlust in an instant. The dark light in his eyes gradually faded. Throughout it all, he remained undeterred by the influence of this killing intent. Why the following morning, the people of Guangling County suddenly discovered that the grand residence of the Li family in the southern part of the city had been reduced to ruins. This was a momentous event, for the Li family had been firmly rooted in Guangling County for several centuries. Over the years, whether it was the Liu family or the Shui family, every other clan had risen and fallen. Yet the Li family remained steadfast as a mountain. The people of Guangling County had become accustomed to the presence of the Li family since their ancestors' time. The sudden obliteration of such a vast clan overnight naturally sent shockwaves through the city. From the streets to the alleys, from the elderly to the youth, nearly everyone was discussing the downfall of the Li family. Have you heard? The Li family was raided by a band of marauders yesterday. It was said to be the notorious Yushan bandit group from the northern region of Donghai. What nonsense! While the Yushan bandits are powerful, breaching Guangling County is no easy feat besides. The other two major clans are doing just fine. Why would the Yushan bandits solely target the Li family? I heard it was the remnants of the Five Poisons sect seeking revenge for the Li family's past assistance to the Mingjian villa. Your information is woefully out of date. I heard that the Li family was jointly eradicated by the other two major clans. As the rumors circulated, they grew increasingly fantastical, with tales of the Li family offending nobles from Beiki or incurring the wrath of the two great Taoist sections. Essentially, every imaginable theory was proposed. However, for some, the truth behind the Li family's demise was no secret. For instance, the other two major clans in the city were well aware that Liu Yi was behind the Li family's downfall. Though few knew the specifics, the name Liu Yi was etched into the minds of all. Conversely, others were engulfed in deep-seated fear. Take Liu Ming, the second young master of the Liu family. Upon learning that Liu Yi had annihilated the Li family, he immediately sought out his mother, Madame Wang. "Mother, have you heard? The Li family was wiped out overnight by that little bastard Liu Yi." Liu Ming was in a cold sweat, exclaiming, "I don't know what means that brat employed. But even that old codger from the Li family is dead. Calm down. That brat can't possibly turn the world upside down." Madame Wang maintained her regal demeanor, huffing in disdain. "We should have taken that little one's life directly from the start, rather than merely banishing him to mines. Who would have thought that a salted fish could turn over a new leaf? But fret not. I've already sent word to your uncle. As soon as he brings the Wang family's experts, that little brat will be as good as dead. Yet, distant water cannot quench nearby fire. After all, her uncle was far away in Yinping. Liu Ming's concerns were not without merit. The Li family had merely been provoked by Madame Wang into attacking the Eastern market, resulting in their extermination. The two of them had repeatedly sought Liu Ye's life. Now that Liu Yi possessed sufficient strength to deal with the Li family, it was likely that they would be next. Though Madame Wang doubted Liu Ye's audacity, she nonetheless assented cautiously. "Very well, tomorrow a merchant caravan is set to leave the city, headed for the border between Qi and Chu for trade. The elder will personally lead the team. Though that old coot is the maternal grandfather of Liu Bei and has always been at odds with us, he wouldn't dare truly harm you. You should accompany him for the time being to avoid the storm. That be why the time you return, your uncle should have dealt with that little brat." On the following day, the Liu family's caravan set off, led by the family's great elder, who possessed innate level cultivation. This elder was the father of Liu Shana's deceased first wife and the only other innate level existence in the Liu family besides Liu Shana himself. When the Liu family established roots in Guangling County, He had contributed significantly and was also Liu Bei's greatest supporter in the struggle for the next family head, as Liu Bei was born of Liu Shan's first wife and was the elder's biological grandson. Observing Liu Ming accompanying the merchant caravan, the elder revealed a hint of disdainful amusement at the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of Liu Ming's motivation for joining the caravan. Humph, this mother-son duo is at odds with that Liu Yi. Why should it concern me? The elder thought coldly. Useless trash, unable to contend even with a boy of no background, yet still daring to vie for the position of family head. Were it not for the Wang family's influence, I would ensure you never return from this journey. However, despite these thoughts, the elder dared not take action against Liu Ming, at least half of the people in this caravan were Madame Wang's spies. Unless he killed them all, it would be impossible to keep his actions hidden from her. And if everyone perished, leaving only the elder to return, he would have to contend with both the Wang family and Liu Shanhe. The Liu family's caravan departed Guangling County in grand fashion. While in a corner unnoticed by all, a solitary figure stealthily slipped out of the city. This figure was none other than Liu Yi. His destination this time was none other than the largest bandit force in the northern region of Donghai, Yushan. Before leaving Guangling County, Liu Yi initiated a new round of simulation. This time, he invested 80 simulation points to acquire an initial identity as a Yushan bandit. You were born in the Western Jin state. Your father was a captain in the military. At-15, you inherited your father's military accomplishments and joined the Western Jin army. At-20, chaos erupted in the Western Jin. The army mutinied, and you followed your commander to become an outlaw. At-25, your faction in Yinang Mountain faced siege from multiple forces, and the main force was scattered. You and a small group of comrades drifted to Beiki. Establishing a base in Yushan, T-35, you finally received news of your former commander's whereabouts and decided to set off to join him at the T-38. While departing Yushan with your comrades, you encountered an ambush set by the Donghai County Governor's troops. In a bid to cover your comrades' escape, you unfortunately perished in battle. Simulation complete. Comprehensive score, 120 points. Simulation points earned, 120 points. Current simulation points, 300 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 1-star blade art, Hunter Battles Blade Technique. 2. Battle Formation Tiger, Descending the Mountain Formation Diagram. 3. Life Experience at 38 years of age. 3. This was Liu Ye's first encounter with a battle formation diagram. But without hesitation, he chose the life experience. This was, after all, the purpose of his simulation this time, to eliminate the elder and Liu Ming's caravan, although Liu Yi now possessed the strength to do so. It was not convenient for him to confront them directly. Once the title of fratricide is affixed, it will inevitably subject Liu Yi to disdain unless he chooses to immerse himself in the underworld or the realm of demonic practices. Thus, Liu Yi opted to ally himself with the most formidable bandit force in the northern region of Donghai County, the Yushan Bandits. Firstly, the Yushan Bandits possess sufficient strength to confront masters of the innate realm. Secondly, they have a long-standing reputation for integrity, and no reports have ever surfaced of their betrayal. Originally, Liu Yi intended to masquerade as a Yushan bandit to glean some secrets about them, thereby facilitating a trade. However, as a torrent of personal information flooded Liu Yi's mind, he was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He never anticipated that such a seemingly inconsequential bandit group harbored such monumental secrets. 9 Death Mad Blade Qin Songhai, once ranked among the top 10 martial arts masters. After absorbing this information, Liu Yi's astonishment was palpable. He never expected the Yushan bandits had such illustrious connections. Nevertheless, for Liu Yi, the greater the secrets of the Yushan bandits, the more compelling the proposition he could present to them. With such astonishing revelations, even the martial arts techniques he initially planned to sacrifice might no longer be necessary. The Yushan bandits stand as the largest bandit force in the northern expanse of Donghai County. 7 leaders, each a master of the innate realm, wield terrifying strength. Thus, they have roamed the region for years, leaving even the officials of the Great Qi dynasty helpless against them. Instead, their power has only grown, and they now resemble the overlords of the northern underworld. However, from the exterior of the bandit stronghold, Yushan Mountain does not resemble a den of thieves. Rather, It appears akin to a military camp. The sentinels stationed outside stand as straight as javelins, and one can faintly observe the fortified encampments within the main stronghold. The entire stronghold is devoid of any clamor, starkly contrasting with the typical chaos of a bandit lair. Halt! As Liu Yi approached the stronghold, he was intercepted by the sentinels, who demanded, "Who are you?" With an expression of calm, Liu Yi replied, "Inform your leader that Liu Yi, the third son of the Liu family, has come to visit, seeking to discuss significant matters with the esteemed leaders within the assembly hall of Yushan Mountain. The chief of the Yushan bandits, known as Thunderblade Lei Ben, occupied the highest seat. With the other 6 leaders flanking him, that a contingent of bandit soldiers stood nearby, brandishing long spears with an air of menace. As Liu Yi entered with an unhurried demeanor, a flicker of intrigue passed through the eyes of the bandit leaders. Individuals of such audacity were a rarity. Liu Yi approached the center of the hall and saluted the Yushan bandit leaders, saying, "Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Liu Yi, a member of the Liu family from Guangling County." Lei Ben stroked his bald head and chuckled. "Yushan and your Liu family have never had any dealings. What brings you here, young man?" "Indeed, I come to propose a business transaction," Liu Yi replied, maintaining his composure as he scanned the 7 Yushan leaders. Lingering momentarily on one individual, whose life he had simulated a transaction, Lei Ben smirked, his seemingly simple expression revealing a sinister smile. "We Yushan bandits are known for engaging in risk-free dealings. It's the first time I've encountered someone daring enough to negotiate without any goods." As his words fell, the surrounding bandit soldiers raised their spears high and slammed them into the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Those of a more timid nature might have quaked in fear at such a display. Yet Liu Yi remained unperturbed, smiling softly, just like a ferocious tiger lying in wait, concealing its claws and biding its time. Upon hearing Liu Yi's words, the expressions of the 7 leaders, including Lei Ben, shifted dramatically. The 7 leaders rose in unison. "Get out!" Lei Ben waved his hand, expelling all unrelated personnel from the assembly hall, then fixed a murderous gaze upon Liu Yi, declaring, "Young man, how did you come to know this?" Liu Yi, seemingly unfazed by the lethal aura of the innate master, calmly responded, "I have come to conduct a transaction with you esteemed leaders, yet I have never heard that underworld dealings require inquiries into the source of goods. Are you truly unafraid of death?" Lei Ben's menace intensified, his hand inching towards the curved blade at his waist. "That I believe that compared to my life, later leader would find my information far more intriguing." Liu Yi replied with a gentle smile. "After all these years away from Yindang Mountain, you still adhere to military discipline. It seems you remain quite mindful of General Qin." Upon hearing the name, General Qin, the 7 leaders exhibited a complex array of emotions, and Lei Ben deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping back into his seat. "Very well, I accept your terms. Now, reveal your information." Yet Liu Yi shook his head. "In business, it is customary to exchange goods for payment. Once the leader provides what I require, I shall gladly share the information with you." "Speak." Lei Ben's forehead pulsed with veins, ultimately taking a deep breath. "What is it that you desire?" "Some heads, which should not pose a challenge for you esteemed leaders," Liu Yi replied with a smile, producing a map and pointing at a specific location. "This is their main route, and there exists a master of the innate realm among them. Once the leader brings me what I seek, I shall provide you with the information you desire." The Liu family's merchant convoy departed Guangling County in grand procession. Logically, the Liu family's reputation in Guangling County was formidable, having traversed this trade route numerous times without incident. Consequently, everyone appeared relaxed, harboring no concerns about potential troubles. However, unexpectedly, before they could exit the confines of Guangling County, a cacophony of shouts and clashing blades erupted from the dense forest. Hundreds of bandits emerged from the woods, wielding weapons, with a large flag emblazoned with the character U at their center. A sight that was both imposing and unmistakable. This flag was well known throughout Donghai County, especially recognized by merchant convoys that frequently traverse the area. It's the Yushan bandits. Good heavens, it's the Yushan bandits. Cursed be it, that's one of the 7 leaders, a master of the innate realm. What are the Yushan bandits doing here? Guangling County has never been within their territory, as the Yushan bandits burst forth from the forest. Panic ensued among the Liu family merchant convoy, scattering into disarray. Many trembled in fear. Had it not been for the elder and several managers exerting their authority, a substantial number would have fled in terror. The reputation of the Yushan bandits is forged through blood and steel. Even the elder was perspiring heavily, despite being a master of the innate realm. He felt utterly unprepared against the Yushan bandits, whose 7 leaders were all innate masters. This force was beyond what he, or even the entire Liu family, could contend with. 7 leaders. Our Liu family has never crossed paths with the Yushan bandits. Before the Yushan bandits could close in, the elder raised his voice. Here are 1,000 taels of silver. I beseech the 7 leaders to grant me some leniency. With that, a manager quickly rushed forward, presenting 1,000 taels in silver notes to the 7 leaders. 1,000 taels. Are you attempting to insult me? The 7 leaders accepted the silver, but showed no inclination to relent, a cold smile gracing their lips. According to Yushan customs, we take half upon meeting, leave half your goods, and you may depart. In the past, when dealing with passing bandits, they would typically offer no more than 500 taels. This time, the elder gritted his teeth and produced 1,000 taels, entirely out of respect for the Yushan bandits' fearsome reputation. However, he never anticipated they would grant him no leeway whatsoever. Are you mocking me? The elder, though not dim-witted, now realized the bandits had ulterior motives. Otherwise, they would not have made such exorbitant demands without any room for negotiation. I'm here to entertain myself at your expense. Glancing at his subordinates, who had already encircled the merchant convoy, the 7 leaders saw no need for further dialogue. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his men to act, charging toward the elder. Though both were masters of the innate realm, the combat experience of the 7 leaders far surpassed that of the elder. This time, the Yushan bandits sent only 1 leader, fully confident in his ability to subdue the innate elder of the Liu family. Before him stood the 7th chief, wielding a colossal saber, towering over him, and with a thunderous roar, he swung the blade in a circular motion, resembling a hammer as it descended upon the elder. The force of the strike was fierce, imbued with an inexorable momentum. The saber glimmered with streaks of crimson light, stirring a tempest in its wake. That moment, the elder's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He could not withstand this blow. To engage it head-on would mean certain death or grievous injury. Thus, gritting his teeth, he leapt from his steed. In an instant, the warhorse beneath him was cleaved in 2 by the saber, despite its weight. The blade was swift. As the elder soared through the air, the saber pursued him relentlessly, akin to a maggot burrowing into flesh. With no avenue of escape, the elder was compelled to brace himself with his long sword to meet the impending strike. Clang! The clash of blade and sword reverberated, sending a jolt through the elder's arm, nearly dislodging the weapon from his grip. Cursed be it! How can this bandit from Yushan possess such formidable prowess despite sharing the same innate realm? The elder silently cursed, swiftly realizing he must create distance and adopt a more evasive strategy. Otherwise, he would surely succumb to the terrifying strength of his foe in close quarters. Yet before he could establish any distance, the 7 chiefs' eyes narrowed slightly, and his previously vigorous and expansive swordplay transformed abruptly. The saber struck through the elder's defense like a venomous serpent, cleaving him in half with a single merciless blow. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, as if a rain of crimson fell from the heavens. This horrific spectacle left the remaining members of the Liu family, who were still desperately resisting, utterly dumbfounded. The elder had been slain. The elder had been slain. Flee, flee for your lives. Otherwise, we shall all perish here today. Spare us, spare us. I am merely a hired carriage driver, not one of the Liu family. I am willing to join you, Shan. The death of the elder spread a wave of terror among the Liu family members, like a plague that rapidly took hold. Many hastily discarded their weapons and fled, only to be met with the relentless blades of the Yushan bandits, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Meanwhile, the 7th chief stood firm, scanning the crowd until he soon spotted his target. Lu Ming, disguised as a mere steward, hastily attempting to break through the encirclement with the help of a few loyal guards dispatched by the Wang matriarch. The seventh chief mounted his horse and charged forward, dispatching Lu Ming's guards with swift strokes. Even the elder, who was a master of the innate realm, was no match for the seventh chief. These warriors, who had yet to reach the innate level, were no more than mere fodder for the seventh chief. The ranking of Yushan bandits was not determined by strength, but by age. Though the seventh chief ranked seventh among them, his prowess was second only to the chief, Lei Ben. Otherwise, such a significant matter would not have warranted him leading the charge alone. Boy, if I let you escape, how will I report back to the chief? The seventh chief chuckled coldly. In a flash of steel, a head severed from its body soared into the air. Lu Ming would never have imagined that as he departed from Guangling County with the caravan, originally seeking to evade danger, he would meet his end before even leaving the county's borders. Had he known this would be his fate, he might as well have hidden within the Lu family estate like a turtle. On another front, when news of the Yushan bandits annihilating the caravan reached Yushan's stronghold via scouts, Lu Yi departed, leaving behind the information most coveted by the Yushan bandits, and returned to Guangling County. The tidings of the Lu family caravan's ambush were relayed by a few fortunate survivors. The Yushan bandits' attention was primarily focused on Lu Ming and the stewards, allowing several insignificant figures to slip through the cracks. These lesser individuals were not on Lu Ye's list of targets, and thus the Yushan bandits did not expend effort in their pursuit. The news returned swiftly. Lu Yi had scarcely returned to Guangling County when a steward from the Eastern Market approached him. "Third young master, we have received news from the family. The elder's caravan was attacked, resulting in heavy casualties. The head of the family requests your immediate return to the estate for a meeting." The steward cautiously regarded Lu Yi, harboring both respect and trepidation, perceiving the third young master as an unfathomable ocean, though no evidence directly linked the ambush of the caravan to Lu Yi. The human imagination is boundless. The caravan's attack, the elder's death, and the demise of the second young master, Lu Ming, combined with Lu Ye's overnight obliteration of the Li family, a rival among the three prominent clans, made it difficult for anyone to dissociate these events from Lu Yi. Not only the individuals in the Eastern Market thought this way when Lu Yi returned to the Lu family estate. The gazes of all present had shifted. There was a newfound respect tinged with wariness, a sentiment Lu Yi had never before encountered. As Lu Yi entered the conference hall, all the core figures of the Lu family were already assembled. Lu Shanna sat at the head, his gaze profound. The Wang matriarch appeared dazed, as though she had yet to accept the grim reality, her spirit seemingly detached. Liu Bei's expression was grim, although Lu Ming was his fiercest rival. He would have relished his demise. However, the elder had been his staunchest ally, and the elder's death was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Lu Fei and her son maintained their usual demeanor, appearing harmless as they sat quietly. Meanwhile, the other elders were deep in thought, each harboring their own reflections, the nature of which remained inscrutable. Upon Lu Ye's entrance, the once overlooked third young master, akin to a ghost, instantly became the focal point of everyone's attention. Lu Yi. Upon seeing Lu Yi, the distraught Wang matriarch seemed to regain her senses, her voice rising in a shrill accusation. "It was you! You killed my Ming! You wretched creature! I demand your life in exchange for my son." Aunt Wang, while one may indulge in reckless speech, one must not utter baseless accusations. Lu Yi replied with an air of nonchalance. Unperturbed by the matriarch's ire, I have heard that my second brother and the caravan fell victim to a bandit ambush. Lacking any proof, do not attempt to cast blame upon me. Everyone was well aware of the truth behind the events. I could see that moment. Liu Bei rose, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Lu Yi. "Lu Yi, you must provide an explanation today. Where have you been during this time? Who have you met? Until your suspicions are cleared, you're not to leave the Lu family estate. I, Lu Yi, need not account for my actions to anyone. If there is evidence, I shall submit to it. Without it, none shall confine me." Lu Yi scoffed, his disdain evident. "Brother, how grandly you wield your authority. Now that our second brother is dead, do you believe the head of the family is already in your grasp? You have yet to be appointed as the head of the family, yet you disregard propriety. Should you assume the role, would you not cast me to the streets to beg?" Enough at that moment. Lu Shanna, who had remained silent, bellowed, "Everyone sit down. What manner of conduct is this? I am still alive, It is not yet your turn to dictate matters within the Liu family. Liu Shanna's piercing gaze bore into Liu Yi, as if attempting to see through him. Is it truly not you behind this? Father, Liu Yi remained unperturbed by Liu Shanna's imposing presence, offering a calm salute. I reiterate, if there is evidence proving my involvement, present it, and I shall abide by the family rules. What a farce! Setting aside the Yushan bandits' impeccable reputation, they had obtained information about the 9 deaths Mad Blade Qin, Songhai, from Liu Yi, and it would not be long before they departed from Donghai County. By then, not a single witness would remain, let alone evidence to convict Liu Yi. You are correct. Without proof, one cannot slander without restraint. Liu Shanha nodded slowly. According to the reports, the Yushan bandits were indeed responsible for the attack on our caravan. The strength of the Yushan bandits is beyond the Liu family's capacity to confront. Even the officials of Beiki are powerless against them. Our family must simply accept this misfortune. My lord, are we truly to let this wretched creature go unpunished? The Wang matriarch's beauty had twisted into a mask of rage. Devoid of her former grace, Ming-Er is your own flesh and blood. Now that he is dead, you truly will not avenge him? Nonsense. Ming-Er is my son, but is Liu Yi not my son as well? Liu Shanna furrowed his brow, his voice stern. I have already stated, should there be evidence, I shall not shield Liu Yi if evidence is lacking. Do not hurl accusations without basis. Very well, very well. The matriarch's eyes brimmed with hatred, a loathing not only directed at Liu Yi, but also at Liu Shanha. Since you refuse to avenge Ming-Er, I shall take it upon myself. She glared at Liu Yi through gritted teeth and exclaimed, You little beast, this matter is far from over. Without sparing a glance at the others, she swept her sleeve and departed. Subsequently, the others in the conference hall also withdrew one after another, leaving only Liu Yi and Liu Shanha. The father and son exchanged glances for an extended moment before Liu Shanha finally spoke in a deep voice. This shall not be repeated. Let this matter end here. Liu Shanha was no fool. On the contrary, he was remarkably astute. Although there was no tangible evidence, Lady Wang could surmise that the incident was undoubtedly linked to Liu Yi. And how could Liu Shanha not come to the same conclusion? Though he claimed impartiality, it was, in fact, already favoring Liu Yi. Otherwise, as Liu Bei suggested, he would have confined Liu Yi to their home, scrutinizing his every move over the past few days. Even if he could not uncover the entire truth, he would at least gather some clues. However, Liu Shanha had no desire to conduct a thorough investigation. Having lost one son, he was unwilling to lose another. Moreover, he had come to acknowledge the strength and capabilities Liu Yi had recently displayed. Liu Yi was acutely aware of this, otherwise he would not have dared return today. Since their conversation, Liu Yi understood that compared to familial ties, Liu Shanha required a sufficiently formidable successor to carry on his legacy and family name, as long as he demonstrated enough strength and did not overstep any boundaries. Liu Shanha would not easily turn against him, in contrast to Liu Shanha's attitude. Liu Yi was far more concerned about Lady Wang's potential retribution. Her words before leaving were anything but mere threats or expressions of anger. She possessed the audacity to speak thus, showing little regard for Liu Shanha's reputation. Her greatest support lay not with the Liu family, but rather with her maternal family, the Yinping Wang clan. The Yinping Wang clan was a family even more powerful than the Liu family, comparable to the Li family in its prime. The Wang family had over a dozen masters of the innate realm, not to mention inner and outer experts, making it an entity far beyond Liu Ye's current capabilities to contend with. Of course, the Yinping Wang clan would not deploy its elite forces merely for the sake of one Lady Wang. Once a daughter is married, she is like spilled water. It is unlikely that even the inner masters would involve themselves in such trivial matters, let alone the outer realm ancestors. Yet, even without the inner or outer realm warriors, a few innate realm fighters would pose a significant threat that Liu Yi could hardly withstand, although he had managed to kill the innate level Li Shan in a direct confrontation. It was due to Li Shan's age and weakened vitality, which rendered him far inferior to his former self. If he were to face an innate warrior at their peak, Liu Yi would be fortunate to hold his own. In the event of being besieged by multiple innate warriors, Liu Ye's chances of survival would be grim. Ultimately, Liu Ye's current cultivation was merely at the late stage of bone tempering. Handling a single innate warrior was already a considerable challenge, and confronting multiple innate warriors would necessitate elevating his own cultivation to the innate realm as well. Time was running out for Liu Yi. The journey from Yinping to Guangling would only take about 5 days for innate warriors traveling at full speed. He had to reach the innate realm before the Wang family's warriors arrived. Otherwise, his only option would be to flee. From the following day onward, apart from simulations, Liu Yi dedicated himself to honing his martial skills, striving to enhance his strength as much as possible before the arrival of the Wang family's experts. However, Liu Yi's luck seemed to be lacking. For 3 consecutive days, his simulations yielded no favorable results. Not only did he fail to improve his strength, but he also lost some simulation points. He only gained some life experience, which was somewhat beneficial that on the 4th day, with time growing increasingly scarce. Liu Yi made a decisive choice that he retained only 20 simulation points to initiate his next simulation, investing the remainder into the simulation, which granted him the talent of a novice herbalist. You possess an innate sensitivity to plants and herbs. And at the age of 5, you were taken as a disciple by a renowned alchemist. You studied herbal knowledge under your master for 5 years, and at 10, you refined your first ordinary pill. By the age of 20, you successfully created your first spirit pill, a mid-grade Qi pill AT30. Due to your exceptional alchemical skills, you caught the attention of a demonic cultivator who imprisoned you in a dungeon. By 35, after years of alchemical practice, you succumbed to exhaustion in the dungeon. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 180 points. Simulation points gained, 180 points. Current simulation points, 200 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Mid-grade Qi pill, 2. Fluo pill formula, 3. Life experience at 35 years of age. Had time permitted, Liu Yi would undoubtedly have chosen the alchemist's life experience, for with that knowledge, he could certainly concoct pills. However, with the imminent arrival of the Wang family's experts, mastering alchemy was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in a day or two. Even with the alchemist's full experience, gathering materials would consume considerable time. Therefore, despite his regret, Liu Yi opted for the Qi pill as his reward. The Qi pill, a mid-grade spirit pill, served the singular purpose of aiding late-stage bone-tempering warriors in solidifying their Qi and achieving the innate realm. For ordinary warriors, forming a Qi and reaching the innate realm was a gradual process, taking 3 to 5 years as a common occurrence. Those with inferior aptitude might require a decade or even 20 years without guarantee of success. Yet this Qi pill could directly establish a Qi within a warrior, facilitating their attainment of the innate realm. As Liu Yi ingested the pill, he felt a thunderous roar erupt within his body, accompanied by an intense, tearing sensation emanating from his dantian, causing him to nearly double over in pain. This is precisely why only late-stage bone-tempering warriors could consume the Qi pill to achieve the innate realm. If the physical body lacked sufficient strength, it could not withstand the potency of the medicine and would be torn apart instantly. Under the influence of the potent medicine, Liu Yi sensed a new space being forcibly created within his dantian. This space appeared to have a powerful allure, drawing in the scattered spiritual energy from the surrounding environment into Liu Yi's dantian, and a vast amount of spiritual energy surged through Liu Yi's meridians, flooding into the newly established Qi, causing it to swell, while the pain he experienced radiated throughout his entire body, as if he might burst apart. Yet, instead of suppressing the excruciating sensation, Liu Yi fully exerted himself to operate the newly formed Qi, eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. He understood that the initial formation of the Qi was crucial in determining the density of an innate warrior's true energy. The larger the Qi, the more spiritual energy it could hold, resulting in greater strength after achieving the innate realm. Once the Qi solidified, expanding it would be an immensely challenging task. Throughout history, countless warriors have stagnated at the innate realm due to insufficient true energy to channel through their acupoints, failing to reach the realm of Qi manipulation. Liu Yi was determined not to make such a mistake. As the abundant spiritual energy flooded in, Liu Yi could even feel his meridians fracturing under the strain of the immense force like a Qi that moment. A surge of vitality surged within him, aiding in the rapid repair of his damaged meridians. The Longchun skill, which bestowed upon Liu Yi immense vitality, finally manifested its effects at this critical juncture. As his meridians continuously shattered and healed, Liu Yi was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. It was only due to his reliance on the Longchun skill and his remarkable willpower that he dared to undertake such a reckless endeavor. Were an ordinary warrior to attempt this, they would either suffer a complete rupture of their meridians or faint from the agony, ultimately meeting a grim fate that, of course, Liu Yi's endurance of such torment was worthwhile. After absorbing a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, as his Qi gradually stabilized, it had expanded to a remarkable 5 times the size of a typical innate warrior's Qi. With the Qi solidified, the innate realm achieved. As the surrounding spiritual energy settled, Liu Yi exhaled a long breath of relief that he had reached the innate realm. Liu Yi felt the powerful force within him surging like a tidal wave, and a smile crept onto his lips. He raised his hand, channeling true energy into his palm, and gently pressed against the wall, leaving an imprint several inches deep. Indeed, innate warriors were formidable. Gazing at the handprints upon the wall, Liu Yi's smile blossomed ever more radiantly. Though he could, at the stage of postnatal, rely on his own strength to shatter a wall, leaving such an imprint with such ease, without damaging the wall itself, was an absolute impossibility. This was the marvel of true Qi. The might of an innate martial artist. Liu Yi estimated that with his current prowess, he could easily contend with a score of his former self, who had not yet reached the innate stage. What pleased him even more was the remarkable depth of his Qi. One's investment yields proportional returns. The immense pain he endured resulted in equally significant gains. His Qi was 5 times larger than that of an ordinary innate practitioner, which meant that his reservoir of true Qi was also quintuple that of his peers, that a single strike from him equated to the true Qi capacity of 5 martial artists of the same rank, enough to overwhelm any adversary of equal standing. Moreover, when besieged by several opponents of the same level, his terrifying quantity of true Qi ensured he would not exhaust himself. Liu Yi could confidently assert that below the inner strength level, he had virtually no rivals. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, a few lines of text appeared before him. Detection of host's major realm advancement. The simulator is about to undergo an automatic upgrade. The simulator will upgrade to version 2.0 that upon completion, an upgrade gift package will be issued. Please be on the lookout. The upgrade duration is 10 days, during which the simulator will be temporarily unavailable. Upon reading the text, Liu Yi's expression darkened. This infinite life simulator could be considered his greatest trump card and support. He had originally planned to wait until he reached the innate stage to continue simulations and enhance his strength. However, he did not anticipate that with his major realm advancement, the simulator would also initiate an automatic upgrade. The thought of being unable to use the simulator for a full 10 days weighed heavily on Liu Yi. Nonetheless, it was clear that the more powerful the simulator became, the greater the assistance it would provide him. 10 days was not an insurmountable wait. In the days that followed, due to his inability to use the simulator, Liu Yi devoted himself to refining his martial skills, which deepened his understanding and made him even more formidable in practice. He patiently awaited the arrival of the Wang family martial artists, eager to deliver a decisive blow. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. 2 days later, the Wang family martial artists came knocking. 4 warriors from the Wang family arrived, led by Madame Wang's elder brother, Wang Hao. All 4 were masters of the innate realm. The Wang family sending 4 innate practitioners at once was a considerable show of respect for Madame Wang, especially since Wang Hao was on the verge of breaking through to the inner strength realm. The other 3 had come to assist him out of regard for Wang Hao. With the Wang family's power far exceeding that of the Liu family, Wang Hao showed no deference to Liu Shana, a master of the inner strength realm. Upon arriving at the gates of the Liu family estate, he kicked the door down with a single blow, bellowing, "Liu Yi, come out! Liu Yi, come out!" Wang Hao's roar carried with it a surge of true Qi, reminiscent of the legendary Shaolin Temple's lion's roar, known for its sound that could travel for dozens of miles. Though Wang Hao did not possess such strength, the resonance of his true Qi was enough for even half of Guangling County to hear it. 4 innate martial artists had surpassed any clan in Guangling County, sending the Liu family's guards fleeing in terror, while others dared not show their faces for fear of retribution. After a considerable time, a voice emerged, cool and calm. Who dares to bark like a wild dog at another's doorstep? The speaker was none other than Liu Yi. Had it been a few days prior, the presence of 4 innate warriors would have sent him fleeing without a thought of battle. But now, those below the inner strength level were hardly worthy of his concern. You are Liu Yi? Wang Hao fixated his gaze on the approaching Liu Yi, a cold glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Indeed, I am Liu Yi. Before Liu Yi could respond, a shrill cry echoed from the direction of the rear courtyard, as a weary-looking woman rushed forward, grasping Wang Hao's arm with tear-streaked cheeks, lamenting, "Brother, this wretch has slain your nephew. You must help me avenge him." Wang Hao gently patted Madame Wang's shoulder. "Do not worry since I am here today. This wretch is as good as dead." Your tone is rather audacious, is it not? At that moment, another voice interjected. Liu Shanhe had arrived. This is the Liu family of Guangling, not the Yinping Wang family. If you wish to commit murder here, it is not as simple as you claim. Liu Shanhe, Wang Hao scoffed, I extend you the courtesy of calling you brother-in-law. Without this courtesy, what does the Liu family amount to before the Wang family? I entrusted my sister to you, yet you allowed her to suffer such indignities. And now her son has been killed by this wretch. Step aside. We shall settle our accounts later. Wang Hao had no need to bring 3 innate warriors merely to deal with Liu Yi. He summoned them to intimidate Liu Shanhe. Liu Shanhe's countenance darkened. He could tolerate the Wang family's interference regarding Liu Yi, and he could overlook Liu Ye's actions against Liu Ming, as those were internal matters of the Liu family. He only sought the strongest heir. However, he could not abide outsiders meddling in Liu family affairs, especially when they dared to slay his kin before his very eyes. This crossed his bottom line. Though the 4 opponents were indeed innate warriors, they had yet to reach the inner strength level, making them surmountable for Liu Shanhe. Yet, should he slay these 4, the Wang family would not let the matter rest. Liu Shanhe appeared to harbor other concerns and was reluctant to escalate the situation. He found himself caught in a dilemma, torn between whether or not to take action. I could see that moment. A calm voice pierced the tension. No need for idle chatter. The 4 of you, come at me together. It will save us all some trouble. The speaker was none other than Liu Yi. No need for idle chatter. The 4 of you, come at me together. It will save us all some trouble. Liu Yi's proclamation stunned everyone present, even Liu Shanhe, who could hardly believe Liu Yi would utter such audacious words. And one knew of Liu Yi's breakthrough to the innate stage. And in Liu Shanhe's mind, Liu Yi was merely a practitioner at the postnatal level. Even if he had achieved innate status, it was inconceivable that he could contend with 4 martial artists of the same rank. It was well known that even a formidable inner strength practitioner like Liu Shanhe would require considerable effort to deal with 4 innate warriors. The 4 from the Wang family regarded Liu Yi as if he were a fool. In their eyes, this fellow must have lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he make such a brash claim? Oomph. This kid may be young, but his words are certainly bold. One of the Wang warriors snorted. Brother Hao need not intervene. Allow me to deal with this boy. Wang Hao was on the cusp of advancing to the inner strength realm. Once successful, he would be a notable figure in the Wang family, second only to the outer strength ancestor, which made the others eager to curry favor. They had undertaken this arduous journey to Guangling County for this purpose. Upon seeing one step forward, the other 2 lamented their own missed opportunity to seize the initiative. Liu Yi merely chuckled coldly, neither confirming nor denying their assumptions. Since someone had willingly stepped forward to seek death, he would not stand in their way. The Wang family warrior lunged forward, wielding a curved blade akin to the one in Liu Yi's grasp. The blade shimmered with a faint light, entwined with strands of true qi. Liu Yi, too, held a curved blade, his eyes glimmering with a subtle black sheen. Liu Yi's weapon was but a mundane iron knife. Yet to him, the choice of weapon mattered little. Even a grade weapon could not withstand the might of his kill god strike. The Liu family had no superior armaments at hand, and he had no means to procure better ones at the moment. The faint black glow enveloping the blade signified the merging of his murderous intent with his true qi. Yet, to outsiders, only the true qi was visible, while the palpable aura of murder was beyond the comprehension of these martial artists. Innate realm. Liu Shana observed the flickering black light on Liu Ye's blade, his brow twitching. When did Yi advance to the innate realm? The innate realm was no trifling matter. There were not 1,000, but surely 800 postnatal practitioners in Guangling City. However, the innate realm has now dwindled to a mere handful. This serves to illustrate the rarity of achieving such a level. Merely a year ago, Liu Yi was but at the blood condensation stage. Could it be that he received guidance from some peerless master? Yet, what astonished Liu Shanhe even more lay ahead. He witnessed two curved blades collide midair. Liu Yi wielded an ordinary curved blade forged from fine iron, yet the quality of his true energy utterly overwhelmed that of the Wang family's warrior. Clang! The two blades met, and the weapon in the hands of the Wang warrior shattered into countless pieces. At the same time, Liu Ye's blade continued its relentless descent, cleaving the Wang warrior in half from head to toe. Blood sprayed across the sky as Liu Yi stood unfazed, his demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. Yet his presence exuded an aura akin to a descending demonic deity. I had already advised you, to join forces. Why seek death alone? Liu Yi sighed softly, his blade crumbling under the weight of his terrifying killing intent. He discarded the hilt of his weapon onto the ground and beckoned to the three stunned Wang warriors. Do not say, I do not offer you a chance. Come at me together. The three Wang warriors, including Wang Hao, were rendered speechless by their shock. Liu Yi had slain the Wang warrior with a single stroke, and it was a complete and utter rout. In the realm of literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. It is entirely normal for warriors to experience victories and defeats in combat. However, such a crushing defeat only indicates an unfathomable disparity in strength between the two parties. Inner strength realm? No, that lad's true energy has yet to transform into the formidable essence of inner strength. Yet how could he be so powerful? His true energy quality must be several times greater than Wang Quan's to have slain him in a single blow. Even the blade in that boy's hand cannot withstand his true energy. What manner of monster is he? At this moment, the three Wang warriors, including Wang Hao, were already contemplating retreat. Liu Yi was simply too formidable, to the point that they believed him to be a warrior of the inner strength realm. Brother, you must avenge me. As if sensing Wang Hao's hesitation, Madame Wang immediately began to wail. She even fell to her knees with a thud. I have never knelt before anyone in my life. Today, I implore you to avenge me. Damn it, I'll risk it all. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. He found himself in a perilous situation, partly due to his sister's lamentations, and partly because he had boldly summoned several innate experts to his family. If he were to return in disgrace, his standing within the family would undoubtedly suffer greatly. The Wang family is not a monolith. His enemies within the family were always waiting to seize any opportunity to strike him down. Brothers, I will confront this lad head-on. You two look for an opportunity to kill this wretched fool. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and spoke to the other two Wang warriors. Once we succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing Wang Hao's intention to confront Liu Yi directly, the two Wang warriors were already tempted, and with the promise of rewards, they exchanged glances and nodded. All right. Since Brother Hao has said so, we have nothing more to discuss. Let us slay this boy and avenge Brother Wang Quan. Although Liu Yi had just demonstrated a thunderous might by slaying Wang Quan, leaving a significant shadow over the three Wang warriors, he was still merely an innate warrior, not yet having advanced to the inner strength realm. Surely, 3 against 1 should suffice. As a warrior on the verge of advancing to the inner strength realm, Wang Hao certainly had his own trump card. He reached to his waist and drew forth a long sword from his spatial pouch. The blade bore an intricately carved image of a slender flying dragon, lifelike and seemingly poised to take flight. The sword did not require the wielder to consciously infuse it with true energy. The dragon etched upon the blade exuded a faint glow of its own. This was a weapon that transcended the mundane, an inferior quality exquisite weapon, the Yulong sword. This was precisely the source of Wang Hao's confidence to confront Liu Yi head-on. Exquisite weapons surpass ordinary ones not only in material and durability, but, more importantly, they can function effectively without the need for the warrior to constantly infuse them with true energy. Each exquisite weapon must be forged 100 times before it can take shape. The so-called exquisite weapon, born of 100 forges, is indeed so. When two innate warriors of equal strength engage in combat, victory will invariably belong to the one wielding an exquisite weapon, as it significantly conserves the warrior's true energy consumption. Furthermore, once infused with true energy, the exquisite weapon only grows more powerful. Boy, this Yulong sword was bestowed upon me by my ancestor. I had originally planned to wield it after breaking through to the inner strength realm. Wang Hao caressed the blade, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare upon Liu Yi. Today, I shall use your blood to honor this sword, and you shall die with worth. Exquisite weapon? Liu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he drew forth another curved blade, still an ordinary fine iron one. Wang Hao was different from the previous Wang warrior slain by Liu Yi, as he was in a late innate stage. Nearing the inner strength threshold, upon reaching the innate realm, a warrior condenses their energy reservoir. With each breakthrough, the reservoir solidifies further, enhancing the quality of their true energy without expanding its size. After 3 breakthroughs, a warrior's true energy nearly transitions from gaseous to liquid form, allowing them to convert their true energy into the more potent and domineering essence of inner strength. Wang Hao, a late innate warrior wielding an inferior exquisite weapon, would not be underestimated by Liu Yi. As the 3 surrounded him, Liu Yi would not grant them the advantage of a preemptive strike. He suddenly stomped the ground, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow towards the 3 of them. To capture the leader first, the curved blade shimmered with dark light as it sliced down towards Wang Hao's head. Just in time, Wang Hao, wielding the Yulong sword, infused it with his true energy. The sword radiated a brilliant glow, and the flying dragon on the blade seemed ready to soar. Exquisite weapons inherently require no conscious infusion of true energy to function, yet with abundant true energy poured into it. The glow of the blade began to take on a substance, hinting at the emergence of sword energy. Clang! The clash of blade and sword resulted in Liu Ye's curved blade shattering into fragments, indicating that he had gained no advantage against Wang Hao. However, the reality was quite different. Liu Ye's blade shattered, not due to its inferior material, but from the overwhelming pressure of both the demonic energy and the exquisite sword's energy. This did not mean Liu Yi was at a disadvantage against Wang Hao. In fact, while Wang had taken the blow, his arm went numb, and he nearly lost grip of the Yulong sword. What terrified him even further was the mysterious force that accompanied Liu Ye's strike, causing his legs to tremble slightly, a chilling sensation rising from his core. Liu Yi discarded the blade hilt and, without missing a beat, struck out with his palm towards Wang Hao. That moment, Wang Hao's arm was numb, and the cold dread rising from his heart slowed his movements, leaving him unable to defend against Liu Ye's impending strike. He could only call out, "You too! Why are you not making your move?" Swish! Whoosh! The 2 swords on either side carved through the air, aiming for Liu Ye's flanks. Should Liu Yi continue with his palm strike, it would result in mutual destruction. The 3 Wang warriors believed Liu Yi would retreat under pressure, underestimating his ruthlessness. He was merciless towards his enemies, and equally so towards himself. Liu Ye's eyes glimmered with dark energy as he disregarded the swords aiming for him, his expression devoid of emotion. Like a descending demonic deity, he continued his palm strike towards Wang Hao's chest. Bang! Thud! The simultaneous sound of impact and the piercing of 2 swords into flesh filled the air. Liu Ye's palm had indeed struck Wang Hao's chest, while the 2 swords plunged into Liu Ye's body as well. In exchange of injuries, a trade of lives, Liu Ye's heart-piercing palm, having gained terrifying power after his advancement to the innate realm, would be fatal to any warrior not possessing protective inner strength. In the next moment, the 2 Wang warriors nearby were left utterly aghast, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They discovered Liu Yi was not engaging in a life-for-a-life exchange. Their long swords, upon penetrating Liu Ye's body by less than half an inch, became as if ensnared in stone, unable to advance another fraction. How could this be possible? What manner of creature is this boy? The 2 warriors from the Wang family exclaimed in astonishment. Though their swords were not divine weapons, infused with their own true energy. They were more than capable of breaching the defenses of even the most formidable bone refinement realm fighters. It is worth noting that while innate martial artists possess true energy, their physical strength does not surpass that of bone refinement warriors by a significant margin. Yet now, the two Wang family warriors were acutely aware that the figure standing before them resembled a humanoid monster, capable of withstanding attacks imbued with innate true energy using mere flesh. Die! Liu Yi roared, having just struck down Wang Hao with a single palm, in an astonishing display. His arms suddenly elongated, catching the two Wang family warriors completely off guard. With two dull thuds, Liu Yi's fists struck their throats. The immense force, coupled with a volume of true energy exceeding that of an ordinary innate martial artist by fivefold, shattered their throat bones, causing their bodies to crumple to the ground, much like Wang Hao before them. The entire confrontation, from Liu Yi's initial strike to the collapse of all three adversaries, transpired in the blink of an eye. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than the once disgraced young master. Expelled from the family estate a year prior to Year, must have encountered some rare fortuitous event. Liu Shanhe suddenly pondered. The martial arts techniques he had just employed, his fist techniques, palm techniques, and sword techniques, were not part of the Liu family's ancestral teachings. Particularly that sword technique, imbued with a magical essence, stirred Liu Shanhe's heart with longing from afar. However, gazing at the four lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, and at the almost demonic Liu Yi, whose dark aura had yet to dissipate, Liu Shanhe dismissed his earlier thoughts. He questioned whether he could annihilate four innate realm warriors in such a short span, especially Wang Hao, who was a formidable opponent in the later stages of the innate realm and wielded a low-grade spirit weapon. Liu Yi had evidently acquired power that even inner-gong warriors had to regard with seriousness. The four members of the Wang family had come to confront the Liu family. Yet in an instant, all four had perished within the Liu estate, leaving Wang Madam most affected. Wang Hao was her elder brother, her childhood hero, an invincible figure, a genius of the previous generation of the Wang family, destined to achieve inner gong mastery, or even outer gong status. Now, however, the cold corpse lay before her, the immense shock rendering Wang Madam incapable of reaction, standing there like a marionette. After a considerable time, she finally emerged from her stupor. "Brother!" she screamed. Rushing to embrace Wang Hao's lifeless body, her gaze filled with intense resentment directed at Liu Yi. Even at Liu Shanhe, she spat. "You are finished. Your Liu family is doomed. My brother was destined to achieve inner gong mastery. The Wang family will never let you go." Her hoarse cries caused Liu Yi to furrow his brow slightly. Having slain Wang Hao, he naturally had no qualms about eliminating a Wang Madam. Just as Liu Yi made a slight move, Liu Shanhe's figure suddenly blocked his path, sternly proclaiming, "Enough, father, if one hesitates in decisive matters, chaos will ensue." Liu Yi furrowed his brow. In his recollection, Liu Shanhe had always valued profit over sentiment. Moreover, he likely harbored little affection for the typically arrogant Wang Madam. He couldn't fathom why he would act in such a manner. "I said enough." Liu Shanhe's displeasure became apparent. "This household is not for you to command. You have killed four warriors from the Wang family, which will undoubtedly bring significant trouble to the Liu family. I hereby confine you to the estate for 1 month. You are forbidden from leaving the Liu family residence." He then turned to Wang Madam, saying, "In marriage, there is a bond. Today's events shall not be held against you. However, your brother's actions in coming here to commit murder have breached my rules. You can no longer remain in the Liu family. Take your brother and leave." "Liu Shanhe, you intend to expel me?" Wang Madam suddenly screeched, then began to laugh maniacally, tears streaming down her face. Good, good, Liu Shanhe. Without me, without the Wang family, could you have stood your ground in Guangling County? Today you dare to drive me away. Liu Shanhe, I swear before heaven, you will come to regret this," struggling to lift Wang Hao's corpse. She appeared deranged, step by step, making her way toward the exit of the Liu family estate. Behind her, Liu Shanhe's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Ultimately, however, he suppressed his urge to kill, letting out a long sigh as he turned and walked toward the seclusion chamber. Although Liu Yi had been ordered to remain confined for a month by Liu Shanhe, In reality, no one monitored him. Even Liu Shana himself spent his days in the seclusion chamber, oblivious to his surroundings. In the Liu family estate, given Liu Ye's current status and his recent feat of slaying 4 innate warriors, he could come and go as he pleased, with no one daring to impede him. However, Liu Ye did not rush to leave, for he suddenly realized that, even if he did, he had no particular tasks at hand. Currently, there was no one in the Liu family competing with him. Although Liu Bei and Liu Fei were still present, after he had slain the 4 innate warriors, those two dared not even breathe in his presence. Moreover, with the Li family annihilated and the Liu family under his control, the only remaining Shui family was now collaborating closely with him, as Shui Yong made daily visits, seemingly positioning himself as Liu Ye's #1 subordinate. Within Guangling County, Liu Ye had undeniably become an unassailable local tyrant. This Guangling County is still too small. Liu Ye sighed. I must venture beyond to witness a broader world. The northern Qi, southern Chu, and western Jin, 3 nations spanning tens of millions of miles, the southern and northern Dao sects, the 3 Buddhist temples, the 4 major organizations, the 5 great sword sects, and countless formidable experts abound. Merely contemplating such prospects filled Liu Ye with excitement. However, now was not the time for immediate departure. At the very least, he needed to await a breakthrough in his cultivation to the Innergong realm. Although the innate realm allowed him to dominate in Guangling County in the vast world beyond, it was hardly anything significant. Even the Wang family had warriors of the Outer Gong realm stationed. With Liu Ye's current level of cultivation, should he venture out, even a momentary lapse could lead to his demise. He needed to consolidate his true energy and achieve Innergong mastery before he could confidently traverse the world. The greatest asset Liu Ye relied upon to attain Innergong mastery was his simulator. 10 days of anxious waiting finally culminated in a day when words he had not seen in ages appeared before him. Simulator upgrade successful. Current version 2.0. Congratulations to the host for receiving an upgrade gift package. Earning 1,000 simulation points and gaining 1 chance to draw a 2-star weapon card. The 2.0 version of the simulator enables simulation consumption of 200 points with a simulation duration of 3 days per use. The 2.0 version also introduces the character capture simulation function, consuming 400 simulation points to capture characters no more than 1 minor realm below the host's current realm. The text that unfolded before Liu Ye elicited mixed feelings. The upgrade of the simulator brought enhanced capabilities and a valuable upgrade gift package. Yet he was troubled that with this upgrade, the points required for each simulation had increased tenfold. Furthermore, the newly introduced character capture simulation function was even more outrageous, demanding 20 times the previous cost. In other words, if Liu Ye were to experience bad luck and incur losses during simulations, within just 2 or 3 attempts, the simulation points gained from the upgrade gift package could be entirely depleted. Clearly, the simulator operated under a unilateral and tyrannical contract, offering no room for complaints, leaving Liu Ye with no choice but to sigh in resignation. Let me draw the weapon card first. A 2-star weapon corresponds to the low-grade spirit weapons of the real world. Precisely what Liu Ye needed at present. Ordinary weapons could hardly withstand the might of his kill-immortal blade, shattering into fragments with a single strike. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2-star semi-weapon blood drink demon blade. As Liu Ye drew the weapon card, a strangely designed curved blade materialized in his hand. This blade did not shimmer like ordinary weapons. Instead, it emanated a faint red hue. Gripping the hilt, Liu Ye felt an inexplicable aura of killing intent radiating from the blade, stirring his own murderous inclination, causing his eyes to flicker with both crimson and darkness. A fine weapon indeed, a blood drink. Liu Ye took a deep breath, channeling the authentic Taoist technique of Chong Chun Gong, suppressing the murderous intent that surged within him, truly worthy of the name, the Demon Blade. As Liu Ye grasped the hilt of the blade, information regarding this demonic sword simultaneously flooded into his mind. The blood-drinking demon blade, as its name suggests, is a sword that thirsts for blood. It is both a vampiric and a bloodthirsty weapon. At this moment, the blade glimmered with a faint crimson hue. But with each drop of blood it consumed, the color deepened, until it ultimately transformed into a shade as dark as fresh blood. Once the transformation was complete, it would possess the ability to sever the protective aura of martial artists. The blade's rating in the simulator reached 2.5 stars, which is not without reason, as it belongs to the upper echelon of elite weaponry, were it not for its side effects that could influence the mind and spirit. Upon full metamorphosis, it might even reach the 3-star level, qualifying as a treasure weapon. With the blood-drinking demon blade in hand, Liu Yi could finally remedy the last shortcoming of his current arsenal. He believed that the blade's robustness would certainly withstand the ferocity of his killing god slash. Next, Liu Yi wished to test the new character capture simulation feature that had been upgraded in the simulator. Soon, he selected his first target for this function, his adoptive father, Liu Shanhe. Liu Yi had always sensed that Liu Shanhe was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. The aura he unconsciously exuded suggested that he should not merely be the head of a small county. Over 20 years ago, Liu Shanhe had already mastered the inner chi realm. Yet, 2 decades later, he remained stagnant, failing to break into the outer chi realm. If Liu Shanhe were truly a failure, it would be impossible for him to achieve the inner chi level by 30. Conversely, if he were a genius, then his inability to progress in over 20 years was exceedingly peculiar. There must be some reason behind this. Today, Liu Yi aimed to uncover the truth. Father, your son Liu Yi seeks an audience. Liu Yi stood respectfully outside Liu Shanhe's seclusion chamber. This was also a troublesome limitation of the simulator's new function. It could only capture targets 1 minor realm below one's own, and the target had to be present for captured. It was no wonder. If one could capture from 1,000 miles away, Liu Yi might as well purchase a ranking list and capture according to the rankings. The simulator, known for its meticulousness, would not leave such a vast loophole for Liu Yi. Come in. After a lengthy pause, Liu Shanhe's voice finally resonated from within. It seemed he had been in seclusion for quite some time, neglecting matters of the household. 20 years without a breakthrough in the inner chi realm. One could only wonder what sort of seclusion he was undertaking. There's something you need. Liu Shanhe regarded Liu Yi, a hint of displeasure crossing his brow. In 7 days. It will be your birthday. Fathered, I wish to inquire whether we will only invite local families from Guangling County or extend invitations to those from surrounding counties as well. Liu Yi cleverly devised a reason. Though he was indifferent to Liu Shanhe's birthday, he had been aware of the bustling preparations undertaken by the Liu family. Keeping it low-key and inviting only those from Guangling County would suffice. Liu Shanhe waved his hand impatiently. Such trivial matters. Decide for yourself, and do not disturb me. Liu Yi silently retreated, a slight smile playing on his lips, for in his eyes, the information necessary for simulation was already materializing. Once outside the seclusion chamber, Liu Yi eagerly returned to his own room, expending 400 simulation points to begin simulating Liu Shanhe's life. You are the illegitimate son of the Lin family in Pengcheng. Gifted from a young age, achieving the bone refinement realm by the age of 10, astonishing the side branch. Despite suffering oppression from the main branch, you still broke through to the innate realm at 15. Becoming the foremost among the younger generation of the Lin family's side branch, by 20, you attained the inner chi realm, only to be secretly sabotaged, sustaining injuries to your meridians. At T24, you stole the treasure box from the main branch of the Lin family and fled. At 30, you established your own clan in the remote small county of Guangling. T56. During your birthday celebration, Lin family martial artists came to your door, and you were slain by them. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 260 points. Obtained simulation points, 260 points. Current simulation points, 1,060 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1.3-star technique, 100 rivers converging sea gong .2.2 and a half-star martial art. Azure Sea Storm Palm, incomplete. 0.3. Life experience at 56 years old, astonished at the discovery of a 3-star technique. Liu Yi was amazed by Liu Shanhe's wealth of resources. Not only did he possess a 2.5-star martial art, but also a 3-star technique. That was a genuine 6 transformation technique, twice as fast in cultivation speed compared to Liu Ye's current Changchun Gong. However, Liu Yi ultimately suppressed his impulse and chose the life experience of Liu Shanhe. In an instant, the entirety of Liu Shanhe's 56 years of memories flooded into Liu Ye's mind, from his birth, through his betrayal of the family, to his eventual demise at his own birthday banquet. It was a torrent of experiences. The Lin family of Pengqing is indeed one of the 8 top families of the realm, a glimmer of insight shone in Liu Ye's eyes. The Northern Shi dynasty is ruled jointly by the royal family and noble families, and the power of these families far surpasses that of others. Among them, 5 families stand at the pinnacle, collectively referred to as the 8 great families of the world, alongside 3 major sects of the Tao and Buddhism, forming the highest echelons of power. Liu Shanha hailed from the Lin family of Pengqing. Should I refer to myself as Liu Yi or Lin Yi? Yet, such distinctions seem inconsequential now that a sudden weight settled in Liu Ye's heart as he recalled that in just 7 days, it would be Liu Shanha's 56th birthday. But on that day, the Lin family's martial artists would come knocking. The scenes of the bloody battle 7 days hence flickered vividly in his memory. Corpses would litter the ground, and rivers of blood would flow. Half of Guangling County would be engulfed in flames. No one from the Liu family below Liu Shanha would survive. This would include Liu Yi himself. However, based on the memories, the Grand Elder and the Li family still remained. It seemed that Liu Ye's unexpected emergence had altered the trajectory of fate. Yet his current strength was still insufficient to enact a widespread change in destiny. The Lin family would inevitably come, and those destined to perish would meet their end. The best course of action for Liu Yi would be to swiftly depart from Guangling County, this place rife with danger. In the 7 days before the Lin family's martial artists arrived, he should travel as far as possible. Surely, after killing Liu Shanha and obtaining what they desired, the Lin family would not expend great effort to hunt down such an inconsequential figure as himself. Yet, Liu Yi was reluctant to leave in such a manner, for he was also intrigued by the treasure box that Liu Shanha had stolen from the Lin family. The Lin family, being one of the 8 great families of the world, had pursued Liu Shanha for over 2 decades, indicating the immense importance of whatever lay within that box. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. A fierce glint flashed in Liu Ye's eyes. He had always been one unafraid of taking risks, especially in the face of such substantial rewards. He was even willing to gamble his life. Moreover, although the Lin family was formidable, Liu Yi was not entirely without opportunity. His greatest advantage lay in his foresight, having complete control over the information regarding the Lin family's martial artists, while the Lin family knew nothing of him. In an instant, a daring plan crystallized in Liu Ye's mind. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Liu Ye's scheme was audacious and reckless. Not only did he intend to slay the Lin family martial artists, but he also aimed to sacrifice the entire Liu family. Although Liu Yi had no particular affection for Liu Shanha, he felt a sense of obligation due to their blood relation. Yet now, he had changed his mind. Liu Shanha, rich in treasures, had never passed on his knowledge to his 4 sons. On one hand, this was likely due to fear of the martial arts leaking and inciting a manhunt by the Liu family, and on the other hand, he seemed to prioritize his grand ambitions over familial bonds. In the memories Liu Yi obtained, Liu Shanha had even pushed himself to his death in a desperate bid to escape, but the martial artists sent by the Lin family were simply too powerful. Even sacrificing a few sons had not allowed him to flee. Since Liu Shanha disregarded familial ties, Liu Yi would not hesitate to be ruthless. Liu Yi first summoned Shui Yong and deliberated with him for an entire half-day. He then dispatched someone to Yushan, delivering a letter. Following this, he isolated himself within his chamber. Despite possessing the advantage of foresight, sufficient strength was still requisite to contend with the warriors of the Lin family. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. At present, Liu Ye's innate cultivation level remained woefully inadequate. Even if he unleashed the killing Godblade, it would be a daunting challenge to penetrate the protective aura of a warrior. Furthermore, the Lin family had dispatched a warrior of the Outer Gang realm. Unless Liu Yi advanced to the Inner Gang realm, his knowledge would afford him not a shred of chance for victory. With 7 days remaining until the arrival of the Lin family warriors, Liu Yi had 2 simulation opportunities left. He was resolute in his decision to undertake 2 simulations, subsequently utilizing all accrued points to exchange for elixirs that would enhance his cultivation. Should he manage to break through to the Inner Gang realm, he would remain to seize the opportunity that, if not, for the sake of his own life, he would have to flee at the earliest chance. You hail from a lineage of sword masters, having trained with a blade since the age of 3. Achieving minor success by 18T23, you departed from your family to seek the counsel of renowned swordsmen across the realm. By 34, your swordsmanship had reached an impasse, prompting you to venture into the extreme North Snow Mountains to comprehend the principles of the universe and shatter your shackles. At T45, you grasped the intricacies of swordsmanship. Acquiring the intermediate talent One Blade decides life and death. However, at 45, your vitality waned, and you perished in the extreme North Snow Mountains. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 450 points. Acquired simulation points, 450 points. Current simulation points, 1,110 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Intermediate swordsmanship technique, One Blade, decides life and death. 2. Intermediate talent, One Blade, decides life and death. 3. Life experience at the age of 45. Truly, this is a remarkable simulation following your upgrade. Although the activation cost increased tenfold, the rewards far surpass those of version 1.0. Moreover, obtaining a full 450 simulation points allowed Liu Yi to spend 200 points to activate and another 200 points for initial selection, resulting in a net gain of 50 simulation points. Ultimately, after much internal conflict, Liu Yi opted for the second reward, marking his first acquisition of a talent-related reward. One Blade decides life and death is an extraordinarily powerful talent, enhancing the potency of the first attack using blade techniques in a single combat scenario by an astounding 300, coupled with the might of his killing Godblade, should he break through to the inner gang realm. It would likely be enough to shatter even the protective aura of an outer gang warrior with a single strike. This is precisely what Liu Yi urgently requires. While this simulation did not grant Liu Yi an immediate elevation in cultivation, it significantly augmented his combat prowess, leaving him quite satisfied with the outcome. However, Liu Yi's fortune was not perpetually favorable. During another simulation 3 days later, he incurred a slight loss, concluding with merely 1,000 simulation points. Although this simulation did yield some rewards, elevating his cultivation to the later stage of the innate realm, the loss of simulation points still stung Liu Yi's heart. In the end, he expended 600 simulation points to exchange for breakthrough elixirs, retaining only 400 points as a reserve. Tomorrow marks the birthday of Liu Shanhe, and concurrently, the arrival of the Lin family warriors. Today offers Liu Yi his final opportunity. Success or failure hangs in the balance. Should he achieve a breakthrough to the inner gang realm, coupled with his carefully laid plans, he would possess at least a 70% chance of overcoming the Lin family warriors. Conversely, if he fails to break through, he must flee as swiftly as possible to safeguard his life, ideally as far away as he can manage. Seated in his chamber, Liu Yi swallowed the prepared elixirs, assuming a meditative posture, gradually closing his eyes to commence the operation of the Changchun Gong, absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Presently, Liu Yi's dantian had undergone 2 transformations. The true qi within had thickened to the point of nearly solidifying into liquid. Once true qi solidifies into liquid, it can coalesce into the protective aura. Liu Yi was now but a step away from the inner gang realm. Yet this step had ensnared countless warriors that, in comparison to true qi, the protective aura represents a qualitative leap. Ordinary true qi cannot even breach the defenses of the protective aura. Fully convert true qi into the protective aura necessitates a substantial amount of true qi, undergoing continuous compression until it ultimately forms the aura. For most warriors, their dantian is insufficiently vast to withstand such immense consumption. Fortunately, Liu Yi's dantian is 5 times the size of that of an ordinary warrior. The bottleneck that has ensnared many warriors is not insurmountable for Liu Yi. At this moment, the true qi within Liu Yi's dantian was spinning rapidly. The true qi within his body gradually began to contract. Although the volume of true qi diminished, the energy contained within grew increasingly formidable. Finally, after a full day and night, as the sun ascended on the second day, a tremendous aura suddenly emanated from Liu Yi. The inner gang realm had been achieved. Liu Yi opened his eyes, which seemed to blaze with a piercing intensity. He slowly raised his palm, exerting a modicum of force, causing a tangible aura to manifest upon his hand that in his current state, with a mere swipe, he could sever even a high-quality mundane weapon with terrifying force. The ability to condense innate aura allows it to permeate his limbs and be transmitted through them to his weapon, marking him as an initiator of the inner gang realm. In the mid-stage, the aura can envelop the entire torso, forming an aura armor. Ultimately, when the aura envelopes the entire body without a single gap, it becomes true protective aura, representing the later stage of the inner gang realm. At that juncture, the pursuit will be to project the inner gang outward, reaching the outer gang realm. Now, Liu Yi has finally attained the initial stage of the inner gang realm and can commence executing his plans without further thoughts of retreating. Today is a momentous occasion for the entire Liu family, as it marks the birthday of the family head, Liu Shanhe. Despite the significant upheavals that have transpired within the Liu family over the past year, such as the death of the second young master Liu Ming, the passing of the elder, and the expulsion of Lady Wang, none of these events have diminished the family's standing in Guangling County. On the contrary, with the downfall of the Li family, one of the three great families, the Liu family's prominence in Guangling County has only grown. It is well known that with the demise of the Li family, the Shui family now looks to the Liu family for guidance. The Liu family has now undeniably established itself as the preeminent family in Guangling County. The architect of this transformation is none other than Liu Yi, who has thus become the object of everyone's admiration, his popularity rivaling that of the birthday celebrant, Liu Shan. In previous years, such attention might have been welcomed. However, Liu Yi was acutely aware that today was destined to be far from tranquil. He had no desire to attract undue attention. Thus he had retreated to the rear courtyard well in advance, refraining from mingling with the guests. Preparations for the family head's birthday banquet had been underway for over half a month. As the day of the celebration dawned, the Liu family was already bustling with guests, their carriages and horses filling the streets. This was a result of Liu Shanhe's deliberate choice to keep the event low-key, avoiding invitations to guests from other counties. Otherwise, the numbers would have swelled even further. Naturally, the vast majority of attendees were relegated to the outer courtyard, with only a select few esteemed local gentry permitted entry into the inner courtyard. Who could have foreseen that today's joyous feast would devolve into a morning banquet? Save for the prescient Liu Yi, as evening fell, nearly all the guests arrived to celebrate the birthday, Liu Shanhe, the guest of honor, and Liu Yi finally made their appearance in the inner courtyard. Though Liu Shanhe typically remained in seclusion, largely uninvolved in family affairs, he could not forego his presence on such an important day. Why hasn't the Shui family arrived? Liu Shanhe inquired of Liu Yi, knowing of the cordial relationship between Liu Yi and the Shui family. Liu Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he replied nonchalantly. The Shui family's caravan encountered urgent matters in the county, and they likely won't make it today. They have already sent word to me, offering their congratulations in absentia. The true reasons behind their absence, of course, could not be disclosed to Liu Shan. In truth, Liu Shanhe did not place much importance on these matters. Upon hearing Liu Ye's explanation, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. He then raised his cup and addressed the guests in the inner courtyard. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for coming to celebrate my birthday today. Let me toast you all. The Liu family head is too modest. The Liu family now stands at the pinnacle. We shall rely on the Liu family even more in the future in Guangling County. Wishing the Liu family head prosperity as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing that of the southern mountains. The guests raised their glasses, loudly proclaiming their well wishes, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement in the hall. That moment, a voice, cold and venomous as that of a serpent, suddenly pierced the air. Though its volume was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. May your fortune be as boundless as the eastern sea, and your lifespan as enduring as the southern mountain. I beg to differ. Immediately following was another voice. I wager he will not survive the day. As the words fell, two figures, one tall and one short, strode into the inner courtyard from the outer yard. What audacity! Do you presume this is a place where you can spout such wild words? Kneel and apologize to the head of the Liu family at once. Today is a day of great celebration, and bloodshed is ill-advised. Perhaps the head of the Liu family possesses the grace to spare your wretched lives. Before Liu Shanhe could utter a word, the guests, filled with righteous indignation, began to curse vehemently. Kneel and apologize? The tall man scoffed. Lin Changhe, no, you ought to be called Liu Shana now. Liu family head, why do you not speak for yourself? It was then that everyone realized something was amiss with Liu Shanghe. Instead of expressing anger at the insolence of these two, he instinctively took 2 steps back, his face displaying astonishment, panic, and even fear. This is impossible. Liu Shana's disarray was unmistakable. He stuttered as he spoke. After more than 20 years, how could you possibly find your way here? This is the cycle of heavenly justice. Retribution is inevitable. The tall man sneered. Why were we not invited to your longevity feast? 13th brother, the short man added with a similar disdain. After many years apart, today we have prepared a grand gift for you. As his words fell, hundreds of severed heads soared into the air, raining down upon the inner courtyard like a torrential downpour. The lifeless eyes of each head rolled about on the ground, creating a truly horrifying sight. Then, about 20 black-clad warriors leaped into the courtyard, and one approached the 2 men, bowing respectfully. 3rd Master, 7th Master, all 437 from the outer courtyard have been slain. Excellent. The short man nodded, a sinister smile spreading across his face. 13th brother, are you satisfied with this grand gift? Before Liu Shana could respond, the tall man coldly shook his head. I find it insufficient. Indeed, it was insufficient. The short man concurred. I believe we still require 156 more to truly showcase our brotherly loyalty. 156 was precisely the number of guests and servants present in the inner courtyard at that moment. It was evident they had meticulously gathered information regarding the Liu family, down to the number of guests and servants without a single detail amiss. Their intentions were unmistakable. Today, the Liu family, from Liu Shanghe to the lowliest servant, would be exterminated, leaving not a trace behind. At this moment, Liu Shanghe seemed to still be in a daze, muttering to himself, this is impossible. This cannot be happening. I have hidden for over 20 years, never revealing the Lin family's martial arts to outsiders. How could you possibly find me? It took a fair amount of effort to locate you. You wretched rat, the tall man replied with a chuckle. Fortunately, someone brought us directly here, saving us quite a bit of trouble. 13th brother, do not say your elder brother lacks compassion. Let me allow you one last familiar face before your demise. As the last words echoed, a disheveled woman, appearing mad and wild, entered the scene. Upon seeing the heads scattered across the ground, a cruel smile crept across her face. Liu Shanghe, Liu Shanghe, I told you long ago that you would regret this day. Your retribution has come. This woman was none other than Madame Wang. Liu Yi was unaware of how she had revealed Liu Shana's whereabouts to the Lin family, but it was now evident that she had betrayed him. The Madame Wang of today was no longer the elegant and graceful woman she once was. Her hair was a wild mix of gray, and her demeanor was frenzied, resembling that of a half-mad crone. Liu Shanghe, did you believe your secret was known to no one? You clung to that box as if it were your lifeblood, even forbidding me from casting a glance upon it, yet you never suspected that I would find out it was stolen from the Lin family of Pengcheng. Madame Wang laughed maniacally. You refused to kill that little bastard for Ming-Er and my brother's vengeance. So today I shall ensure the entire Liu family pays the price. Liu Shanghe, you must harbor deep resentment towards me and regret not killing me that day. Do you not? Madame Wang gazed triumphantly at Liu Shanghe, hoping to witness his regret, despair, and perhaps tears. Yet, as Liu Shanghe emerged from his stupor, he merely shook his head. You once saved my life, and I promise to repay you with a life of your own. That is what I owe you. I never imagined you would remember the promise you made to me. A hint of nostalgia flickered on Madame Wang's face. In the gentlest of tones, she uttered the most deranged words. Shanghe, I shall go below and await you. Once we reach the underworld, we shall be husband and wife. With that, Madame Wang drew a golden hairpin and plunged it in her neck, slowly collapsing to the ground. As for everything else, she no longer cared. The Lin family of Pengcheng had personally intervened. There was no way anyone would survive this day at the Liu estate. The name of the Lin family was one even a 3-year-old child would recognize. Upon realizing that the visitors were indeed from the Lin family of Pengcheng, whose very name could shake the earth, the previously boisterous guests fell silent, their faces betraying terror and fear. The power of the Lin family was such that they could annihilate not just the Liu estate, but the entirety of Guangling County with ease. Thud! It was unclear who first knelt to the ground, but soon thereafter, a chorus of guests followed suit, begging for mercy. Spare us! Spare us! We did not know you were from the Lin family. We have been most disrespectful. Please grant us mercy. We are not of the Liu family. The enmity between the Lin and Liu families is of no concern to us. I am not acquainted with Liu Shanha. I merely happened to pass by to partake in a drink. If you wish to deal with the Liu family, please allow us to leave. Since you have come to celebrate, whether friends or acquaintances, none shall be spared, the tall man declared coldly. Members of the Lin family are known for their word. To declare the slaughter of 156 individuals means not a single one may be spared. The short man echoed. With a wave of his hand, the Lin family warriors surged towards the guests. Ready to enact their grim decree, that moment. Liu Yi too sprang into action. Oh, you dare to bully my Liu family. Do you truly believe we are without defenders? Liu Yi bellowed as he charged towards the tall and short man. Seeking death, the tall man retorted, disdainfully unleashing a palm strike that manifested into a 5-zhong-long wave of innate vigor. This tall man was indeed a master of the external vigor realm. His strike sent Liu Yi flying, landing motionless on the ground some distance away. So he is the son of Lin Changhe. The short man remarked coldly. He exhibits a commendable spirit. We shall leave him with a complete corpse. Though Liu Shanha felt a flicker of doubt, given Liu Ye's ability to slay an innate master with a single strike, how could he be dispatched so easily by a mere palm? He had no time to ponder further. The inner courtyard of the Liu estate had descended into chaos, and the two men were advancing towards him. Third brother, seventh brother, are you truly unwilling to spare me despite our brotherhood? As the two men approached, sweat dripped from Liu Shanha's forehead, yet he maintained his composure. If you truly understood our brotherhood, you should not have stolen the family treasures and fled. The tall man spat vehemently. Do you have any idea of the heavy punishment we, the collateral brothers, face because of you? I spent 15 years in the Black Forbidden Forest, and several of the others were left crippled by the ancestral patriarch's wrath. Never to advance again. It is the main family that has treated us unjustly, Liu Shanha shouted. You all know my circumstances. The Lin family's current success involve our collateral family's efforts as well. Yet have they ever treated us as equals? We practice the 100 rivers returning to the sea technique, while they practice the sea embracing all. Third brother, seventh brother, consider the implications of those names. Our cultivation will ultimately benefit the main family's disciples stuck at a bottleneck. Are you content with that? But you should not have stolen the treasure and fled. The short man sighed, shaking his head. We are not like you. You were alone in your plight, while we now have families to consider. The ancestral patriarch has promised that as long as we bring back your head and the treasure box, our descendants will be granted better treatment. Third brother, seventh brother, if that is the case, do not blame your brothers for being heartless. In Liu Shanha's eyes, a fierce glint emerged as he swiftly retrieved a pill. You too. It is not certain that you can keep me here today. This was the blood-refining poison pill from the Poison Hand Medicine King's Valley. The tall man's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Seventh brother. Be careful. The Poison Hand Medicine King's Valley is one of the 6 notorious sects of the world. The blood-refining poison pill is equally renowned. The effect of this pill is to significantly enhance a warrior's combat prowess at the cost of burning their own blood and lifespan. Although Liu Shanha was only at the inner strength realm, upon consuming this pill, he would temporarily possess the strength of an outer strength warrior. Of course, the price was the forfeiture of at least 10 years of his life. Upon swallowing the pill, Liu Shanha's vital energy surged violently, and with a thunderous shout, he charged towards the two adversaries. The longer he delayed, the more of his life he consumed. Thus he sought a swift resolution. The two opponents could not simply step aside. Otherwise, Liu Shanha would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to escape. They could only brace themselves to confront him head-on. All three wielded the same martial arts technique, the renowned Lin family's rushing waves palm. However, in the fray, the frenzied Liu Shanha managed to suppress the two. After several exchanges, Liu Shanha suddenly raised his hand and unleashed a wave of vital energy, resulting in a scream as the shorter man's arm was severed. Seventh brother, The tall man bellowed in fury, releasing a wave of vital energy that surged towards Liu Shanhe. Liu Shanhe responded with a counter of his own, but while the tall man's energy stemmed from his genuine prowess, Liu Shanhe's came from burning his blood. Thus, although the clash appeared evenly matched, Liu Shanhe's complexion paled dramatically. The tall man was a genuine outer strength warrior, while Liu Shanhe's strength was merely a temporary boost through the pill. If he could not achieve victory swiftly, he would not stand a chance against the tall man. That previous clash had already cost Liu Shanhe at least 5 years of his lifespan. Having surpassed 50 years of age, the continuous loss of life force left him feeling increasingly weakened. I cannot prolong this any further. Liu Shanhe decisively feigned an attack and turned to flee. However, how could the Lin family's warriors allow him to escape? The tall man shouted angrily, leaping forward and delivering a palm strike infused with vital energy towards Liu Shanhe's back. That moment, Liu Shanhe unexpectedly turned around, facing the incoming strike without flinching. Instead, he produced a mechanism from his sleeve, emblazoned with the image of a grotesque black scorpion. Liu Shanhe braced himself, absorbing the blow with his chest, and activated the mechanism, releasing dozens of fine needles, thinner than a hair, directed at the tall man. Astonishingly, these needles could pierce even the protective vital energy of an outer strength warrior, like drill bits. They penetrated through the defensive energy. Had they been on solid ground, the tall man might have evaded with ease. Yet, suspended in midair, he could not maneuver swiftly enough, though he narrowly avoided the majority of the needles. Several still found their mark. Both men landed simultaneously, clutching their chests. The tall man's face turned ashen, while Liu Shanhe appeared pallid. The scorpion tail needles of the 5 poison sect, the tall man remarked, his expression grim, uncertain whether his pallor was due to the poison or sheer rage. Indeed, the scorpion tail needles specifically counteract protective vital energy. Having absorbed the tall man's blow, Liu Shanhe had likely fractured several ribs. Yet his face bore a triumphant smile. Although I have not advanced in my cultivation these years, over 20 years have not been in vain. This fine treasure is precisely prepared for you. I advise, third brother, to focus on recovering and expelling the poison with your vital energy. Otherwise, should it reach your energy sea, even a deity would be hard-pressed to save you. As he spoke, Liu Shanhe coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Though he was severely injured, the effects of the pill had not yet worn off. With the only outer strength warrior now wounded, no one else could prevent his escape. Though Liu Shanhe had paid a steep price, as long as he could salvage his life, it would all be worth it. If only he could unlock the secret box, all these sacrifices would be inconsequential. A manic glint flickered in Liu Shanhe's eyes. Die! The tall man roared, disregarding the poison coursing through him as he charged forward once more, delivering a palm strike at Liu Shanhe. This furious attack was beyond Liu Shanhe's capacity to withstand. The force of the strike shattered Liu Shanhe's protective energy and pierced through his body entirely. Third brother, Liu Shanhe murmured, gazing down at the gaping hole in his chest before managing a bitter smile. I never expected you to remain just as you were. Truly the Lin family's fearless warrior. He then collapsed to the ground, devoid of any breath. A fearless warrior. The tall man chuckled bitterly. 13th brother, we are but unfortunate souls. Third brother, are you all right? The shorter man, now missing an arm, rushed over to support the tall man, whose face was clouded with dark energy. Do not worry. I am not dead yet. The tall man nodded. I never anticipated he still possessed the 5 poison sect's secret mechanism. I was indeed careless. It is all the fault of those wasteful main family members, who promised to act together but vanished when the moment arrived. The shorter man scoffed. Had they arrived as promised, we would not have paid such a heavy price. The tall man's expression remained stoic. Once we return with the items, our ancestor will surely elevate our status. You search him. Such an important item. He would never dare to leave it behind. As predicted, the shorter man soon discovered a jade box edged in gold while rummaging through Liu Shanhe's body. Indeed, it is with him. We can report back with this. The shorter man exclaimed with delight, only to suddenly change his expression and shout, Third brother, be careful. However, his warning came too late. Liu Yi, who lay on the ground and appeared lifeless, somehow rose again. A curved blade, shimmering with a sinister bloodlight, sliced through the air towards the tall man. The god of death's blade, coupled with the innate talent to determine life and death, bore down with formidable momentum. Although the tall man was already gravely injured, being an outer strength expert, Liu Yi did not dare to underestimate him. This strike was delivered with all his might, the blood-red blade cutting through the air, mingling with black and red vital energy, exuding a terrifying aura. Inner strength realm? The tall man could hardly believe that the boy he had just sent flying was, in fact, an outer strength master. It dawned on him that he had been deceived by Liu Yi. His true prowess was not as feeble as it had seemed. Die! Liu Yi's blade descended, and the tall man summoned the last of his strength to block the blow. As the blade's light fell, the two stood motionless in place. I never would have thought that my lifetime of experience would lead to my downfall at the hands of a young upstart. The tall man suddenly chuckled softly, an inscrutable expression crossing his face. Lin Chang's son is indeed remarkable, quite impressive. In truth, I am not his son. Liu Yi mused inwardly, but the tall man would never have the opportunity to hear that. A line of blood extended from the top of the tall man's head down to his entire face, and then his body split cleanly in half. Liu Yi's blade had cleaved him from head to toe. But due to the sheer speed of the strike, he did not perish immediately. Third brother, the shorter man, his eyes filled with rage, charged recklessly towards Liu Yi. Yet to Liu Yi, the only foe in sight was the outer strength tall man. As for the shorter man, even if he were uninjured, Liu Yi would not have regarded him highly, let alone now that he had lost an arm. The shorter man cursed inwardly, directing his ire not at Liu Yi, but at the Lin family main house members. They had clearly agreed to act in unison against the Liu family, with their side responsible for the killing, while the others secured the perimeter to ensure not a single mosquito escaped. Yet now, after battling for so long, their reinforcements had yet to appear. As for why the Lin family's main members had not shown up, that was precisely due to Liu Yi's planning. Those individuals were currently outside the city, playing hide-and-seek with the 3 tigers of the Shui family and several heads of the Yushan sect. Liu Yi exerted considerable effort and incurred significant costs to persuade the 3 tigers of the Shui family and several heads of the Yushan to take action. However, it was utterly impossible to convince these individuals to confront the Lin family of Pengcheng directly. Even if Liu Yi were to offer tenfold the price, it would remain unattainable. Yet to save face and engage in a game of hide-and-seek outside the city with the Lin family's contingent, they were still willing to partake. After all, they were local powerhouses and innate martial artists. Although they could not best the Lin family in open combat, utilizing the cover of night and their familiarity with the terrain, evading the Lin family was well within their capabilities. From Liu Yi's acquired memories, he recalled that the Lin family had dispatched 2 groups, one from the main house and the other from the branch family. The main house had always looked down upon the branch family, which, in turn, harbored resentment towards the main house. Thus, these 2 groups operated independently and acted separately. Following the guidance of his memories, Liu Yi had his subordinates craft a jade box that bore a striking resemblance to the Lin family's secret compartment. He instructed the 3 tigers of the Shui family to carry the jade box to capture the attention of the main house's contingent, diverting them away, while the Yushan would covertly provide support. To facilitate this, Liu Yi promised to bestow upon the Yushan the Liu family's long-accumulated savings and relinquish all territory held by the Liu family in Guangling County to the Shui family. Liu Yi had resolved that after this endeavor, he would depart Guangling County. After all, having offended the Lin family, remaining there would be tantamount to courting death. However, he intended to secure sufficient benefits before his departure. The Lin family's contingent pursued for an extended duration, only to find the figures ahead fluctuating in proximity, as though intentionally toying with them, ultimately disappearing from sight. A diversion? The leader of the Lin family was no fool and immediately grasped the situation. They needed to hasten to the county town. There was likely some unforeseen development. The leader from the Lin family's main house was also a master of the external realm. Initially, it was precisely due to the presence of 2 experts from the external realm that Liu Shanhe found himself with no avenue for escape. However, now that Liu Yi had successfully diverted one group, it nearly allowed Liu Shanhe to flee. Ultimately, it was the tall figure, risking his life, who remained behind. By the time the main house of the Lin family arrived at the Liu family estate, The battle had long concluded, and corpses lay scattered across the ground. While all members of the Liu family had perished, so too had all the warriors of the Lin family. Furthermore, the manner of death of the Lin family warriors was utterly horrific, each cleaved in twain from head to toe. What a terrifying display of swordsmanship! It appeared to follow the path of demonic arts. The middle-aged leader from the main house of the Liu family narrowed his eyes slightly, astonished to discover such formidable demonic practitioners in this small county town. Why should my uncle bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing his own? A young man in white, wearing a disdainful expression, remarked, most likely, those useless fellows clashed with Lin Changhe, leading to mutual destruction, allowing another to reap the benefits. Do not underestimate the branch family. Although the third and seventh are of humble origins, their skills are by no means lacking. The middle-aged man admonished sternly. While it appears they were previously injured by Lin Changhe, the one capable of slaying them and so many warriors is certainly not an ordinary individual. The young man scoffed lightly, though he dared not retort, his expression betraying his skepticism. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly, recognizing that his nephew, at merely 22 years of age, had already ascended to the ranks of the top 3 lists in the martial world. Yet he could not help but underestimate the prowess of heroes, a folly that would inevitably lead to grave consequences. The Lin family warriors searched the courtyard thoroughly before reporting back. The family's secret compartment was indeed missing, and the identities of the corpses had been meticulously verified. Every member of the Liu family was accounted for, save for the elusive third young master, Liu Yi. This suggests that Liu Yi likely killed our men and absconded with the secret compartment. The middle-aged man frowned, seemingly skeptical. How could that be possible? Before the warrior could respond, the young man interjected vehemently. According to our prior intelligence, Liu Yi is merely 19 years old, not even 20. How could he possibly have slain so many of our Lin family? Despite his disdain for the branch family's lowly origins, he could not fathom that a youth under 20 could achieve such a feat. Even he, a genius who had reached the ranks of the top list, could not accomplish such a task. The Lin family warriors remained stoic, replying to the middle-aged man. While we cannot dismiss the possibility of other experts lurking in the shadows, the most likely scenario is that Liu Yi killed our men and seized the treasure before fleeing. Can we track him? The middle-aged man inquired nonchalantly. He cannot have run far. The Lin family warrior nodded. Having killed so many, the overwhelming scent of blood will allow us to trace his path. Even with our eyes closed, very well, lead the way. I shall pursue him personally. The middle-aged man declared with a grave tone. Why must you take the lead, uncle? The young man retorted defiantly. He is but a mere boy under 20. I shall capture him myself. You may await my good news. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, aware of his nephew's prideful nature. Now, a mere youth from an obscure county had slain numerous members of the Lin family, which naturally would not sit well with him. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned that at 19, even if Liu Yi possessed exceptional skills, the Lin family warriors were not to be trifled with. Having killed so many, Liu Yi must surely have sustained injuries. With his nephew's strength, coupled with the support of so many warriors, he believed there would be no unforeseen mishaps. Not wishing to undermine his nephew's confidence by asserting that he was no match for Liu Yi, he merely nodded, exercise caution. Let the accompanying warriors test the waters. If the boy proves too formidable, retreat temporarily, and I shall personally deal with him. He believed that, given his nephew's prowess, even if he were not Liu Yi's equal, the latter would not be able to impede his escape. After all, he was merely a 19-year-old youth from a remote county, lacking any substantial resources or heritage. How much could he possibly achieve? Even with constant cultivation since birth? The middle-aged man grew increasingly doubtful, pondering whether Liu Yi had employed some underhanded means to slay so many, as his own strength was evidently not formidable. The young man, accompanied by a group of Lin family warriors, pursued relentlessly beyond the confines of Guangling County. After a full day of tracking, they arrived at the outskirts of a dense mountain forest. He is within that mountain, the leading Lin family warrior suddenly declared. I can sense his presence right inside. After a day of pursuit, he had grown quite familiar with Liu Yi's aura. He could distinctly feel that Liu Yi's energy had ceased its movement, lingering deep within the mountains. Perhaps that boy can no longer run. The young man scoffed derisively. Let us see what kind of character can emerge from such a small county. Damn it! Another torn garment. The young Lin man seethed with rage upon spotting a piece of clothing hanging from a branch. This garment, indeed belonging to Liu Yi, was merely a single article since entering the mountains. They had searched for Liu Yi's clothes, pants, and shoes, yet Liu Yi himself remained elusive. This ignited a sense of anger in the young man, feeling as though he were being toyed with. Are you certain that fellow is still in the mountains and has not escaped? The young man glared furiously at a Lin family warrior. This warrior, nicknamed Earth Dog, possessed a unique talent, his sense of smell sharper than that of a dog. After undergoing special training with the Lin family, any scent he memorized would ensure that no one within a 100-mile radius could evade his tracking. Earth Dog nodded. He has indeed not left the mountain. Had he done so, I would have sensed it. However, it seems he has laid numerous false trails. There are many places in these mountains that carry his scent, and I cannot ascertain his exact location. After hesitating for a moment, Earth Dog finally mustered the courage to suggest, Young master, why don't we first surround the mountain and return to inform Lord Yu to send more men? I have a feeling that boy is up to something. He seems aware of our pursuit, and instead of fleeing, he is laying false trails. I fear it may be a trap. No way. I boasted to my uncle that I would bring that boy's head back. How can I return empty-handed? Lin Exant erupted in anger. If that is the case, then let us split up and search. Whoever finds that boy will signal. I want to personally claim his head. Earth Dog's suggestion was undoubtedly the most prudent, yet Lin Exant was already blinded by rage. Moreover, as a distinguished figure on the human list, how could he not subdue a mere boy younger than himself? In this vast world, only 108 individuals made it onto the human list. If he were to suffer a setback in this small county, where would he be able to show his face in the future? The Lin family members dispersed, embarking on a quest across the mountains in search of Liu Ye's whereabouts. Suddenly, one of the Lin warriors felt a tightening in his throat as a colossal hand, resembling an iron claw, gripped his windpipe. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind. Do not move. I shall crush your throat. It was Liu Yi. The Lin warrior's heart sank. You will answer my questions. A single misstep, and your life is forfeit. The warrior hastily nodded in acquiescence. Through their exchange, Liu Yi swiftly gleaned the information he sought, as he had anticipated. Upon realizing they had been deceived, the remaining members of the Lin family would not relent, and they possessed means to track him down. Liu Yi awaited these adversaries. Although he had obtained the Lin family secret box, he discovered he could not unlock it. Lin Shanha, as a side branch of the Lin family, had spent over 20 years without success in opening the box, let alone Liu Yi. Moreover, he dared not resort to brute force, for such an approach would inevitably damage the contents within. If the box had remained in Lin Shanha's possession for over 20 years, he would have already opened it violently. Undoubtedly, those from the side branch were unaware of how to unlock the box. The only glimmer of hope lay with the main branch of the Lin family. Liu Yi captured several Lin warriors in succession, and the information they provided was identical to think that merely a minor inner gang realm youth would lead the charge to capture me. How utterly contemptuous. After snapping the neck of another Lin warrior, Liu Yi clapped his hands. Had I known this, I need not have expended so much effort in separating them. Liu Yi's only concern was the Lin family's outer gang realm martial artist. As for those beneath the outer gang, the more they came, the more they would perish in one-on-one combat. Liu Yi was confident he could defeat a mid-level outer gang opponent. After all, he had already slain one of them, albeit in a wounded state, which affirmed his current prowess. He feared becoming surrounded during a confrontation, hence his efforts to divide the Lin family members. Had he known a mere inner gang youth was leading the pursuit, he would not have gone to such lengths. Lin Exine, a mid-level inner gang martial artist, ranked 105th on the martial artist list, known in the martial world as Cloud Turning Hand. Those who make it onto the list are undoubtedly exceptional talents, yet Liu Yi had ceased to regard anyone below the outer gang realm with any seriousness. Thus, he no longer concealed himself and boldly revealed himself before Lin Exine. Liu Yi. Lin Exine stared in disbelief at the figure before him, astonished that this youth would dare to seek his own demise. I heard you were looking for me, so I came. Liu Yi drew the demonic blade from his waist. Its blood-drinking hue, now even more vivid and sinister, instilling fear in anyone who merely glimpsed it. You think you can reign supreme in a remote county and remain oblivious to your own limitations? Lin Xian's ire flared at Liu Ye's disdainful demeanor. Today, I shall make you aware of the chasm that separates you from the martial artists on the list. A formidable innate gang chi enveloped his hands. Lin Xian, known as Cloud-Turning Hand in the martial world, took pride not in any weapon but in his own hands. The martial arts he practiced were the renowned Azure Sea Raging Waves palm of the Lin family. 3 waves of the river. Lin Xian leapt forward, his palms infused with overwhelming gang chi, crashing towards Liu Yi like a tempestuous wave. This was a powerful strike from the Azure Sea Raging Waves palm. Named 3 waves of the river. Though it appeared as a single strike, it contained 3 successive forces, each wave following the last, relentless like a tide. Even if the opponent managed to withstand the initial force, the subsequent impacts would overwhelm them, leading to their demise. Lin Xian was exceedingly confident in his family's palm technique and his own strength. He could almost envision Liu Yi being reduced to a puddle of mush beneath this strike. Yet, Liu Yi remained coldly resolute, observing Lin Xian's advance, slowly lifting his demonic blade. The blade's aura converged, transforming Liu Yi into a soulless killing machine. Without flourish, he cleaved downward. The god of death's blade severed all in its path. The terror of this strike amplified by its innate ability to dictate life and death, elevating its power to a truly frightful level. As the blade descended, a spray of crimson erupted and a pair of hands soared through the air. Sever at the wrists. As Liu Ye's strike cleaved Lin Xian's hands clean off, in the next instant, Liu Ye's demonic blade rested ominously against Lin Xian's neck. This is the prowess of a martial artist on the list? Liu Ye's voice remained icy. Having effortlessly slain an outer gang opponent with a single stroke, Liu Yi felt no exhilaration at triumphing over a mere inner gang warrior. In truth, this strike could have easily claimed Lin Xian's life. But Liu Yi had reasons to spare him. His life still held value. Liu Ye's blade was simply too swift, so swift that even when Lin Xian's hands flew skyward, he felt no pain. It was only upon seeing his severed hands in the air and glancing down to find his wrist bare that he let out a horrified scream. My hand! My hand! Agonizing pain surged through Lin Xian's mind, causing him to writhe on the ground. All of his martial skills concentrated in his hands, known as Cloud-Turning Hand. With his hands rendered useless, he himself was likewise rendered impotent. Lin Xian would likely never comprehend how a mere youth from a small county could possess such formidable strength, capable of severing his wrist with a single stroke. To note, his hands were shielded by gang chi, impervious even to elite soldiers. Enough noise. Liu Yi frowned at the writhing and wailing Lin Xian and, with a swift kick, rendered him unconscious. Liu Yi chose to spare this individual not out of trepidation for the Lin family, but rather to leverage him to unlock the Lin family's secret box. As a direct descendant of the Lin family and a figure on the martial artist list, he had undoubtedly received substantial support from the family. Liu Yi believed he must harbor numerous secrets, perhaps even the method to unlock the box. Naturally, Liu Yi had no intention of exhausting himself to interrogate this man. Even if he spoke, Liu Yi would trust not a single word. Liu Yi relied solely on what he could witness with his own eyes. He possessed a trump card, the infinite life simulator point. One day of feasting, one day of pursuit, and in another day, the simulator could be utilized once more. After today, he might finally discover the method to unlock the secret box. Liu Yi hoisted the unconscious Lin Xian and made his way to a nearby cave. As the moon rose high in the night sky, the hour had passed midnight, and the simulator was once again ready for use. Although the simulation could capture anyone within his line of sight, Liu Yi was uncertain if it could capture the deceased. He dared not take that risk, so he simply bandaged Lin Xian's wounds, thus allowing this fellow to temporarily retain his life. Lin Xian remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Liu Yi utilized his last 400 simulation points to capture Lin Xian's life and initiate the simulation. You were born into the Lin family of Peng City, nurtured by your clan from a young age to the age of 10. You achieved the body refinement realm. By 18, you attained the innate realm. And your family held a banquet to celebrate your engagement to a daughter of the Huangfu clan of Inchuan. T21, you reach the inner gang realm, sweeping through the 18 strongholds of the Lian Mountain. Ranking 105th on the martial artist list, T28, you fell in love with the most beautiful woman of Jiangnan, Xiao Xian'er, and during a fit of jealousy, you were slain by the martial artist ranked 3rd on the list, unrivaled Blade Xiaohojia. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 160 points. Simulation points gained, 160 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Pinnacle Mastery of Inner Gang Martial Arts. Point 2. Mid-grade Elite Soldiers White Jade Gloves. Point 3. Life experience of 28 years. 3. Liu did not even glance at the other two options and directly selected the third. Subsequently, the experiences of Lin Xian's life flooded into Liu Ye's consciousness. Lin Xian's life was straightforward. Essentially a standard template of a privileged scion, flowing smoothly until he encountered a rival stronger than himself, ultimately meeting his demise by their blade. In the absence of Liu Ye's trajectory, Lin Xian was originally destined to perish 6 years hence. However, his encounter with Liu Ye had expedited his death by a full 6 years. Unrivaled blade, Xiaohojia. Liu Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, in the memories he had acquired. Lin Xian, who had reached the late stage of inner force 6 years later, was still slain by his opponent with a single strike, without even a chance to retaliate. It seems that this world indeed abounds with skilled individuals. One must not underestimate the heroes of the realm due to a momentary success, or they will inevitably suffer great losses. Throughout Lin Xian's 28 years of life experience, Liu Ye successfully discovered the method to open the Lin family's secret box. It is no wonder that Liu Shanhe, after more than 20 years of effort, could not unlock the box. Liu Ye took out the jade box adorned with golden edges and sighed softly. The design of this secret box is, indeed, exquisitely intricate. Open the box. One must unlock 5 mechanisms, and if even one is slightly mismanaged, the mechanisms will reset, requiring one to start anew. Moreover, attempting to force it open is utterly impossible, for this jade box is crafted from special material and sealed with the true fire of a golden core master at the Yuan Shun realm. Only a Yuan Shun realm martial artist could forcibly open it. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ye followed the method gleaned from Lin Xian's memories, unlocking the mechanisms one by one with a click. As midnight passed, beads of sweat formed on Liu Ye's forehead. Finally, after unlocking the 5th mechanism, a soft sound emanated from the jade box. Phew! Liu Ye let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. Even knowing the method to open the jade box, he still took most of the night to succeed, highlighting the difficulty of this task. No wonder Liu Shanhe had spent over 20 years in vain. At that moment, even Liu Ye's composure could not suppress a wave of excitement as he yearned to see what treasures lay within the secret box, which Liu Shanhe treasured and for which the Lin family had persevered for over 2 decades. Upon opening the secret box, he found only 2 items, both seemingly unremarkable at first glance. Point 1 was a book with a blue cover, while the other was a very ancient-looking sheepskin map. Liu Ye first picked up the sheepskin map and unfolded it, discovering that it contained no information regarding its purpose. Only in a specific area of the map was a circle drawn in red ink. Liu Ye stared at the map for quite some time before sighing. This map is indeed very old. It is no wonder it took him so long to discern its details. The terrain illustrated on the map differs greatly from the present day. Even the territories of the current most powerful states, Qi, Chu, and Jin, are markedly different. After much effort, Liu Ye finally located the present-day Donghai County on the map. It remains uncertain how long ago this map was created. As for the circled area, he scrutinized it for quite a while before determining it to be located at the border between northern Qi and southern Shu, in a place called Zhejiang County. What treasures could that place possibly hold? The map provided no further information. For now, he decided to put the map away and would explore Zhejiang County in person when the opportunity arose. Next, Liu Ye turned his attention to the blue-covered book, and upon seeing it, his gaze became riveted, for emblazoned on the cover were 5 bold characters. Haina by Chuanju. The Haina by Chuanju. Liu Ye gasped in astonishment. The book contained the legendary technique of the Lin family known throughout the world. The Lin family possessed 2 fundamental martial arts. One was the Bai Chuan Hui Hai Gong practiced by the branch family, and the other was the Haina by Chuanju cultivated by the main family. Undoubtedly, the Haina by Chuanju was far more powerful. Lu Yi had previously simulated Lu Shan's life, and the Bai Chuan Hui Hai Gong was already a third-tier technique, equivalent to a sixth-tier technique in the real world. What level of technique could the Haina by Chuanju be? Eighth tier or even ninth tier? Lu Yi felt a surge of excitement and immediately opened the book to read. After some time, his expression turned peculiar, and he muttered to himself, Haina by Chuanju? Is this not akin to the Su Xing de Fa? The principle of Haina by Chuan is to regard one's own dantian as the ocean, absorbing the true energy within others as flowing rivers, making it one's own. Once mastered to a high degree, one could even siphon off another's power from several meters away. In Lu Ye's view, this technique is exceedingly sinister and bizarre, surpassing many demonic arts. Yet, the Lin family of Pengsheng is among the 8 great families of the realm, not a mere band of evil cultists. The reason lies not only in their refusal to harm others indiscriminately with this martial art, but also because their own strength is formidable enough. Such is the nature of the world. If one possesses sufficient power, others dare not speak recklessly. The Lin family's restraint in using this technique is not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability. One reason is the need to maintain the reputation of their esteemed family, and another is that recklessly employing this technique can be counterproductive. The conversion rate of forcibly absorbing energy is merely around 10%. Furthermore, as martial artists cultivate different techniques, their true energy attributes vary greatly. If various types of true energy accumulate excessively within the body, it can be detrimental rather than beneficial, leading to chaotic true energy and possibly resulting in death. Thus, a particularly gifted ancestor of the Lin family created the Bai Chuan Hui Hai Gong, a technique derived from the same source as the Haina by Chuanju, which not only allows for a conversion rate of around 50%, but also alleviates concerns regarding foreign true energy. Martial artists practicing the Haina by Chuanju can absorb the true energy of branch family practitioners to overcome cultivation bottlenecks. For many years, the branch family martial artists of the Lin family could be said to be akin to human elixirs nurtured by the main family. It is no wonder that Lu Shanhe, in a fit of rage, stole the Lin family's secret box and fled. Now, the Haina by Chuanju that had occupied Lu Shanhe's thoughts for over 20 years had fallen into the hands of Lu Yi. Perhaps this is a form of karmic retribution. While Lu Yi meticulously studied the Haina by Chuanju in his hands, a strange cry suddenly echoed through the cave. How is this possible? How could you possibly know the method to open the secret box? It was Lin Xian, who had awakened at some point without Lu Ye's notice, staring incredulously at the open secret box beside Lu Yi. It is no wonder he was so astonished. The method to open the secret box was a closely guarded secret of the Lin family. Even within the main family, only the most core members were privy to it. How could Lu Yi, the son of a branch family member who had left the clan for over 20 years, possibly know how to unlock it? I not only know how to open the secret box, but I also know one other thing. Lu Yi sneered as he approached Lin Xian, enunciating slowly, that is, you will die today. At this moment, the fear of death overshadowed everything else, and Lin Xian could no longer afford to ponder how Lu Yi knew the method to open the secret box. As he watched Lu Yi approach menacingly, he felt as though the specter of death was drawing ever closer, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am a core member of the Lin family. A favored protege of the family elders. Do you think you can threaten me with the Lin family? Lu Yi scoffed coldly, the crimson demonic blade pressed against Lin Xian's neck. Do you think I fear the Lin family? At that moment, Lin Xian realized that the man before him was a complete madman. Attempting to use the Lin family as leverage against him was utterly futile. Wait. I'll pay for my life. I have a chinken bag at my waist, filled with valuable items. Lin Xian, seeing that his threats were ineffective, immediately declared, Take what is inside, and spare my life. The mention of the chinken bag caught Lu Ye's attention. This was indeed a valuable item. Above the realm of harmonization of man and nature, martial masters can comprehend the forces of heaven and earth, employing supreme techniques to create independent spaces and fix them within other objects. The chinken bag is manufactured based on this principle, containing spaces of varying sizes for storing items. Only martial masters above the harmonization of man and nature realm can create such artifacts. Aside from the scions of the prominent families and powerful factions who can amass such resources, it is exceedingly difficult for smaller forces and lesser clans to obtain them. Take the Liu family. For instance, only Liu Shanhe possesses a relatively modest Qingquan pouch, and even Liu Yi does not have one. In contrast, Lin Xian's Qingquan pouch boasts a significantly larger internal space than that of Liu Shanhe. The profound heritage of the 8 great families is indeed not to be underestimated. Within Lin Xian's Qingquan pouch lie not only vast treasures of gold and silver, but also numerous elixirs, and even a few elite soldiers. However, what captivates Liu Yi the most is a crystal the size of a fist. This crystal is entirely transparent, and upon touch, one can feel a refreshing energy coursing through their arm and into their dantian. Is this the martial Dao Yuan crystal? Liu Ye's eyes flicker. He has heard of the martial Dao Yuan crystal, a special gem that aids martial artists in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Such crystals are monopolized by major factions and seldom circulate as strategic resources. Hence, Liu Yi has only heard tales of them, but has never laid eyes on one. Yet, what astonishes Liu Yi is not merely the Yuan crystal's ability to enhance cultivation, but rather the sudden appearance of a line of text before his eyes as his hand rests on the crystal. Energy absorption detected. Energy conversion simulation points. 100.D. You wish to absorb. Seeing this line of text, Liu Ye's heart jolts and delight dances in his eyes. Absorb. Liu Yi promptly declares within his mind. Immediately, he feels a gentle warmth in his palm, and the martial Dao Yuan crystal vanishes, while his simulation points undergo a transformation. The simulation points, which had previously reached 0 due to extracting Lin Xian's life, now return to 100. This martial Dao Yuan crystal can indeed be directly converted into simulation points. With this Yuan crystal, Liu Yi shall no longer fret over insufficient simulation points. Gazing at the changing numbers, Liu Ye's heart swells with exhilaration. Initially, the depletion of his simulation points had troubled him, as he feared he would be unable to use the simulator for an extended period until he discovered a method to replenish them. Little did he expect that fortune would smile upon him so effortlessly. This Yuan crystal within Lin Xian's Qingquan pouch could convert into simulation points. This marks the first time Liu Yi encounters a tangible object capable of transforming into simulation points in reality. Previously, he had tried various elixirs, ordinary soldiers, elite warriors, and treasures, none of which yielded any results. With an ample supply of simulation points, Liu Yi can not only amplify his simulation investments to reap greater rewards, but also redeem those coveted items that have long lingered in the simulation marketplace. It is worth noting that the simulation marketplace harbors numerous valuable goods, yet Liu Yi had been unable to redeem them due to his previous scarcity of simulation points. Now, with a viable method to replenish his simulation points, he can finally exchange for those treasures. However, the martial Dao Yuan crystals also appear to be exceedingly precious. Even within Lin Xian's Qingquan pouch, there are merely 5 that once fully converted, they yield only 500 simulation points. Just sufficient for 1 standard simulation and 2 regular simulations without additional investment. For the time being, Liu Yi can only fantasize about the items he wishes to redeem. You have taken my Qingquan pouch. Can you now spare my life? Lin Xian murmurs from the ground, fearful that Liu Yi might turn against him, taking the treasure and then slaying him. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Unerring and just, Liu Yi responds with a smile that sends chills down Lin Xian's spine. Originally, he had indeed intended to kill Lin Xian after opening the Lin family's secret chest. However, his initial plan has now shifted that he reaches out his hand and places it upon Lin Xian's crown. Your treasures are worth your life, as for your martial arts prowess. I shall claim that. As soon as he utters these words, an immense suction force surges from Liu Ye's palm. Lin Xian can distinctly feel his internal cultivation being drawn out, as if a dam has burst. This sensation is not new to Lin Xian. He has always been the one to absorb others' power, but now finds himself on the receiving end. The ocean of all rivers technique. Lin Xian's face contorts with terror as he exclaims, "This is impossible! How could you possibly possess the ocean of all rivers technique?" It remains uncertain whether Liu Ye's acquisition of numerous individuals' life experiences has augmented his memory and comprehension, but while it typically takes Liu family members months to initially grasp the ocean of all rivers technique, Liu Yi requires only a single glance to wield it. His dantian has transformed, resembling a vast ocean, while Lin Xian's strength flows forth like a river, eagerly absorbed by the newfound sea within Liu Yi. Although Liu Yi need not worry about the complications of foreign true energy when absorbing Lin Xian's strength, he has not cultivated the 100 Rivers convergence skill, limiting the conversion of his power. Even with a shared origin, he can only convert less than 20%. Moreover, with his own cultivation at merely the mid-stage of internal vigor, the aid to Liu Yi remains modest. Even after the complete absorption, Liu Yi's cultivation does not improve. It merely results in a more robust dantian. Lin Xian, deprived of his cultivation, collapses to the ground like a lifeless husk. His eyes are vacant, and he wishes for death. He knows he is utterly finished. With his hands crippled, he might still have elixirs to save him, but having lost all cultivation, with his dantian shattered, even the descent of a celestial being would struggle to rescue him. At this moment, Lin Xian yearns for death more than anything, for to a martial artist, becoming a cripple is far more terrifying than death itself. Yet Liu Yi is a man of his word, unerring and just. Those whom he intends to kill cannot be saved, not even by divine intervention. Conversely, those he wishes to spare can hardly perish, even in the face of death. Liu Yi not only shatters Lin Xian's legs, but also dislocates his jaw, rendering him incapable of biting his tongue to end his misery. This cave, nestled deep within the mountains, is so secluded that one cannot even catch a glimpse of shadow, let alone a person. All Lin Xian can do is languish in excruciating pain and terror until his slow demise. Within the cave, Lin Xian, a once formidable martial artist, begins to weep alone. Regret floods his mind. He laments why he provoked this harbinger of death and why he did not have his uncle lead the team. But now, it is too late for regrets. After departing the cave, Liu Yi eradicates all remaining Lin family warriors still searching in the mountains. Now, only one person remains from the Lin family's expedition. Lin Changjian. Liu Yi squints slightly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Lin Changjian is the middle-aged leader of this Lin family contingent, and in Liu Yi's eyes, he is also a target marked for death. Killing him would ensure that no one from the Lin family's mission to Guangling County survives. Even with the Lin family's power, attempting to unearth Liu Yi would require considerable time. Otherwise, if news of the Lin family's complete annihilation reaches them, Liu Yi would face an endless pursuit. Though Liu Yi is typically confident, he is not arrogant. He does not believe that with his current strength, he could directly confront one of the 8 great families, the Lin family. Moreover, Lin Changjian is a bona fide external vigor martial artist, and absorbing his cultivation would greatly benefit Liu Yi. Although Liu Yi has already acquired the ocean of all rivers technique from the Lin family, he refrains from recklessly absorbing the powers of other martial artists until he resolves the issue of foreign true energy. For Liu Yi, only Lin family members with a shared origin represent a true boon. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Changjian cannot be allowed to live. At present, Lin Changjian remains in Guangling County. 2 days have passed without any word from Lin Xian's contingent, as if they have vanished without a trace. This stirs an unsettling apprehension within Lin Changjian. Impossible! With Xian's strength and a large entourage of warriors, he should have been able to retreat even from external vigor masters, he mutters, shaking his head to dispel the unease gnawing at him. That lad is merely the son of the traitor Lin Changhe, a mere boy from a remote county. How could he possibly possess the strength to slaughter Xian and a whole battalion of warriors at just 19 years of age? Though doubt lingered in his heart, Lin Changjian had resolutely resolved that if no news were to return by the morrow, he would personally undertake the journey like a tea that moment. An unexpected chill crept across his neck, accompanied by a sudden gust of wind that a curved blade, glimmering with a sinister crimson light, silently approached his throat. Prior to the adversary's strike, Lin Changjian was completely oblivious to their presence, a testament to the assailant's remarkable stealth and assassination skills, which had evidently reached a formidable level. However, Lin Changjian was no ordinary martial artist. He was a practitioner of the outer chi realm, in a split second. Without even turning his head, he let out a thunderous roar and summoned a surge of chi that enveloped his body. Though he was merely in the mid-outer chi stage, his chi had yet to form a complete protective barrier, only shielding his torso. The assailant's knife technique was exquisite, deftly evading his protective chi and aiming directly for his neck. At that critical moment, Lin Chongjin's body inexplicably rose several inches, causing the blade, which was originally aimed at his throat, to strike precisely against his protective chi. The impact was akin to being struck by a colossal beast. The weapon felt more like an enormous axe than a mere curved blade. The force of the collision sent Lin Chongjin staggering forward several steps before he regained his balance, a coppery taste filling his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Turning to glance back, he found the assailant had not pursued him, but stood calmly in place, wielding an eerie curved blade and obscured by a mask that rendered their identity unrecognizable. "Are you from the Qinglong Society?" The Lin family has never had any grievances with the Qinglong Society. "Who seeks my life?" Lin Chongjin's gaze was grave, although the assailant's attire did not match his preconceived notions of a Qinglong Society assassin. The silent infiltration and alarming assassination skill left him feeling unsettled. Such prowess, he mused, could scarcely be found outside the Qinglong Society. Yet the intruder was not an assassin of the Qinglong Society, but rather Liu Yi, who donned the mask to conceal his identity. He had not anticipated that the mask would lead Lin Chongjin to mistakenly believe he was a member of the Qinglong Society. This misapprehension was not entirely unfounded, as Liu Ye's infiltration and assassination techniques were indeed derived from the life experiences of a genuine Qinglong Society assassin, making them essentially a direct inheritance of the Society's methods. Regarding Lin Chongjin's capabilities, Liu Yi admitted he had underestimated the strength of an outer chi warrior. To his astonishment, the lethal strike he had aimed to deliver had been thwarted. The recoil from the impact left his own arm tingling, preventing him from pursuing Lin Chongjin. However, since the adversary had misconstrued his identity, Liu Yi found it advantageous to maintain the ruse and further confound his opponent. The Qinglong Society has 365 assassins, present in every corner of the world. When the King of Hell calls for you at the third watch, who dares to let you linger until the fifth? Liu Ye's voice, deliberately disguised, was deep and hoarse. As a member of the Lin family, you ought to be aware that our Qinglong Society's code prohibits the betrayal of our clients' identities. The portrayal of a Qinglong Society assassin by Liu Yi was so lifelike that even Lin Chongjin, or any true member of the society, would find it impossible to discern the truth. It is indeed a Qinglong Society assassin. Lin Chongjin's expression darkened, and he felt no inclination to utter another word. He understood that since the assailant was affiliated with the Qinglong Society, further dialogue would be futile. The Society's assassins were notorious for their unwavering commitment to completing their missions. Failure equated to death. One would perish, whether it be the assassin or the target. For the moment a task was accepted, it meant that one of them would inevitably die. The only resolution lay in the elimination of the assassin. The Qinglong Society would never seek retribution for an assassin's failure. In their eyes, a useless individual was destined for death. Unless a new assassin accepted the task, the Society would never retaliate for personal vendettas. Die, Lin Chongjin bellowed, instantly launching an attack against Liu Yi. Though he had narrowly withstood Liu Ye's previous assault, he had sustained significant injuries. The God of Death's blade strike, coupled with the unique talent that multiplied the lethality of his strikes, was no trivial matter to counter. Even an outer chi warrior had to approach it with caution, let alone Lin Chongjin, who had been ambushed. It was already a stroke of fortune that he had managed to escape with his life. Now, Lin Chongjin felt a sharp pain coursing through his meridians at the mere act of channeling his chi. Even projecting his chi outward proved to be a challenge, leaving him no choice but to engage Liu Yi in close-quarters combat. Although the Qinglong Society was shrouded in mystery, those outside its ranks had only heard of its name. As a member of one of the 8 great families, Lin Chongjin had some understanding of the society. As the largest assassin organization in the world, the Qinglong Society boasted 365 branches, corresponding to the 365 days of the year, claiming to be omnipresent and ever watchful. unlike ordinary martial artists. The assassins of the Qinglong Society devoted extensive time and energy to mastering assassination and infiltration techniques. Consequently, they often lacked direct combat skills, with many assassins specializing in a single martial art. From the circumstances at hand, it was evident that this assassin had honed his expertise in knife techniques. Thus, Lin Chongjian's focus was entirely on Liu Ye's right hand that gripped the blade, especially after the formidable strike that had left a lasting impression on him. However, to his utter astonishment, after exchanging several blows, Liu Yi executed a feint with his right hand, swiftly following it with a palm strike aimed directly at Lin Chongjian's chest. The heart-piercing palm. Lin Chongjian was caught completely off guard by this sudden attack, and could only raise his protective chi to absorb the blow. Although the heart-piercing palm had lost some of its former lethal efficacy against the chi-protected warrior, it still carried the force of steel needles, piercing directly through Lin Chongjian's protective barrier. Poof! Lin Chongjian felt the malevolent power of the palm jolt his internal organs, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. While several of his ribs cracked under the impact, shattering his protective chi. Simultaneously, Liu Yi seized Lin Chongjian by the shoulder, a mysterious force emanating from his palm. The Sea of All Rivers technique? Lin Chongjian recognized this force all too well, astonishment and fury coursing through him. Who are you? How do you possess the Lin family's Sea of All Rivers technique? Lin Chongjian attempted to counter the force with the same technique. But having sustained multiple injuries, any attempt to channel his energy resulted in excruciating pain throughout his meridians, rendering him unable to resist the pull from Liu Ye's palm. I could see that moment. Liu Ye's grip tightened like a vice around Lin Chongjian's shoulder. As he felt the strength radiating from Lin Chongjian's body, Liu Yi slowly sheathed his curved blade and removed his mask with his other hand. Lin Chongjian suddenly recognized the excessively youthful face beneath the mask. It bore a striking resemblance to Lin Chonghe, who had betrayed the family over 20 years ago. Liu Yi. The name surged into Lin Chongjian's mind, a wave of disbelief and despair washing over him. He had never encountered Liu Yi before, yet upon seeing him, the name instantly manifested in his thoughts. The appearance of Liu Yi signified that the team led by Lin Xian had likely met with a disastrous fate. Lin Chongjian could not fathom how Liu Yi had slain so many of Lin Xian's men and stealthily returned to Guangling County. Nor could he comprehend why he wielded the Lin family's Sea of All Rivers technique. Indeed, it is I. A cruel smile curled upon Liu Ye's lips. You are the last of the Lin family. Now, go and join your kin. Lin Chongjian's entire cultivation was siphoned away by Liu Yi. And with a forceful grip, Liu Yi shattered Lin Chongjian's heart meridian, sending him collapsing to the ground. The strength of an outer chi warrior was indeed extraordinary. Although the conversion rate was barely below 20%, it still enabled Liu Ye's cultivation to surpass the initial inner chi stage. Advancing to the mid-inner chi stage, he was now but a step away from reaching the late inner chi stage, where he could form a protective barrier enveloping his entire being. Regrettably, Liu Yi did not find any martial arts crystals within Lin Chongjian's spatial pouch, perhaps the preciousness of the martial Dao origin crystal, or perhaps Lin Chongjian's complete dedication to his cultivation, left Liu Yi with an overwhelming sense of regret. The Lin family's 2 squads of warriors had been annihilated, among whom were 2 outer gang realm practitioners and a rising star of the family who had made it onto the human rankings. Although everyone involved had been silenced by Liu Yi, the perpetrator's identity remained a mystery. Nevertheless, such a significant incident quickly made its way back to the Lin family in Pengcheng, at the Lin family patriarch's residence. Several elders gathered within the confines of the Lin family estate, their expressions grim. A mere Guangling County has cost my Lin family 2 outer gang clan members, a rising star on the human rankings, and over 100 family warriors. An elderly man, with white hair and a dragon-headed cane, forcefully struck the ground with his staff and spoke in a deep voice. How shall I account to the patriarch and our ancestors? The great elder, another elder interjected. It is inconceivable that anyone from a mere Guangling County could cause such devastation to my Lin family. It is likely that other forces have set their sights on our Lin family's secret and have acted in the shadows. This was the most plausible conjecture. Investigate. You must find a culprit for me. Regardless of the cost, whether it be through the Tianji Pavilion or the Fenyu Tower, we must uncover who did this. The Great Elder exclaimed in anger. In 3 months, we shall celebrate our ancestors' 400th birthday. I will not allow anyone to slap my Lin family in the face at this time. The power of top-tier forces is indeed astonishing. In their quest to find the murderer before the Lin family's ancestors' grand celebration, the Lin family not only dispatched numerous experts for both overt and covert investigations, but also expended significant resources to enlist the aid of the Tianji Pavilion and Fenyu Tower. The Tianji Pavilion and Fenyu Tower are among the 4 most prestigious organizations in the world. The Tianji Pavilion is said to have the ability to predict fate, discern calamity and fortune, and even glimpse the past and future. Meanwhile, the Fenyu Tower boasts an extensive network of informants across the land, claiming that any information can be uncovered, provided one is willing to pay the price. With the combined efforts of these 3 top-tier forces, it took less than 10 days to broadly ascertain the identity of the culprit. Along with the name of the murderer, the Lin family also received the latest human rankings from the Tianji Pavilion. Name: Liu Yi. Age: 19. Nickname: Blood-Slaughtered Demon Blade. Ranking: 96. Cultivation Realm: Mid-Outer Gang Martial Arts. Nameless Demon Blade Technique: Chui Xine Palm Technique. Lin Family S Ocean of All Rivers Technique. Suspected weapon: Blood-Sucking Curved Blade. Suspected high-grade weapon. Achievements: Slay the original human ranking holder, Lin Xine, who was ranked 105, and killed Lin Changjian, an outer gang mid-stage warrior of the Lin family. Although Liu Yi had silenced all witnesses at the time, the Tianji Pavilion and Fenyu Tower managed to reconstruct the events through the remnants left at the scene. Various pieces of information and their mysterious divinations. They not only deduced Liu Ye's cultivation realm, but also identified the martial arts he practiced. This level of prowess was nothing short of breathtaking. Liu Yi. The great elder of the Lin family trembled with rage as he clutched the list in his hands. He now recognized Liu Ye's identity as the son of Lin Changhe, who had previously defected from the family. The enmity between the father and son duo was palpable. First Lin Changhe, now Liu Yi. I have long asserted that we must strictly control those side branches to prevent them from causing trouble for our Lin family. Our ancestors, in their benevolence, even sought to elevate the status of those bastards. The great elder declared solemnly, issue a family bounty for Liu Yi. Any family member who kills Liu Yi shall have their status elevated. Anyone from outside who delivers Liu Ye's head to our Lin family shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces and the choice of any martial art below the Xian level. In North Qi, at the Mingjian Manor, a young man clad in white also held the freshly released human rankings, tossing it aside after a glance at Li Xiang. Is that newly ranked brat your enemy? The young man asked nonchalantly, without turning around to face the other young man standing behind him. Indeed, fourth young master, that despicable Liu Yi is the root cause of the massacre of my Li family members. The young man behind him retorted indignantly that Li family has stood in Guangling County for hundreds of years. Yet, unexpectedly, we were annihilated overnight, of the entire family aside from myself, who was sent to Mingjian Manor for training. There were no survivors. As he spoke, his sorrow deepened, and he suddenly knelt before the young man, tears streaming down his face. That brat's methods are cruel, surpassing even those of the demonic path. I implore the fourth young master to seek justice for my Li family. Please rise, the young man responded. Your Li family has served as my Mingjian Manor's stalwart ally for many years. During the battle against the Five Poisons sect, your Li family played an integral role. Rest assured, my Mingjian Manor will not stand idly by. He waved his hand dismissively. However, now is not the time that my third brother is about to engage in a duel with the little celestial master from Longhu Mountain. I will soon accompany him to Nanshu, and I truly cannot spare the time. The young man behind him revealed a look of disappointment upon hearing this. Do not be disheartened, even if I do not take action. That brat will not last long. He has slain so many from the Lin family. They will not let him off easily. The young man chuckled. The Lin family's ancestor is approaching his 400th birthday. Fear not, that brat will not survive 3 months. The Lin family will never allow a character like him to tarnish their reputation on the human rankings. The new human rankings have been released. Hurry and take a look. What is there to see? It has only been a month. Could there be any significant changes? Quite the opposite. Look, Divine Blade Xiao Jia has slain the remnants of the demonic path, 5 Qi Chao Yuan, and has entered the top 20 of the human rankings. And in the 96th position, there's a newcomer, an inner gang practitioner. It's been ages since we've seen an inner gang practitioner break into the top 100. Who could it be from one of the major forces? What? He actually made it onto the list after killing members of the Lin family. What audacity! Could he be a remnant of the demonic path? As the crowd engaged in animated discussions regarding the newly released human rankings. The entry for Liu Yi was rather simplistic. Not only was there no introduction to his background, but there were also many inaccuracies regarding his martial arts and weaponry. The IT was hardly surprising, given that all witnesses to the incident had been silenced by Liu Yi. The details surrounding the event were largely conjectural, leading to inevitable inaccuracies. Moreover, Liu Yi had merely squeezed into the top 100, which did not warrant much attention. Aside from the Lin family's commission, the Tianji Pavilion and Fenyu Tower had not devoted substantial resources to him. The human rankings are one of the 3 lists, Heaven, Earth, and Man, released by the Tianji Pavilion. Although it is said to be published by the Tianji Pavilion, the actual creation involves collaboration between the Tianji Pavilion and Fenyu Tower, a fact not hidden from the martial world. The Heaven list records those who have condensed their law forms into martial arts grandmasters, totaling 36 individuals. The Earth list records those who have achieved martial arts golden elixirs, totaling 72 individuals. The Man list records rising talents under the age of 35. Those over 35 or who achieve the semi-master realm of Heaven and Man unification automatically drop off the list. There are also those who have taken it upon themselves to imitate the Heaven, Earth, and Man lists, creating numerous other lists such as the Divine Weapons list, the Beauties list, and the Heroes of the Jong list. However, the influence of these unofficial lists pales in comparison to the Heaven, Earth, and Man lists produced by the Tianji Pavilion and Fenyu Tower. The Heaven, Earth, and Man lists are recognized by the 3 major powers of the contemporary world. For many martial artists, being listed among one of these 3 lists is an immense honor. Some even engage in fierce battles for a position on the list, resulting in bloodshed. However, for Liu Yi, he had no desire to be listed, especially not at a time when he was burdened with a myriad of blood debts. Liu Yi happened to come across the freshly released human rankings while en route to Zhejiang County, and upon seeing his name on the list, his expression darkened to a shade darker than coal. Previously, he had relied on the fact that all witnesses had been silenced, allowing him to travel to Zhejiang County without a care, but now. However, upon glimpsing the ranking list, he promptly altered his decision. Fortunately, Liu Yi possessed some knowledge of disguise techniques gleaned from his life experiences, enabling him to perform simple alterations to his appearance without fear of being recognized. His visage appeared more gaunt, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, complemented by a scar running along his temple, all of which signified that Liu Yi had become a seasoned figure accustomed to the blood-soaked blade, giving him the appearance of someone in their mid-20s. No one would associate this individual with a 19-year-old scion of a noble family. The Tianji Pavilion and the Fenyu Tower truly lived up to their reputation as one of the 4 great organizations. I have indeed underestimated the heroes of the world. After donning his disguise, Liu Yi held the ranking list in hand and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment to think that after eliminating all witnesses, he could still be discovered in such a short span of time. Thankfully, he had a habit of inquiring about the happenings in the martial world upon arriving at any location, allowing him to timely uncover the newly released ranking list. Had the Lin family found his trail first, it would have been disastrous. The top 100 of this ranking list comprised martial artists of the external gang realm and above. The Tianji Pavilion and Fenyu Tower indeed regarded him highly. Placing him within the top 100, Liu Yi, stroking his chin with a smile, pondered, I wonder how formidable those ranked higher than I must be. The top 10 on the list were all figures at the 5 Qi Chaoyuan realm. They were merely a step away from achieving the harmony of Heaven and Man, becoming revered masters of martial arts. Yet at present, Liu Yi found himself quite distant from that realm. Interestingly, 6 years hence, the one who would rank among the top 3, the unrivaled Divine Blade Xia Hojia, had only just managed to break into the top 20 at this moment. At that time, his moniker was merely Divine Blade, lacking the unrivaled title. This was the only familiar name Liu Yi could recognize on the list, AS for the likes of Jade Buddha Kongxian, Little Celestial Master Zhang Lingyun, and Sword Young Master Yai Bian. Their names resonated like thunder, yet Liu Yi did not know a single one of them. Presently, Liu Yi felt he was still far removed from such illustrious figures. However, he firmly believed that he could catch up to them in due time. After all, he possessed an external aid that no one else had, did he not? Liu Ye's destination was the county seat of Jiuzhong, located at the border between the Qi and Chu kingdoms. He was eager to uncover the secrets concealed within the map that the Lin family had inherited for at least several hundred years, besides altering his appearance, to prevent arousing suspicion that could lead to the Lin family's pursuit. Liu Yi also modified many of the martial arts he was familiar with on the journey to Jiuzhong. He practiced several simulations, acquiring numerous valuable items through the exchanges. Point 1 was a 2-star sword technique. 7 stars falling from the sky, which, when executed, could manifest 7 sword energies, each targeting vital points of the body. A remarkably fierce sword art. He also obtained a mid-level talent called left-handed sword, which granted a 30% increase in power when using sword techniques with the left hand. Although it might seem less impressive compared to the mid-level talent One Cut Decides Life and Death, which offered a 300% attack power boost but was limited to a single strike. The left-handed sword talent's effect was continuous as long as the battle persisted. Thus, its practical utility was not inferior to One Cut Decides Life and Death. Additionally, Liu Yi acquired a fine-quality weapon, the Moonlit Sword. While it was slightly inferior to the fully evolved Bloodthirsty Devil Blade, in situations where the latter risked exposing his identity, this sword was a commendable choice. With that, Liu Yi had completely transformed into a left-handed swordsman. Seasoned in the ways of bloodshed, N01 would associate a left-handed swordsman with the Bloodthirsty Devil Blade on the ranking list. Liu Yi also adopted a new name, one that evoked memories of his past life, Yi Tian. Thus, the left-handed swordsman Yi Tian set forth toward Jiuzhong County, located along the border of the northern Qi and southern Chu kingdoms, was a bustling hub. Although situated within northern Qi territory, its status as a buffer zone between the two countries meant that the northern Qi government had limited control over it. Due to its position at the intersection of the two realms, a multitude of merchants frequented the area, rendering it a highly prosperous city. Its level of affluence far surpassed that of the Donghai County, where Liu Yi had previously resided. Among the 6 major gangs in the world, both the Tsang Gang and the Salt Gang had established branches here. The Beggars Gang, which thrived on alms, and the renowned brothel Thousand Gold's Laughter were also present. Numerous local factions, both large and small, vied for power in Jiuzhong. The dynamics of influence in Jiuzhong County could be described as intricate and convoluted. Liu Yi had already gathered a considerable amount of information regarding the situation in Jiuzhong County before even entering the city. At present, he found himself at a ferry terminal 50 miles outside of Jiuzhong City, known as Tianshui Ferry. The ferry, there was an inn called Tianshui Inn. Liu Yi sat there, sipping wine while gathering intelligence about Jiuzhong County. However, on this day, his drinking was far from peaceful. A few uninvited guests barged into the inn, wreaking havoc and smashing the place to pieces during their scuffle. The target of the pursuit was a towering man, muscular and solid, possessing mastery in the internal gang realm. The 3 assailants pursuing him were also adept in the internal gang realm in Guangling County. The internal gang realm represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet in Jiuzhong, Liu Yi had already encountered 4 such individuals before even entering the city. These individuals appeared to have some standing, as even the innkeeper, whose establishment had been destroyed, dared not voice his anger. And the patrons within the inn kept their distance, as if avoiding a plague. The towering man, under the onslaught of the 3 attackers, had sustained considerable injuries, clutching his chest and speaking in a deep voice. "Gentlemen, we have worked together for many years. Can we not spare my life? This is the ferry terminal, and I swear to depart Jiuzhong by boat and never return." An elder shook his head in resignation. "Brother Tai, it is not that we lack loyalty. You have seduced the leader's wife and sought to usurp his wealth. We cannot allow you to leave alive. Otherwise, we would have a hard time explaining ourselves upon our return." The muscular man glared in fury. "That is a baseless accusation. That woman summoned me to the rear courtyard under the pretense that the leader had instructions for me. You need not elaborate. We have no desire to hear the ins and outs of this matter. To prevent further public discourse, A relatively attractive middle-aged woman spoke sternly. You can either surrender peacefully and explain yourself to the leader, who may, out of respect for your past contributions, spare your life. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to take your head back as proof. Returning would be tantamount to death. Iron Jong, the man, roared in defiance. His aura surging, hair standing on end, prepared to fight to the death. The other three, upon witnessing this, sighed in silence before preparing to strike. The four were about to clash when, suddenly, a streak of light shot through the air, an ordinary wine cup, yet imbued with overwhelming energy, streaked through the midst of the four like a meteor. Despite being merely a cup, the force behind it was enough to push the four back. Who dares disrupt my drinking? Liu Ye's voice, now deeper and colder than before, interrupted. The three exchanged glances, and one lanky fellow cupped his hands. We, the Feihu gang, are eliminating traitors. We hope you will grant us face that, I repeat, you have disrupted my drinking. Before the slender bamboo could finish speaking, Liu Yi directly interrupted him. Lin Yi was certainly aware of their identities. Otherwise, he would not have stood up. He had never been one to meddle in others' affairs. Over the past few days, he had gathered considerable information regarding the various martial arts factions in Zhejiang County, aside from the likes of the Chao Gang and Yin Gang, which are titans in the world. There were numerous smaller gangs in Zhejiang County. Among them, 7 factions stood out, boasting external experts of the outer gang level, collectively referred to as the 3 gangs and 4 doors. The Feihu gang was one of these factions. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Liu Yi, as an outsider, would undoubtedly provoke a backlash from the local powers upon entering Zhejiang County. Initially, this thought troubled Liu Yi, but upon seeing the individuals before him, a sudden idea struck him. Using a chicken to lay eggs, the 4 external hall masters of the Feihu gang, Taizhan Hall Master Taizhong, Qingzhu Hall Master by Qingzhu, Ziyue Hall Master Zihua, and Chihu Hall Master Hu Bugui were all present today. Liu Yi maintained an impassive facade while secretly contemplating. The 4 external halls of the Feihu gang, along with 2 internal halls, were all led by martial artists at the inner gang level. Among them, Taizhong, the master of Taizhan Hall, was known for his integrity and boldness. Liu Yi had heard numerous merchants commend him during his inquiries. They said Taizhong never exploited them and treated his subordinates well, making him a rare individual. Liu Ye's involvement, apart from his own agenda, stemmed from his favorable impression of Taizhong, believing him to be a person of potential utility. However, upon invoking the name of the Feihu gang, the others showed no signs of respect. The 3 hall masters were well aware. Their opponent was either a fool unaware of the situation or someone deliberately seeking trouble. In any case, they did not appear to be naive. Thus, they must be intentionally causing issues. Could it be that Taizhong had summoned them? Yet, seeing Taizhong's own bewildered expression, it was evident he had no connection to these individuals. The 3 hall masters exchanged glances, momentarily puzzled about Liu Ye's intentions. The most composed among them, Chihu Hall Master Hu Bugui, clasped his hands and said, I'm unaware of your background, but in Zhejiang County. Few dare to disrespect the Feihu gang, that if you wish to meddle in our affairs, you should think it through. This statement bore a subtle firmness, hinting at a veiled threat. The rather alluring Ziyue Hall Master Zihua smiled coyly at Liu Yi, saying, Little brother, do not be deceived by Taizhong's seemingly upright demeanor. He is not a good person. He has seduced the gang leader's wife and embezzled the gang's assets. Given these crimes, do you think he deserves punishment? Yet Liu Yi remained unmoved by her beauty, casting a cold glance at Zihua and retorting, If I were to say he does not deserve punishment, would you then kill me as well? Liu Ye's words were quite rude, effectively striking the 3 hall masters' pride. The Feihu gang was a significant force in Zhejiang County, and these hall masters were individuals whose presence commanded respect. They had rarely encountered such insolence. Hu Bugui's expression darkened, and Zihua's smile vanished, her eyes glinting with coldness. Bai Qingzhu, enraged, shouted, What nonsense! Who dares meddle in the affairs of my Feihu gang? Although the 3 were momentarily unsure of Liu Ye's origins, the Feihu gang had never feared anyone in Zhejiang County. Very well. Liu Yi chuckled softly, and no sooner had the words left his mouth and his sword was drawn that a blade as thin as a cicada's wing transformed into 7 shooting stars. targeting 7 vital points around by Qingzhu, with the sword splitting into 7 stars. The 7 stars fell from the sky. The most terrifying aspect of this sword technique was that each strike was both a feint and a reality. If one defended, the feints could become real, and if one did not defend, the real strikes could turn into feints, reality, and illusion intertwined, and only by simultaneously breaking the 7 stars could one avoid being fatally struck by even a single blow. Bai Qingzhu, faced with the 7 stars blossoming before him, was thrown into a panic. He managed to defend against 4 of the strikes, but was utterly unprepared for the other 3. The more alarmingly, Liu Ye's sword pierced through his protective qi as if it were mere paper, leaving 3 bloody holes on his body. In the next moment, Liu Ye's sword was pressed against Bai Qingzhu's throat. Cold sweat beaded on Bai Qingzhu's brow, and the other 2 hall masters dared not move. Even a blind man could see that, despite being at the same inner gang level, there was a vast chasm between Liu Yi and them. Had Liu Yi intended to take Bai Qingzhu's life, a single stroke would suffice. Now, facing opponents of the same rank, Liu Yi was practically overwhelming. Now then, Liu Yi gently nudged his sword forward. It's still the case that Tai Jong seduced the gang leader's wife and stole the gang's assets. No. Bai Qingzhu felt the trickle of blood at his neck. Realizing that a single misstep could cost him his life, that he hurriedly replied, I do not know who spread those malicious rumors, but Hall Master Tai is a man of integrity. The brothers in the gang have always held him in high esteem. How could he commit such acts? Indeed, I have long said we should ascertain the truth. How can we jump to conclusions and cause distress among the brothers? Hu Bugui's aged face revealed a look of utmost seriousness. That vixen was never a good person. She must have embezzled the gang's assets and framed Hall Master Tai to cover her tracks. Zihua's alluring smile returned to her face. You see, it is as simple as that. Liu Yi turned to Tai Jong with a light smile, saying, in this world, it is the one with the strongest fist and the fastest sword who holds the truth. This world, after all, is one where the weak are devoured by the strong. Tai Jong remained silent for a long time, finally sighing. I implore you to spare their lives. They have been my companions for many years and are merely following orders. Upon hearing this, the 3 hall masters displayed expressions of gratitude. You are quite the loyal individual. Liu Yi raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Are you truly willing to bear such infamy, to live your life like a dog, hunted and unable to hold your head high? I am unwilling. Tai Jong gritted his teeth, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. But what can I do? As you said, in this world, it is the one with the hardest fist and the fastest sword who holds the truth. His fists were not as formidable as the leader of the Feihu gangs. Otherwise, he would not have fled in the night. I may be able to assist you. Liu Ye's smile was devilish. Enticing as he said, if you are willing to take a gamble, should you succeed, you will become the vice leader of the entire Feihu gang. If you fail, you will pay with your life. The number of outer gang martial artists who had perished at Liu Ye's hands was not insignificant, though he would not explicitly state this to Tai Jong. The subordinates he sought needed not only capability, but also the courage to wager their own lives. Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, not only Tai Jong but the other 3 hall masters realized that Liu Ye's target was not merely the 3 of them, but the entire Feihu gang. This man had quite the ambition. The Feihu gang had dominated Zhejiang County for many years, being one of the 3 gangs and 4 doors, with their leader, Hu Qianba, being an outer gang martial artist. Although the individual before them was impressive, he was still an inner gang martial artist, a whole rank below the outer gang. Where did he find the confidence to challenge the Feihu gang? The 3 hall masters could not fathom it, nor could Tai Jong. However, this did not deter Tai Jong from deciding to follow Liu Yi. As Liu Yi had noted, he might escape with his life today, but he would spend the rest of his life as a dog, unable to hold his head high. Once a hall master, Tai Jong refused to live as a coward, hidden away and ashamed of his failure. Very well, I will follow you. Tai Jong gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. But I ask that you spare the ordinary brothers of the Feihu gang. Rest assured, I am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Liu Yi smiled faintly, then turned to the other 3 hall masters and asked, what about the 3 of you? He sought to leverage the power of the Feihu gang to assist him in uncovering the secrets hidden within that map. And it was far more than merely a hollow shell. Though the three hall masters might not become Liu Ye's confidants as Tai Zhong could, they were still capable of aiding him. Although the three hall masters did not believe that Liu Yi, at the inner gang level, could be a match for the outer gang martial artist Hu Qianba, the circumstances were compelling, and no matter how formidable Hu Qianba was, he remained far from the county seat of Jiuzhong. However, Liu Ye's sword was perilously close. Should they dare utter a single word of dissent, the consequences would be all too predictable. Liu Yi did not strike one as a person prone to mercy. Indeed, the matter at hand was an injustice perpetrated by the leader, and we also stand in solidarity for Tai Tangzhu. Hu Bugue stroked his grizzled beard, speaking in ambiguous terms. If you wish to stand up for Tai Tangzhu, we shall not interfere. Bai Qingzhu also nodded in agreement. I am but a frail woman. What opinions could I possibly offer? Zihua giggled playfully, adding, I would never dream of causing you any trouble. The three hall masters, astute individuals, though compelled by circumstance to acquiesce to Liu Yi, refrained from making any definitive statements, merely asserting they would not hinder him, yet unwilling to openly assist, as long as these three did not actively seek their own demise. That sufficed as for an external practitioner. Liu Yi scarcely regarded him as a threat. He had already claimed more than one external martial artist's life. In the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang in Zhejiang County, Hu Qianba surveyed the three hall masters who had returned empty-handed, a look of discontent crossing his face. What? You three failed to capture Tai Zhong? One of the men seated beneath Hu Qianba scoffed. I heard the four external hall masters have always maintained good relations. Perhaps some individuals, recalling past friendships, deliberately let Tai Zhong escape. The four external halls of the Flying Tiger Gang and the two internal halls were managed by the Personnel Hall, responsible for the mobilization of gang members, and the Finance Hall, overseeing the management of the gang's assets. The two internal hall masters were Hu Qianba's most trusted confidants, although they were also hall masters of the internal realm. Their status within the gang subtly eclipsed that of the four external hall masters. Zhao, do not slander us, Bai Qingzhu retorted angrily. We merely find the situation suspect. Tai Tangzhu's reputation in the gang has always been impeccable. I fear he is not the type to engage in such despicable acts. Hu Qianba narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering within. So, you believe I am acting unfairly? We would not dare. Ubugue clasped his hands toward Hu Qianba. We merely encountered someone on the path while pursuing Tai Zhong. He claimed to have words for the leader, just as the words left his mouth. Two figures strode into the hall, one of whom was none other than Tai Zhong, the hall master of Iron Mountain, who was wanted by the Flying Tiger Gang. This moment. However, Tai Zhong followed another person closely. Resembling a mere lackey, Tai Zhong, how dare you return? The newcomers commanded, seize this traitor. Upon seeing Tai Zhong, the two internal hall masters were immediately filled with fury, rising to their feet and shouting. Yet Hu Qianba, a man of formidable presence, recognized at a glance that the true protagonist today was not Tai Zhong, but the young man who entered the Flying Tiger Gang's headquarters as if it were his own backyard. Are you the person the three hall masters spoke of? Hu Qianba asked coldly. What do you wish to say to me? Nothing much, Liu Yi replied with a gentle smile. I merely find that the rewards and punishments within the Flying Tiger Gang are indistinguishable, stagnant like a still pond. It is time for a change in leadership. The moment those words were uttered, the hall fell into stunned silence. How dare someone utter such treasonous words in the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang? The two internal hall masters immediately erupted in rage, while the three external hall masters instinctively stepped back. Yet Hu Qianba maintained his composure, his voice steady as he questioned, Who exactly are you? He could not fathom that someone bold enough to come to the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang to stir trouble would lack powerful backing. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. The renowned swordsman of the Three Rivers, the meteoric fast sword Tian, Tai Zhong, standing behind Liu Yi, relayed Liu Ye's casually fabricated background. Yi Daxia has come to seek justice for me, Tai Zhong asserted. I believe I have been unwaveringly loyal to the Flying Tiger Gang over the years, enduring hardships without accolades. Yet the leader, swayed by a woman-esque slander, does not even bother to investigate before seeking my life. I shall not accept this, nor will the brothers in the gang. Tai Zhong proclaimed loudly, Daxia speaks the truth. If we wish for the Flying Tiger Gang to flourish, We must have new leadership. Known for his integrity and fair treatment of subordinates, Jong held significant prestige within the Flying Tiger gang. His loud declaration caused the members of the gang to exchange glances, with the other three external hall masters adopting ambiguous stances. Over 80% of the gang members quietly retreated, leaving only the two internal hall masters and their loyal subordinates subtly encircling them. Jong, are you attempting to rebel against me? Even Hu Qianba could no longer contain his anger, glaring at the remaining three external hall masters. And what about you? Are you also planning to mutiny? The three external hall masters exchanged glances before responding in unison. We would not dare. But we implore the leader to clarify matters with Yi Daxia before proceeding. These three were shrewd individuals, aware that even if Lu Yi were to lose to Hu Qianba, as long as they did not overtly rebel, they could band together and remain untouchable. That if they were to lose 4 hall masters of the internal realm at once, the Flying Tiger gang would be ripe for the taking by other forces in Zhejiang County. Hu Qianba would never willingly forsake the gang he had painstakingly built. Now, it all hinged on the outcome of the confrontation between Lu Yi and Hu Qianba. Very well, Hu Qianba bellowed. Let me see who possesses such audacity to cause a ruckus in my Flying Tiger gang. He then retrieved a massive tiger-headed, gold-backed broadsword, nearly half a person tall, from behind his seat. This broadsword likely weighed several hundred pounds, indicating that Hu Qianba relied on sheer strength to dominate his opponents. Meanwhile, Jong stepped forward, his voice rumbling like thunder. Yi Daxia, leave those two sycophants to me. Focus on dealing with Hu Qianba. Certainly, Lu Yi responded without hesitation, nodding slightly before drawing his Panyu sword. The Panyu sword, a soft blade as thin as a cicada's wing, resembled a mere belt when not in use. Upon seeing Lu Yi wield such a seemingly weightless soft sword, Hu Qianba's expression grew more serious. Generally, martial artists would choose weapons that, while not necessarily heavy, still possessed a substantial weight to avoid losing ground in a physical confrontation. Those who dared to wield weapons that appeared to weigh less than a few taels were either fools or true masters. Hu Qianba, uncertain of his opponent's strength, recalled a long-held truth. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Without waiting for Lu Yi to make a move, he swung his broadsword, unleashing a 3-zhong-long blade aura. This initial stage of external energy represented the pinnacle of its realm. Should the aura exceed 3 zhong, it would advance into the mid-stage of external energy. Although Hu Qianba's broadsword was heavy, he wielded it with ease. The hundreds of pounds of weight danced in his hands, resembling a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Hu Qianba's reputation as a formidable figure in Zhejiang County was not merely a fabrication. Though he had refrained from engaging in personal combat in recent years due to his status, his prowess had not diminished. This ferocious, tiger-like blade technique was his signature move, the 5-tiger breakthrough blade. At that moment, Lu Yi's Panyu sword also shimmered with the brilliance of energy. The blade shot forth like a shooting star across the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of blades clashing resonated as Lu Yi was forced to retreat several steps under the weighty onslaught of Hu Qianba's attack. Internal energy? Hu Qianba's eyes widened in disbelief, soon replaced by a furious glare. A mere internal practitioner dares to cause trouble in my Flying Tiger gang. Are you mocking me? Initially cautious of Lu Yi's strength, Hu Qianba's anger surged as he realized the opponent's energy merely enveloped his weapon, unable to project outward. Did he truly believe that after so long without combat, any fool could dare to challenge him? Hu claimed that internal energy could not vanquish external energy. Lu Yi remained unfazed, maintaining an air of calm. A mere internal practitioner, yet your bravado is astonishing. Hu Qianba dismissed Lu Yi with disdain. Viewing him as inconsequential, that a mere internal practitioner, he believed, would be unable to approach him once he unleashed his energy. Just as before, Lu Yi posed no threat to him. As Hu Qianba was about to swing his blade once more at Lu Yi, he suddenly felt that the tiger-head golden-back broadsword in his hand had grown significantly lighter. Astonished, he turned his head to glance at the sword, only to find a deep fissure that had mysteriously appeared along the blade, rapidly extending from the tip to the entire body of the sword. With a swift motion of his arm, the entire blade shattered into countless fragments upon impact, It wasn't that his sword had become lighter. Rather, it had completely disintegrated, leaving only the bare hilt in Hu Qianba's grip. Liu Ye's 7 stars falling from the sky struck with precision, each thrust aimed directly at the most vulnerable points of the human body. The same principle applied to weaponry. Although Liu Ye's energy could not be projected outward, to hit Hu Qianba, he needed to close the distance. Yet in their recent clash, Liu Ye targeted the weakest spots in Hu Qianba's energy with every strike, delivering a devastating blow through the vibrations of their clash that left the broadsword mortally wounded. The tiger-head golden-back broadsword, though appearing formidable, was merely a low-grade weapon, incapable of withstanding Liu Ye's energy shockwave. No matter how exquisite or powerful the swordsmanship, it required a functional blade to be executed. In the fleeting moment of Hu Qianba's shock, Liu Ye had already approached him like a specter. Simultaneously, his sword transformed into 7 stars, piercing towards the 7 critical points of Hu Qianba's body. Accustomed to wielding a blade, Hu Qianba found his combat prowess severely diminished with his sword shattered, leaving him unable to defend against Liu Ye's extraordinary swordplay. He could only muster his energy to form a protective barrier around himself, hoping to suppress Liu Ye's assault with the external energy against his internal energy. However, although Liu Ye's energy could not be projected outward, its quality and quantity were not inferior to that of an external energy realm warrior. A series of sharp sounds echoed as Liu Ye's longsword pierced through Hu Qianba's protective energy, leaving 7 transparent wounds on his body. Liu Ye had slain more than one warrior of the external energy realm before. If facing one in the mid-stage, he would need to exert considerable effort. Yet against a warrior in the initial stage, he could easily manage. Hu Qianba's robust body collapsed with a thud. He likely never imagined that, after years of tyranny in Zhejiang County, he would perish at the hands of a warrior of the internal energy realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhong also followed a bold and vigorous path. Despite facing 2 opponents of the internal energy realm simultaneously, each punch he threw was a testament to his dominance. Disregarding his own injuries, akin to a frenzied bull, under his overwhelming presence, the 2 hall masters opposite him struggled to maintain their ground against his assault. Upon witnessing Hu Qianba's fall, the 2 internal hall masters grew increasingly flustered, their techniques becoming erratic. "Die for me," Zhong bellowed, his muscles rippling as he unleashed both fists, striking the chests of the 2 internal hall masters with such force that they both perished simultaneously. "Indeed impressive," Liu Ye remarked, his eyes reflecting admiration. Although Zhong was far from his equal, he was nonetheless a formidable fighter among those of the internal energy realm. Coupled with his character, he was certainly worthy of further cultivation. "The leader is dead. Zhao and Xian, the hall masters, have also fallen. It's over. Our flying tiger gang is utterly finished." The simultaneous deaths of leader Hu Qianba and the 2 internal hall masters plunged the members of the flying tiger gang into chaos. Many, once loyal to Hu Qianba and the 2 internal hall masters, feared retribution and began secretly inciting others to create disorder. That moment, Zheng's voice thundered, "Silence! Hero Yi promised me that he would only punish the main offenders and would not hold ordinary members accountable." He then cast a glance at Liu Ye. Zheng truly proved himself to be a talent, understanding that instilling calm in the hearts of the people was of utmost importance at that moment. As for those who conspired in the shadows, could they evade justice forever? Liu Ye seized the opportunity to echo Zhong, stating, "Indeed, I stand for Tai Hall Master today out of respect for his character and my disdain for Hu Qianba's ignorance. Now that Hu Qianba is dead, I will not pursue the remaining members. Hero Yi is merciful." The ordinary members of the gang sighed in relief upon hearing Liu Ye's words that AS for the conspirators. Seeing that the others had lost their desire to stir trouble, they dared not reveal themselves any longer. Yet, the Flying Tiger Gang was the culmination of the efforts of the various hall masters and their brothers. Though Hu Qianba had perished, the gang could not simply disband. Liu Ye approached the leader's throne, lightly tapping the table with his fingers before boldly seating himself upon it. He surveyed the assembly with a smile and declared, "Though I may lack talent, I assure you I am far better than Hu Qianba, who is arbitrary in his rewards and punishments. I will lead the Flying Tiger Gang to greater heights." Today I assume the position of leader. Who is in favor? Who is against?" As his words fell, the members of the Flying Tiger gang exchanged glances, the intent behind his words glaringly obvious. However, with the bodies of Utianba and the two internal hall masters still before them, who would dare to voice opposition? In this world, might makes right. Those with the strongest fists and swiftest blades dictate the law. Taishan Hall Master Tai Zhong supports Hero Yi as our new leader. Tai Zhong was the first to respond, his tower-like frame bowing in respect before Liu Yi. Chihu Hall Master Hu Bugui, Qingzhu Hall Master by Qingzhu, Ziyu Hall Master Zihua. We pledge our allegiance to Hero Yi as the new leader of the Flying Tiger Gang. Following Tai Zhong's declaration, the remaining 3 external hall masters voiced their support as well. With all 4 hall masters in agreement, the other members dared not dissent. From this day forth, Liu Yi rightfully became the voice of the Flying Tiger Gang among the 3 gangs and 4 factions of Zhejiang County. Having assumed leadership of the Flying Tiger Gang, Liu Yi knew he must establish new rules. With the deaths of the 2 internal hall masters, he decided to abolish the internal hall entirely, retaining only the 3 external halls. Consequently, Taizheng's Taishan Hall was also dissolved, and he was promoted to deputy leader, overseeing all matters within the gang, becoming Liu Ye's true confidant. With the internal hall abolished, the personnel of the external halls would no longer be subject to arbitrary transfers by the internal hall. Instead, the 3 external hall masters would make their own decisions. Each external hall would no longer be required to submit all their monthly income, but would only contribute a portion based on their territory and earnings. Liu Ye's intention behind these changes was to cultivate a reliable group of trusted allies rather than spreading resources too thin. However, this move inadvertently enhanced the authority of the 3 external hall masters, leaving them elated. Initially, they believed that once Liu Yi took power, he would surely diminish their influence, given they had neither supported Hu Qianba nor Liu Yi. Tai Zheng's favorable treatment was a result of his actions in slaying the 2 internal hall masters. Meanwhile, the 3 of them had managed to stay neutral and achieve a sense of satisfaction without offending either side. Now, to their astonishment, their power had not only remained intact, but had actually increased, igniting their excitement. Liu Ye's vision was undoubtedly broader than Hu Qianba's by a significant margin. Liu Yi had never coveted the so-called power of the Flying Tiger Gang, nor sought to monopolize it for himself. The notion of authority was but a fleeting illusion. Hu Qianba may have wielded absolute power, yet Tai Zheng's reputation was too favorable. He feared that Tai Zheng would win the hearts of too many within the gang, and thus conspired against him. Yet, where was Hu Qianba now? In death, he had no one to stand up for him. In this world, where martial prowess reigned supreme, without strength, even the mightiest of powers become mere castles in the air, easily toppled. Liu Yi had always understood this truth and would never allow himself to be blinded by fleeting gains. In Hu Qianba's former study, there hung a vivid painting of a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Standing before that painting, Liu Yi clenched his fist lightly. Compared to the illusory power, he placed his faith in the strength of his own fists. In this world, might is authority, as long as your fists are strong enough. There is no power beyond your reach. That a powerful strike equates to power. A true man cannot go a day without power, and that power must stem from the strength of his own fists. Liu Yi had always believed in his fists, in his blades, and in his unwavering conviction. Thus, though Hu Qianba has perished, he stands here in the guise of a victor. Undoubtedly, certain matters may be relinquished, such as a portion of the power and wealth of the Flying Tiger Gang, that he requires the manpower and resources of the Flying Tiger Gang to assist him in uncovering clues regarding that map. Being a newcomer with insufficient foundation, in order to prevent his subordinates from being perfunctory, he must establish authority while also using wealth and power to win them over. Yet there are certain things that must remain solely with Liu Yi, such as the discovery during his audit that the Flying Tiger Gang had amassed 20 pieces of martial arts origin crystals. This treasure is something he could never part with. Outside the study, Tai Zheng knocked and entered. He cautiously cradled a box in his hands, containing precisely the martial arts origin crystals that Liu Yi had instructed him to retrieve. Such crystals should have been monopolized by the major powers. Yet due to the flourishing commerce in Zhejiang County, this minor faction known as the Flying Tiger Gang which could hardly be considered even a third-rate force, had surprisingly accumulated as many as 20 pieces. 20 pieces equate to a staggering 2,000 simulation points. This could be deemed the greatest surprise Liu Yi gained from taking over the Flying Tiger gang, though Tai Zhong appeared as solid as an iron tower. He was not merely a muscle-bound brute devoid of intellect. While the allure of the martial arts origin crystals was immense for martial artists, he understood that everything he possessed was granted by Liu Yi, who could reclaim it at any moment. Thus, after placing the box of enticing martial arts origin crystals down, he did not even cast a glance back, instead reporting on the situation within the gang. Following the chief's orders, Hu Qianba's personal savings over the years would be used to enhance the benefits for the brothers. The monthly remuneration for outer members would rise by 1 tael, while ordinary members would see an increase of 5 taels, and the relocation subsidy would escalate from 20 taels to 100 taels. Before Tai Zhong could finish, Liu Yi waved his hand, interrupting him. You and the 3 hall masters may discuss these matters amongst yourselves. You are all veterans of the gang, and I trust you to handle these affairs. Thank you for your trust. Chief, I shall certainly live up to your expectations. Tai Zhong felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this, and continued. There's another individual who requires your personal handling, as soon as he spoke. A beautiful woman entered from outside the study. She appeared to be no more than 30 years old, possessing a stunning beauty and a figure that was both graceful and alluring, with eyes that seemed to ensnare the soul. Her flirtatious gaze was enough to stir one's deepest desires that I am but a humble servant, and I have the honor of meeting you. Chief Yi. The woman gazed intently at Liu Yi, her eyes brimming with desire and allure, her voice irresistibly enchanting. This is Hu Qianba's most beloved wife, Tai Zhong explained hurriedly from the side. This woman was the one who, at Hu Qianba's behest, had conspired against Tai Zhong. Though Tai Zhong loathed her to the core, he realized that throughout history, heroes have often been captivated by beautiful women, especially one as enticing as this. Chief Yi, being alone in Zhejiang County, might indeed require the company of someone who knows how to serve. Thus, Tai Zhong suppressed his personal feelings and delivered the woman to Liu Yi. However, he misjudged Liu Ye's character. Liu Yi was never one to be seduced by beauty, especially not by someone else's discarded partner. Upon learning of her identity, he instinctively frowned. With her husband recently deceased, her flirtatious demeanor was akin to a ticking time bomb. How could Liu Yi possibly keep her by his side? He could not forget how Liu Shanhe had met his end. Enough. I have no interest in this woman, Liu Yi said impatiently, waving his hand. You may dispose of her as you see fit. You may go now. Tai Zhong was taken aback by Liu Ye's words, and as he recalled Liu Yi's decision to distribute all of Hu Qianba's private savings to the gang and to entrust its power to himself and others, his expression became increasingly animated. Not being greedy for wealth, nor lustful, nor power-hungry, what regrets could there be in following a person like this, who was destined to achieve great things? Once Tai Zhong had escorted the woman out, Liu Yi's gaze returned to the box of martial arts origin crystals. What beauty! What wealth! What power! To Liu Yi, they were all but ephemeral illusions. Only this box of martial arts origin crystals represented the most exhilarating bounty that stirred his heart. Liu Yi could hardly contain his excitement as he seized the martial arts origin crystals, converting them all into simulation points. His previous simulations had yielded good fortune, granting him numerous valuable items and accumulating a considerable amount of simulation points. Originally, he had acquired 5 pieces of martial arts origin crystals from Lin Xin, converting them into 500 simulation points, and now his total had risen to 800 with these 20 pieces of martial arts origin crystals. Upon full conversion, he would gain an additional 2,000 simulation points, bringing his current total to an impressive 2,800 points. This was a rare moment of abundance for Liu Yi. Unmoved by any power or wealth, Liu Yi gazed at his simulation points balance and chuckled. He understood that transforming simulation points into personal strength was the only true imperative. Otherwise, no matter how many simulation points he possessed, they would merely be a collection of meaningless numbers. Now, 2 paths lay before Liu Yi. One was to directly use the simulation points to purchase items from the marketplace. This posed no risk, but the returns were also limited. The other was to invest a substantial amount of simulation points into simulations, potentially yielding enormous rewards. But should fortune fail, he could lose everything. Liu Yi had always been a person willing to take risks, believing firmly that one reaps what one sows. The greater the investment, the larger the return. Moreover, his luck had never been particularly poor. Thus, without much hesitation, Liu Yi committed an unprecedented sum of 2,400 simulation points to this simulation, retaining only 400 points as insurance against total loss. Such a significant investment had never been made before. Consequently, Liu Yi was exceptionally cautious and meticulous when selecting his initial talents and background. In the end, he chose an initial background of Disciple of the Demon Path and an initial talent of Demonic Flames Rising. Indeed, Liu Yi opted for the Demon Path, for its martial arts advanced swiftly and wielded tremendous power, albeit often accompanied by severe side effects. However, as long as these side effects did not directly harm his physical form, Liu Yi could wholly accept them. His mind had accumulated hundreds of years of life experience after absorbing countless lessons, comparable to those ancient beings at the spirit realm. Initially, he had invested a mere 150 simulation points to obtain the formidable martial art killing god S-Blade. Now that he had invested a full 2,400 points to acquire the dual demon path talents and background, what sort of rewards could he expect? Liu Yi's heart brimmed with anticipation. You are a descendant of the ancient demon sect, the blissful Heaven Demon Palace, devoted to the revival of the demon path. At 18, your talent of Demonic Flames Rising was triggered, and you obtained the fragmented scroll of the 4-star martial arts 6 paths of the heavenly demon within the ruins of the ancient demon gate. At 23, you have become a leading figure among the young generation of the demon sect, ranking 3rd on the human list. At T25, you created the 3.5-star martial art All Shall Be Killed, severely wounding numerous renowned masters of the righteous path. At 26, you issued a challenge to the first-ranked master of the human list, the young lord of the famous sword villa, Divine Sword CS Xiaofeng, causing a stir in the martial world. At T26, you battled CS Xiaofeng at the summit of Tiantai Mountain, using your self-created martial art All Shall Be Killed, ultimately succumbing to Xiaofeng as heavenly steel. Earthly exchange sword technique. At T26, you perished atop Tiantai Mountain. Simulation concluded. Overall rating, 500 points. Earned simulation points, 500 points. Current simulation points, 900 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1.4-star martial arts 6 paths of the heavenly demon, fragment 2. 3.5-star martial art All Shall Be Killed 3. Life experience at the age of 26. Indeed, every effort yields a corresponding reward. Observing the lines of text before him, Liu Yi could hardly contain his excitement. His fists clenched tightly. A fragment of a 4-star martial art, a complete 3.5-star martial art. His investment of 2,400 simulation points had proven to be extraordinarily worthwhile. To put this into perspective, a 3-star martial art would require at least 10,000 simulation points to exchange for in the marketplace. That is equivalent to a martial art of Earth-level caliber in the real world. What astonished Liu Yi even more was the identity of the person simulated. Famous sword villa, Xiaofeng. Liu Yi's eyes sparkled with intensity. This name was one that even the most sheltered individual could not be oblivious to. The previous master of the famous sword villa, ranked 1st on the human list, Divine Sword Xiaofeng, the god of swords unparalleled in the world. Truly, he was the undisputed number 1 in existence. This name has held the top position on the celestial rankings for over a century. Throughout 100 years, as fortunes have shifted and changed, countless heroes and extraordinary individuals have emerged in the world. Yet, the 3 characters Xiaofeng firmly maintain their place at the pinnacle, unshakable and unmatched. In the beginning, the title of Sword God was merely a reference to an invincible divine sword, not to a deity among swords. The alteration of Xiaofeng's title occurred at least 200 or 300 years ago, while the existence of his name on the human rankings dates back at least 5 or 6 centuries. That it is astonishing that this simulation has conjured an ancient individual from hundreds of years past. Although time has shifted, Liu Yi remains unaware of the true name of this demonic master from centuries ago. However, Liu Yi understands that anyone qualified to challenge Xiaofeng must undoubtedly be a contemporary paragon. This demonic adept, able to create his own martial arts in his 20s, certainly embodies exceptional talent and brilliance. Point 2. Liu Yi hesitated briefly between the first and second options before ultimately selecting the latter. Such martial arts, requiring tens of thousands of simulation points merely for exchange, would compel him to relinquish any life experience. Among the two martial arts options, while the Six Paths of Demonic Melody boasts a higher rating, it is merely a fragment that, in contrast, All Directions Kill is a complete martial art. Although its rating stands at only 3.5 stars, Liu Yi's understanding of demonic martial arts suggests that this does not imply a lack of power. Rather, the side effects are likely considerable, leading to the automatic downgrade in rating that if one disregard the side effects, it would genuinely be a 4-star martial art, akin to the heavenly level martial arts in the real world. Moreover, Liu Yi vaguely senses that to become a truly top-tier martial artist, he must forge his own path in martial arts and not rely solely on the experiences of others. Therefore, he opts for this martial art, created by that demonic master, hoping to glean insights for his future self-created martial arts and lay a foundation. As he completed his choice, a torrent of information surged into Liu Yi's mind. In an instant, he felt as if he had transformed into multiple beings, each employing distinct techniques of fists and feet. I could see that moment. It seemed as though Liu Yi's presence permeated the entire realm. He was the deity governing all, the demon of annihilation, the supreme existence that was omnipotent and omnipresent. Heaven and earth were obliterated, and all directions faced annihilation. Upon executing the strike, there would be no living soul in the universe. Past or present, up, down, left, right, kill. Through the ages, kill. In the vast cosmos, kill. All things of heaven and earth, kill. In the realm of demonic arts, there exists no one who could escape his wrath, no one he could not slay. All directions faced annihilation. His fists obliterated the heavens and gods, sweeping away all beings. Such a domineering fist technique. What a move! All directions kill. After absorbing the essence of this martial art, feeling the overwhelming intent to obliterate the heavens, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, for this technique is truly terrifying. In terms of power alone, it undoubtedly qualifies as a 4-star martial art, equivalent to heavenly-level martial arts. Heavenly-level martial arts are superior to earthly-level martial arts, as they can harness greater celestial energy. All Directions Kill is even more fearsome, merging the energy of heaven and earth with one's own murderous intent, capable of manifesting numerous martial avatars. When this technique is executed to its fullest extent, transforming into 10 martial avatars while simultaneously unleashing the unparalleled heavenly kill fist, the resultant power could annihilate heaven and earth. Of course, the side effects of this technique are immense. Otherwise, a move as powerful as All Directions Kill would not merely possess a rating of 3.5 stars. Each time one gathers a martial avatar, it consumes all the martial artist's strength and murderous intent. This imposes a significant burden on the practitioner, and the terrifying murderous intent can easily cloud their mind. Should one attempt to forcefully execute it without sufficient strength, the result would either be succumbing to madness or exhausting themselves to death. Although this martial art is called All Directions Kill, even the master who created it could only summon 7 martial avatars at most. The ideal state of All Directions Kill has never been achieved, as the creator himself perished before realizing it. Liu Yi mentally simulated this martial art. Upon reaching 3 martial avatars, he was already sweating profusely, his eyes turning crimson, and a sensation of throbbing pain coursed through his meridians. Liu Yi recognized that his current limit was the summoning of 3 martial avatars. Should he attempt to forcibly conjure a 4th, his meridians would surely shatter, leading to madness. However, 3 martial avatars are already sufficient. The stacking of martial avatars is not a simple matter of addition. Each additional martial avatar equates to another Liu Yi launching a full-force strike from a different angle, a far more terrifying prospect than mere addition. Though he can only summon 3 martial avatars, this martial art has already surpassed the killing goddess blade, becoming Liu Yi's most formidable weapon at present. Yet, employing this technique would deplete his energy entirely, leaving him devoid of combat capability afterward. Even Liu Yi refrains from using it lightly unless absolutely necessary. After all, the demonic adept who could summon 7 martial avatars ultimately fell to Xie Xiaofeng. Just how formidable are the top experts in this world? Liu Yi couldn't help but sigh. The more he learns, the more he realizes the vastness of this world and his own insignificance. Initially, in Guangling County, he was indeed invincible, but upon venturing into the outside world, he recognized that his current strength is but a trifling matter. He ought to be grateful to those Lin family warriors. Had they not forced him into a corner, he might have lingered in Guangling County for a longer time. However, Liu Yi now had no time to ponder the past or future, as 3 hall masters and the vice leader sought his audience. Reporting to the leader, Tai Zhong's expression was grave as he wasted no time with pleasantries. He clasped his hands and directly stated, "Recently, the Sanning Society and the Wild Horse Gang have been incessantly encroaching upon our territory. As of today, 3 of our gambling houses, 6 taverns, and 1 marketplace have been swallowed by them. Leader, they're taking advantage of the turmoil within our Feihu gang to strike us while we are down. You cannot sit idly by." The other 3 hall masters echoed his sentiments. Their thoughts were straightforward. They were not as loyal as Tai Zhong and were merely employees at best. Although Liu Yi had annihilated Hu Qianba with overwhelming force and seized control of the Feihu gang's assets, if he could not lead the gang to flourish, but rather allowed other forces to bully them, they would have no choice but to seek new opportunities. Tap, tap, tap. Liu Yi lightly drummed his fingers on the table, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sanning Society? Wild Horse Gang? I haven't even had the chance to deal with them, and they dare to come seeking death. These local forces in Zhejiang County were already within Liu Yi's plans for confrontation. The territory of Zhejiang County is vast, several times larger than the Guangling County city he was previously in. Even the Feihu gang occupies only a small fraction of Zhejiang County. The likelihood of uncovering map clues in such a limited space is exceedingly low. The Feihu gang has been searching for several days, following Liu Yi's instructions. Not only have they yielded no results, but their mobilization has also left their defenses vulnerable, allowing the other 2 forces to encroach upon their territory. To search successfully, they must expand their territory and increase their manpower. Zhejiang County is home to 2 factions. One comprises external forces like the Chao Gang and Salt Gang that have established branches here, while the other consists of the indigenous local forces. Liu Yi is currently unable to contend with the colossal powers like the Chao Gang and Salt Gang. Although these forces may only have innate martial artists stationed at their branches in Zhejiang County, it is not due to their lack of strength, but rather because they are overwhelmingly powerful. Even if they only left an acquired martial artist to oversee, no one would dare provoke them. Liu Yi is far from capable of contending with such colossal forces and risks exposing his identity. Thus, only the local forces remain. Originally, Liu Yi planned to wait until the Feihu gang was thoroughly stabilized and had completed their search before targeting the local forces. However, since someone has now voluntarily come to seek death, Liu Yi will naturally not be polite. "Send out the order. All members of the gang, gather at the main hall tonight." Liu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering within. Tonight, the entire gang will strike. Let them see some consequences. Upon hearing these words, the 4 individuals surrounding them wore solemn expressions. It was unexpected that Liu Yi, once motionless, would now unleash a battle that drew upon the full strength of their faction. They could even sense the thick scent of blood that permeated the air this evening in the city of Zhejiang. It had been ages since a conflict of such magnitude had taken place. Disputes between factions were typically resolved through negotiations, or at most, minor skirmishes. This night, however, was destined to be one of bloodshed, and it was likely that the entire landscape of Zhejiang would undergo a transformation as a result. The 4 were astonished by Liu Yi's audacity. As martial artists, their hands trembled with excitement. In the dead of night, at the headquarters of the Sanning Hui. The Sanning Hui, founded by 3 external-level martial artists, was the newest among the 3 factions and 4 sects in Zhejiang. Yet it possessed the greatest strength. Over a decade ago, these 3 external-level warriors arrived in Zhejiang and, within 10 years, ascended to become one of the leading powers in the region, although their relatively short history meant they lacked the depth of the older factions. The presence of 3 external-level warriors bolstered their might, making Sanning Hui the strongest in Zhejiang. Had it not been for the shortage of internal-level martial artists, their influence would have likely expanded even further. Now, however, They stood on the precipice of an unprecedented opportunity. The Feihu gang was embroiled in internal strife for reasons unknown. Not only had two internal hall masters perished, but even the gang leader, Hu Qianba, had been slain. Upon receiving this news, the Sanning Hui swiftly allied with another major gang, the Yema gang, planning to seize the moment during the Feihu gang's turmoil to encroach upon its territory. Inside the headquarters of the Sanning Hui, the three leaders sat side by side, arranged by age, their power equal among them. The chief leader, Qinglong Dao Long Chuan, chuckled, second brother, third brother, with the Feihu gang in disarray. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That old coot Elbow thinks he can benefit from the downfall of the Feihu gang, daring to propose a 50-50 division of their territory with us. The second leader, Tai Jiandon Jiangmeng Lin, sneered, once we've absorbed the Feihu gang's strength, he will be our first target. The third leader, Yusho Shuxing Chunping, expressed concern, while the Feihu gang is in turmoil. There are still several hall masters in place. Furthermore, we remain uncertain about the origins of their new leader. If we act rashly, could we face unforeseen consequences? Third brother, hesitation will not yield great achievements. Long Chuan retorted with discontent. I've heard that the new leader of the Feihu gang is merely 25 or 26 years old. It seems likely they've found a puppet among those hall masters who refuse to submit to one another. He poses no real threat. Indeed, Meng Lin concurred. Even if that new leader possesses some skill, can 3 external-level warriors not handle him? The two leaders were in agreement, leaving Chun Ping with no option but to reluctantly nod in acquiescence. At that moment, flames erupted outside the headquarters, accompanied by the sounds of battle and cries for help. The 3 leaders sprang to their feet and hurried outside, only to see a blood-soaked gang member rush in. His face a mask of terror. What has happened? Long Chuan demanded, seizing the trembling gang member. Masters, a grave situation has arisen. The Feihu gang has targeted all 6 of our halls and is advancing on the headquarters. What? The 3 leaders were taken aback, their disbelief palpable. To challenge 6 halls simultaneously required a significant force. Was the Feihu gang prepared to engage in an all-out war with the Sanning Hui? Although they had anticipated some backlash from the Feihu gang, they had assumed it would be directed at the Yema gang, not themselves. After all, the Yema gang only had one aging external-level warrior, whereas the Sanning Hui boasted 3 external-level masters. The leaders of the Sanning Hui did not foresee this turn of events in fact, when Liu Yi informed his subordinates that he intended to confront the Sanning Hui instead of the comparatively weaker Yema gang. They too were filled with confusion. Liu Yi had his own reasons. He aimed to confront the strongest faction. Only by decisively defeating the formidable Sanning Hui could he instill fear in the other powers of Zhejiang. Conversely, targeting the less powerful Yema gang would neither intimidate the Sanning Hui nor prevent them from retaliating in desperation. By the time the 3 leaders of the Sanning Hui and their elite arrived, the members of their various halls outside had already suffered significant casualties at the hands of the Feihu gang. The strength of the Sanning Hui relied primarily on the 3 external-level leaders. While their subordinates were not particularly formidable, Liu Yi need not even intervene. Tai Zhong and the 3 hall masters were more than capable of handling the situation. Very well. Long Chuan seethed, surveying the lifeless bodies of his gang's members scattered across the ground. Feihu gang, I shall demand blood for blood. Blood for blood? A mocking voice interjected. Was it not your Sanning Hui that first encroached upon the territory of the Feihu gang? Emerging from the throng of hall masters and Tai Zhong was Liu Yi. Initially, the 3 leaders of the Sanning Hui had assumed Liu Yi was merely a puppet propped up by the hall masters. But upon witnessing the compliance of the hall masters trailing behind him, they realized he was no mere figurehead. You are the new leader of the Feihu gang? Long Chuan glared at Liu Yi, his gaze icy. You possess remarkable audacity. Even Hu Tianba himself would not have dared to lay a hand on the Sanning Hui. That was his failure, and thus he met his demise. Liu Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Rest assured, the 3 of you will soon join him. Perhaps you can compare notes down below regarding whose courage is greater. You insolent wretch! Long Chuan's fury boiled over as he brandished a towering Qinglong Dao, unleashing a blade aura that surged towards Liu Yi. In terms of power, Long Chuan was even inferior to Hu Tianba, who had fallen to Liu Ye's hands. Hu Tianba's Dao could unleash a 3-Zhong blade aura, reaching the limits of the early external level, while Long Chuan's blade aura barely extended 2 Zhong. It was no wonder that despite having 3 external level warriors, the Sanning Hui could not dominate the local powers of Zhejiang, while other factions resisted the Sanning Hui's unilateral supremacy. The trio's strength was insufficient to overpower the other external level martial artists in Zhejiang. Liu Yi had effortlessly slain Hu Tianba. Thus, eliminating Long Chuan, who was weaker, would be a mere trifle. However, dispatching these 3 individuals alone might not instill the desired fear in the other external level warriors of Zhejiang. His goal was to forge an image of invincibility through this battle, preventing any future disturbances. Liu Yi nimbly leaped aside, evading the oncoming blade aura, and stood calmly, beckoning to the 3 leaders of the Sanning Hui with a finger. Why not all 3 of you come at once? Let me show you what it means to die with conviction today. What audacity! The members of the Feihu gang cheered, their spirits ignited by their leader's bold challenge to face 3 opponents alone. The trifling Sanning Hui cannot possibly stand against the might of the Feihu gang. One punch to obliterate the Sanning Hui. The Feihu gang is invincible, though the ordinary members were oblivious to Liu Ye's true strength. They reveled in the fact that their leader dared to take on 3 external-level warriors simultaneously. Conversely, the 3 leaders of the Sanning Hui wore expressions of grim determination. Having been in Zhejiang for over a decade, they had never been so openly belittled. Just as Long Chuan was about to unleash a tirade and challenge Liu Yi to a one-on-one duel, he felt a gentle tug from Chun Ping beside him. Brother, losing face is trivial, but jeopardizing the foundation we have painstakingly built for over a decade is significant, Chun Ping cautioned quietly. When circumstances are unusual, something is amiss. This fellow is shrouded in mystery. Since he dares boast so boldly, it would be wiser for the 3 of us to strike together, Chun Ping remarked. The 3 of them joining forces, even if victorious, would not be a particularly glorious affair. However, should they face defeat, the fruits of their labor amassed over more than a decade would be rendered null and void. In comparison, the matter of face would pale into insignificance. Contemplating this, even Long Chuan, who generally shunned advice, nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us confront this fellow together, and we shall ensure he is utterly dismantled, thus alleviating the grudge that weighs upon my heart. Long Chuan wielded the Qinglong blade. Meng Lin brandished a sword akin to a door plank, while Chun Ping donned a pair of spiked gauntlets, although they did not believe that their combined efforts would be insufficient to deal with Liu Yi. The latter's unshakable confidence prompted a sense of foreboding within them. Fearing that Liu Yi might have some treacherous ploy, they hesitated to initiate an attack, wary that he might be feigning arrogance to lure them into a trap. What? Afraid to strike? Liu Yi scoffed. If you can withstand a single punch from me, I shall concede you victory. Outsiders perceived Liu Ye's words as the height of arrogance, oblivious to the fact that he spoke the truth. For with his current strength, after unleashing a strike of 10 directions of destruction, he would have no further energy to spare. If these 3 could indeed withstand a blow from Liu Ye's 10 directions of destruction, it would naturally be deemed a victory for them. However, Liu Yi held little faith that these 3, who had yet to reach the pinnacle of the external Qi realm, could endure his formidable strike. In an instant, Liu Ye's eyes transformed to a deep crimson, and a sound akin to rolling thunder reverberated throughout the surroundings. Countless energies of heaven and earth converged wildly around Liu Yi to manipulate the very fabric of the world. This was at least Earth-level martial arts. The 3 leaders of the Sanning Association finally displayed expressions of horror. Earth-level martial arts, even among the top powers in the world, were esoteric skills not easily imparted. A practitioner wielding such martial arts could challenge opponents beyond their rank. Faced with such an entity, they could not afford to grant him the opportunity to strike. Yet by the time they realized this, it was already too late. Liu Yi stepped back slightly with his left foot, adopting a bow stance, infusing all his murderous intent into the raging energies of heaven and earth. The 3 scoundrels, lacking in experience, believed that Earth-level martial arts were already a formidable force, unaware that the power to invoke such violent energies was beyond mere earth-level mastery. That was the genuine strength of celestial-level martial arts. Although 10 Directions of Destruction was rated below 4 stars due to its severe side effects, its potency was far more terrifying than the majority of celestial-level martial arts, unless one possessed overwhelming strength. The best course of action when confronted with celestial-level martial arts was to flee without hesitation. Alas, now, even if they wished to escape, it was too late. Liu Yi elevated his aura to its zenith. 3 indistinct, towering phantoms materialized around the 3 leaders. Though these phantoms lacked physical form, they contained unfathomable energy. Each phantom mirrored Liu Ye's bow stance, preparing to unleash their power. 10 Directions of Destruction. The annihilation of heaven and earth, the 3 phantoms, alongside Liu Yi himself, unleashed a simultaneous punch, the tumultuous energy generating a tempest around them. Wooden structures collapsed, and less experienced martial artists were sent flying. Meanwhile, the 3 leaders at the eye of the storm resembled fragile vessels amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing, despite exerting every ounce of their strength to withstand the onslaught of the martial avatar's lethal strikes. It was evident that their power was woefully inadequate to contend with the 10 Directions of Destruction. The Qinglong blade shattered. The door plank-like great sword splintered. The spiked gauntlets were likewise obliterated. From head to toe, the 3 leaders bore countless lacerations inflicted by the ferocious force. Once the tempest subsided, upon surveying the 3 prostrate figures, one would find not a single unscathed inch upon their bodies. Their skin lay in tatters, drenched in blood, resembling the gruesome aftermath of a death by 1,000 cuts. Witnessing such a hellish scene, the remaining members of the San-Ing Association found their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Even the subordinates of Liu Ye's Qinglong gang instinctively retreated a few steps, unwilling to draw too near to Liu Yi. Aside from Jong, who gazed at Liu Yi with fervent admiration, the expressions of the other 3 hall masters had undergone a profound transformation. If Liu Ye's earlier slaying of Hu Tianba had instilled a sense of awe, his single punch that annihilated the 3 leaders of the San-Ing Association, coupled with the horrific manner of their demise, had instilled sheer terror in their hearts. One punch obliterated the San-Ing. Was this truly something a martial artist without the external Qi realm could achieve? What manner of being was he? In the eyes of the members of the Feihu gang, Liu Yi had become a godlike figure. Liu Yi himself was exceedingly satisfied with the outcome of this punch. By his own estimation, the power of this strike was more than sufficient to handle a martial artist in the mid-external Qi realm, unless one were in the late external Qi stage. Capable of unleashing over 9 Jong of Qi in a single blow, Liu Yi might not even have the chance to strike. Once he ascended to the external Qi realm, he would likely find no rivals within that realm. Of course, such a terrifying martial technique did not come without a cost. Liu Yi now felt as though his body had been drained, unable to summon even a fraction of strength, while a potent wave of murderous intent surged from the depths of his being. This was the result of Liu Ye's centuries of life experience and wisdom keeping him in check. Otherwise, he might have been driven to madness after unleashing this punch. Though the 10 Directions of Destruction was immensely powerful, it could not be employed as a conventional means. What a pity! Liu Yi sighed inwardly, feigning nonchalance as he addressed his surrounding subordinates. Take full control of the San-Ing Association's territory. From this day forth, there shall be no San-Ing Association within Zhejiang Prefecture. Liu Bo awoke in the chamber of his 28th concubine only when the sun had risen high. He had once been a figure who danced on the edge of danger, carving out the foundation of the wild horse gang with his fists and feet in Zhejiang Prefecture. Yet now, Liu Bo had long since lost the fervor of his youth. His age had taken its toll, his vitality waning, and in a bid to prolong his life, he had refrained from engaging in combat for many years. For Liu Bo, enjoying the remainder of his life had become paramount. He had taken a 28th concubine, passing his days in a state of blissful indulgence. He was quite content with this lifestyle, at least, thanks to the power he had cultivated over the years and his reputation as a mid-external Qi martial artist. He could ensure that his remaining days would be filled with wealth and ease. Typically, no one would dare disturb Liu Bo's peaceful slumber until he awoke naturally. However, today, he was roused by commotion. The source of the disturbance was his son, now the young master of the Wild Horse Gang. Despite bearing the title of young, he was already in his 50s, long, as Liu Bo drew breath. The title of young could never be stripped away, and he remained the one to govern the affairs of the Wild Horse Gang, that a man cannot be without authority for a single day. Liu Bo understood this deeply. Even with his own flesh and blood, he could not relinquish control. What is it? Liu Bo's irritation was palpable as he addressed his son, having been pulled from his dreams. Is it that the San Ing Association has sent envoys to discuss which territory they intend to seize from the Feihu Gang today? I have long stated that they should handle the land grabbing. While we merely provide support from the sidelines, there is no way I would allow the Wild Horse Gang to engage in a bloody confrontation with the Feihu Gang. This gang is Liu Bo's hard-won foundation. My remaining years of comfort and wealth depend on it. No, father, the young master Liu Liang hurriedly interjected. News has arrived early this morning that the San Ing Association has been annihilated. The 3 leaders of the San Ing Association were killed by the new master of the Feihu Gang, Yi Tian, with a single punch. Oh, Liu Bo, just awakening, was still sluggish in thought. As the words left his mouth, he suddenly sat upright, the teacup he had just picked up crashing to the floor with a resounding clang. What did you say? How is this possible? The 3 leaders of the San Ing Association are all figures of the external Qi realm. Who is this new master of the Feihu Gang? That he could slay them with a single blow? Liu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Where did you hear this news? It came from the survivors of the San Ing Association. Liu Liang replied, his face drawn. Father, the news is undoubtedly true that I dispatched someone to investigate this morning. The Feihu Gang has already begun to take full control of the San Ing Association's assets. Had it not been for the utter defeat of the San Ing Hui at the hands of the Feihu Gang, the latter would not have completely absorbed their enterprises. This truth, even without Liu Liang's words, was abundantly clear to Liu Bo. Moreover, his Yima Bang was also complicit in encroaching upon the territory of the Feihu Bang alongside the San Ing Hui. What a predicament this is! What a predicament this is! Liu Bo was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in a room. I have long advised to contentedly guard our own small patch of land and avoid trouble. Were it not for your persistent persuasion, how could I have consented to cooperate with the San Ing Hui? You, ungrateful son, have truly brought suffering upon me. Liu Liang could not help but sneer inwardly. Was it not you, old man, who readily agreed to the demands of the San Ing Hui upon hearing there was a 50% share of territory at stake? Now that the situation has reached a critical point, you conveniently absolve yourself of responsibility. Of course, these thoughts Liu Liang dared not voice aloud, for Liu Bo had many concubines and sons, and he tightly grasped the power within the gang that if he were to provoke the old man's displeasure, his position as the young master would be in jeopardy. It was merely the folly of the sons, who were misled by the honeyed words of those from the San Ing Hui. That led to this calamity. Liu Liang promptly lowered his head and said, however, what is most crucial now is to quell the wrath of the Feihu Bang. Although it is said that the leader Yi of the Feihu Bang single-handedly killed the leader of the San Ing Hui, I do not believe it. It is most likely a case of embellishment. I trust that even if the Feihu Bang has swallowed the San Ing Hui, their own strength must have suffered considerable losses, leaving them with little capacity to deal with us, the Yima Bang. Liu Liang continued his analysis. As long as we maintain a proper demeanor and present some gifts, I believe we can defuse this crisis. Send dispatch someone immediately to deliver. Liu Bo exclaimed loudly. If they want money, give them money. If they want women, give them women. As long as that ye fellow does not come to trouble me, I will offer him whatever he desires. Yes, father. Liu Liang bowed and retreated, though the disdain in his eyes grew even more pronounced. His father was indeed too old, having lost all vigor. The enemy had not yet arrived, and he was already terrified into this state. Under his continued leadership, the Yima Bang would only decline further. The news of the San Ing Hui's annihilation in a single night shocked not only the Yima Bang, although the other factions did not partake in the plan to encroach upon the Feihu Bang. Who could predict whether the Feihu Bang, having significantly increased in power, would not harbor ambitions to annex the territories of the other factions? Thus, for several consecutive days, the remaining 5 factions in Zhejiang County, previously comprising 3 gangs and 4 doors, sent envoys to the Fei Hu Bang, seeking to discern the stance of the new leader. Yi Tian, while also attempting to cultivate relationships, as for the Chao Bang and Yin Bang, the formidable powers, they remained as steadfast as a mountain. The internal strife among the local forces of Zhejiang County was of no concern to them. As long as their interests were not compromised, they would refrain from intervening. They also believed that even if this Yi leader was intoxicated by victory, he would not dare to infringe upon their interests. As the storm raged through Zhejiang County, Liu Yi commenced a new simulation. You were born in the southern Shu, Bashu County, and in your youth, you saved a dying swordsman, earning a 1.5-star martial arts skill. The Golden Peak Sword Technique at T18, having achieved a minor proficiency in swordsmanship, you went to the Bashu Sword Pavilion to apprentice. Becoming an outer disciple, T25, you encountered the swordsman you had once saved, who turned out to be an inner steward of the Bashu Sword Pavilion, bestowing upon you a 2-star elixir. The sword chi pilled at T55, you broke through to the outer chi realm. Becoming an outer steward of the Bashu Sword Pavilion at T88, your lifespan exhausted, you perished within the Bashu Sword Pavilion. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 150 points. Simulation points acquired, 150 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 1.5-star martial arts skill, the Golden Peak Sword Technique 2.2-star elixir. The Sword Chi Pill 3. Life experience of 88 years. This simulation was rather unremarkable, neither particularly good nor excessively bad, although there was a slight loss of simulation points. Some useful items were obtained. The life experience of 88 years, while considerable, was of little allure to Liu Yi, given that it pertained to the life of an outer steward who had spent his entire existence within the Bashu Sword Pavilion. Hence, he chose the 2-star elixir, the Sword Chi Pill. The Sword Chi Pill, a mid-grade spiritual elixir, rated 2 stars by the simulator, infuses the sword chi of a swordsman into the pill. Upon consumption, the sword chi impacts the meridians, enhancing one's cultivation while also increasing the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After consuming the elixir, Liu Yi felt the vigorous operation of his chi, and the energy transformed from the sword chi stimulated his meridians, further elevating his cultivation. Originally already at the peak of the mid-stage inner chi, with the aid of this elixir, Liu Yi effortlessly broke through to the late stage of inner chi. Now, Liu Yi's chi could envelop his entire being, forming a complete protective chi shield. Once he could project his own chi outward, he would reach the outer chi realm. For Liu Yi at this moment, reaching the outer chi realm was merely a matter of time. Even without the simulator's assistance, he could successfully break through to the outer chi realm in a matter of months. With the simulator's help, this duration would undoubtedly be significantly shortened. Master, the Tai Dao men and the Yima Bang have sent envoys again. Shall we not meet them? On this day, Tai Zhong came to report the situation within the gang to Liu Yi. Although Liu Yi had stated that he and a few hall masters could decide on matters concerning the gang, Tai Zhong did not dare to be negligent and continued to report daily to not meet them. Liu Yi chuckled, lightly tapping his finger on the table. We must stretch them out. The longer we prolong, the more anxious they will become. Once they can no longer endure, that will be the moment we can catch them all at once. Although Tai Zhong did not comprehend the grand strategy of the master, it did not affect his faithful execution of the master's plans. However, Liu Yi could not prolong this for too long. After several consecutive rejections, the other local factions in Zhejiang County were thoroughly alarmed. After some deliberation, they finally decided to unite and extend an invitation to Liu Yi for a banquet, wishing to discern what schemes the new leader of the Fei Hu Bang had in mind. Although Liu Yi still did not meet their envoys, he accepted their invitation. Within the main hall of the Fei Hu Bang, Liu Yi, Tai Zhong, and the 3 hall masters had gathered, viewing the invitation sent by 5 major factions. Each face bore a look of concern. Despite Liu Yi having vanquished the San Ing Hui with overwhelming force and publicly slain its 3 leaders, the combined strength of the remaining factions in Zhejiang County was far superior to that of the San Ing Hui. No one could guarantee that Liu Yi could maintain his overwhelming momentum against these factions. Moreover, Even if the Fei Hu Bang had absorbed the territory of the San Hui, its strength could not compare to that of the other factions when united. Liu Yi had indeed managed to instill panic within them, presenting an unprecedented opportunity for the Fei Hu Bang, yet it was equally fraught with immense risk. A moment's inattention could lead the Fei Hu Bang to share the same fate as the San Hui. Master, these fellows inviting you to the banquet likely harbor ill intentions. The prudent Hubu Gue spoke up. If the master attends, they will most likely turn hostile on the spot, and it may put the master in a perilous situation. Indeed, Bai Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Even if a banquet is to be held, it must be within our main hall. We shall gather all our brothers, should they dare to make any moves. We will annihilate them on the spot. Tai Zhong remained silent. Merely casting a glance at Liu Yi, he trusted that the master would make the right decision, and he only needed to execute it. A Hongmen banquet is nothing novel. Liu Yi chuckled lightly, appearing utterly unconcerned. Why not go? Since they have made the effort to gather, we certainly cannot miss this opportunity to ensnare them all. Before anyone could say more, Liu Yi waved his hand and stood up. When Xiang Yu invited Liu Bang, what did Liu Bang do later? And what became of Xiang Yu? Liu Ye's lips curled into a strange smile. Furthermore, it is not Xiang Yu inviting Liu Bang now, but rather Liu Bang inviting Xiang Yu. That is akin to an old man hanging himself out of impatience. Though the others did not know who was Xiang Yu and who was Liu Bang, they could sense the confidence in Liu Ye's words. Such was the current state of the Fei Hu Bang. Liu Yi never restricted the power of his subordinates and willingly considered their opinions. However, once Liu Yi made a decision, it was indisputable. Early the next morning, Liu Yi set off for Jiuzhong Tower with only a few subordinates. Bringing too many people would only betray a lack of confidence. So he chose to take just a handful of attendants who would follow his orders. In contrast, the 5 powerful leaders who had invited Liu Yi to the banquet, despite their greater numbers and strength, felt utterly lacking in assurance. Even before Liu Ye's arrival, the 5 leaders from the Wild Horse Gang, Iron Blade Sect, Divine Fist Sect, Starpoint Sword Sect, and Kaishan Sect had gathered at Jiuzhong Tower. Although none had seen Liu Yi in person, nor had they witnessed his prowess, the gravity etched on their faces was palpable. During this period, the tale of the Flying Tiger Gang's leader, Yi, obliterating the San Ing with a single punch, had spread like wildfire throughout Jiuzhong County, known even to 3-year-old children. While these martial arts experts were skeptical about Liu Ye's ability to annihilate the San Ing with a single blow, believing it to be an exaggerated rumor, there was no doubt that Liu Yi possessed the power to eliminate at least one external martial artist. Otherwise, the Flying Tiger Gang could never have triumphed over the San Ing Association. Who exactly was Yi Tian? How had such a figure emerged without prior mention in the martial world? It was said that he was merely at the internal realm, yet he had the strength to eliminate those at the external realm. Such a person should have been anything but obscure until now. This was not the time to delve into that fellow's origins. Rather, they needed to discuss how to deal with him. Having absorbed the San Ing Association, it would not be long before he turned his attention towards them. If he were wise enough to maintain peace, they would not object to his acquisition of the San Ing Association's territory. However, if he dared to set his sights on them, they would not be easily bullied. Just as they deliberated on how to confront Liu Yi, a voice suddenly rang out from downstairs. Flying Tiger Gang's leader Yi Tian has arrived. Upon hearing this, the previously fierce leaders of the various factions stiffened simultaneously, involuntarily rising to their feet, their faces betraying signs of tension. With such limited prowess, how dare he emulate the invitation of a banquet of intrigue? Led by the innkeeper, Liu Yi ascended the stairs, taking in the anxious expressions of everyone present, filling him with disdain. These individuals were merely blustering cowards. Though they sought to confront him, they were wary of his strength. If a confrontation truly ensued, they would likely be nothing more than a scattered group, each unwilling to be the first to strike. Had they united, Liu Yi might have felt a twinge of concern. Given that there were 5 external martial artists present, including one at mid-external realm, even with his ultimate card, the 10 Directions of Death, victory was not guaranteed. However, with his centuries of life experience, Liu Yi merely cast a glance and discerned that these individuals harbored ulterior motives, incapable of forming a formidable alliance. Hence he dismissed them entirely. Ignoring the assembled crowd, Liu Yi took his place at the head table, confidently settling into his seat. "Speak, gentlemen. What have you summoned me for?" Such audacity! The leaders, incensed by Liu Yi's demeanor, felt their anger rise. Yet, the more reckless Liu Yi appeared, the more they suspected he had hidden cards, and the less inclined they were to act rashly. After all, the tale of obliterating the San Ying with a single punch echoed through the streets. Although likely an exaggeration, should it prove true, a confrontation today could claim the lives of more than half the assembly within Zhejiang Tower. None were willing to gamble with their lives, especially those accustomed to the taste of power. The inquiry should not be what we wish to discuss with Leader Yi, but rather what thoughts Leader Yi has for us. Spoke the leader of the Divine Fist sect in a grave tone, having now absorbed the territory of the San Ying Association and avoiding our envoy. Leader Yi stands at the pinnacle of power in Zhejiang. It is only fitting that you share your future plans with your fellow martial artists here. My thoughts are quite simple. Liu Yi, seemingly oblivious to the tension, poured himself a glass of wine. I intend to lead the martial artists of Zhejiang to grow and flourish, creating a glorious future. He downed the wine in one gulp, placing the cup down and lightly tapping the table with his fingers. From now on, the rules of Zhejiang shall be dictated by me. Your people shall be under my command out of course. The benefits will not be lacking for you either. This is impossible. Liu Yi's words were abruptly interrupted by an indignant voice. The audacity of Liu Yi's demands had far exceeded what the leaders could accept. The most they could tolerate was Liu Yi completely absorbing the San Ying Association's territory, but they were unwilling to let him encroach upon their own forces. Now, Liu Yi sought to devour their powers whole. Such insatiable greed. This demand was one they had never considered, nor could they ever entertain. I have never been fond of being interrupted. Liu Yi frowned slightly before continuing with a smile. However, if you gentlemen do not agree to my terms, it is equally simple. Liu Yi gestured for the innkeeper to pour a glass of wine for each of the five, pointing at the cups. Then please drink this wine, and I shall send you on your way. Consider it your farewell toast. Such brazen words, such arrogance from Liu Yi. Though the assembly was infuriated, the wine cups before them felt as heavy as lead. And not one dare be the first to lift the small vessel. The demands of Leader Yi were utterly excessive. They could never acquiesce. Elder L stroked his graying beard and spoke. How about this? Leader Yi, let us each take a step back. I shall mediate. If Leader Yi refrains from encroaching upon our forces and territories, we shall send a monthly tribute of gold and silver to you. The price is negotiable. What do you think? The old man's cunning was commendable. In his view, negotiations were merely a game of inflated demands followed by concessions. Though Liu Yi was bold, he might not genuinely dare to act. Thus, he sought to present a way out for Liu Yi while establishing a reputation for himself as a man of principle before the others. This old man, being the eldest present, had indeed calculated well. However, he could not have anticipated that Liu Yi would not be swayed by such tactics. You mediate? Who do you think you are? Liu Yi shot the old man a disdainful glance. Your Wild Horse Gang has conspired with the San Ying Association to encroach upon my Flying Tiger Gang. I have yet to settle the score with you. It is not your place to speak here. I have stated it clearly. From now on, the rules of Zhejiang will be set by me. If anyone is to mediate, it shall only be me. Liu Yi, no longer wishing to waste words with them, suddenly rose, his gaze as sharp as a blade, surveying the crowd with a chilling tone. You gentlemen must now make a choice. Will you sit and listen to my plans, or drink this wine and allow others to prepare for your demise? Leader Yi, you are pushing your luck. Elder L, incensed by Liu Yi's disrespect, had never expected the new leader of the Flying Tiger Gang to act so irrationally, flipping the situation without regard for their dignity. At this point, L found himself in a precarious position. Who could blame him for being overly clever, stepping into the role of the first target? If he retreated now, he would only be looked down upon, and with his advanced age, he relied on his past reputation to maintain power. Should his standing diminish today, not only would outsiders mock him, but even within the Wild Horse Gang, he would struggle to command respect. Though he loathed the situation, L found himself compelled to hold his ground. If Leader Yi insists on such a demand, we are not to be trifled with. Is that so? Liu Yi chuckled coldly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Elder L was nearly 100 years old, though he possessed mid-external realm skills. His true combat prowess was questionable when compared to those at the initial external realm. Such a character was hardly a concern for Liu Yi, yet it seemed that merely eliminating the San-Ing association was insufficient. To set an example, he would need to eliminate another chicken. Just as Liu Yi prepared to take action, a voice suddenly rang out. The Wild Horse Gang is willing to heed Leader Ye's command. The speaker was not Elder L. The voice came from behind him. L turned in astonishment to find that it was none other than L Liang, Elder L's own son and the young leader of the Wild Horse Gang. Although L Liang held the title of young leader, he was merely a puppet in his father's grasp, having no real power, merely echoing L's commands. This so-called young leader was but a figurehead. If L Bo were willing, he could easily replace any one of his numerous sons at any time. Thus, although L Liang accompanied L Bo to the Jong Tower today, few paid him any heed. It was not until L Liang spoke that he immediately captured everyone's attention. Even Liu Yi displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Unfilial son, what do you intend to do? L Bo thundered in fury, his voice echoing with rage. What right do you have to speak here? Are you attempting to rebel? Rebel? L Liang scoffed. Father, you have grown too old, so old that all you know is indulgence, clinging to your concubines. Under your leadership, the Wild Horse Gang will only continue to decline. That it is time for you to relinquish your power. Unfilial wretch, I will kill you. L Bo roared in anger, raising his hand to take L Liang's life. Though he was his own flesh and blood, to L Bo, sons were plentiful, but power was something he could never relinquish. As long as he lived, the authority of the Wild Horse Gang could never fall into another's hands. Yet, just as L Bo began to summon his true strength, a sudden pain gripped his chest, his body swayed uncontrollably, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Father, I have long warned you that you have grown senile. Yet you refuse to believe it. A mocking smile spread across L Liang's face. If I were not prepared, how could I dare speak to you in such a manner? After all, you are a mid-stage expert of external vigor. You wretched child, have you poisoned me? L Bo pointed at L Liang, feeling utterly powerless, unable to summon even a trace of true energy. The Nine Worms transformation powder, a slow-acting poison I procured at great cost, is specifically designed to neutralize a martial artist's protective vigor. L Liang's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he raised his hand and struck L Bo atop his head. Father, you may rest easy now. From this day forth, the Wild Horse Gang shall be entrusted to me, ditto, and I almost forgot to mention, more than 20 of your 28 concubines have shared my bed. Without their assistance, how could I have so easily poisoned you? As L Liang's hand left L Bo's head, he watched as his father's body slowly collapsed. The poison L Liang had administered was a chronic toxin meant to dismantle a martial artist's protective aura. Once activated, it would corrode the meridians, leaving the victim utterly powerless. L Liang had meticulously plotted this poisoning for quite some time, but had always hesitated to trigger it, for he knew that even if L Bo were dead, he might not be able to fully control the Wild Horse Gang due to the loyalty of L Bo's old subordinates and his own brothers, who were no easy foes. Moreover, with L Bo deceased and no external vigor martial artist to hold the fort, the Wild Horse Gang would struggle to survive amidst the encroaching rival forces. He had been waiting for an opportunity, and today that opportunity had finally arrived. After eliminating L Bo, L Liang paid no mind to the gazes of those around him and directly bowed before Liu Yi. Leader Yi, the Wild Horse Gang is willing to follow the Flying Tiger Gang henceforth, obeying your commands. As long as the Flying Tiger Gang supported him, with its current power, he could effortlessly take control of the Wild Horse Gang. Since the old man had made him the second in command, why not choose a more promising ally? Furthermore, he had gathered information indicating that since Liu Yi became the leader of the Flying Tiger Gang, he had afforded his subordinates considerable power. Serving under him was certainly preferable to holding a hollow title of deputy leader with little actual authority, having been the deputy leader for nearly 30 years. Would he really have to endure another 30 if the old man remained alive? Liu Yi regarded the individual before him, who had just slain his own father and now bowed in submission. With great interest, with a gentle smile, he remarked, "If you can betray your own father, how can I trust that you won't betray me in the future? I killed him because he was incapable. only leading the Wild Horse Gang to further weakness. Elixirs seemed to have anticipated this, responding without a hint of trepidation. If Leader Yi believes he too is insufficiently capable and may one day fail to control me, feel free to eliminate me without hesitation. I have never held a disdain for those with ambition. Ruthlessness is one of the essential qualities for success. Liu Yi rose, lightly patting Elixirs' shoulder, suddenly emanating a chilling aura of killing intent. But should you dare to play tricks on me in the future, employing any form of provocation, be prepared for your coffin to accompany your father in the afterlife. Enveloped by Liu Yi's murderous intent, Elixirs felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his back drenched in sweat. Only when Liu Yi retracted his killing aura and resumed his seat could Elixirs find his voice. Yes, I shall remember my subordinate. Liu Yi then surveyed the four gate masters, slightly lifting his chin. And you, will you drink this wine, or shall we sit down and discuss matters? The four gate masters, drenched in cold sweat, realized that before they even took action, the Wild Horse Gang had already faced an internal rebellion. With Elbow, a mid-stage external vigor expert, dead. How could they fight now? The four gate masters felt utterly deflated. Lacking the courage to engage Liu Yi in a desperate battle, as the first person sat down, the other three gradually followed suit. Now that is more like it. Liu Yi's face broke into a satisfied smile as he gestured towards the wine in front of him. Gentlemen, please drink. Rest assured, the previous was a punitive drink. Now it is a toast. Once you down this cup, we shall be comrades. The four dared not delay, raising their cups and downing the contents in one go. This was the rule Liu Yi had established. If he commanded them to sit, they sat. If he commanded them to drink, they drank. Disobedience would lead to a dead end. In this world, it was all about who was stronger, whose sword was swifter, and whose words became the law. And now, without a doubt, Liu Yi was the one establishing the rules. Noticing that while the four had drunk, their faces still bore expressions of gloom. Even Elixirs, who had just sworn allegiance, wore a look of apprehension, uncertain of how Liu Yi would handle their factions and territories. Would he absorb them entirely, or would he simply dismantle them? Or perhaps assign them menial tasks? Each person pondered their fate. Rest assured, I have said that following me will lead to better days, not worse. Liu Yi perceived the worries within their hearts, to ensure they committed themselves to him. He could not rely solely on intimidation. Throughout history, the carrot and the stick have been the two indispensable methods of governance. Now, having sufficiently disoriented these individuals with his power, it was time to be shown some benefits. The Flying Tiger Gang would not absorb their forces. Each faction would retain its own sovereignty. They only needed to provide manpower and effort when called upon. Liu Yi pondered for a moment, refining his words that I do not wish to establish a unified sect in Zhejiang County. Instead, consider our future collaboration as an alliance, aptly named the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance. I shall be the leader of this alliance. Upon hearing this, the previously anxious individuals felt significantly reassured that, of course, even an alliance must have its rules. Today, I shall establish those rules. Henceforth, should anyone dare to breach my regulations, they must not blame me for my ruthless retribution. All underworld businesses within Zhejiang County shall be managed by the Flying Tiger Gang and the Wild Horse Gang, with unified fees collected, and gang members shall privately collect fees or exploit the populace and merchants. Recruitment of disciples by the four factions shall also be conducted under a unified arrangement, allocating students based on their talents and specialties, prohibiting any form of plunder or internal conflict. Any disciples wishing to engage in work shall do so under the auspices of the alliance. Ensuring no faction suffers losses. Centered around Zhejiang County, the alliance will extend its influence to surrounding counties that in the future, all businesses, including escort agencies, gambling houses, and taverns, will fall under the management of the alliance. Any who defy the alliance shall be jointly suppressed by all factions. Furthermore, 10% of the monthly income shall be allocated to the Chaobang, Yinbang, and other major forces branches in Zhejiang, ensuring their satisfaction and silencing any dissent. In recent days, Liu Yi has not merely been in seclusion, but he has devised a preliminary plan to unify distribution and management, thereby expanding the influence of the alliance. Although the three gangs and four sects of Zhejiang County have traditionally been considered equals, There exists a fundamental distinction between gangs and sections. Gangs are akin to local organized crime syndicates, primarily engaged in illicit affairs, while sects focus on recruiting disciples, who often pursue more legitimate endeavors post-apprenticeship. This explains why, when the Feihu gang faced turmoil, it was the three gangs, namely the Saining Association and the Yemabang, that first sought to capitalize on the situation, rather than the four sects, as their operations do not significantly overlap. Now, Liu Yi intends to consolidate both the underworld and the legitimate world under a unified management that, in the future, there will be an interplay of both realms. The forces of the underworld can provide protection for legitimate businesses, while these businesses can offer resources and connections to the underworld. By embracing both sides, internal strife can be diminished, and even the surrounding counties of Zhejiang will fall under this sphere of influence. A cursory calculation reveals that future monthly revenues could increase by more than double. Given this perspective, submitting to Liu Yi does not seem an unacceptable proposition. At least they would not be relinquishing much of their power, while potentially gaining greater income than AS for providing manpower to assist Liu Yi. They view it as negligible. Every faction routinely suffers losses of dozens or even hundreds of disciples in their territorial disputes. For these factions, ordinary disciples are hardly of consequence. However, this is contingent upon Liu Yi possessing sufficient strength to subdue all parties involved. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. Who would willingly submit to another if they have the chance to lead? Were it not for Liu Ye's formidable power, even the prospect of benefits would not sway them. Under Liu Ye's consolidation and organization, the local forces of Zhejiang County quickly united as one. That even the substantial powers, such as the Chaobang and Yanbang, which are branches in the area, chose to turn a blind eye to the newly formed Zhejiang Martial Alliance, having received ample benefits and did not even report the development. Who could refuse the prospect of earning money effortlessly? Whether the three gangs and four sects or the Zhejiang Martial Alliance governs the locality is of little concern to these powerful factions, as long as their local interests remain unperturbed. The internal conflicts among these local factions are inconsequential to them. The influence of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance has spread not only throughout the city, but has also encompassed the surrounding counties. Within a matter of days, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance has established itself as the preeminent martial force in Zhejiang County. It is important to note that Liu Ye's intention in developing local forces is not to take root in this area. A mere Zhejiang County is hardly worthy of his attention. It is but a pawn in his greater strategy, potentially useful in the future. His objective is to leverage the power of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to seek clues regarding the map. Currently, the members of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance are present throughout the entire county, from the residences of affluent merchants to the dilapidated temples where beggars congregate, all under the watchful eyes of the Alliance. Thus, any stirrings within Zhejiang County will be promptly relayed to Liu Yi. Liu Yi has also issued orders for thorough searches in every corner of the city, even delving into cellars and graves. No scrap of evidence may be overlooked. If the Zhejiang Martial Alliance cannot uncover any leads, it may well indicate that the contents of the map are mere fabrications, while numerous subordinates scoured for clues. Liu Yi himself did not remain idle. In addition to his regular simulations every 3 days, he commanded the procurement of extensive records detailing the customs, history, and significant events of Zhejiang County over the past several hundred years, hoping to uncover any leads therein. Unfortunately, these efforts did not yield any useful insights. However, Liu Yi did gain a comprehensive understanding of Zhejiang County's history. As for the simulations, it appears that after acquiring the formidable martial art known as Shifang Jisha, Liu Yi's accumulated luck has been nearly exhausted. Repeated simulations have failed to yield any noteworthy outcomes. Throughout these simulations, Liu Yi opted for life experiences, although this did not result in a direct enhancement of his cultivation. It significantly augmented his wisdom and life experience to an extraordinary degree. Liu Yi's life experience now approaches 700 or 800 years. Such formidable wisdom allows him to discern the thoughts of others with just a glance. Moreover, the enhancement of his life experience also aids in mitigating the negative effects of demonic martial arts. Liu Yi even senses that it will not be long before he can manifest a fourth martial avatar while utilizing Shifang Jisha. At that juncture, The power of Shifeng Jisha will ascend to unprecedented heights. As more than 10 days passed without any news, Liu Yi remained unperturbed. Zhejiang County is a vast city, several times larger than the Guangling County where Liu Yi previously resided. Even with the current might of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, thoroughly searching every nook and cranny of the city would likely require a month or two. Liu Yi himself, despite the modest outcomes of the simulations, has experienced a swift advancement in cultivation, nearing the pinnacle of the late Neigang stage within a mere 10 days, exceeding his initial expectations. That on this particular day, Taijing finally knocked on Liu Ye's door. Upon entering, his face beamed with joy. "Congratulations, leader! We have found a lead!" "Oh!" At the prospect of finally having a lead, Liu Ye's brows lifted in intrigue. Without delay, he followed Tai Zhong to the location of the discovery. The site of the lead was a prominent household within Zhejiang City, one with considerable influence. However, in the face of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, such influence was hardly noteworthy. Be why the time Tai Zhong escorted Liu Yi to the location. The household had already vacated, with disciples of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance guarding the premises to obscure their activities. The number of guards outside was minimal, while those inside far outnumbered them. That a particular storage room was tightly surrounded. With layers of guards, as we were searching, we discovered a hidden tunnel in the cellar. Tai Zhong reported to Liu Yi that I deemed this highly unusual and immediately ordered our disciples to secure the perimeter and report to you. The existence of a tunnel beneath the cellar is indeed an extraordinary matter. Well done. Liu Yi nodded approvingly. What have you ascertained about the contents of that tunnel? Not yet. Tai Zhong shook his head. I have instructed that no one is to enter the tunnel, not even myself. That we awaited your arrival. Taijing's efficiency is commendable, if this tunnel is indeed related to the map obtained from the Lin family. Liu Yi certainly does not wish for others to be privy to the details. Upon reaching the entrance of the cellar, even Tai Zhong remained outside, allowing only Liu Yi to descend into the cellar. Beneath the cellar, Liu Yi discovered a deep tunnel indeed. Following the passage, he soon encountered a stone staircase wide enough for 4 individuals to ascend side by side. The darkness below was profound, and the staircase seemed to extend infinitely beyond the reach of Liu Ye's keen sight. What an impressive undertaking! A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Liu Ye's eyes. This staircase leading underground likely required the labor of thousands, tirelessly toiling for years to complete. Such a significant endeavor would be difficult to conceal from prying eyes. That it is remarkable that, to this day, no one has uncovered this secret. Were it not for Liu Yi possessing the map and dispatching numerous disciples of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to search day and night, this hidden location might have remained undiscovered. Only someone with immense power in Zhejiang County could have managed to suppress any rumors surrounding the construction of this clandestine site. Throughout history, only one individual fits this description. And even the current Zhejiang Martial Alliance cannot rival such influence. Wang Mu Yu, Liu Yi descended into the depths. His mind was awash with speculation. In recent days, he had perused a considerable number of texts concerning the history of Zhejiang. The only figure of considerable power in Zhejiang County was none other than the legendary King Mu Yu, who had once unified 6 counties, instilling dread in both the northern Qi and southern Shu, and who had proudly proclaimed himself the king of Zhejiang. That if this underground secret were indeed connected to King Mu Yu, it would be akin to unearthing a treasure. It was worth noting that Mu Yu, in his prime, was not only a martial arts grandmaster at the 4th level of the primordial spirit, but also ruled over 6 counties, including Zhejiang, for nearly 3 decades, during which time he must have amassed an immeasurable wealth of treasures. Should this underground relic truly be a remnant of King Mu Yu, one could only imagine the fortune it contained. Even Liu Yi felt a surge of excitement at the thought. After traversing for approximately half an hour, he finally reached the end of the stone steps. To his astonishment, he found himself before a naturally formed underground palace, hewn from the surrounding rock. At the entrance stood a colossal stone door, shimmering with an eerie azure light. The material of this door was a mystery. After hundreds of years in this sealed underground realm, it still radiated brilliance. Before the entrance of the palace stood a massive stone tablet engraved with 4 flamboyant characters. Tomb of King Zhejiang. This was, indeed, the final resting place of King Mu Yu. Liu Ye's heart raced, and he was equally taken aback. He had initially believed this location to be merely a stash of treasures constructed by Mu Yu, never imagining it was his tomb. If it were merely a treasure trove, it might have been a chance discovery by the Lin family. However, a tomb, such a significant site, would undoubtedly be kept secret from outsiders by Mu Yu. Furthermore, considering the Lin family's regard for the map-containing treasure box as a family heirloom, the connection between Mu Yu and the Lin family was undeniably intricate. Could it be that Mu Yu was, in fact, one of the Lin family? As Liu Yi approached the grand entrance, he summoned all his strength and pushed against the enormous door, but remained immovable. Humph, he scoffed, channeling all his power into a technique known as 10 directions of slaughter. Striking the stone door with tremendous force. Boom! Boom! A series of resounding impacts echoed, yet the door did not budge. Instead, a backlash surged from it, sending Liu Yi staggering backward, his arms numb. What kind of material was this door made of? Liu Ye's expression grew grave. With his current strength, a full-force strike of 10 directions of slaughter could easily shatter high-grade weapons. Yet this colossal stone door stood unyielding, not even a mark marring its surface. Given that the palace was constructed from the natural rock of the underground, forcing an entry from elsewhere would likely cause the entire structure to collapse, burying all within forever. This was presumably a consideration Mu Yu had taken into account during the palace's construction. The only way to enter the palace was through the main door. Liu Yi surmised that not even a half-step martial arts master at the realm of human unity could force it open. There must be some special method to unlock the palace. Otherwise, Mu Yu would not have left a map. While Liu Yi pondered, his gaze fell upon the stone tablet inscribed with Tomb of King Jiujia. Behind it lay a subtle, slightly recessed mark. Upon closer inspection, Liu Yi realized that the map he had obtained from the Lin family's hidden box matched the mark on the tablet perfectly, as if it had been fashioned from the very stone itself. Indeed, Liu Yi smiled faintly, unfurling the map and pressing it against the stone tablet. Immediately, a force emanated from the tablet, drawing the map as if it were adhering to the surface. With a rumble and tremor, the earth beneath him began to shake violently, splitting open to reveal a new stone tablet rising from the fissure. Unlike the previous one, this newly emerged tablet was densely inscribed with numerous characters. Having traversed the world for over 100 years, I once believed I could establish an unparalleled empire, laying the foundation for a dynasty to last for millennia. Yet, I found myself gravely wounded in the 9 nether forbidden grounds. My aspirations unfulfilled and my days numbered. What a lament! What a grievance! What deep-seated regret! The initial passage chronicled the emotional turmoil of King Mu Yu during his final days. Historical records from Jong indicate that King Mu Yu's immense power and unrestrained demeanor had drawn the ire of both northern Qi and southern Shu, culminating in his ultimate defeat and demise. Little did they know, there lay a hidden truth. Before the joint assault from both nations, Mu had already sustained irreversible injuries and had but a short time left, prompting him to construct this palace as his final resting place. Continuing down the inscription, it detailed the palace itself and the treasures contained within. With my lifespan dwindling, I constructed this palace in the 6 counties, intending to leave the essence of my life within. The door of the palace was forged from a celestial stone obtained in the 9 nether forbidden grounds, impervious to any force less than 4 half-step martial arts masters. I have left 3 maps as keys to open the palace for future generations. Point 1 for my offspring, should they be destined to find it. 1 for the Lin family of Pengcheng, out of gratitude for the nurturing I received. And the last divided into 8 pieces, entrusted to my loyal generals to be scattered across the land. For those fated to discover them, that I have amassed countless treasures throughout my life, yet wealth is but a material possession. I have distributed it among the citizens of the 6 counties and my loyal retainers. Only 3 treasures remain in the palace for future generations. My personal sword, the Dragon Spine Universe Sword, the 7-turn technique, Ocean of all rivers, and the key to the 9 nether forbidden grounds. May those who possess them utilize them wisely. Liu Yi read the entire inscription on the stone tablet. Indeed, King Mu Yu hailed from the Lin family of Pengcheng. However, he wondered why the Lin family had not sought this palace upon acquiring the map. Unbeknownst to Liu Yi, the matter of King Mu Yu was a taboo for the Lin family. After Mu Yu's departure, the Lin family had regarded it as a profound disgrace, strictly sealing off any news regarding him. Over the centuries, even within the Lin family, few remained aware of Mu Yu's existence. Furthermore, although the Lin family accepted the map Mu Yu had returned, it did not signify their forgiveness of his betrayal. The then head of the Lin family never opened the secret box Mu Yu had sent back and warned future generations against doing so. At that time, even the current elder of the Lin family had yet to be born. Generations passed, and the Lin descendants only recognized the box as a precious heirloom, with little knowledge of King Mu Yu's story. Now, this had inadvertently benefited Liu Yi. Having finished reading the inscription, Liu Ye's brow furrowed deeper. While the tablet contained a wealth of secrets regarding the palace and Mu Yu himself, it notably lacked any mention of alternative methods to open the palace door. To force it open, one would require the combined strength of 4 or more half-step martial arts masters. Setting aside the challenge of finding such allies, even if he succeeded, the treasures within the palace would surely be beyond his reach with so many powerful figures present. Liu Yi was resolute. He would not toil for others' gain. Was there truly no other means to access this palace before him? Fuming with frustration, Liu Yi raised his hand and struck the stone tablet. The tablet trembled, causing the map that had seemingly adhered to it to flutter down. In that moment, Liu Ye's expression shifted, for words began to materialize upon the map. I am a disreputable descendant of the Lin family. My name shall not be mentioned. I have sent this map to my elder brother, knowing he would neither look at it nor permit the Lin family's descendants to do so. Should future generations obtain this map, it signifies that the Lin family is in peril, allowing them to lure enemies here and, with their blood, unlock this door, thereby resolving the Lin family's crisis and acquiring the treasures within the palace. Liu Yi picked up the map, gazing at the intricate characters inscribed upon it, his expression a tapestry of complexity. This Mu Yu, indeed, was worthy of being the king of Jong who had traversed the world. His thoughts ran profoundly deep. It was certain that the head of the Lin family from years past would not have consulted the map, leaving behind a contingency plan. The method to unlock the secret chest was a closely guarded secret within the Lin family, passed down through generations, and according to ancestral teachings, no member of the Lin clan was permitted to open the chest as originally anticipated by the king of Jong. It was only in a moment of dire crisis that a descendant of the Lin family would disregard these teachings and access the chest to acquire the map. And it seemed that only the Lin family's map could trigger such subsequent events. This could be seen as a means to atone for Mu Yu's past transgressions against his family. Yet, even with his meticulous calculations, Mu Yu could hardly have foreseen that the chest, which had been passed down through the Lin family for centuries, would eventually fall into the hands of an outsider. An outsider who had also discovered the method to unlock the chest, open the underground palace with blood. Liu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. The blood of an ordinary person would likely not suffice. It had to be that of a warrior. For in Mu Yu's original plan, it was envisioned that a descendant of the Lin family, driven to desperation, would arrive at this place, drawing their enemies along with them. As for how much blood would be required, Mu Yu had not specified, but more was certainly better than less. Liu Yi, now in control of the Jong Martial Alliance, had numerous warriors at his command. Yet all of them were his subordinates. While Liu Yi had no qualms about taking lives, he was not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. For him, killing was merely a means to an end, and he would never abuse this means to achieve his goals. Liu Yi understood well that only those methods he could control were truly effective weapons. Should he lose control over himself, he would only sink deeper into the abyss, ultimately becoming a puppet of his own desires. Fortunately, there were always those who sought their own demise in this world. Let us see how many would willingly seek their own end. A bold plan began to take shape in Liu Ye's mind as a cold smile crept across his face. He raised his hand and shattered the stone tablet before him. Zhejiang County, located at the crossroads of two nations and a hub for north-south trade, was often bustling with activity on this particular midday, as the throngs of people surged and the streets overflowed with carriages. A beam of golden light suddenly shot up into the sky from an inconspicuous direction within Zhejiang County. This radiant light immediately captured the attention of a multitude of onlookers. What was happening? What event was unfolding? Could this soaring golden light signify the emergence of a treasure? Let us hurry to take a look. If we delay, the treasure may be snatched away, as many rushed toward the source of the golden light. They soon discovered that the area was already surrounded by the members of the Jong Martial Alliance, forming layers of barriers that kept others at bay. It was no wonder, for these individuals were able to arrive on the scene so swiftly. For the Jong Martial Alliance, an organization with widespread influence throughout Jong County, their presence was well known, and none dared to provoke them. Even if one felt a pang of resentment, faced with the gleaming blades and swords, others could only suppress their greed and leave in frustration. However, although these individuals departed, the news of the treasure's emergence in Jong County quickly became the topic of discussion among merchants in the following days. Have you heard? Just the other day, a treasure appeared in Jong County, with a golden light illuminating half the city. What is there to hear? Let me tell you, I was there at the scene. It is said that a wealthy family was excavating a cellar when they accidentally unearthed an underground relic, only to find that by the time I arrived, it had already been seized by the Jong Martial Alliance. Damn it, why were they allowed to keep us away? Do they truly believe Jong County belongs to them? We might as well spread the word and attract other powerful factions, since we cannot obtain it. Neither should the Jong Martial Alliance. Human nature has always been greedy and insatiable. Since ancient times, the truth remains unchanged. These individuals, unable to claim the treasure for themselves, certainly did not wish for the Jong Martial Alliance to monopolize it. Even though the Alliance attempted to suppress and conceal the information, the news of the treasure's emergence spread like wildfire through the merchants traversing Jong County. Of course, this so-called suppression was merely for show. The strange phenomenon of the treasure's emergence had been orchestrated by Liu Yi himself. Yet if he were to disseminate the news himself, it would be too conspicuous, raising suspicions about his ulterior motives. It was far more prudent to utilize the greedy individuals, thereby avoiding unnecessary scrutiny. In fact, Liu Yi not only refrained from attempting to contain the news, but actively deployed people to fan the flames, making the story grow more sensational and outrageous. What began as rumors of a common underground relic eventually escalated to tales of the treasure buried by the king of Jong, Mu Yu, right within the city. Ultimately, it was even rumored that Jong County had once been the home of a great sect from ancient times, with the relics of that sect buried beneath the city. This was yet another smokescreen crafted by Liu Yi, for the truly powerful factions would never dispatch their elite due to such absurd tales. At most, they would send a few disciples for training. As for the lesser factions, Liu Yi regarded them with disdain. These were merely pawns to assist in opening the gates to the underground palace that, of course, Liu Yi's immediate concern was to address the Salt Gang and the Transport Gang, two powers with branches in Jong County. These factions were currently beyond Liu Yi's capacity to deal with, and should they intervene, they would significantly disrupt his plans. Thus, while rumors of the treasure's emergence spread like wildfire, Liu Yi was entertaining the leaders of the Transport Gang and Salt Gang in a private room at Jong Tower. Since Liu Yi established the Jong Martial Alliance and gained control over both the black and white markets of Jong County, he had spared no effort in showering these two leaders with gifts, even sharing a portion of his monthly revenue with them. Consequently, although these two leaders had only recently become acquainted with Liu Yi, they had already grown quite familiar. Brother Yi, though you have only recently arrived in Jong County, we feel as if we have known each other for ages, that we are well aware of the purpose behind your invitation today. The leader of the Transport Gang remarked, displaying a look of difficulty to speak frankly. Although we are nominally branch leaders, our cultivation level is merely at the inner strength stage that in such a vast organization. We hold little significance. Matters of this nature require reporting up the chain and awaiting directives from the main headquarters. Liu Yi chuckled coldly in his heart. While these two individuals were not particularly powerful, their influence was substantial. Jong County, with its convenient transportation links, was a lucrative hub that it was inconceivable that anyone could become a branch leader in such a profitable locale without considerable backing. Rest assured, my brothers, I would never put you in a difficult position as for the underground treasure. Regardless of its quantity, I shall ensure that each of you receives a generous 30%. What say you? Lu Yi said with a cheerful smile, I shall contribute my efforts, and my subordinates also need to earn their keep. I hope you can understand this additional share. Upon hearing this, both leaders immediately broke into smiles. The prospect of sitting back and collecting money was indeed a delightful arrangement. As Lu Yi had said, his contribution warranted an additional share, and with a 30% cut each, they were more than satisfied. Of course, a vital factor was that both leaders had been present in the city when the phenomenon occurred, and they had witnessed it firsthand. The transport and salt gangs were both immensely wealthy and powerful factions. And although these two leaders were not highly skilled, they had encountered many treasures in their experienced eyes. While Zhejiang County might have a treasure emerging, it was certainly not of great significance, since Lu Yi was willing to share the spoils with them. There is no need to report to the main headquarters. Had they known that the underground treasure was the tomb of the legendary king of Zhejiang, Mu Yu, they might have even contemplated killing Lu Yi. However, by that time, they might not have been able to find him. Since Lu Yi dared to devise such a bold plan, he had naturally prepared an escape route. Once the matter was concluded, he would not linger in Zhejiang County. Brother Yi, it would be prudent to retrieve the treasure swiftly. Otherwise, time may grow long and dreams may fade, and we will find it increasingly difficult to conceal. The leader of the salt gang raised his wine cup towards Lu Yi and said casually, "Of course." Lu Yi replied with a smile, "I trust my brothers have heard the news of the underground relic's collapse. It will take no more than 5 days. Once I have cleared the area, I will be able to extract the treasure in the span of 5 days. It is nearly expected that those doomed individuals should have arrived. For the longer the delay, the more likely unforeseen variables may arise. You are a physician residing in the mountains, having witnessed the entire village succumb to an inexplicable plague. Resolute in your mission to sample all manner of herbs to heal the afflicted. At the age of 26, you discover a peculiar fruit nestled within the forest. Upon consuming it, your inner energy begins to manifest, transforming you into a martial artist. By the age of 30, you utilize this extraordinary fruit as the principal ingredient, combining it with various herbs to concoct the esteemed 2.5-star elixir, the 100 Herbs Meridian Pill, T55. You successfully refine the 3-star treasure elixir, the longevity pill, which incites a frenzy among seekers. The same year, you are invited to serve as a revered alchemist for the royal family of Bei Qi, residing within the imperial palace. Upon reaching the venerable age of 100, you reflect upon your original ambitions, resign from your official duties, and retreat to the countryside to establish a clinic, dedicating yourself to healing. T130, your lifespan comes to an end, and you peacefully pass away. Simulation concludes. Comprehensive score, 300 points. Simulation points earned, 300 points. Current simulation points, 1,080 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The 2.5-star elixir, the 100 Herbs Meridian Pill. 2. The 3-star treasure elixir, the longevity pill formula. 3. Life experience from 130 years. For Lu Yi, the life experience of a physician holds little value, as he has never aspired to tread the path of an alchemist. Thus, even with a wealth of 130 years of experience, he ultimately chooses to forego this option. In the end, Lu Yi selects the esteemed 2.5-star elixir, the 100 Herbs Meridian Pill. Upon consuming the elixir, he feels a surge of warmth rising from his dantian, coursing through his limbs. Simultaneously, the internal energy within him expands rapidly. Humph! Lu Yi lets out a low grunt, raising his hand as a formidable surge of energy erupts from his palm. This energy extends 3 zhong, and with a mere sweep of his hand, he cleaves a massive fissure into the ground. He has attained the outer gung realm. A faint smile graces Lu Ye's lips, given his prior accumulation. Breaking through to the outer gung realm was not particularly challenging. Now, with the aid of the elixir, the breakthrough is remarkably smooth. Ordinary martial artists, upon reaching the outer gung realm, can only project energy for a mere few inches, requiring years of accumulation to extend it beyond 1 zhong. Yet, Lu Ye's 3 zhong of energy represents the pinnacle of the early outer gung stage. Surpassing 3 zhong would signify entry into the mid-outer gung stage. However, due to Lu Ye's extraordinary foundation, his energy surpasses that of typical martial artists by several folds. Thus, upon breaking through, he immediately manifests energy extending to 3 Jong, marking the zenith of the early outer gung stage. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare, even among the most elite factions, as only those truly exceptional geniuses can reach such heights. Liu Ye's current accumulation is no less formidable than that of the top-tier talents among these factions. At the moment Liu Ye breaks through to the outer gung realm, Taizheng hurries over to report the recent developments. The influence of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance now extends beyond the confines of Zhejiang County. With their watchful eyes spread throughout the surrounding counties, it can be asserted that any outsider stepping within a 1,000-li radius of Zhejiang County will be promptly detected by the Alliance's surveillance. Liu Ye has assigned Taizheng and his team the critical task of closely monitoring the incoming outsiders and various factions entering Zhejiang County. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Although Liu Ye possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities, he has never been one to succumb to arrogance. The leader truly possesses foresight. Taizheng's expression is one of utter admiration, ever since the news spread. The number of wandering martial artists making their way to Zhejiang County has exceeded several hundred. We need not concern ourselves with these wandering martial artists. Liu Ye gestures dismissively. Speak of the more significant martial factions. Yes, leader. Taizheng responds immediately. In just a few days, the speed of information dissemination has been limited, and only the martial factions not too distant from Zhejiang County have received word. The Huang and Jong families, along with the martial sects of the Penglai Sword Sect and the Golden Blade Sect, have dispatched outer gung martial artists to lead their teams, expected to arrive in Zhejiang County within 3 days. Liu Ye is somewhat familiar with the martial factions mentioned by Taizheng. They're all mid-tier powers situated near Zhejiang County. Although these factions boast masters at the 4th level of qi manipulation, Liu Ye does not regard them as formidable foes. However, Taizheng's expression grows grave. Moreover, according to reliable information, the 7 Heroes Association and the Sword God Mountain each have disciples en route to Zhejiang County. Leading them are the 76th ranked Cold Moon Cold Lightshui Tianjia and the 51st ranked Sword Farer Xiuyue. While Liu Ye has not disclosed his plans to anyone, not even to Taizheng, he understands that the so-called phenomenon signaling the emergence of treasure is merely a ruse orchestrated by him to deceive all. Even though Taizheng is unaware of Liu Ye's precise strategy, he knows that those arriving in Zhejiang County are bound to be disappointed, for there are no treasures to be found. Given Liu Ye's character, creating such a commotion is hardly a trivial jest. The wandering martial artists and mid-tier factions are not particularly concerning, with the current strength of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Coupled with their alliances with the Tsang Gang and Yao Gang, they need not fear them. However, the likes of the 7 Heroes Association and Sword God Mountain are not adversaries they can afford to provoke. The 7 Heroes Association is one of the 7 major gangs recognized alongside the Tsang Gang and Yao Gang. Sword God Mountain, too, is acknowledged as the foremost among the 5 major sword sects since the decline of the Jian Mountain Manor. Even the Tsang Gang and Yao Gang, which maintain a cordial relationship with the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, would not dare to confront these top-tier factions on their behalf. Thus, not only is Taizheng filled with concern, but Liu Ye also furrows his brow slightly, pondering. Sword God Mountain? Why they left their stronghold in the extreme north to come to the border of Qi and Shu? The arrival of the 7 Heroes Association was anticipated by Liu Ye, as their influence is relatively close to Zhejiang County. Moreover, the 7 Heroes Association is known for their tendency to flock to any commotion, so their presence does not surprise him. In fact, they're precisely the target he originally intended to confront. However, the appearance of Sword God Mountain is unexpected. While he had considered various martial factions that might emerge, he had never once contemplated Sword God Mountain. The primary reason being, they're situated far too distant from Zhejiang County. The stronghold of Sword God Mountain lies in the extreme north, meaning they would have to traverse nearly the entirety of Beiqi's territory to reach Zhejiang County. Hence, Liu Ye had never considered the likelihood of their arrival. Yet now, against the odds, Sword God Mountain has indeed appeared. In recent days, the number of martial artists arriving in Zhejiang County has notably increased. Although Zhejiang County has always been a bustling place, it primarily saw a high volume of commercial traffic. The gathering of so many martial artists has not occurred in quite some time. The people of Zhejiang County are well aware that this influx is due to troubles arising from the rumored treasure. With only one treasure in existence, and so many treasure seekers, one cannot help but anticipate a bloody contest for its possession. In the martial world, such acts of murder for treasure are not uncommon. Those wary of trouble have already vacated Zhejiang County, fearing entanglement in the ensuing chaos. Consequently, the number of martial artists has surged, while the usual merchant caravans have diminished considerably at the northern gate of Zhejiang City. A group of over 10 individuals, weary from travel, enters Zhejiang County. Though their numbers are few, each member possesses striking features. The men are handsome, and the women are alluring. The youngest among them is merely 13 or 14, while the oldest does not exceed 25. Each individual is adorned in lavish attire, and notably, each wields a long sword that is clearly of extraordinary quality. Those with even a modicum of experience in the martial world can discern that such a group undoubtedly hails from a significant background. Therefore, even the most hardened martial practitioners instinctively steer clear of these youthful figures, unwilling to approach them. Senior Sister Chiuyue, Zhejiang City is hardly a sanctuary for martial artists. I've never heard of any major sect establishing a presence here. It appears that the majority of individuals here are merely spreading baseless rumors, and there is truly nothing exceptional about the treasures they speak of. What purpose do we serve in coming all this way? A youth approximately 15 years of age lamented. It seems we are surrounded by mediocre warriors. Mingling with them tarnishes the esteemed reputation of our sword god mountain. Bang! A woman who appeared to be in her early 20s lightly tapped the boy's head with the hilt of her sword, her expression grave as she admonished. Little monkey, do not look down upon those unremarkable warriors. Which formidable fighter did not commence their journey from humble beginnings? If one does not witness the most brutal and lowly aspects of the martial world, they will remain a sheltered flower, incapable of achieving greatness. Initially reprimanding the boy, the woman soon extended her admonition to others nearby. You must remember why our sword god mountain sends disciples down the mountain to temper their hearts. As sword cultivators, our blades may be sharp, yet we must remain unyielding as individuals. Otherwise, we wield the sword to command others, rather than allowing ourselves to be guided by it. Once we descend the mountain, do not constantly flaunt the name of Sword God Mountain. It is the legacy established by our predecessors that commands admiration, not your own. Even amidst the gathering of strikingly handsome individuals at Sword God Mountain, this speaking woman stood out remarkably. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes, autumn waters. Though devoid of makeup, she emanated an ethereal aura. Dressed in a pale yellow gauze, she resembled a celestial being from the heavens. The chastised youth dared not retort, silently sticking out his tongue, while others wore expressions of bitterness, casting the boy a fierce glare. Everyone was well aware that Senior Sister Chiuyue was indeed exceptional. Yet once she began to lecture, her words flowed like a torrent, provoking the unwise to challenge her. This group of individuals was none other than the disciples of Sword God Mountain, one of the 5 great sword sects in the world. Liu Yi, however, misinterpreted the situation. The disciples of Sword God Mountain were not intentionally traveling from the far north. Rather, this batch of disciples had merely descended the mountain for training and happened to arrive near Zhejiang County. Upon hearing rumors of treasures surfacing in Zhejiang County, the leader, Ren Chiuyue, wished to allow her junior brothers and sisters to witness ITAS for treasure hunting. It was of little consequence to the disciples of Sword God Mountain. Even Ren Chiuyue did not believe that Zhejiang County possessed anything of great significance. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance had eyes and ears throughout the entire city of Zhejiang. The moment the disciples of Sword God Mountain set foot in the city, word swiftly reached Liu Yi. Even their conversations along the way were known to him. To wield the sword with man, and to wield man with the sword. Liu Yi lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes glimmering with intensity. After a long pause, he sighed deeply, truly deserving of being one of the 5 great sword sects. They're indeed extraordinary. Even a mere disciple possesses such insight. The swordsmanship spoken of by Ren Chiuyue bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ye's path of slaughter. For Liu Yi, killing was merely a means to an end, yet he would never allow himself to be governed by the desire for bloodshed. This shared understanding aligned somewhat with the sword doctrine of Sword God Mountain. Though they had yet to meet, Liu Yi had already formed a favorable impression of the renowned sword fairy within the martial world. The depth of the martial arts sect was indeed remarkable. Merely based on Ren Xiuyue's vision and insight, there was likely no one else in the entire Zhejiang County who could compare. According to reports from his subordinates, after the disciples of Sword God Mountain settled in the city, they planned to visit the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang. Currently, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance was the largest local power in Zhejiang County, since Sword God Mountain did not wish to exert their influence over others. Their visit was entirely reasonable. However, Liu Yi had originally devised a plan to deal with the disciples of Sword God Mountain, and since they did not wish to foster enmity, he decided to temporarily set aside his initial intentions. It would undoubtedly be more advantageous to forge friendships with a formidable entity like Sword God Mountain than to create adversaries. While Liu Yi was never one to shy away from conflict, he also did not wish to engage in needless enmity. Prepare a feast. Liu Yi resolved to abandon his original plan of eliminating 3 men with 2 peaches, opting instead to extend a warm welcome to the disciples of Sword God Mountain. Yet, before the disciples of Sword God Mountain could arrive, another group had already found their way to the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang. This group, however, lacked the demeanor of Sword God Mountain. They were not there to forge friendships. At least in their eyes, a mere local power like the Zhejiang Martial Alliance was unworthy of such an honor. The visitors were Shui, Tianjiang's younger brother. Shui Tianjia ranked 76th on the martial arts list, known in the martial world as Cold Moon, Cold Light. Though Shui Tianjiang himself was not particularly noteworthy, with his rank still trailing Liu Yi's, he was merely a mid-level external strength practitioner. For Liu Yi, who had already broken through to the early stages of external strength, he posed no threat. However, his elder brother was no ordinary individual. The benevolent spear, Shui Tianjia, was one of the 7 founders of the 7 Heroes Association, a renowned martial arts master on the Earth ranking. With a stomp of his foot, the Earth would tremble thrice. The 7 Heroes Association was initially founded by 7 individuals, of which only 4 remain today. The benevolent sword Liu Boyan, the loyal hammer Liu Taiyue, the chivalrous sword Ding Feng, and the benevolent spear Shui Tianjia. Each of these 4 was a well-known martial arts master on the Earth ranking as Shui Tianjia's only biological brother. Despite Shui Tianjiang's own cultivation being less than stellar, there were few in the martial world who dared to offend him. Have your leader come out to welcome our hall master Shui. A group of over 10 individuals accompanied Shui Tianjia, but the one shouting was not Shui Tianjia himself, but rather a sycophant by his side. After delivering the message, the sycophant leaned in closer to Shui Tianjia, saying, "Hall Master Shui, your personal visit grants them a tremendous honor. Surely, they will not be so blind as to fail to recognize it." Humph. A mere Zhejiang County, and they dare to speak of a martial alliance? They truly consider themselves significant. Shui Tianjia wore a disdainful expression, sneering. If it weren't for my elder brother's insistence that I engage with the smaller factions of the martial world, these fellows would hardly warrant my personal presence. Indeed, Hall Master Shui, by descending to their level, you are indeed bestowing them a great honor. What status did Hall Master Shui hold? He was a younger brother of the master of the Shui faction within the 7 Heroes Association, a distinguished branch leader. Rumor had it that the Shui faction's master was on the verge of reaching the true fire, refining infant stage of the 4th realm of Yuan Shan, and it was not impossible for him to eventually attain the status of a supreme master on the renowned list. The entourage continued to flatter Shui Tianjia, yet they failed to notice that his expression had grown increasingly gloomy. Initially, everyone assumed that a mere Flying Tiger Gang, with Shui Tianjia's status, would surely send their leader out to greet him with enthusiasm. However, to their astonishment, after waiting for some time, only a servant emerged. Our leader has stated that the Flying Tiger Gang has never had any dealings with the 7 Heroes Association. He will not come out. It is best for Hall Master Shui to return whence he came. The servant's tone was quite firm. He was not a member of the gang, merely an ordinary countryman. He knew nothing of the 7 Heroes Association or Hall Master Shui, only that in the entirety of Zhejiang County, no one dared to disrespect their own leader. The servant's words struck like a slap to Shui Tianjia's face. His expression darkened further, and the previously sycophantic crowd fell silent, exchanging incredulous glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears. After a lengthy pause, someone finally reacted, shouting in outrage. The Flying Tiger Gang possesses an audacious spirit. How dare they speak to our home master Shui in such a manner? A mere third-rate gang dares to disregard the Seven Heroes Association. Such a gang no longer deserve to exist in this world that I propose we annihilate them. The surrounding members of the Seven Heroes Association echoed the sentiment. Acting as Shui to his followers that in the face of humiliation, they could no longer contain themselves. Meanwhile, Shui Tianjia, maintaining his composure, finally squeezed out a response through clenched teeth. Well done, Flying Tiger Gang. Just because the tiger does not roar. Do you truly believe I am helpless? Just as Shui Tianjia prepared to command his subordinates to attack the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang, a light chuckle suddenly drifted from a distance. What a foul stench. What a foul stench. One person passing gas is already unbearable. A group of people doing so is even more intolerable. As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld a young man languidly reclining on a donkey, ambling in the direction of the Flying Tiger Gang's headquarters. The youth wore an expression of utter lethargy, his eyes seemingly unable to fully open, as if still ensnared in the clutches of slumber. His attire was a humble, coarse linen garment, adorned with several conspicuous patches. At his waist was sheathed a curved dagger, which appeared far from extraordinary. Though the blade gleamed with a polished sheen, it lacked even a scabbard, casually tucked into his belt. Who are you to brazenly speak in such a manner here? Shui Tianjiang furrowed his brow, sensing that fortune did not favor him today, having just been humiliated by a nondescript minor faction. Now a wild man of unknown origins dared to act defiantly before him. Me. The young man lazily pointed to himself, grinning as he replied, I at least possess the courtesy not to emit foul gas at the threshold of my host's abode. You possess great audacity. I shall first slay you, and then deal with the Flying Tiger Gang. Shui Tianjiang's anger flared. Given his status, he was accustomed to being treated like a revered guest wherever he went. To be belittled consecutively today ignited his rage. Oh, kill me. You may find yourself lacking the capability. The youth scoffed with disdain. If your elder brother had uttered those words, it might have been a different story. His hand rested upon the hilt of the unsheathed dagger at his waist, his overall appearance rather unkempt. Yet his hands were clean and well-formed, caressing the blade as if it were a beloved companion. Is it true that Xiao Lu listens to the spring rain all night? Are you the blade of desolation, Duan Xiao Lu? At that moment, a voice emerged from among the assembly of the Seven Heroes Society. Resonating with authority, it belonged to an inconspicuous white-haired elder, who had previously remained silent, while others flattered Shikun. As the elder spoke, all eyes turned towards him, including Shikun Jong, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It appeared that this elder held considerable significance. With the elder's inquiry, the crowd's attention shifted once more to the curved dagger at the youth's waist. Though it seemed unremarkable, it bore an inscription. Xiao Lu listens to the spring rain all night. This inscription signified the identity of the dagger's owner. In all the realm, only one blade bore such an inscription. Ranked 40th on the list of martial prowess, he had once slain a practitioner of the spirit realm with a single strike. Earning the moniker the Blade of Desolation, Duan Xiao Lu, it seemed the Seven Heroes Society was not entirely blind. Duan Xiao Lu smiled faintly, dismounting from the donkey with grace, and gestured, since you recognize my identity. Why do you linger? Are you waiting for me to escort you away? Shui Tianjiang's expression darkened, his heart brimming with fury, yet he refrained from unleashing it as he had before, though he too held a rank on the list. It paled in comparison to Duan Xiao Lu's stature. Brother Duan, our Seven Heroes Society harbors no grievances against you, nor do we have any recent enmity. You truly wish to stand up for a third-rate gang and oppose us? Shui Tianjiang spoke in measured tones. Should you cease to mention the Seven Heroes Society and your elder brother in your discourse, then we might converse further. Duan Xiao Lu seemed to have lost interest in continuing the dialogue with Shui Tianjiang. Dismissively waving his hand, now, if you wish to avoid death, I suggest you depart. Upon hearing Duan Xiao Lu's words, Shui Tianjiang's eyes twitched in agitation. despite the immense power of the Seven Heroes Society. Even someone like Duan Xiao Lu, ranked within the top 50, was but a slightly larger ant in their presence. Yet the Seven Heroes Society was distant, while Duan Xiao Lu stood right before him. Shui Tianjiang understood that if Duan Xiao Lu truly wished to kill him, it would pose little challenge that a wise man does not suffer losses unnecessarily, was a lesson Shui Tianjiang's elder brother had imparted to him in his youth. Very well, Brother Duan, since you have interceded today, I shall grant you this courtesy. Shui Tianjiang's words were nearly forced through clenched teeth. If you seek the treasure of Zhejiang County, then the outcome remains uncertain. This matter today, I shall repay tenfold in the future. We take our leave. With a formidable glare at Duan Xiao Lu, Shui Tianjiang finally departed, accompanied by subordinates. Then Duan Xiao Lu approached the underlings of the Flying Tiger Gang. Clasping his hands together with a smile, I kindly request that you inform your esteemed leader that Duan Xiao Lu has come to pay a visit. Lu Yi could hardly fathom that the first outsider he would host was neither the Sword God Mountain's renowned maiden nor Shui Tianjiang of the Seven Heroes Society, but rather the legendary Blade of Desolation, Duan Xiao Lu, whose fame and prowess eclipsed them both. Upon encountering Duan Xiao Lu, Lu Yi found it difficult to reconcile the disheveled, languorous young man before him with the illustrious reputation of the Blade of Desolation. Had it not been for this individual scaring off Shui Tianjiang at his doorstep, Lu Yi might have suspected that someone had audaciously come to the Flying Tiger Gang to seek advantage. Sensing Lu Ye's scrutinizing gaze, Duan Xiao Lu sheepishly scratched his nose. I earned some money working for locals along the way. The donkey I rode also cost quite a bit, leaving me in a bit of a mess. And I haven't yet found a place to bathe in the city. Upon hearing Duan Xiao Lu's explanation, Lu Yi not only refrained from belittling him, but felt a twinge of respect. One must realize that even for the most ordinary of practitioners, earning money is not a trivial matter, let alone for a renowned master like Duan Xiao Lu. A wonder a figure of Duan Xiao Lu's stature remained unnoticed by the Martial Alliance until he entered Zhejiang City. Who would associate a man who worked for locals and appeared so unkempt with the legendary Blade of Desolation? If Brother Duan does not mind, please feel free to stay in our Flying Tiger Gang temporarily. Though my accommodations are modest, I can certainly provide you with a place to wash up, Lu Yi stated casually. Why would I inquire about the purpose of Brother Ye's visit? Duan Xiao Lu interjected directly. Interrupting Lu Ye's words, I have come to discuss the matter of the treasure in Zhejiang City. That I asked someone of Brother Duan's stature also interested in that treasure? Lu Yi inquired nonchalantly. Since it is Brother Duan who has spoken, I am naturally willing to share a portion of the treasure with you. It appears that Master Yi still harbors doubts about me. Duan Xiao Lu sighed lightly. The rumors of the treasure in Zhejiang City must have been deliberately spread by Master Yi. Correct? That so-called treasure phenomenon was likely orchestrated by you as well? Upon hearing this, Lu Ye's eyes gleamed with a flash of sharpness, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossing his expression, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. How is it that I do not comprehend Brother Duan's words? Duan Xiao Lu shook his head in resignation, finally retrieving a parchment map made of sheepskin from his robe. This map, I trust Master Yi is familiar with. The map in Duan Xiao Lu's possession bore a striking resemblance to the one Lu Yi had obtained from the Lin family, with at least an 80% similarity. Upon seeing the map, Lu Yi recognized that he could no longer feign ignorance. Brother Duan, are you a descendant of the Mu family? Lu Yi inquired solemnly. There had been 3 copies of the map left by Mu Yu. One was given to the Lin family, one to his own descendants, and the third scattered across the world. The difficulty of reassembling the scattered version was monumental, rendering it nearly impossible to consider. Thus, the map in Duan Xiao Lu's possession was most likely the one Mu Yu had entrusted to his descendants. No, but I have a friend who is a descendant of the Zhejiang king. Duan Xiao Lu sighed. Producing an urn containing ashes, I promised him I would inter his remains in the ancestral tomb to acknowledge his roots. However, in the past 5 years, I have visited Zhejiang City many times without uncovering the means to access the underground palace. Now that Master Yi has made the treasure's existence known, while I am uncertain of your true intentions, I assume you have discovered a way to unlock the underground palace, for the sake of a promise made to a deceased friend. Duan Xiao Lu had journeyed to Zhejiang City multiple times over the years, demonstrating his commitment to his word. Indeed, I possess a method to open the underground palace, Liu Yi replied, dropping pretenses in front of Duan Xiaolu. Nodding, but why would I divulge this method to you? Thus, I have come to propose a collaboration with Master Yi. Duan Xiaolu stated plainly, I will not claim any treasures from the underground palace. I only seek to inter my friend's remains within its confines. In exchange, I can assist you in dealing with the rascals from the Seven Heroes Society. I have never favored partnerships. Liu Yi shook his head and said, although I am grateful to Brother Duan for his assistance today, even if he had not intervened, I would have found a way to deal with the Seven Heroes Society. While Liu Yi held a favorable impression of Duan Xiaolu, he remained wary, knowing that one could never fully trust a person they had just met. He had always relied solely on his own fists and blades. Leader Yi underestimates the Seven Heroes Society. He continued, though Shui Tianjiang may be inept, he is the only brother of Shui Tianjia, and he is not without capable individuals by his side. Duan Xiaolu sighed. Are you aware of who that old man beside Shui Tianjiang is? Before Liu Yi could respond, Duan Xiaolu continued, the eight-armed divine sword, Dongfang Bai, once a half-step martial arts master at the peak of human unity. At this point, a glimmer of apprehension crossed Duan Xiaolu's eyes, dispelling his previous languor. Though Shui Tianjia shattered his top 3 flowers and disrupted his 5 energies, causing his realm to regress to the spirit aperture stage, he was once a half-step master. Even I may not be able to contend with him. Had Duan Xiaolu not mentioned it, Liu Yi would have remained oblivious to such a formidable figure in Shui Tianjiang's entourage, the eight-armed divine sword. Dongfang Bai had been in seclusion for nearly 20 years, and it was entirely reasonable that the subordinates of the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance had failed to uncover his presence. Cooperation benefits both parties. While division leads to mutual destruction, I implore you to think carefully. Leader Yi, Duan Xiaolu gazed intently at Liu Yi, stating, I swear by my absolute blade that I seek only to bury the dead, not to seize treasures. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Liu Yi acquiesced to Duan Xiaolu's request for collaboration. Firstly, it was due to the favorable impression he held of Duan Xiaolu. With centuries of life experience, Liu Yi could discern a person's true nature with just a glance. Yet, from Duan Xiaolu, he sensed no deceit or conspiracy that, in Liu Yi's estimation, he was someone worth befriending, a conclusion drawn from Duan Xiaolu's formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not have the qualification to negotiate with Liu Yi. After the two established their plan, Duan Xiaolu temporarily resided at the headquarters of the Flying Tiger Gang. However, Duan Xiaolu was peculiar. He opted for the simplest food and the most modest accommodation, paying his dues to Liu Yi's subordinates at market rates. Despite appearing to desire lavish lodgings and exquisite cuisine, each time he touched his purse, he would sigh and choose to forego such luxuries. After hosting Duan Xiaolu, Liu Yi welcomed the members of the Sword God Mountain. Ren Shue, aptly named the Sword Fairy, possessed an ethereal quality that captivated all who beheld her. Were it not for Liu Yi's extensive life experience, he might have found it difficult to maintain his composure. The others from Sword God Mountain, while imbued with an innate pride, did not exhibit the same arrogance as Shui Tianjiang. The banquet was a joyous affair. Yet upon departing from the Flying Tiger Gang, Ren Shue appeared somewhat unsettled. Another day passed, and the collapsed underground relics were finally cleared out of course. This so-called clearing was merely information intentionally disseminated by Liu Yi. In truth, there had never been any collapse. Liu Yi simply sought an excuse to buy time. Now that the attendees had gathered, concerned that further delays might attract more unexpected individuals, Liu Yi announced that the underground relics were ready for entry. That morning, those who received the news hastened to the entrance of the underground palace. However, the entrance was already surrounded, preventing anyone from approaching. This time, the encircling faction was not the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance, but the Seven Heroes Society. It was unexpected that they could mobilize such numbers in a single day. Standing beside Liu Yi, Duan Xiaolu couldn't help but exclaim, truly, it is beneficial to have the shade of a great tree. Liu Yi, however, remained unperturbed, sneering coldly. The more they come, the more will perish. If they seek death, even the divine cannot save them. Aware of Liu Yi's plans, Duan Xiaolu chuckled bitterly. Leader Yi, you shall undoubtedly offend the Seven Heroes Society gravely. Those who aspire to achieve great things need not hesitate. Liu Yi replied lightly, as long as the Seven Heroes Society does not provoke me, I can extinguish Shui Tianjiang today. And tomorrow, who is to say I cannot annihilate the Seven Heroes Society? I suddenly find you reminiscent of someone, Duan Xiaolu remarked, his eyes glinting. I Ju Tian of the World Association. You must share common ground with him. As they conversed, they approached the entrance of the underground palace but were halted by the members of the Seven Heroes Society. Brother Duan, I have long stated that the grievances of yesterday will eventually be avenged. At that moment, Shu Tianjiang approached, flanked by his entourage, a smug smile adorning his face. I did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly. What is the meaning of this, Shui Tianjiang? Duan Xiaolu retorted with a scoff. This is not your Seven Heroes Society's territory. Do you intend to monopolize it and prevent our entry? The situation is stronger than the individual. This is what you taught me, Brother Duan, Shui Tianjiang sneered. Anyone who defies me today shall perish. Whoever dares to oppose me will face my wrath. Even you, absolute Blade Duan Xiaolu, are no exception. As his words fell, two figures emerged from behind Shui Tianjiang. One was the eight-armed divine sword, Dongfang Bai, and the other, a burly middle-aged man, Duan Xiaolu, long time no see. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Duan Xiaolu. If you wish to avoid death, do not oppose the Seven Heroes Society. Pei Feng. Duan Xiaolu frowned slightly, recognizing him as one of Shui Tianji's inner disciples, who had once graced the rankings 5 years prior. Now, he likely had reached the spirit aperture stage. Duan Xiaolu was evidently acquainted with Pei Feng, merely explaining to Liu Yi beside him. Another spirit aperture warrior. The strength of the Seven Heroes Society is indeed formidable. Were it not for the alliance with Duan Xiaolu, it would require considerable effort for Liu Yi alone to contend with two spirit aperture warriors. Yet from Duan Xiaolu's tone, Liu Yi discerned that although he held great respect for spirit aperture warriors, he showed no signs of retreat. Thus, it was evident that such opponents still fell within his range of response. At that moment, Shui Tianjiang exuded an overwhelming dominance, surveying the crowd with an unparalleled aura. In that instant, he bore a striking resemblance to his brother the Seven Heroes Society not being a tad too tyrannical. A voice, as crisp as a lark's, rang out in unclaimed relics. Everyone has a share. If we truly wish to enter, do you intend to kill us? Ren Xue, accompanied by a contingent of Sword God Mountain disciples, stepped forward. Swordsmen, unwilling to bend, would not bully others nor tolerate humiliation. Thus, despite the formidable strength of the Seven Heroes Society, with two spirit aperture warriors in their ranks, the disciples from Sword God Mountain glared defiantly, showing no inclination to yield. That it was indeed Ren Xue of Sword God Mountain. Upon seeing her lead the disciples, even the arrogant Shui Tianjiang displayed a hint of caution in his eyes. Yet only Liu Yi, with centuries of life experience, perceived beneath that caution a blatant desire. Though the Seven Heroes Society and Sword God Mountain were both top-tier forces, the strength of Sword God Mountain far surpassed that of the Seven Heroes Society. Despite Shui Tianjiang's arrogance, he recalled his brother's admonition. Among the world's most untouchable factions was the fiercely protective Sword God Mountain. Should Fairy Ren wish to enter, there is no issue, Shui Tianjiang conceded. However, the Seven Heroes Society must ascend first, followed by you. This condition was non-negotiable. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude and restricting the fairy's freedom. I shall apologize to the esteemed elders of Sword God Mountain another day. Ren Shui's face flushed with indignation at Shui Tianjiang's words, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword. Yet she unconsciously glanced at Liu Yi and Duan Xiaolu. The two men remained unfazed, one calm and collected, the other appearing languid, showing no signs of discontent toward Shui Tianjiang's tyranny, nor did they seem inclined to join forces with Sword God Mountain against the Seven Heroes Society. Seeing the demeanor of these two, Ren Xue swiftly regained her composure and, with a charmingly innocent expression, asked, Leader Yi, as the local landlord of Zhejiang County, what are your thoughts on this matter? This girl is indeed sharp-witted. Liu Yi let out a bitter smile in his heart. When Ren Xue visited that day, Liu Yi felt a certain fondness for her. Coming from such a powerful background, she did not use her influence to oppress others. Such a character is indeed rare. Thus, Liu Yi subtly cautioned her to exercise caution within the underground palace. He never anticipated that the girl would awaken to the truth so swiftly, with Ren Shuyue's inquiry. The surrounding wandering martial artists turned their gazes towards Liu Yi this moment. Only the Sword God Mountain and the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance, united, could possibly contend with the formidable Seven Heroes Association. If the two sides were to fall into enmity and resort to violence, it would create an opportunity for them to profit from the chaos. Otherwise, with the Seven Heroes Association dominating, there would be no chance for these wandering martial artists to claim any treasures. Although Liu Yi harbored a fondness for Ren Xue, he could not divulge any substantial information to her, merely stating with indifference. In this world, the one with the strongest fist holds the truth. The Seven Heroes Association is powerful. Should they choose to descend first, I cannot oppose it. Upon hearing his words, the wandering martial artists displayed expressions of disappointment. They did not expect that the recently prominent Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance's so-called leader would be so timid. Just a decorative pillow. Pretty, but useless. Shui Tianjiang also sneered, clasping his hands towards Ren Shuyue. Fairy Run, I shall take my leave first. With that, he led the members of the Seven Heroes Association down into the depths. Once all the members of the Seven Heroes Association had descended, coupled with Liu Ye's deliberate display of weakness, the crowd began to regard the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance with a degree of disdain. It was unclear who in the crowd shouted. The people from the Seven Heroes Association have gone down. Let us hurry as well. If they feast, perhaps we might sip some broth. If we delay, we may not even get a taste. Then the throng surged eagerly towards the underground. Liu Yi and the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance made no move to obstruct them, simply standing in place, observing as everyone rushed into the depths. Meanwhile, the Sword God Mountain's members could hardly contain themselves. Someone urged Ren Xue, Sister Chiyue, we should descend as well. Ren Xue looked at the throng rushing underground, then at the composed Liu Yi and Duan Xiaolu still standing there. Recalling Liu Ye's subtle warning earlier, her sense of unease intensified. Ultimately, Ren Xue shook her head. There is no rush. We shall descend together with Leader Yi. A young swordsman in attire exclaimed anxiously. Sister, why wait for that decorative pillow? Shouldn't we hurry down? If we delay, we might miss even the broth. Little monkey, Ren Xue asserted her authority as a senior sister, admonishing him. I have already informed you that our purpose here is merely to witness. As for treasures, our most vital possession as swordsmen is the sword in our hands. With your sword firmly grasped, there is no place in this vast world you cannot reach. In the end, Ren Xue firmly established her authority, prompting the members of Sword God Mountain to follow Liu Yi into the underground palace together. Leading the way, the members of the Seven Heroes Association, upon seeing the stone steps below, recognized that such craftsmanship could only have been executed by extraordinary individuals. The treasures buried beneath were likely extraordinary as well. The members of the Seven Heroes Association hastened their pace, and upon reaching the entrance of the underground palace, they beheld the stone tablet before it. Of course, this had long been altered by Liu Yi. The original tablet had been destroyed by him. The inscriptions on the tablet differed significantly from the original text. Not only did it conceal information about the treasures within the underground palace, but it also claimed that the palace housed the extensive collection of King Zhejiang Muyu over many years. Most importantly, it recorded that once the great door opened, only the first to enter the underground palace would be able to obtain the legacy of King Zhejiang Muyu. Subsequently, the door would close, requiring the combined efforts of several half-step martial arts grandmasters to reopen it. The underground was, in fact, the resting place of King Zhejiang Muyu, a martial arts grandmaster of the 4th level of the Yuan Shun, who had solidified his own Dharma form. Who would have thought that this time they had truly stumbled upon a treasure? Seeing the inscriptions on the tablet, the faces of the Seven Heroes Association members glimmered with excitement. Their primary purpose in coming to Zhejiang Prefecture was not merely to seek treasures, but rather to subdue the newly risen Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance on behalf of Shui Tianjiang. They never anticipated that instead of subduing the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance, they would discover such a treasure instead. This treasure must belong to Shui Tianjiang. A fervent expression emerged on Shui Tianjiang's face. If I can return with the relics of a martial arts grandmaster, My elder brother will surely regard me with newfound respect. At that moment, the wandering martial artists also arrived underground. Despite their hurried pace, they found themselves not significantly slower than the members of the Seven Heroes Association. Heavens, this is indeed the legacy left behind by King Zhong. This is no ordinary relic, but the very tomb of King Zhong. There may even be the entirety of King Zhong's martial arts legacy. They would compete with the Seven Heroes Association. Who cares about what top-tier forces exist? If we acquire King Zhong's legacy and treasure, perhaps one day we, too, can become supreme martial arts grandmasters and ascend the celestial rankings. At that time, would we still fear the Seven Heroes Association? Since ancient times, treasures have stirred the hearts of men, especially such a precious treasure. This is the legacy left by a martial arts grandmaster. Enough to drive anyone to desperate measures. The eyes of these wandering martial artists turned crimson, filled solely with the desire for treasure. The Seven Heroes Association and the top martial forces of the world faded from their minds. The tablet clearly stated that only the first to enter the underground palace could obtain King Zhong's treasure once the door closed, even if the Seven Heroes Association had 3 heads and 6 arms. They would not be able to enter. Instantly, a multitude of wandering martial artists, as if driven mad, surged forward with red eyes, shouting and charging towards the members of the Seven Heroes Association. The two factions immediately erupted into chaos. The clash was indiscriminate, with blood and flesh flying. In such tumultuous circumstances, no one noticed that the individuals who had been stirring the pot and shouting the loudest were now huddled at the back. These individuals were, of course, members of the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance, secretly arranged by Liu Yi to infiltrate the wandering martial artists. Liu Yi feared they would not fight fiercely enough, and thus he sought to incite them further. By the time Liu Yi and the members of Sword God Mountain arrived, the two factions had already descended into a bloody melee. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, and carnage reigned. Life was often most undervalued during such times. Although the disciples of Sword God Mountain were not delicate flowers, they had never witnessed such a brutal, unrestrained slaughter. Even the Seven Heroes Association, a martial arts alliance, was not spared from the onslaught of these frenzied individuals. Out in the open, they would never believe that these mere wandering martial artists would dare lay hands on members of a top martial force. In the past, these individuals had always been respectful and had not dared to breathe too loudly in their presence. The disciples of Sword God Mountain suddenly found themselves in awe of Sister Ren's wise decision. Though they hailed from prestigious backgrounds and possessed exceptional skills, they were still young and limited in cultivation. In such chaotic circumstances, they could not guarantee their own safety. This is the world of martial arts. Ren Xue sighed softly, glancing thoughtfully at Liu Yi. Even the most renowned heroes, if they are blind to the world, may find themselves perishing at the hands of nameless foes present. The factions of the Seven Heroes Association and the wandering martial artists had devolved into a brutal conflict. The wandering martial artists suffered heavy casualties, yet in the fray, the Seven Heroes Association also sustained significant losses. However, amidst the chaos, no one noticed that the blood falling to the ground was quietly converging towards the entrance of the underground palace. The door absorbed a substantial amount of martial artist blood, its glow deepening and transforming into an unseen, black abyss. Rumbling that it seemed that the influx of martial artist blood had finally triggered a qualitative change. While the battle continued, the entrance to the underground palace suddenly trembled. The door was about to open. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the underground palace. "Stop those damned mad dogs," Shi Tianjiang roared. "Pei Feng, Dongfeng Bai, you two lead the elite and charge forward with me. Only the first to enter the underground palace would be eligible to obtain King Zhong's legacy, after which the entrance would close." No one doubted the words inscribed on the tablet, for the underground palace had collapsed from the beginning, and no one had entered it. It was not until today that he re-emerged before the eyes of all. Of course, this was contingent upon the veracity of the collapse's news. Although the scattered cultivators were numerous, the elite of the Seven Heroes Society possessed martial prowess that surpassed theirs, under the guidance of Pei Feng and Dongfeng Bai. Accompanied by a multitude of elites, Shui Tianjiang successfully broke through the encirclement, arriving first at the entrance of the underground palace. The others could only hastily follow in his wake, just as Shui Tianjiang, brimming with pride, believed he would be the first to enter the underground palace and claim the treasure of the king of Zhejiang. A voice called out from behind, "Beware, Master Shui." The warning came from Dongfang Bai. Despite having fallen to the realm of Lingxiao, was once a half-step martial arts master of the transcendent realm. He was the first to perceive that something was amiss. Grabbing Shui Tianjiang by the shoulder, he urged him to retreat swiftly. Almost simultaneously, countless sword energies surged forth at the entrance of the underground palace. The horror of those sword energies was beyond anyone's imagination. The majority of people had not even the time to scream before being cleaved in two by the onslaught. The dense barrage of sword energies pierced through the bodies of the cultivators like a torrential downpour. When the sword energies finally ceased, the already bloodied and battered cultivators were now drastically reduced in number. At that moment, a staggering 99% of the scattered cultivators had become corpses. Even among the elite of the Seven Hero Society, only a mere 5 individuals, including Shui Tianjiang, managed to escape the horrifying sword energies. The ground was littered with dismembered bodies, blood flowing like rivers. How could this be possible? How could this be? Gazing at the sea of corpses before him, Shui Tianjiang could scarcely believe it. Why was there no record of such peril on the stone tablet? Of course, the stone tablet could not possibly document such a danger, for the so-called stone tablet was entirely fabricated by Liu Yi, just as Shui Tianjiang had narrowly escaped with his life. 2 beams of light, akin to shooting stars, hurtled toward him. One was a sword light, the other a blade light. The assailants were none other than Liu Yi and Duan Xiaolu. "Master Shui, be careful," both Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai shouted in unison. Having just survived a calamity, they had no time to defend against such rapid attacks. In a moment of instinctive coordination, they simultaneously seized a nearby elite of the Seven Hero Society who had barely escaped and hurled him toward Liu Yi and Duan Xiaolu. The 2 bodies were met with a swift end, while Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai each grasped Shui Tianjiang's arms, retreating to a safer position at this juncture. Even Shui Tianjiang, no matter how foolish, would realize that he had likely been deceived, that he glared at Liu Yi, the one who had first discovered the ruins of the underground palace. The Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance, with its overwhelming numbers, was most likely to resort to foul play to itsu. "You, an insignificant ant, dare to plot against me." Shui Tianjiang roared in fury. At this moment, an overwhelming tide of rage, humiliation, and shock surged within him. He could not believe that he, the distinguished leader of the Seven Hero Society, had been outmaneuvered by a mere unknown individual. This person, whom he had always dismissed, had now caused him to stumble tremendously, leaving Shui Tianjiang with a profound sense of humiliation alongside his astonishment. "Master Shui, I have long stated that in this world, only those with strength can hold authority," Liu Yi remarked, gesturing to his own head. "And wit is equally a component of strength. Did you think victory was assured?" Shui Tianjiang gritted his teeth, declaring Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai are not dead men. He did not include himself in that equation. For although he was uncertain of Liu Ye's strength, he was well aware of Duan Xiaolu's capabilities. He knew he was no match for Duan Xiaolu and would not let his anger cloud his judgment to engage recklessly with such a formidable opponent. "Regrettably, they will soon be dead," Duan Xiaolu sighed slightly. Though Duan Xiaolu was not one to enjoy scheming against others, this was the condition for his collaboration with Liu Wei. Enter the underground palace. He had to assist Liu Yi in eliminating all members of the Seven Hero Society. The blade in Duan Xiaolu's hand appeared to be merely an ordinary curved iron knife, yet none dared to underestimate it. For Duan Xiaolu's reputation as the master of the blade was such that even if he wielded merely a firewood stick, no one would dare to look down upon him. All present, including Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai, as well as the members of the Sword God Mountain, focused their gazes upon Duan Xiaolu. As for Liu Yi, he was subconsciously overlooked by everyone. After all, in the eyes of the crowd, Liu Yi was merely an inconspicuous gang leader, albeit one with remarkable cunning. However, in battles of such caliber, he would likely prove of little consequence. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai, Duan Xiaolu felt considerable pressure. And no matter how confident he was, he did not believe he could contend with both a former half-step master and a renowned martial artist simultaneously. Leader Yi, if you merely spectate from the sidelines, my junior may well meet his end here today, Duan Xiaolu said with a wry smile. Rest assured, since we are partners, I shall not stand idly by, Liu Yi replied calmly, stepping forward. Leave Dongfang Bai to me. You handle payphone. Upon hearing Liu Ye's intent to confront Dongfang Bai, Duan Xiaolu's eyes flickered with surprise. While both Pei Feng and Dongfang Bai had reached the Lingxiao realm, Dongfang Bai had once been a half-step martial arts master of the Transcendent realm. His insights and techniques were undoubtedly superior to Pei Feng's. Though he had not known Liu Yi for long, Duan Xiaolu understood that this leader was one who would carefully strategize before taking action, not one to boast without merit. Duan Xiaolu was uncertain where Liu Yi derived his confidence in facing Dongfang Bai, but he nodded and said, "Then I thank Leader Yi. I have not stepped into the martial world for many years. Yet I did not expect such remarkable figures to emerge." Upon hearing that this unknown individual dared to take the initiative against him, Dongfang Bai coldly snorted, "I shall see what gives you the audacity to challenge me. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall accompany you on your journey." Liu Yi shook his head, and as the words left his lips, he drew his sword. The sword transformed into 7 streaks of light, targeting 7 distinct vital points around Dongfang Bai. Enhanced by Liu Ye's innate talent with the sword, this 7-star falling sky technique became swifter and fiercer than before. Each streak of sword light could shift between reality and illusion, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. Even Dongfang Bai, who had previously looked down upon Liu Yi, felt his gaze sharpen upon witnessing such exquisite swordplay. One sword becomes 7 stars. Indeed, a remarkable technique. With a sudden tremor of his arm, Dongfang Bai thrust his long sword forward. In that instant, a fierce wind swept through the area, and it appeared as though Dongfang Bai's arm had transformed into 7 separate appendages. Unlike Liu Ye's illusory sword lights, Dongfang Bai's 7 arms appeared to be solid entities, making him resemble a 7-armed demon god in that moment. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yi and Dongfang Bai's swords clashed countless times. Liu Ye's 7-star falling sky had never failed to claim a life before. Yet now, it was entirely thwarted by Dongfang Bai. As the sword lights fell, Dongfang Bai stood resolute, while Liu Yi was forced to retreat 6 or 7 steps before barely regaining his footing. Liu Yi, having only reached the initial stage of the Outer Qi realm, was still significantly inferior to Dongfang Bai in terms of raw strength and vitality. Point 1 sword becomes 7 stars. Indeed, a remarkable technique. Dongfang Bai remarked with an expressionless face, "But you've forgotten my moniker. I am known as the 8-armed divine sword. In this world, while there may be mistakenly named individuals, there are certainly no misnamed titles." "And what of it?" Liu Yi responded with equal stoicism, thrusting his sword once more at Dongfang Bai. "Humph, stubborn and unyielding," Dongfang Bai scoffed. "Your sword technique is indeed exquisite, but it is futile against me. Today I shall send you on your way." Clang, clang, clang. Another series of clashes erupted, this time with Dongfang Bai exerting his full strength. Liu Ye's 7 sword lights were all intercepted by Dongfang Bai. An additional arm wielding a sword suddenly emerged, piercing directly toward Liu Ye's chest. The 8-armed divine sword had one more arm, and that arm was more than sufficient to be lethal. Die, as Dongfang Bai thrust his sword straight at Liu Yi. It seemed as if one could already envision the moment the blade pierced through Liu Yi's chest. This young man exhibited a remarkable swordsmanship. Had circumstances been different, Dongfang Bai might have felt inclined to take him under his wing. However, it was an unforgivable error on Liu Yi's part to oppose the 7-hero society. All who dared to stand against the 7-hero society were destined to perish. Yet, unbeknownst to Dongfang Bai, as he unleashed this strike, a faint smile curled at the corner of Liu Yi's lips. An arcane blade had mysteriously appeared in Liu Yi's right hand. The blade, crimson as fresh blood, emanated an aura of chilling dread, as if steeped in the essence of countless lives lost. Point 1 could almost hear the wails of vengeful spirits echoing within its depths. Who knows how many souls it had claimed to acquire such a potent aura of malevolence. The bloodthirsty demon blade. Ever since Liu Yi had assumed his new identity, this bloodthirsty weapon had not graced the eyes of others. Today, it finally emerged from the shadows. The bloodthirsty demon blade had undergone complete evolution, nearing the level of a legendary weapon. Its power had increased exponentially, capable of slicing through a warrior's protective aura with ease. As the bloodthirsty demon blade materialized, a surge of dark energy welled up in Liu Yi's eyes. In an instant, the dark energy enveloped his gaze, imbuing him with an icy, merciless presence, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. As the blade gleamed, the blood-red weapon was intertwined with tendrils of black light. The bloodlight and black light wove together in a perfect symphony of malevolence and demonic energy, elevating this strike to unprecedented heights. God slays gods, Buddha slays Buddhas. With a single stroke, the demon of slaughter strikes. Amidst the hazy glow, there seemed to be an infinite expanse of slaughter and silence. In that moment, Dongfang Bai, once a half-step martial arts master of the realm of celestial unity, felt his resolve waver. He sensed he had descended into the depths of the underworld, surrounded by boundless despair and terror. Liu Yi, before him, appeared as the sovereign of hell, a demon of the abyss, with a swift motion. A severed arm soared through the air, still gripping a longsword. Only when the excruciating pain coursed through him did Dongfang Bai realize his arm had been cleaved off by the adversary before him. What a terrifying sword technique! What a horrifying realm of understanding! This strike had seemingly grazed the essence of demonic truth. Cold sweat poured from Dongfang Bai's forehead, uncertain whether it was from the pain or sheer terror induced by Liu Yi's formidable blade. Clutching the vacant shoulder of his severed arm, he retreated hastily, his eyes betraying an unmistakable shock and fear. Meanwhile, Liu Yi remained steadfast, the dark energy in his eyes gradually dissipating, with a sword in his left hand and a blade in his right. He stood like a deity, coolly stating, "I wonder if the 8-armed divine sword, now reduced to a 1-armed divine sword, can still wield such exquisite swordsmanship. What a fearsome blade! What a fearsome technique!" The weapon in his hand seemed familiar, as if he had heard of it before. It was the blood-sucking demon blade. The weapon wielded by Liu Yi, ranked 96th on the human list as the blood-killing demon blade. The leader of the Flying Tiger Gang, Liu Yi, who had recently ascended the ranks after slaying Lin family warriors. The exclamations came from the disciples of Sword God Mountain, who were spectating from a distance. These young individuals often engaged in discussions about the latest figures in the martial world and the breakthroughs of new talents. They eagerly anticipated each new ranking of the human list. Thus, although Liu Yi ranked relatively low, he was well known among them, and they instantly recognized his identity. Naturally, since Liu Yi had revealed the bloodthirsty demon blade, he had no intention of concealing his identity any longer. Being recognized mattered little to him. Standing there with sword in his left hand and blade in his right, he cast a cold gaze toward Dongfang Bai not far away. Just as Liu Yi had stated, the 8-armed divine sword had transformed into a 1-armed divine sword, rendering any apprehension unnecessary. For martial artists like Dongfang Bai, losing an arm would result in a significant drop in combat effectiveness. His formidable skills remained, yet without the accustomed arm for wielding a sword, he could hardly showcase the might of the 8-armed divine sword. He lacked the innate talent with the sword that Liu Yi possessed. Dongfang Bai, clutching the stub of his severed arm, turned pale from the loss of blood. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of playing with sparrows, he would be pecked blind by one? Regret gnawed at him. Had he been more vigilant, he might not have allowed Liu Yi's sudden strike to disrupt his composure. Though that strike was indeed terrifying, Dongfang Bai was, after all, a former half-step master of the martial arts realm. Had his mind not been unsettled by the essence of that strike, he would not have succumbed to such a pitiful fate. It is no wonder that Dongfang Bai was utterly unprepared. Who could have imagined that a swordsman with exquisite technique could possess an even more formidable mastery of the blade? Misjudgment carries a price. Liu Yi stated, expressionless, "I have long said that had you chosen to retreat into the mountains, you might have lived a few more years, but come this time next year, it may very well be your day of reckoning. You wish to kill me. I fear you may not be capable of it." Despite being in such a predicament, Dongfang Bai, a former half-step master, retained his composure, and would not easily concede or beg for mercy. Though, are you still waiting for your allies? Liu Yi's gaze swept toward the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. I fear your allies may not be able to assist you now. At the moment Liu Yi severed Dongfang by his arm, the battle between Duan Xiaolu and Pei Feng had also reached a conclusion. Pei Feng, a disciple of the gun of loyalty and justice Shui Tianjia, wielded a long silver spear. The spear struck like a dragon, creating a fierce wind that in his hands. The silver spear seemed to transform into a swimming dragon, displaying remarkable agility, evidently benefiting from Shui Tianjia's true teachings. Yet before Duan Xiaolu, it was insufficient. With a sudden shift from his usual languid demeanor, Duan Xiaolu appeared almost reverent, his expression solemn and respectful. He raised the arcane blade in his hand, and in that fleeting moment, it was as if he and the blade had fused into one. The blade was no longer merely a weapon. It was an extension of his very being. With a single stroke, he unleashed a blade aura that stretched an astonishing 12 Jong. It is noteworthy that a peak martial artist in the external aura stage could only project a 9 Jong aura, which represented the zenith of their capability, and reaching this threshold was a prerequisite for breaking into the spiritual aperture realm. To advance further, even by an inch, was an arduous endeavor. Yet Duan Xiaolu's strike manifested a 12 Zhong blade aura, far exceeding the limits of the external aura realm. More terrifying than the 12 Zhong blade aura was the momentum accompanying this strike. Unyielding and relentless, it severed all in its path without a glance back. This strike was the absolute blade. Duan Xiaolu's technique bore similarities to Liu Yi's Demon Slayer strike, both embodying the terror of cleaving through all. However, while Liu Yi's demon blade infused demonic energy and murderous intent into his technique, instilling boundless dread, Duan Xiaolu's technique was an embodiment of his spirit. The blade was him, and he was the blade. As the stroke was unleashed, Duan Xiaolu and the blade he wielded, Xiaolu listening to the spring rain, were indistinguishable from one another. Even from afar, one could feel the forward momentum and the lethal aura they exuded. Crack! Pei Feng exerted all his strength to parry Duan Xiaolu's strike, yet his finely crafted silver spear shattered with a resounding snap. It seemed even the spear could not withstand the totality of Duan Xiaolu's spirit and momentum channeled into this strike. The absolute blade of the wild waves, indeed a top-tier technique in the world. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Pei Feng's face. Perhaps with this strike, you will have the chance to surpass that individual in the future and reclaim the name of the heavenly blade for your master. Only then did a thin line of blood appear on Pei Feng's forehead, rapidly spreading from the crown of his head to his nose and then to his chin. In that instant, Pei Feng's entire being shattered into two, akin to the silver spear he wielded. With a single strike, he was cleaved in half, leaving Duan Xiaolu's face etched with profound exhaustion. The fierce blade of destruction, though no less formidable than Liu Yi's God of Death strike, exacted a far greater toll. This slash not only drained Duan Xiaolu of considerable mental energy, but also nearly depleted his internal vital energy, enabling him to unleash the terrifying 12 Zhong blade aura. Nevertheless, even after exhausting such immense energy, Duan Xiaolu mustered his spirit and approached Liu Yi's side. For martial artists of their caliber, even without intent to observe, they could discern the happenings around them. Just moments ago, when Liu Yi severed Dongfang Bai's arm, Duan Xiaolu felt it acutely. The overwhelming essence of that blade technique bore down on him with immense pressure. Bloodkill, demon, blade Liu Yi. Duan Xiaolu regarded the crimson curved blade in Liu Yi's grip, a wry smile crossing his face. Leader Yi, you truly have concealed yourself well. Even I was deceived in the martial world. One must tread cautiously. Liu Yi, expressionless, replied, I have many enemies. I cannot afford to reveal my identity lightly. Duan Xiaolu had no intention of pursuing the matter further. For now, he and Liu Yi remained partners in this endeavor. Nodding gently, he turned his gaze toward the injured Dongfang Bai, letting out a soft sigh. Senior Dongfang, you are indeed a venerable figure, having once stood at the threshold of mastery. Today, enough lives have been lost. If you are willing to retreat and return to seclusion, I shall plead with Leader Yi and Leader Lu to spare your life. What say you? although Duan Xiaolo's blade techniques were merciless. He was not a man who sought to annihilate entirely. Upon hearing Duan Xiaolo's words, the three present fell into a contemplative silence. Dong Fangbai appeared to weigh his options, while Lu Yi, who typically adhered to the principle of eliminating threats entirely, felt compelled to grant Duan Xiaolu this favor. Moreover, with Dong Fangbai having lost an arm, even if his life were spared, he would pose no further threat in the future, as for silencing him. Unless he could eradicate all disciples of the Sword God Mountain, the news of his machinations against the Seven Hero Society would inevitably spread. Just as Dong Fangbai remained silent, a sudden, peculiar cry pierced the air. Dong Fangbai, you were once a formidable half-step master. You cannot surrender to these two. If you abandon me, even if you escape today, my brother will not spare you. This voice unmistakably belonged to Shui Tianjiang. Shui Tianjiang was, without doubt, the most unfortunate figure in this entire scheme. Once the esteemed leader of the Seven Hero Society, with a formidable entourage, he had set out to seize treasure from the tomb of the king of Jiudong, only to be ensnared in a trap, resulting in the demise of all his subordinates. And now he himself faced death. The thought of how to explain the loss of so many men, including his brother Shui Tianjia's disciple Pei Feng, to his brother and the other leaders was now far from Shui Tianjiang's mind. His primary concern was to preserve his own life. At this moment, Dong Fangbai had become Shui Tianjiang's last lifeline, but if Dong Fangbai chose to abandon him, Shui Tianjiang did not believe he could stand against Lu Yi and Duan Xiaolu. After a prolonged silence, Dong Fangbai finally let out a resigned smile. The name of destructive blade Duan Xiaolu is one I trust. Even in death, you would not tarnish that name. However, I am advanced in years and carry old wounds. I see no possibility for further breakthroughs in this life. Even if I were to cling to existence, it would serve no purpose. He seemed to drift into a reverie, nostalgia flickering across his face. I once fell to Shui Tianjia, who shattered my 3 flowers atop my head and 5 energies within to save my life. I promised to safeguard the Seven Hero Society for 30 years. Since that day, my life has ceased to be my own. At this juncture, Dong Fangbai's gaze suddenly shifted toward the distant figures of the Sword God Mountain. Will you, Sword God Mountain, ally with the Seven Hero Society against me and Master Shui? We, Sword God Mountain, shall maintain neutrality. Run Shuyua, after a moment of silence, ultimately shook her head. We wish not to be embroiled in your grievances, nor shall we be drawn into them in the future. That is well, Dong Fangbai nodded, then turned away without a backward glance, calling out to Shui Tianjiang. Master Shui, you may leave now. They will not dare to stop you. Shui Tianjiang seemed incredulous at Dong Fangbai's words. This elder was no longer the invincible half-step master of Ur. Not only had his cultivation been reduced to the spirit aperture realm, but he had also lost an arm. What audacity did he possess to make such claims? Cautiously, Shui Tianjiang took a few tentative steps forward, ready to retreat behind Dong Fangbai should the situation turn dire. However, as Dong Fangbai had predicted, Lu Yi and Duan Xiaolu displayed no reaction to his movements. Standing as if caught in a spell, their eyes not casting a glance in Shui Tianjiang's direction. With a sigh of relief, Shui Tianjiang felt as though a weight had been lifted, hastening toward the stone steps. A glance over his shoulder confirmed that the 3 remained rooted in place, each bearing a serious expression, utterly indifferent to him. Curse Lu Yi, curse Duan Xiaolu. At that moment, Shui Tianjiang's resentment surged forth. Cursing inwardly, today, I have narrowly escaped. I shall ensure you two meet a miserable end. Though Shui Tianjiang harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them, he was acutely aware of his current lack of strength to confront them directly and decided to flee before all else. He vowed that once he left this place, he would unleash a frenzied revenge upon them. As Shui Tianjiang fled like a frightened dog, Lu Yi and Duan Xiaolu did not wish to obstruct him. Rather, their martial instincts warned them that any rash movement could invite unprecedented peril, and such a threat, if not approached with caution, could very well lead to their demise. Their sense of danger stemmed from the aged Dong Fangbai standing not far ahead. It was difficult to fathom how a one-armed elder, clearly nearing the end of his strength, could evoke such an aura of threat. Yet at their stage of cultivation, their sensitivity to danger was acute. Moreover, the fact that both experienced the same sensation left no room for doubt. Duan Xiaolu gazed at Dongfang Bai with regret. Is it truly worth sacrificing one's life for such a person? I'm certainly not doing this for him, to everyone's surprise. The once diminished aura of Dongfang Bai now radiated vitality. His white hair danced without wind, standing there as if he were a pillar of heaven and earth. In that moment, Dongfang Bai seemed to reclaim some semblance of the celestial unity he once possessed. Generations come and go, with new talents emerging that I am but an old man, so aged that I am nearly forgetting my former passion for martial arts. With keen eyes, Dongfang Bai exuded a renewed vigor. However, today, this man destined for death wishes to witness just how formidable you young ones truly are. As his words fell, a surge of fierce vital energy erupted around Dongfang Bai. The aura took on a blood-red hue, akin to flames blazing fiercely. His complexion, too, bore a hint of abnormal crimson. Sword, come forth. Dongfang Bai raised his hand in a beckoning gesture, and the treasured sword still gripped in his severed arm soared into the air. Returning to his remaining left hand, his gaze fixated on Liu Yi, he suddenly declared in a deep voice, "Though you severed my arm before, I refuse to admit defeat. Had I been prepared, you would not have been able to strike me down so easily. Come, let me use the last vestiges of my life to witness your unparalleled sword and blade techniques at this moment." Dongfang Bai seemed to have transformed back into that transcendent master of martial arts. Embodying the realm of unity between heaven and man, he gazed down upon the world with an air of invincibility. However, this did not imply that he had truly regained his former state. The disintegration of his top 3 flowers and the disturbance of his 5 energies rendered such injuries exceedingly difficult to mend. Though he remained at the spirit aperture realm, he had forcibly ignited his remaining life force, resulting in a significant temporary enhancement of his power at this juncture. Despite still being at the spirit aperture realm, Dongfang Bai was far superior to others of the same level. Upon witnessing Dongfang Bai, who was burning his own blood essence, Liu Yi understood that this man had no intention of preserving his life that day. He was sacrificing himself merely to unleash his most formidable strike, and that strike was something Liu Yi could not evade, that if he were to turn his back to face it, he would meet only death. If Dongfang Bai's ultimate strike could be easily dodged, then he would be unworthy of the title 8-armed divine sword. Given this situation, it would be more respectful to comply. Liu Yi nodded slightly and immediately sheathed both his Panyu sword and blood-drink demon blade. Observing Liu Yi's actions, Dongfang Bai was instantly consumed with rage. "You insolent brat! Do you dare to look down upon me?" What he sought to witness was Liu Yi's dual mastery of sword and saber. Dual mastery of sword and saber? Liu Yi calmly shook his head. "My greatest strength lies in my fist." Initially, Liu Yi had no desire to reveal his trump card in front of so many onlookers. Yet, as a former half-step master who achieved unity with heaven, the strike fueled by burning one's own life was something he had no confidence in withstanding, even if he employed the killing godblade. Only by embracing the most formidable with the most formidable could there be a glimmer of hope for victory. Dual mastery of sword and saber, and your greatest strength is your fist? Dongfang Bai was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. "I did not expect to underestimate you so thoroughly. You indeed possess a hidden trump card. I have not lost this arm in vain. Come, let me witness your so-called supreme fist technique." With a mighty roar, Dongfang Bai proclaimed, "To perish at the hands of a person like you, I can consider my death justified." With that thunderous declaration, the vital energy surrounding Dongfang Bai intensified. As though he were about to ignite into flames, he resembled a meteor streaking across the sky, shining with unparalleled brilliance. Yet, once that brilliance was extinguished, only death awaited him. Suddenly, the continuously burning vital energy behind Dongfang Bai transformed into 8 phantoms. These phantoms gradually coalesced into one, reintegrating into Dongfang Bai's being, causing him to soar into the air in that instant. The 8-armed divine sword had merged into one. This was the ultimate strike, a strike of annihilation, achievable only by Dongfang Bai through the sacrifice of his life. Although it was but a single strike, It encompassed the essence of the eight-armed divine sword. Liu Yi's expression also turned gravely serious. His eyes became a fierce crimson as he slightly widened his stance, and the surrounding atmosphere resonated with a sound akin to rolling thunder. Three martial arts avatars manifested before him simultaneously. Not enough. Liu Yi's eyes now brimmed with a frenzied intensity as he seemed to merge entirely into the fist of annihilation. Fourth martial arts avatar. Coalesce. The veins on Liu Yi's forehead bulged as the fourth martial arts avatar materialized. Were it not for Liu Yi's centuries of life experience and his ironclad mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to madness at this moment. Up, down, left, right, kill. From ancient to modern, kill. In the vastness of the cosmos, kill. All things under heaven, kill. Annihilate the 10 directions. Obliterate heaven and earth. This was the fist of annihilation, the supreme fist. Liu Yi had never executed the 10 directions annihilation to such an extent, unleashing a destructive power capable of shattering the heavens. In contrast, Dongfang Bai was expending his life force to unleash his most powerful sword strike. The clash of sword energy and fist energy reverberated throughout the underground palace, shaking the very ground beneath. A tempest suddenly erupted in the flat terrain, causing figures like Duan Xiaolu to change countenance and retreat hastily. Meanwhile, the disciples of Sword God Mountain, aside from Ren Shu, stood in awe, jaws agape, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. This person truly ranked 96th on the human ranking? Surely, there must be some mistake from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion or the Wind and Rain Tower. Exclaimed one. My heavens, this punch could obliterate even Spirit Aperture warriors. What kind of monster had emerged from the shadows? Amidst the disciples' fervent discussions, a youth leapt up, exclaiming, "Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Liu Yi has not only outsmarted the 7 Hero Society, but also battled a former half-step master of unity with heaven. He is truly my idol." Nearby, someone scoffed, "Little monkey, isn't your idol the senior brother?" While the senior brother was indeed formidable, the youth awkwardly scratched his head, "But he's just too far from us. My future goal is to become like Bloodkill Demon Blade Liu Yi." "Little monkey, enough chatter," Ren Shu admonished, tapping the youth's head with her sword hilt, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the center of the tempest. The outcome is imminent. As the chaotic energy at the center of the storm gradually subsided, Dongfang Bai and Liu Yi stood several paces apart, motionless. The bloodlust in Liu Yi's eyes had dissipated. Although the side effects of the 10 directions annihilation were significant, they did not compromise his composure. A blood hole on Liu Yi's shoulder continued to ooze crimson, a testament to the might of the 8-armed divine sword. Even Liu Yi had to concede its formidable reputation. Opposite him, Dongfang Bai's complexion was flushed, his face radiating a peculiar glow, adorned with a smile of a different kind. "I began learning the sword at 8. Mastered it in 10 years, and have traversed the martial world for 50 years, establishing a resounding reputation. 15 years ago, I was defeated by Shui Tianjia, and decades of cultivation were lost in a single day." As he spoke, Dongfang Bai's face transformed from a rosy hue to a pallid shade, yet his smile only grew brighter. "I never imagined I would suffer such a devastating defeat once more in my lifetime. However, this time, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Truly, it is the supreme fist technique. To perish beneath such a technique, I die without regret. Ha ha! I die without regret." His laughter abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of bones cracking echoing from his body. In truth, under the impact of Liu Yi's supreme fist, Dongfang Bai's bones had shattered. Even if he had not burned his life force, survival would have been a challenge. Yet the 8-armed divine sword had indeed lived up to its reputation. With his life force-infused strike, Dongfang Bai had also inflicted injuries upon Liu Yi. Though such wounds were trivial for Liu Yi, given his physical prowess and the formidable recovery capabilities of his Changchun Gong, they nonetheless earned Dongfang Bai Liu Yi's respect. He was a true martial artist and should not be left to rot in the wilderness. Liu Yi gazed at Dongfang Bai's fallen body, turned to Duan Xiaolu, and sighed, "Brother Duan, when you bury our fallen friend, kindly see to it that this man is honored as well." Of course, Dongfang Bai was indeed a martial arts master of his time and deserves not to be left to decay in the wild. Duan Xiaolu approached slowly, regarding Liu Yi with an expression akin to that of a curious beast. Liu Yi, you are indeed a deep reservoir of strength that I never imagined that beyond your dual mastery of sword and saber. Your fist technique would be so formidable that I am beginning to suspect you might be a reincarnated ancient immortal. A person's vitality is always limited. For instance, Duan Xiaolu had achieved such a level of swordsmanship at his young age. A testament to his genius and countless efforts. In contrast, Liu Yi, aside from his dual mastery, possessed a fist technique that defied the heavens. If he were an ancient monster who had lived for several centuries, it would be somewhat understandable. Yet he was barely 20. This revelation struck a blow to Duan Xiaolu's self-proclaimed exceptional talent. Had Liu Yi truly been training in martial arts since his infancy? Or was he genuinely a reincarnated celestial being? Liu Yi merely smiled, choosing not to respond to Duan Xiaolu's inquiries. With the aid of his simulator, he could master not only the sword and saber, but also the art of the fist, and even excel in all 18 weapons if he wished. Indeed, Dongfang Bai was deserving of his reputation as a half-step master. Even with all his efforts, Liu Yi had merely secured a narrow victory in a single exchange. Liu Yi deftly shifted the topic, casting a glance at Duan Xiaolu, and remarked, "Given my current state, if Brother Duan is willing, all the treasures of the Zhejiang royal tomb shall belong to you." This statement, half truth and half deceit, was uttered after Liu Yi had exhausted his own energy by employing the formidable technique of 10 directions, all kill. At this moment, he was unable to wield any energy. However, he had quietly exchanged for a stamina-restoring elixir from the simulator. Should Duan Xiaolu suddenly turn hostile, he still possessed the means to defend himself. Fortunately, Liu Yi had not misjudged the character of his companion. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaolu's expression became serious as he replied, "Brother Liu, do you take me, Duan, for someone of such lowly character? I have vowed to bury only the remains of my late friends, and I shall not even cast a glance at the treasures within the Zhejiang royal tomb." A smile broke upon Liu Ye's face as he responded, "Brother Duan, I have never had many friends. From this day forth, you and I shall be friends." The two clasped hands in laughter, their gazes turning toward the disciples of the Sword God Mountain. "Our purpose in coming here to the Sword God Mountain is solely to broaden our horizons. Now that there is nothing further to see, we shall take our leave." Ren Shuyue's voice was as melodious as a nightingale. She cast a deep look at Liu Yi, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Today, Shui Tianjiang has escaped with his life and will not rest until he seeks vengeance. Be cautious in the days to come, despite the treasures of the Zhejiang royal tomb lying tantalizingly close." The disciples of the Sword God Mountain seemed to harbor little attachment or regret. On the contrary, they appeared quite satisfied with having witnessed such a fierce battle, excitement evident on each face. One young lad, from a distance, waved enthusiastically at Liu Yi, shouting, "Idol, my name is Ho Qingjun. If you ever come to Sword God Mountain, you must seek me out. I would be honored to be your guide." Before he could say more, Ren Xie lightly tapped him on the head with the hilt of her sword, prompting him to obediently follow her out of the underground palace. As the disciples of Sword God Mountain departed, only Duan Xiaolu and Liu Yi remained. The vast expanse of blood outside had already facilitated the opening of the sealed doors, and the two men ventured into the underground palace together. Within the grand underground chamber, there lay an inner sanctum, the very place where Zhejiang Wang Mu had stored his treasures. Duan Xiaolu, being considerate, refrained from entering the inner sanctum and instead sought a suitable spot to inter the remains of his late friend and Dongfang Bai. Liu Yi, however, entered the inner sanctum and found the ordinary treasures unworthy of his attention. Only 3 high platforms captured his gaze. On the first platform rested a broadsword, 4 feet in length, gleaming with a brilliant golden light, unmistakably a remarkable artifact. The hilt was fashioned in the shape of a coiling dragon, crowned with a formidable dragon's head, exuding an air of majesty. Even from a distance, one could faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar emanating from the blade. The long-spined Qian Koan sword. Liu Ye's eyes sparkled with intensity. This sword was indeed the personal weapon of Zhejiang Wang Mu. It was said that this treasured sword was crafted from the spine of a true dragon, combined with 2 extraordinary stones representing the extremes of yin and yang, achieving the status of a precious weapon. As the adage goes, the dragon's spine governs all, transforming yin and yang into the cosmos. Although Zhejiang Wang Muyu hailed from the Lin family, known for their mastery of palm techniques, it was with this very sword that he had forged an illustrious reputation. Upon observing the second platform, however, Liu Yi found it utterly barren. According to the inscription on the stone tablet, it should have housed the Lin family's ancestral technique, the Sea of Knowledge, but now it stood empty. Connecting this to the secret tome within the Lin family's hidden chest, it seemed likely that Muyu had experienced a change of heart at the last moment, fearing the transmission of his family's martial arts to outsiders, thus consigning the Sea of Knowledge to the hidden chest and returning it to the Lin family. Ultimately, it was Liu Yi who reaped the benefits that on the third platform lay a broken sword, its surface marred by rust, a testament to the passage of countless years. Were it not for Mu Yu's deliberate placement of the sword on the platform, it would likely have been dismissed as mere scrap metal, unworthy of a second glance. Liu Yi approached the first platform, grasping the hilt of the long-spined Qiankuan sword. Instantly, a resounding roar of a dragon surged into his mind, and he could distinctly feel an exhilarating emotion radiating from the sword, a sense of joy at being unearthed from centuries of obscurity. The distinction between a precious weapon and an ordinary weapon lies in the former's emergence of its own will. Should this will evolve into true consciousness, the weapon could attain the status of a divine artifact. Liu Ye's blood-drink demon blade also harbored the potential to become a precious weapon. The ghostly cries emanating from it had begun to disturb the hearts of men. Alas, it fell just short, as the blade's overwhelming malevolence prevented the emergence of its will, rendering it incapable of achieving its true potential. In contrast, the long-spined Qiankuan sword before him was indeed a genuine precious weapon of mid-grade status. It was potent enough to instill fear in warriors within a 10-zhong radius. Since you yearn so desperately for the light of day, I shall be your bearer. Liu Yi smiled softly, raising the long-spined Qiankuan sword. From this day forth, I shall not fail to honor your name. With a hum, the blade trembled gently, emitting a faint dragon's roar, a manifestation of its elation. Perhaps having been buried for centuries, the mid-grade, precious weapon readily acknowledged Liu Yi. Liu Yi then moved to the third platform, grasping the rusted, broken sword. In that instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Upon seizing the broken sword, he felt an overwhelming force, as if it were drawing in not only his energy, but even his very soul. Liu Yi felt as though his essence was being pulled into an unfathomable abyss. In this pitch-black void, he found himself in an endless expanse akin to a boundless starry sky, yet devoid of stars, filled only with infinite darkness. Suddenly, two colossal eyes opened within that darkness, resembling suns suspended in the sky. Those eyes bore a chilling aura, seeming to transcend time and space, directly descending upon Liu Yi. With just a single glance, Liu Yi felt an icy chill enveloping him, as though his very soul were frozen in place. Is this an illusion? What entity could this be? Fear surged within Liu Yi, as he sensed that another gaze from those eyes would shatter his soul. Wake up! Liu Yi gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as he bellowed. Fortunately, his centuries of life experience endowed him with an indomitable will. And with a sudden surge of strength, his soul broke free from the void's grasp, returning to his body. Liu Yi stood rooted in place, still clutching the rusted, broken sword, though now it appeared normal. No trace of its previous anomaly evident. Liu Yi gasped for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. The ordeal just experienced was undoubtedly the most perilous encounter of his life, surpassing any battle he had ever faced. Had it not been for his centuries of willpower, his soul would have been shattered, leaving behind a mere shell. Who could the owner of those eyes be? Merely a gaze from such a distance nearly cost me my life. Liu Yi felt a profound sense of dread, and wonder Mu Yu, a formidable martial arts master, had suffered grievous and unhealable injuries. It appeared that this broken sword concealed unimaginable secrets. Liu Yi resolved that until he ascended to the realm of a martial arts master, he would not dare to probe the mysteries of the broken sword, lest he find himself unaware of how he met his demise. He cautiously stowed the broken sword into his Qiankuan pouch. only to discover that his cultivation had unexpectedly advanced to the mid-stage of external energy. Specifically, the peak of mid-stage external energy. With a mere gesture, he could unleash 6 Jong of energy. Could it be that my confrontation with those eyes in the void awakened my latent potential? Even Liu Yi could not comprehend why such a phenomenon had occurred, and he could only bitterly smile and shake his head, pondering whether this constituted a blessing in disguise in the Zhejiang royal tomb. Liu Yi had singularly acquired the treasures in the external world. Liu Yi has once again stirred a significant commotion. This upheaval was triggered by the release of the latest human ranking list. As the most authoritative list in the realm, the Tian D Run rankings attract the attention of martial artists from all corners of the world with every update. Unlike the Tian and D rankings, which are refreshed annually, the human ranking is updated monthly due to its greater volatility. AS has become customary. The moment the new list was published, it was disseminated across various provinces and counties. Thanks to the extensive network of spies operated by the Wind and Rain Tower, a throng of onlookers quickly surrounded the area, creating an impenetrable crowd, and discussions echoed through the streets. Hasn't the Jade Buddha Kong Xian from Shaolin Temple held the top position for 3 years now? Remarkable indeed. I dare say no one could surpass him before he achieves the status of a half-step grandmaster. But hold on. Just last month, the sword young Mastery Bayon from the Mingjian Villa bested the little celestial Master Zhang Lingyun in a match at Longhu Mountain. And now he has ascended to the top 3 of the human rankings that I believe these two will inevitably face each other in combat. As the crowd debated, they gazed down at the rankings. While the human ranking is known for its fluctuations compared to the Tian and D rankings, it remains relatively stable overall. After all, it has only been a month since the last update, so one would not expect drastic changes, perhaps only minor shifts in position. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air. Wait, there's a major shift. My heavens, how did blood-killing demon blade Liu Yi become 3 absolute blood demon? Moreover, he has leapt from 96th to 28th place. Is there an error in this ranking? According to the accumulated experience over the years, there are 3 thresholds within the human ranking. Breaking into the top 50 represents a significant milestone, indicating that those ranked have surpassed the innate 3rd realm and reached the 4th realm of Qi mastery. The top 30 is another threshold, where warriors possess strength exceeding the 1st level of the Qi mastery realm, achieving the 3 flowers gathering at the apex. Finally, the top 10 is yet another threshold, where individuals possess strength above the 5 Qi returning to origin level. Now, Liu Yi's ranking has astonishingly surged from 96th to 28th place. Using the term triple jump to describe this would not be an exaggeration. A person who rises so swiftly in ranking is a rarity that may not be seen in decades. The crowd hurriedly examined Liu Yi's information, which read as follows. Name: Liu Yi. Age: 20. Identity: resident of Guangling County, Donghai Prefecture, leader of the Flying Tiger Gang, Alliance leader of the Zhejiang Martial Arts Alliance. Nickname: 3 Absolute Blood Demon ranking, 20th cultivation level, mid-stage Outer Gang Martial Arts, God of Killing Blade Technique. 7 stars falling from the sky, Sword Technique, 10 directions, All Killing Fist Technique weapons, Blood Drink Demon Blade, Supreme Quality Weapon, Pan Yu Sword, Upper Quality Weapon. Achievements: slain the former 105th ranked Cloud Turning Hanlin Xan. Killed Lin family's mid-stage Outer Gang warrior Lin Changjian. Defeated the life-burning 8-armed Divine Sword Dongfang with a terrifying fist technique. Rated as possessing early stage 3 flowers gathering strength. Being ranked 28th on the human list is a far cry from being ranked 96th. The latter is merely an edge dweller, unlikely to attract the attention of significant figures or powerful factions. Such existences appear and vanish in the rankings each year. The greatest fluctuations in the human rankings occur among these lower-ranked young talents. Once one enters the top 30, however, unexpected falls are rare. Each individual within the top 30, regardless of their background, is a target for major factions vying for their allegiance, once backed by a powerful faction. Anyone contemplating harm against these talents must weigh the strength of their support. From the information regarding Liu Yi on the human list, it is evident that during his earlier, lower rank, many details were vague. It wasn't that the Tianji Pavilion and Wind and Rain Tower lacked the capability to investigate thoroughly. Rather, they simply did not wish to expend effort on a lesser-ranked martial artist this time. However, both organizations evidently exerted considerable effort, and Liu Ye's personal information is markedly more detailed than before. My heavens. He is only at the mid-stage outer gang level. When did such a prodigy emerge in the martial world to attain such high ranking with only mid-stage outer gang cultivation? It has been ages since a character like this, not hailing from a major faction, has been seen. Upon realizing that Liu Ye's strength is merely at the mid-stage outer gang, everyone was left speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Were it not for the Tianji Pavilion and Wind and Rain Tower's long-standing reputation for integrity, they might have suspected the list was fabricated on a whim. It is well known that in the human rankings, a lower cultivation level corresponds to a higher rank, signifying greater potential to be recognized as possessing early-stage 3 flowers gathering strength at the outer gang level indicates that this Liu Yi fellow is likely to soar to great heights in the future. In fact, Liu Ye's ranking on the human list has indeed attracted the attention of many major factions. In the northern Qi, Mingjian Villa, a young man clutched the latest human ranking, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Liu Yi, what an intriguing Liu Yi! With a cold sneer, he crushed the ranking list in his hands, lamenting, had I known, I should have dealt with you first. This young man was none other than Bei Feng, the 4th young master of Mingjian Villa. He had previously held the 28th position, but Liu Ye's sudden rise has pushed him down to 29th, filling him with regret for not heeding Li Xiang's advice to eliminate that brat earlier. Now he was left feeling sickened. In the Western Jin, the Tianxia Society, a middle-aged man, whose physique resembled a mountain, held the latest human ranking, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth, first offending the Lin family and then slaying members of the 7 Hero Society. This young man is quite audacious. Such a talent is precisely what our Tianxia Society requires. The middle-aged man waved his hand, commanding, Wu Feng, Wu Yun, at your service. Immediately, 2 figures clad in black appeared at his side. The middle-aged man tossed the ranking list to the ground, instructing, you 2 go and bring this person back to me without fail. The freshly released human rankings spread across the world overnight. Among those most vexed by this development was Shui Tianjiang. Damn it, this is infuriating. Shui Tianjiang roared as he smashed the table before him into splinters, cursing 28th. How does this brat even deserve to be ranked 28th? It is worth noting that Shui Tianjiang himself held a dismal 76th place on the human list, a position that has now fallen to 81st due to his disastrous defeat in the Underground Palace and the rise of others. Liu Ye's current rank is effectively stepping on Shui Tianjiang's head, provoking his immense ire. However, Shui Tianjiang's identity is unique. He is the only brother of gratitude and grace, Spear Shui Tianjia. Regardless of his declining rank, or even if his cultivation were to collapse entirely. As long as Shui Tianjia remains alive, there will always be many eager to curry favor with him. Shortly after escaping the Underground Palace, Shui Tianjiang, who had initially lost all his subordinates, soon found himself surrounded by a new group of followers. In his fury, one of them immediately attempted to placate him, saying, why should the Home Master be angry? This mere country bumpkin dares to provoke you. He is simply courting death. All you need to do is ask Home Master Shui to dispatch experts. And not to mention the 28th rank, even the first-ranked Jade Budokong Xian would have to wait for his demise. Slap. Unbeknownst to him, his flattery backfired. In a fit of rage, Shui Tianjiang struck the instigator down, sending him sprawling. Useless. All of you are useless, Shui Tianjiang bellowed. Aside from summoning my elder brother, can't you think of anything useful? To this day, he has not dared to return to the 7 Hero Society's main hall. Fearing the confrontation with his elder brother, Shui Tianjiang had once boasted grandly of achieving great things to impress his brother, bringing along a group of elite fighters from the main hall, including 8-armed divine Sword Dongfang Bai and his elder brother's direct disciple, Bei Feng. Now, however, not a single one remains alive, leaving him with no face to return to his brother. Shui Tianjiang could already envision his brother's disappointed expression and the mocking gazes of others in the society. To them, he would be nothing more than the useless brother of the society leader, a mere pawn riding on his brother's coattails, capable of soaring to great heights, without water, What is the great master of water worth? At this moment, the echoes of whispers from the other members of the assembly flooded Shui Tianjiang's mind. He had always lived in the shadow of his elder brother, Shui Tianjia, whose brilliance both protected and obscured him. Everyone recognized Shui Tianjia, yet no one paid heed to Shui Tianjiang. Determined, Shui Tianjiang resolved that if he could not exact revenge with his own hands this time, he would never return to see his brother again. Foolish brains, all of them. Shui Tianjiang erupted in a frenzied roar. Think, all of you. If you cannot devise a useful plan, I shall sever the heads of you swine, under the threat of death. These so-called strategists had no choice but to rack their brains for a solution. Soon, one proposed. As the saying goes, a blatant attack is easy to evade, but a hidden strike is hard to guard against. Since that young man is so formidable, akin to a master of the three flowers gathering at the crown, confronting him openly may not work. Perhaps we should seek someone to assassinate him? Are you suggesting we recruit members of the Qinglong Society? Shui Tianjiang frowned, then shook his head. Their fees are exorbitant. To eliminate someone ranked among the top 20 on the assassination list, I would have to return to the headquarters to retrieve treasures. The Qinglong Society, known for its integrity and fairness, dares to take on even the mightiest as long as the price is right. However, their fees are not merely high. They escalate exponentially with the strength of the target. After all, the resources required to cultivate a powerful assassin are beyond what ordinary individuals can fathom. For someone of Liu Ye's current standing, to enlist the Qinglong Society's aid would require at least 2 or 3 silver-ranked assassins for a reasonable chance of success. Such a price is beyond Shui Tianjiang's means, even if he were to sell his trousers. Should anyone dare to default on a debt to the Qinglong Society, not only would Shui Tianjiang face dire consequences, even his brother Shui Tianjia would likely lack the courage to confront them. However, there is a suitable candidate among the underlings who could undertake this task for the master of the Shui Hall T that moment. Another individual chuckled. As long as Shui Hall master agrees to one condition, not a single coin need be spent. He leaned in close to Shui Tianjiang's ear and whispered, "Just do it this way, and that young man shall find no place to rest in death." Upon hearing this, Shui Tianjiang's eyes brightened, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Excellent! We shall proceed as you suggest. As long as it ensures that young man's demise, I shall take responsibility for this matter." Unbeknownst to Liu Yi, the impending vengeance from Shui Tianjiang was brewing that he had already departed from Zhejiang County, traversing the borders of the Qi and Shu nations, heading southward toward Shu. The moment he uncovered the treasures of the underground palace and revealed his identity, it became inevitable that he could no longer linger in the lawless Zhejiang County. His presence there was akin to a target on display. Neither the Lin family nor the Seven Heroes Society would tolerate his existence, lest they openly slap the faces of these two formidable factions. Thus, leaving Zhejiang County became Liu Ye's sole option. Before his departure, Liu Ye made some arrangements for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, although he had founded the alliance. It had transformed into a collective of mutual interests. Even if Liu Ye were to leave, the various sects benefiting from the alliance would not dissolve it. Moreover, no one else could fully control and command the warriors within the alliance. One could imagine that after Liu Ye's departure, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance would descend into a chaotic struggle for dominance. Ironically, Tai Zhong, before Liu Ye's exit, was appointed as the leader of the Feihu gang. He showed little interest in the position and even expressed a desire to leave with Liu Yi, willing to assist him in any way. However, Liu Yi ultimately declined Tai Zhang's offer. Firstly, he had never been one to travel in company. And secondly, with his own future uncertain, he could not afford to take Tai Zhong along. Liu Yi left Zhejiang County, yet he left behind a legend of his OWT this moment. Liu Yi was nearing the border between the Qi and Shu nations, holding the latest assassination list he had acquired from the previous town. The blood demon of the three absolutes? Liu Yi mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. It seemed that he was destined to be associated with the word demon. At least in the near future. This was hardly surprising. Demonic martial arts offered rapid advancement and immense power, and their side effects on the mind were countered by Liu Ye's rich life experiences. Thus, more than 70% of Liu Ye's abilities were intertwined with demonic martial arts. His so-called mastery of fists, blades, and swords, aside from the 7 stars falling from the sky, which could still be considered orthodox martial arts, were otherwise bloody, violent, and immensely powerful demonic techniques. Were it not for his clear origins as a member of the Liu family from Guangling County, one might suspect he was a disciple of some demonic overlord. Liu Yi arrived at the border of the Qi and Chu nations, but was in no rush to enter Chu. Caution before action had always been Liu Ye's habit, before arriving at any location. He preferred to gather intelligence on it thoroughly. This was true even before reaching Zhejiang County, so the distinct circumstances between Chu and Qi necessitated careful consideration. Qi was governed jointly by aristocratic families and the royal family, with the local government wielding limited power. In many areas, the commands of the noble families were the only orders heeded, leaving the Qi government powerless. In stark contrast, Chu was characterized by a centralized imperial authority and a formidable military presence. The renowned Fai Long, Pujuan, and Tibi armies each boasted 300,000 warriors, making them a formidable force in such a place. Liu Yi had to ensure he gathered ample intelligence beforehand. The best venues for gathering information were bustling taverns frequented by merchants. Furthermore, people tended to speak more freely after a few drinks, often providing the insights one needed without any overt inquiry. However, today's situation was peculiar. Liu Yi had encountered numerous taverns along his journey, all with their doors firmly shut. This was quite uncommon for a border region bustling with commerce. Liu Yi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. After considerable effort, he finally located an open tavern. It was not large, and there were few patrons, only 2 cloaked figures silently drinking in a corner. The 2 paid no heed to Liu Ye's arrival, not even casting a glance in his direction. The strange tavern, the odd customers, all that he encountered today seemed to carry an air of peculiarity. Fortunately, the tavern keeper appeared unremarkable. Otherwise, Liu Yi might have suspected he had stumbled into a ghostly encounter. The tavern keeper was a kind-hearted middle-aged man, his visage exuding warmth and friendliness as he welcomed Liu Yi to sit down. Alongside the dishes Liu Yi ordered, he also brought forth a jar of wine. "Please, sir, try my homemade vintage. I am not exaggerating. You won't find better wine within 100 miles. The tavern keeper poured Liu Yi a cup, smiling broadly. Liu Yi picked up the cup, discreetly scrutinizing the keeper, then set it down with a sigh. The wine is indeed excellent, but alas, it cannot be consumed. The keeper's smile faltered. You jest, sir. If it is such good wine, why can it not be consumed? It is wine that leads one to meet the king of hell. Naturally, it cannot be drunk. Liu Ye's gaze sharpened, cutting through the air like a blade as he regarded the tavern keeper, stating coolly, "Speak. Who sent you here?" He sensed clearly that the tavern keeper lacked any aura of true energy and appeared weak and unsteady, indicating he was no martial artist. Even an ordinary person, emboldened by courage, would not dare to poison Liu Yi. The only explanation was that this tavern keeper was backed by another party at that moment. The tavern keeper suddenly opened his mouth wide, releasing a cloud of black mist from which emerged a colossal centipede, grotesque and thick as an infant's arm, lunging toward Liu Yi with the speed of lightning. A mere trick? Liu Yi let out a soft grunt, simultaneously drawing the moon disc sword from his waist. In a flash of sword light, he severed the centipede in 2. When he turned his gaze back to the tavern keeper, he found the man sprawled on the ground, his body transformed into an inky black, as if all life had been drained from him, rendering him akin to a lifeless piece of driftwood. The thought of 5 poison sect, corpse manipulation technique, flickered in Liu Ye's mind. Judging by the state of the tavern keeper's corpse, it seemed this man had been dead for quite some time. What Liu Yi had encountered earlier was merely a walking corpse. The techniques capable of manipulating corpses are few and far between, with the most renowned being the corpse refining technique of the Shangxi corpse drivers and the corpse manipulation technique of the 5 poison sect. At this moment, a darkened corpse lay in the tavern, flanked by the gruesome halves of the centipede, creating a scene that was blood-curdling and bizarre. Only 2 figures in black in the corner continued to drink in silence, seemingly oblivious to the occurrences around them. Despite the presence of 3 living souls in the tavern, the atmosphere was eerily silent, akin to a graveyard, and one spoke. The 2 figures in the corner did not spare Liu Yi a glance, nor did he acknowledge them. It was as if both parties regarded each other as mere air. Just then, A sudden light chuckle echoed from outside the tavern. So, the top 30 experts of the ranking are not much to speak of. As the words fell, a child suddenly appeared at the tavern's entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that this individual was merely a dwarf, small in stature and clad in childlike garments. Yet his face bore the maturity of an adult, evoking an inexplicable sense of oddity, even disgust. His voice, akin to a duck being squeezed by the throat, was grating to the ears. Merely observing his appearance and hearing his voice made Liu Yi furrow his brow slightly. This reaction evidently provoked the dwarf's self-esteem. With eyes wide open, he jumped up and shouted, "You look down on me! How dare you look down on me? You damn bastard!" After a tirade of curses, he suddenly burst into laughter. "So what if you look down on me? Liu Yi, today you shall meet your demise at the hands of this dwarf. Isn't that quite the humiliation for you?" The dwarf's insane demeanor left Liu Yi somewhat speechless, prompting him to ask, "And who might you be?" "Me," the dwarf cackled. "I'm the Five Poisons boy. Remember my name well. Even in the underworld, I shall not be mistaken for a fool." "Five Poisons boy?" Liu Yi's frown deepened. From the name and the methods of corpse manipulation displayed, it was highly probable that he was affiliated with the Five Poisons sect among the six heterodox sects. Following a fierce battle with Mingjian Mountain Manor, the sect had vanished without a trace. However, this did not imply that the Five Poisons sect had been exterminated. Such a martial sect, with a legacy spanning millennia, is difficult to eradicate completely. Even Mingjian Mountain Manor would not dare claim to have extinguished the Five Poisons sect. Back then, Mingjian Mountain Manor paid a heavy price, slaying 4 of the 5 poison masters and forcing the sect into hiding, after which they disappeared without a word. The dwarf before him, judging by both his name and his toxic methods, was likely a remnant of the 5 poison sect. Liu Yi, blame yourself for offending those you ought not to have. The 5 poisons boy sneered. That man spent a great deal to have me take your life. To deal with you. I specifically employed the biting silkworm poison that took me 5 years to concoct. If you die from such a peculiar poison, you can at least die with your eyes closed. Biting silkworm poison. Liu Yi remained unfazed. Your poison may not necessarily affect me. Why not stand up and give it a try? A mocking smile spread across the 5 poisons boy's face. You are a top 30 expert in the rankings. Killing a mere dwarf like me should be child's play, no? What? Do you not even have the strength to stand? You think you're safe just because you didn't drink that wine? The 5 poisons boy laughed maniacally. That wine was merely a ruse. The biting silkworm poison is colorless and tasteless. Even your protective aura cannot ward off. From the moment you sat here, your death was already sealed. Liu Yi maintained his composure, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Since I've been poisoned, why not come over and take my life? What are you waiting for? Waiting for you to die. The 5 poisons boy pointed at himself, grinning. A dwarf like me, with the strength of a fly, must naturally be cautious when dealing with a top expert like you. When the biting silkworm poison first takes effect, you will be rendered powerless, unable to use your aura. But in less than incense's worth of time, your veins and arteries will begin to rupture, leaving you a puddle of mush. As he spoke, the 5 poisons boy dragged over a chair taller than himself, leaping onto it, his legs swinging in the air. Once you die, I will simply cut off your head and return to report. Why risk it? In truth, the 5 poisons boy was not as powerless as he claimed. He simply did not wish to take unnecessary risks. While he was certain that Liu Yi had no strength left, being a top 30 expert, one could never know if he had some hidden trump card. Thus, the 5 poisons boy remained cautious, having stayed at the tavern's entrance from the very beginning, unwilling to venture further in. He was merely a hired hand, taking money to do a job, with no need to put his life on the line. So, the two sat apart, the 5 poisons boy waiting for Liu Yi to succumb to the poison. While Liu Yi awaited an antidote, just as the 5 poisons boy had stated, Liu Yi was currently incapable of even standing. If the boy would make a move now, Liu Yi would have no chance to retaliate. Unfortunately, this individual, perhaps due to his innate dwarfism, trusted no one. That even with enough confidence in his poison techniques, he remained mistrustful, especially since Liu Yi had maintained an air of calm indifference throughout, further dissuading the boy from approaching him. This provided Liu Yi with an opportunity to seek an antidote. Fortunately, I haven't found the time to conduct simulations over the past few days due to my haste. Otherwise, I might have truly fallen here today. Liu Yi sighed inwardly. Truly, as one of the 6 heterodox sects, the 5 poisons sect's mastery of toxins was unparalleled. Immediately, Liu Yi expended simulation points to capture the 5 poisons boy before commencing the simulation. You, a natural dwarf, were abandoned by your parents and grew up fighting stray dogs for scraps. T15. You stumbled upon the remains of a 5 poison sect elder in the deep mountains and obtained the incomplete 3-star martial arts 5 poison secret manual. At 20, your poison skills matured, and you poisoned your abandoned parents and villagers, resulting in the death of over 600 people in one night. With none spared at BY 30, you had gained a modest reputation in the martial world and earned the title 5 Poisons Boy. At 40, you poisoned over 130 members of the Chongfeng Sword Sect, turning all its disciples into corpses. Attracting much attention to BY 45, you successfully transformed a late-stage outer aura martial artist into a poison corpse, showcasing your extraordinary skills, even drawing the attention of the 5 Poisons sect. T48. You encountered the current saintess of the 5 Poisons sect and perished from the backlash of your own poison techniques. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 250 points. Acquired simulation points, 250 points. Current simulation points, 930 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. A late-stage outer aura poison corpse. 2. The incomplete 3-star martial arts 5 poison secret manual. 3. Life experiences at the age of 48. Liu Yi realized that this individual was not a remnant of the 5 Poisons sect. He had always assumed that the 5 Poisons boy before him was a descendant of the sect. But through the simulation, Liu Yi discovered that he was merely a fortunate soul who had obtained an incomplete martial arts manual left behind by a deceased elder of the 5 Poisons sect. As for the simulation choices, Liu Yi decisively opted for the 5 Poisons sect's treasured martial art, the 5 Poisons secret manual. The complete 5 Poisons secret manual is a genuine Earth-level martial art, and when paired with the treasures of the 5 Poisons sect, it can rival heavenly-level martial arts. However, the 5 Poisons boy had only obtained the incomplete version of the manual from a corpse. The above text merely records a fraction of the methods for concocting poison and refining corpses. Compared to a complete secret tome, one cannot fathom how much is lacking. However, for Liu Yi, this information is more than sufficient. He merely seeks an antidote and has no intention of delving into the art of poison mastery. Even if presented with the entire 5 Poisons secret manual, he would not dedicate himself to its study. A plethora of techniques regarding poison crafting and corpse refinement flooded into Liu Yi's mind with his choices as anticipated. The method employed by the 5 Poisons boy to concoct the green silkworm goo poison was derived from the 5 Poisons secret manual, which not only contained poison creation techniques, but also antidote methods. The antidote approaches essentially boil down to 2. One involves crafting specialized antidote pills, while the other utilizes one's own vital energy through unique methods to neutralize poison. Given the current circumstances, Liu Yi clearly lacks the time to concoct antidote pills, leaving him with no choice but to employ the special technique to mobilize his vital energy for detoxification. Although this method does not yield immediate results and requires some time, Liu Yi noted the cautious demeanor of the 5 Poisons boy. Until Liu Yi falls, the latter dares not approach. As time elapsed, and seeing Liu Yi still seated and showing no signs of succumbing to the poison, the expression on the 5 Poisons boy's face shifted to one of astonishment. What an impressive physique! To withstand the green silkworm goo poison for so long, truly deserving of a spot among the top 30 on the human rankings. The 5 Poisons boy could hardly conceive that Liu Yi possessed an antidote. He could only attribute it to Liu Yi's formidable physique, capable of enduring toxins. After a moment, as Liu Yi continued to show no signs of poisoning, beads of cold sweat began to form on the 5 Poisons boy's forehead. Just then, Liu Yi suddenly flashed a smile at the 5 Poisons boy. "How old are you this year?" The 5 Poisons boy was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Liu Yi would pose such a question. When suddenly a gleam of a blade flashed, and a blood-red curved knife, infused with immense vital energy, swung towards him. In an instant, an arm was severed and sent flying. The 5 Poisons boy clutched his severed arm, retreating in disbelief. Such a pity. Liu Yi sighed softly, shaking his head. It seems the antidote was not administered swiftly enough. This strike did not claim your life. His blade was initially aimed at the Five Poisons boy's neck. Yet due to the complications of using vital energy for detoxification, it lacked the convenience of antidote pills. Even after detoxification, there would still be residual numbness in his limbs, resulting in the blow meant to take the Five Poisons boy's life, only severing an arm. The Five Poisons boy, grasping the sight of his severed arm, was too overwhelmed by a profound sense of psychological terror to focus on the physical pain. This is impossible. How can you move? How can you wield vital energy? The Five Poisons boy squawked in a voice reminiscent of a duck, his eyes filled with dread. You're one of the Five Poisons sect? Aside from the Five Poisons sect. He could not fathom anyone else capable of neutralizing the green silkworm goo poison. The very thought of encountering a member of the Five Poisons sect filled him with dread. Though he called himself the Five Poisons boy, he bore no actual affiliation with the sect. The Five Poisons secret manual was reputed to be the sect's most sacred legacy. If it were to fall into the hands of outsiders, there would undoubtedly be a purge within the sect. Fortunately, the current Five Poisons sect is not the same as it once was. After the fierce battle with the Ming sword manor, its power significantly diminished, rendering it a shadow of its former self. Otherwise, the Five Poisons boy would likely have met his demise long ago. This was precisely why he had agreed to assassinate Liu Yi, a formidable figure on the human rankings. Because Shui Tianjiang promised him that upon completing the task and claiming Liu Ye's head, he would have the authority to facilitate his entry into the Seven Heroes Association, becoming one of its honored members. With the protection of the Seven Heroes Association, the Five Poisons boy would no longer need to fear the now weakened Five Poisons sect. Yet he never anticipated that the very target of his assassination would possess the means to neutralize his peculiar poison. The notorious poisons of the Five Poisons sect are known throughout the world. Even among the six left-handed sects, the poison hand medicine King Valley would struggle to find an antidote for the sect's unique toxins. Not only was the Five Poisons boy in disbelief, but even the two figures clad in black, who had remained as inconspicuous as air in the corner, cast surprised glances at Liu Yi for the first time. What of the Five Poisons sect? The Five Poisons boy gritted his teeth, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes, which, combined with his diminutive stature, rendered him rather comical. I have studied the secret manual for many years. Even true members of the Five Poisons sect may not surpass my prowess. As he spoke, the Five Poisons boy, wielding his remaining hand, retrieved a black bone flute from his robe. The Five Poisons boy blew into the bone flute, producing a sound as unpleasant as his own voice. Simultaneously, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from around the tavern. With a thunderous crash, the walls of the tavern collapsed, revealing a throng of individuals outside. These creatures had effortlessly dismantled the tavern. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these individuals had entirely lost their senses, their eyes filled with a frenzied light, moving in accordance with the Five Poisons boy's command via the bone flute. These beings were not truly alive. They had been transformed into poison corpses by the Five Poisons boy. No wonder Liu Yi observed that nearly every tavern along the way had their doors firmly shut. It turns out the Five Poisons boy had already slaughtered these people and turned their corpses into poison puppets. My years of study of the secret manual were not in vain. The Five Poisons boy gazed at the mass of poison corpses surrounding him, a self-satisfied smile gracing his face. The Five Poisons exploding corpse formation, a technique not even recorded in the secret manual, is the product of my years of experimentation. Even if you're truly a disciple of the Five Poisons sect, let us see how you can break my Five Poisons exploding corpse formation. As he spoke, the Five Poisons boy retreated, hiding among the ranks of the poison corpses. The poison corpses, their bodies a deep purple black, emanated a faint black mist that wafted from within each corpse, exuding a nauseating stench, unmistakably lethal. These poison corpses were fundamentally different from the tavern owner encountered earlier. The owner could only be considered a semi-corpse, having ingested a goo worm, yet retaining some semblance of consciousness. In contrast, these beings had been thoroughly refined into corpses, devoid of sensation and wholly unafraid of death. Unless their life force were entirely extinguished, they would relentlessly launch frenzied attacks upon their foes. This is the terrifying aspect of corpse refinement. In the heyday of the Xiangxi corpse-driving sect, it was hailed as the leader of the six left-handed sects, basking in unparalleled glory. Ultimately, it was besieged and annihilated by the three top-tier powers of the southern and northern Taoist sects, alongside the Shaolin Temple. While the five poison sect's corpse refinement techniques may not rival those of the corpse-driving sect, they remain sufficiently fearsome. Moreover, the so-called five poisons exploding corpse formation devised by the five poisons boy is a product of his extensive research and is not even recorded in the five poison secret manual. Thus, Liu Yi must exercise caution. The black mist emanating from the corpses quickly enveloped an area of 100 feet, and under the influence of the toxic air, the surrounding trees withered, flowers wilted, and even the snakes, insects, and ants beneath the ground perished in droves. What a formidable toxin! Liu Ye's expression sharpened as he summoned his vital energy to protect himself, preventing the noxious fumes from encroaching. However, even so, the black mist significantly drained his vital energy. The poison relentlessly corroded his protective aura, necessitating continual replenishment. Even a martial artist of the outer vitality realm would struggle to withstand prolonged consumption. As the corpses under the five poisons boy's manipulation launched frenzied assaults upon Liu Yi while maintaining a synchronized formation, they also shielded the five poisons boy, allowing him to weave effortlessly among them. His diminutive stature and swift movements made him as elusive as an eel, making it exceedingly difficult to capture him amidst the throng of corpses. This was the sole advantage of the five poisons boy's small frame. Lacking high cultivation, he was only at the inner vitality realm, and due to inherent limitations, he found it challenging to advance further. Thus, he chose to hone his skills in evasion and escape, coupled with the bizarre and troublesome five poisons exploding corpse formation. He was imbued with ample confidence. Unless all these corpses were eradicated, it would be virtually impossible to injure his true self. Liu Yi found himself increasingly vexed by the persistent onslaught of the troublesome undead. As yet another corpse lunged recklessly towards him, Liu Ye's fury ignited. He resolved to cease evasion, raising his hand to deliver a decisive strike. Die. These undead creatures, devoid of any semblance of intelligence, were incapable of dodging his attack. With a single swing, Liu Yi effortlessly severed the head of the approaching corpse. However, the decapitated body did not collapse as expected. Instead, it began to swell, resembling an inflated balloon. With a resounding explosion, the corpse detonated, scattering a foul, blackened mass of flesh and blood, which upon contacting the ground, eroded it into a series of craters. The remnants also splattered onto other undead, causing them to swell and subsequently explode in a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated continuously as Liu Yi, having narrowly escaped the carnage, emerged somewhat disheveled to withstand the force of the blasts. He had expended a considerable amount of his vital energy, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. What a formidable five poisons exploding corpse formation! Liu Yi marveled inwardly, acknowledging the talent of this gnome. With merely a fragmented tome of the five poisons secret manual, he had conjured such a potent formation. Had Liu Yi not possessed an extraordinary amount of true energy surpassing that of his peers, he might have perished in that series of explosions. Despite his relatively modest cultivation, Liu Yi had never encountered an opponent so tenacious. Meanwhile, concealed among the throng of undead, the five poisons boy, observing Liu Ye's disheveled state, protruded his head from the horde, a mocking grin plastered across his face. How do you find my five poisons exploding corpse formation? Once I refine a few external corpses of higher realms to complement this formation, even those at the pinnacle of strength shall fall. Alas, you will not witness that day. You likely have little time left. Liu Ye's tone remained unruffled as he produced a dragon-headed broadsword from his spatial pouch. Your appearance suggests you are not destined for longevity. Today shall be your end. Liu Yi was not deceiving the gnome. Even without his intervention, the five poisons boy's fate was already bleak, with perhaps only 3 to 5 years of life remaining. However, Liu Ye's emergence had merely expedited his demise. Damn it, I despise charlatans. The five poisons boy, infuriated by Liu Ye's calm demeanor, shouted, You dare to feign composure when death is imminent. You should ponder how long you can last. With that, he resumed playing his bone flute. summoning yet more undead to charge at Liu Yi that moment. Liu Yi had exchanged his weapon for the dragon spine universe sword acquired from the Nine Rivers King tomb, with a thunderous roar. The sword resonated, as though it had long yearned to see the world outside. "Friend, let me witness your might in this inaugural battle." Liu Yi gently caressed the blade, raising it high, while channeling his vital energy into its form. A radiant golden light erupted from the sword, its roar growing ever louder, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble in response to the overwhelming dragonic might that a spectral five-clawed golden dragon manifested amidst the golden radiance. Though somewhat indistinct, it emanated genuine draconic power. As the dragon's might surged forth, the earth quaked. The mindless undead, mere husks devoid of consciousness, became even more sluggish and stiff under the influence of this power. Within a 10-jong radius of Liu Yi, they struggled to move, each step requiring immense effort. Despite the Five Poisons Boy's exertions on the bone flute, the undead advanced at a pace akin to that of a tortoise. At such a rate, they posed no threat to Liu Yi whatsoever, a treasure weapon. The Five Poisons Boy, furious, hurled his bone flute to the ground, cursing, "How can you possess a treasure weapon? Why was I not informed?" It was no surprise he was incensed. Treasure weapons were not commonplace. Such artifacts, imbued with weapon intent, were exceedingly rare even among the most esteemed factions. Among the top 30 on the rankings, no more than 10 wielded treasure weapons. For someone like Liu Yi, hailing from a modest family without a robust background, possessing a treasure weapon was inconceivable. The individual who had bribed the Five Poisons Boy had not mentioned Liu Ye's possession of such a weapon. Otherwise, had he known, the gnome would never have dared to confront Liu Yi so brazenly. The weapon intent of a treasure weapon was beyond the comprehension of these intellectually deficient undead. The Dragon Spine Universe Sword. Forged from dragon spines and mixed with the essence of yin and yang stones, not only exuded draconic, might influencing foes within a 10-jong radius, but also converted the wielder's vital energy into the dual attributes of yin and yang. Liu Yi swung his sword, transforming his vital energy into a torrent of icy cold. As the chill swept through, the undead were instantly encased in ice, because Liu Yi had not obliterated their bodies. They were denied even the chance to self-detonate. "Damn it. I'm done with this," witnessing his prized undead reduced to mere ice sculptures. The Five Poisons Boy realized that without them, he stood no chance against Liu Yi. Gritting his teeth, he turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Though the terms offered were tempting, one must have life to enjoy them. This individual showed no fear of the Bai, can goo poison, and wielded a treasure weapon. The Five Poisons' exploding corpse formation could do nothing against him. If he lingered, it would surely be his end. Yet the situation had escalated to such a point that Liu Yi would not allow the gnome to escape. A beam of sword lights surged toward the fleeing Five Poisons Boy, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. The gnome, in full flight, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Looking down, he discovered that while his lower half continued to run, his upper half remained behind, severed from his body. What a swift sword! That was the last thought of the Five Poisons Boy before he permanently closed his eyes. Although he possessed only the inner vitality realm, his methods were devious and exceedingly troublesome, more so than opponents of the outer vitality realm. This was a shared trait among the 6 unorthodox sects, had it not been for their peculiar techniques. These fringe factions would have long been eradicated by the righteous sects of the world. Even the joint efforts of the southern and northern Dao sects alongside Shaolin Temple to eliminate the Xiangxi corpse-driving sect had not succeeded in completely vanquishing one of the 6 unorthodox sections. The tenacity of these 6 unorthodox sects was evident. Liu Yi sheathed the dragon spine universe sword back into his pouch and strode over to the 2 black-clad individuals who were still indulging in their libations, his gaze drawn to a prominent token hanging at their waists. Even amidst the recent tumult, the 2 remained undisturbed. The terrifying toxins emanating from the undead dissipated at a distance of 3 zhong from them. Not even someone as deranged as the Five Poisons Boy had considered attacking them, simply treating them as though they were invisible, precisely due to the tokens they bore. The tokens were entirely golden and strikingly conspicuous. Inscribed with the bold characters Tion X I A.I in today's world, only one organization would dare display such a flamboyant an audacious token in public. The Tianxia Society, which alongside the Qinglong Association, Tianji Pavilion, and Fengyu Tower, comprised one of the four great factions that it was the recognition of this token that had prevented the Five Poisons boy from attacking. He merely regarded the two as air. Your presence here is surely not mere coincidence? Liu Yi inquired coolly, observing the pair. The Tianxia Society's main headquarters was far in the West Jin, with no branches established outside. The appearance of two members from the Tianxia Society, traveling from the West Jin to the border of Qi and Shu, and conveniently intersecting Liu Ye's path, seemed far too fortuitous to be mere happenstance. One of the cloaked figures looked up at Liu Yi, nodding slightly. Wu Feng. The other chimed in, Wu Yin, on behalf of our leader, we have come to invite you to join the Tianxia Society. The revelation of their identities caused Liu Ye's gaze to flicker. Their names carried significant weight, so immense that it resonates like thunder. Despite Liu Yi currently ranking within the top 30 on the martial arts leaderboard, he still pales in comparison to the two individuals before him. Fist-shaking mountains and rivers, Wu Feng holds the 9th position, while crushing the heavens, Wu Yun occupies the 10th. These two are among the most distinguished figures of the younger generation of martial artists, collectively known in the martial world as the twin heroes of Wind and Cloud. Both being authentic practitioners of the 5 Qi returning to Origin Realm. Although Liu Yi recognizes that these individuals belong to the Tianxia Club, he did not anticipate the presence of the renowned twin heroes themselves. It appears that the leader of Tianxia Club, Li Juetian, truly places great importance on him. The Tianxia Club emerged over 20 years ago, with its leader, Li Juetian, being a grandmaster of martial arts listed among the celestial rankings. In merely 2 decades, the Tianxia Club has ascended to become one of the 4 major organizations, alongside the Qinglong Club and other top martial forces, showcasing Li Juetian's remarkable prowess and strategic acumen. There are rumors in the martial world suggesting that the Tianxia Club is secretly supported by the regent of the Western Jin, which accounts for its rapid development. The timeline of its rise coincides with the turmoil that nearly led to the downfall of the Western Jin over 20 years ago, lending some credibility to these claims. Currently, Liu Yi has offended the Lin family of the 8 great families and the 7 heroes club of the 7 major sections. He finds himself in need of the protection of a formidable force. Otherwise, he might face relentless targeting or even assassination. Even if he cannot be killed, the trouble would be incessant. Originally, Liu Yi had planned to seek refuge with the military of the state of Chu. The Chu military is powerful, with each of its divisions, Flying Dragon, Iron Wall, and Breaking Army, comprising 300,000 martial artists. Additionally, the Chu court maintains strong control over the nation, making it impossible for families or gangs to meddle. By aligning with the Chu military, he would not have to worry about retaliation from the Lin family or the 7 Heroes Club. Even if they are formidable, they would never dare to act openly against the military leaders on Chu territory. Conversely, while the Tianxia Club is also robust, having risen to prominence in just over 20 years to become one of the 4 major organizations, and with its leader Li Juetian being a renowned grandmaster, it has never been part of Liu Ye's considerations for allegiance. The reason is simple. The current state of the Jin is far too chaotic. Liu Yi has no desire to wade through such murky waters. The Western Jin, established for millennia, is among the oldest of the 3 great nations. However, it nearly faced obliteration over 20 years ago. The Western Jin Emperor led a northern expedition and has yet to return. The Wolf Lord of the Northern Desert commanded 1,000,000 cavalry, nearly breaching the capital of the Western Jin. In the end, the Western Jin had to muster its national strength and cede vast territories to barely preserve its sovereignty. Nearly 30 years have passed since that upheaval, yet the Jin has not restored order. Instead, it has descended further into chaos. The imperial court is embroiled in a power struggle among the regent, the Empress Dowager, and the current prime minister, resulting in utter disarray. In the martial world, the authority and prestige of the Western Jin court have significantly diminished following that upheaval. Various martial families, sects, and gangs have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Even those from other regions who could not find their footing have fled into Jin territory, attempting to seize a share of the chaos. The current state of the Western Jin can aptly be described as a tangled mess, making it far from an ideal destination. Were Liu Yi to choose, he would undoubtedly avoid the murky waters of the Western Jin. However, now that the Tianxia Club has taken the initiative to recruit him, the situation is entirely different. Moreover, the fact that the twin heroes have personally come forth is indicative of the importance the Tianxia Club places on him. Joining the Tianxia Club evidently offers more advantages than aligning with the Chu military. Liu Yi boldly seated himself beside the two, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Originally, the Tianxia Club was not within my considerations, but given your sincere intentions, let us discuss the terms. Wu Feng furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure evident in his expression. No one has ever dared to negotiate terms with the Tianxia Club. Only a fool would come at our beck and call. Liu Yi smiled nonchalantly, facing the illustrious twin heroes without a trace of fear. Although I may be lacking, I consider myself capable. Since the Tianxia Club wishes to recruit me, it is only natural that we discuss the terms. Then let us hear your conditions. Wu Yun and Wu Feng exchanged glances, slowly nodding. As long as they are not excessive, we can agree. Initially, they had no intention of allowing Liu Yi the opportunity to state his terms. They had been observing Liu Yi during his confrontation with the Five Poisons boy to assess his strength. Had Liu Yi proven to be mediocre, incapable of handling the Five Poisons boy, they would not have stood by while he faced death. However, in that eventuality, Liu Yi would have lacked the qualifications to negotiate with them. Now, however, Liu Yi's strength has evidently earned the recognition of the twin heroes, who believe him worthy to sit at the same table and discuss terms. Liu Yi pondered briefly before extending 3 fingers. I have 3 conditions. First, while I join the Tianxia Club, I do not intend to sell myself to it. If I wish to leave in the future, the Tianxia Club must not use force to prevent me. Second, my assistance to the Tianxia Club will not be rendered without compensation. The club must provide equivalent remuneration. Third, I wish to become the hall master of the Tianxia Club. With the 3 demands stated, Liu Yi crossed his arms and sat back, exuding an air of calm confidence, as if certain they would acquiesce to his terms. Upon hearing Liu Yi's conditions, both twin heroes fell silent. This fellow is audaciously overreaching. No one has ever dared to propose such conditions before the Tianxia Club. However, recalling the leader's instructions before departing, Wu Feng remained quiet for a moment before slowly nodding. The first 2 demands I can agree to. However, the Tianxia Club has always valued strength above all. If you cannot command a respect of those beneath you, you will not hold the position of hall master. That is of no concern. I trust in my abilities. Liu Yi replied with a gentle smile. As for the last condition, do not be too excessive. Wu Yun responded sternly. 3 conditions were agreed upon. Do not push your luck. This final condition is not a demand from the Tianxia Club, but rather a small request from me to both of you. Liu Yi chuckled. Within 3 days, I wish to know the whereabouts of Shui Tianjiang. Of course, if you two cannot agree, it matters not. I merely wish to test whether the intelligence system of the Tianxia Club remains effective outside the Jin. One day, Wu Feng stood up, seemingly anxious that Liu Yi might propose further conditions. Prepare yourself to return with us to the Western Jin. I will inform you of Shui Tianjiang's whereabouts within a day. Agreed. Liu Yi's smile grew ever more radiant. Yet beneath that smile lay a deep-seated intent for vengeance. Although Liu Yi had previously slain the Five Poisons boy without learning who had hired him to kill, he quickly deduced the identity of his enemies. Those who bore a deep grudge against him, wishing for his demise, could only be the Lin family and Shu. As for the Lin family, they were far removed. Even if they learned of his intent to kill, they would only dispatch their own family experts. They would never resort to hiring someone as lowly as the Five Poisons boy. The only possible culprit could be Shui Tianjiang. It is likely that after suffering losses in the underground palace, he felt discontented and, unable to return to the headquarters of the 7 Heroes Club for reinforcements, resorted to hiring the Five Poisons boy to take Liu Yi's life. Liu Yi has always believed in reciprocity. If you seek to kill me, I shall ensure your death in return. Despite being on the border of Qi and Shu, Liu Yi was unafraid of the 7 Heroes Club's influence and dared to take action against them. How much less would he fear as he prepares to venture into the Western Jin? The 7 Heroes Club and Shui Tianjiang, no matter how powerful, would they dare to kill within the territory of the Tianxia Club? It is worth noting that while Shui Tianjiang is a master of the earthly rankings, He remains inconsequential before the Tianxia Club's leader, Li Juetian. A gentleman may wait years for revenge, but Liu Yi has never considered himself a gentleman. Thus, he seeks vengeance without delay, just as Liu Yi suspected. After hiring the Five Poisons boy, Shui Tianjiang did not rush to leave, but instead waited in the nearby city of Hukou, anticipating news from the Five Poisons boy. Moreover, he was not discreet, causing quite a stir in Hukou County. Consequently, despite the Tianxia Club lacking a branch in Qi and Shu, they managed to ascertain Shui Tianjiang's whereabouts within just one day. Hukou County, you say? Liu Yi gently caressed the crimson blood-drink demon blade in his hand, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since you seek your own demise, I shall gladly accompany you on your journey. In Hukou County, the three major factions were scrambling to curry favor with the younger brother of the Water Guild Master. Though their number of skilled fighters was limited, they were certainly not few in quantity. Wu Yun, with a stoic expression, cautioned, "We shall not interfere in your grievances with him. If you meet your end, do not blame others. If one could not even deal with such a weakling, then one would hardly be worthy of the Tianxia Association's attention." Liu Yi abruptly stood, declaring, "You all wait here for me." Hukou County was a small town on the border of Qi and Shu. While its martial arts influence may not rival that of Zhejiang Prefecture, it surpassed the strength of the Guangling County, where Liu Yi once resided. There were three major martial factions in Hukou County, each commanded by warriors of the Outer Gang realm, alongside numerous other smaller powers. Currently, the martial forces of Hukou County, led by the three factions, were hosting Shui Tianjiang in the largest tavern in the town. For Shui Tianjiang, the battle in the underground palace was a source of profound humiliation. However, to outsiders, as long as Shui Tianjia remained alive, Shui Tianjiang was a figure worthy of alliance and goodwill. The tavern's 3 floors were completely reserved by the martial factions of Hukou County. The first floor was filled with ordinary members. The second housed the stalwarts of various factions, while the third floor was where Shui Tianjiang and the leaders of Hukou County's martial powers were gathered. Liu Yi, alone, approached the tavern's entrance. The proprietor, seeing a stranger who appeared unfamiliar, quickly approached with a forced smile, saying, "I apologize, esteemed guest, but our establishment has been booked for a month. If you wish to dine or stay, I kindly suggest you try another tavern in the city." Liu Yi casually produced a gold ingot from his pocket and tossed it into the proprietor's hands. "Consider this compensation for any potential damages." The proprietor weighed the gold, which was nearly 100 taels. He realized that even if the tavern were to be set ablaze, this sum would more than suffice for recompense. Yet, rather than displaying joy, the proprietor's expression turned to one of despair that he was no fool. It was clear that this man was here to stir trouble. The clashes between these martial artists often resulted in carnage, and a mere bump could send an ordinary person like him to the underworld. Business was trivial, but life was paramount. The proprietor, in a moment of clarity, did not impede Liu Ye's entrance, but instead hastily gathered his belongings, planning to flee Hukou County with his family before chaos erupted. With his 100 taels of gold as his capital, he intended to find another location to establish his tavern. Liu Yi ascended to the 3rd floor of the tavern. Within this modest establishment, numerous martial factions from Hukou County were gathered, many of whom were strangers to one another. With the revelry in full swing, no one paid heed to Liu Yi's arrival, allowing him to reach the 3rd floor unimpeded. On the 3rd floor, the leaders of the martial factions were indulging in food and drink, showering praises upon Shui Tianjiang. However, Shui Tianjiang himself was far from merry. His mind was preoccupied with the hope of receiving news from the Five Poisons boy. At that moment, a familiar figure suddenly emerged from the staircase. Initially, Shui Tianjiang thought he was mistaken, rubbing his eyes, yet upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Liu Yi, the very person he wished to see dismembered. Shui Tianjiang sprang to his feet, startlingly knocking over his wine cup, his voice trembling with shock and fear. "What are you doing here?" Liu Ye's presence signified that the Five Poisons boy had failed. Cursed be that fool. He should have known better than to trust such a lowly character. Not only did he fail, but he also revealed his location to Liu Yi, despite Shui Tianjiang's desire to consume Liu Yi alive. He found himself trembling as Liu Yi stood before him. Yet, Shui Tianzhong wronged the Five Poisons boy, who had not even had the chance to betray him before Liu Yi had dispatched him in 2 swift strikes. The reason Liu Yi located Shui Tianzhong was twofold. The spies of the Tianxia Association were not to be underestimated, and Shui Tianzhong, his own flamboyant demeanor, made him an easy target. "Did you not dream of killing me?" Liu Yi taunted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Here I stand. You may strike at your leisure." Initially, the martial artists on the 3rd floor were unaware of Liu Yi's identity. However, upon hearing the exchange between Liu Yi and Shui Tianzhong, they quickly grasped who Liu Yi was. Thus, they could no longer remain seated, some rising to their feet, others drawing their weapons, all appearing as if facing a formidable adversary. It was the blood demon Liu Yi. How on earth did this man find us? Panic ensued, with some urging calm. "Fear not. We are many. We can surely deal with him." The 3rd floor erupted into chaos. Some were in a state of disarray, others stealthily inching toward the windows, while a few remained skeptical about Liu Yi's sudden rise to power and whether he truly possessed the strength commensurate with his ranking, regardless of the thoughts of others. Shui Tianzhong was already drenched in sweat. Though many had not witnessed Liu Yi in action and thus doubted his prowess, Shui Tianzhong had seen it firsthand. He recalled the day Liu Yi severed Dongfang Bai's arm with a single strike. Such strength meant that killing him was no trivial task. Additionally, he had heard that following his departure from the underground palace, Liu Yi had revealed a formidable killing fist technique, defeating Dongfang Bai, who had burned his own life essence in a desperate struggle. Though Shui Tianzhong detested Liu Yi to the core, when faced with him in reality, he found himself bereft of the courage to act. Casting a glance at the surrounding warriors, he ground his teeth and declared, "Whoever brings me this man's head, I will personally recommend them to my elder brother to become his disciple." Shui Tianzhong understood that with his own strength, he was no match for Liu Yi. The only recourse lay in rallying the local martial artists of Hukou County to compel these individuals to risk their lives against someone ranked in the top 30 of the martial world. He would have to promise substantial rewards. Being accepted as a disciple by a master of the earth ranking was a tantalizing prospect for these warriors of lesser backgrounds. Under heavy rewards, brave souls will surely emerge. Even if their opponent ranked in the top 30, the prospect of profit ignited their spirits. Moreover, Liu Yi was not an established figure on the list. He was a rising star who had suddenly claimed a high position. This ambiguity cast doubt on the legitimacy of his ranking. When Liu Yi first appeared, many had already begun to reconsider their intentions. Yet now, under Shui Tianzhong's promises, those who had initially contemplated fleeing began to encircle Liu Yi. Indeed, it was the allure of profit that clouded their judgment. Liu Yi gazed at these individuals, shaking his head. "If that is the case, then all of you shall perish today, for those who dare to strike against him." Liu Yi had never shown mercy. Since he bore the title of Blood Demon, it was only fitting that today he would turn this place into a river of blood, a fitting tribute to his moniker. The tavern, spanning 3 stories, housed over a dozen factions and hundreds of martial artists. As the leaders of various factions issued commands, the warriors quickly surrounded the tavern, leaving no escape. Naturally, those of lower cultivation levels recognized their limitations and dared not approach Liu Yi, instead opting to stand at a distance, shouting to heighten the atmosphere of battle. Those who could penetrate the innermost circle were at least warriors of the inner gang realm, the not fear. Though he ranks among the top 30, his cultivation is merely at the mid-outer gang stage. Indeed, even if he possessed some means to temporarily enhance his combat prowess to rival those at the Three Flowers Gathering peak, it surely could not last long. With so many of us, we can wear him down. The few individuals encircled in the innermost layer spoke loudly, but rather than belittling Liu Yi, they were rallying their comrades. Yet, despite their bravado, none dared to make the first move against Liu Yi. Even if doubts lingered about the legitimacy of Liu Yi's ranking, he was still a formidable figure among the top 30 of the martial world. The name of the man precedes him. The first to strike will suffer. One wished to be the one to provide an advantage to those who came after them. There stood Liu Yi. Nonchalantly, as if the hundreds of people surrounding him were nothing more than mere air, he gently caressed the scarlet blood-drinking demon blade, a mocking expression gracing his face. "What is this?" Did you not all wish to join the Seven Heroes Society? My head is right here. Who among you dares to seize it first? The martial artists present exchanged glances, and with each passing moment, Liu Ye's confidence grew, leaving them increasingly hesitant to act. Are you all not preparing to engage? Liu Yi surveyed the crowd, his mocking demeanor intensifying. Very well, if none of you will make a move. Then I shall take the initiative. As his words fell, his figure shot forth like a raging tempest, a swirling gale erupting around him. Liu Yi had set his sights on an unfortunate soul, raising the blood-drinking demon blade and striking directly at him. This slash was not the legendary god of death's strike, but merely an ordinary horizontal cut, yet with Liu Ye's current prowess. Even a simple strike bore an overwhelming force that few could withstand. The Jong blade aura, sharp and unparalleled, caused the unfortunate target to pale in horror. This individual possessed mid-stage inner vigor and was somewhat renowned in the local region of Hoku County. Yet he stood no chance against Liu Ye's blade. In an instant, the blade glimmered, seemingly carving a blood-red crescent in the air, and then a head soared high into the sky. The victim had not even a moment to defend himself before Liu Yi severed his head. What a swift blade! Liu Ye's execution of the mid-stage inner vigor martial artist left all present aghast, and they re-evaluated Liu Ye's might. Truly worthy of his ranking among the top 30 on the martial arts list. His reputation was indeed well-deserved. A cry rang out. Everyone, attack together! If we allow this fellow to pick us off one by one, we shall all perish. Thus, the crowd surged forward to besiege Liu Yi. Though these martial artists from small counties lacked extraordinary skills, years of experience in combat had endowed them with considerable tactical knowledge. Many among them were collaborating for the first time, yet they exhibited a surprising degree of coordination, some attacking, others defending, and some flanking, creating a semblance of order amidst their numbers. Alas, they had forgotten that absolute power could crush all beneath its feet. And no matter how intricate their cooperation, it paled in comparison to overwhelming strength. Liu Yi snorted coldly, the curved blade now emanating tendrils of dark energy, while the temperature in the vicinity seemed to drop significantly. God of Death's strike. Though this second strike lacked the tripled potency of the first, it remained terrifying. The Jong blade aura, infused with boundless killing intent and demonic energy, rendered all within a 3 Jong radius of Liu Yi with bloodshot eyes and rapid breaths, teetering on the brink of madness. With one fell stroke, he cleaved a massive breach in the throng. Those caught in the path of his blade aura were mercilessly shredded into a heap of mangled flesh, as the god of Death's strike claimed more lives. Its power only grew more fearsome, instilling dread in the hearts of his enemies, and driving the faint-hearted into a state of delirium. With a thunderous crash, a 3-story building collapsed under the weight of the horrific blade aura. Amidst the ruins, Liu Yi stood proudly, while the rest were left disheveled and panicked. Kill! Kill! Let them all die! A voice from the crowd suddenly screeched, then a blade swung toward a nearby companion. Hell! Hell! Ha-ha! It's all blood! All blood! Someone shrieked madly, staggering away into the distance. I want to die! I want to die! There are ghosts everywhere! Ghosts everywhere! In a haze, another individual, seemingly entranced, drew a weapon to his own throat. A look of relief washing over his face. One strike had slaughtered hundreds within the tavern. At least half lay dead beneath that terrifying blow, while many among the survivors had succumbed to madness under its influence. With each life claimed, the god of Death's strike only grew in might, its effects amplifying with each victim. Not only did it terrify others, but it also affected Liu Yi himself. He felt a pressure coiling within his chest, one that could only be released through relentless slaughter, annihilating all he encountered. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yi suppressed his killing intent and sheathed the blood-drinking demon blade. At this moment, only a few outer vigor martial artists remained standing. As they beheld their fallen and deranged comrades, regret washed over them. Had they known Liu Yi was so formidable, they would not have been blinded by the allure of the benefits promised by Shu Tianjiang. But now, it was too late for remorse. They understood well that even if they begged for mercy, Liu Yi would likely show them none. The 3 absolute blood demon was indeed as fearsome as its reputation. One against hundreds, he had dispatched the majority with a single stroke. The Tianji Pavilion and Fengyu Tower were always reliable, and it seemed this time was no exception. Liu Yi truly possessed strength befitting his ranking. Realizing there was no path left for retreat, the remaining few steeled themselves and launched an assault against Liu Yi. After putting away his curved blade, Liu Yi summoned a semi-transparent longsword with his left hand. 7 stars fall from the sky. One sword transforms into 7 stars. The sword light flickered, and as it descended, several more bodies riddled with blood holes lay upon the ground. The 3 absolute blood demon was indeed as fearsome as its name suggested. At that moment, Liu Yi resembled an unparalleled war god. The ground was littered with corpses, leaving only Liu Yi and Shui Tianjiang alive, with a sword in one hand and a blade sheathed. Liu Yi exuded an invisible pressure merely by standing there. He gazed at Shui Tianjiang in the distance, as if looking at a corpse. Were it not for your esteemed elder brother, you would likely not see this day. In your next life, choose wisely whom you provoke. Silence. You, a mere country bumpkin, have no right to judge me. Shui Tianjiang bristled at the comparison to his elder brother. Unable to restrain his temper, even in such a life-threatening moment, you think victory is assured for you today. As he spoke, a silver spear appeared in Shui Tianjiang's hand. Shui Tianjiang was known for the spear of loyalty, wielding a renowned dragon-bellied silver spear seldom matched by opponents. Though Shui Tianjiang despised comparisons to his elder brother, he could not help but emulate him at every turn. If you let me go today, we can wipe the slate clean. Shui Tianjiang grit his teeth. Otherwise, we shall see who prevails. He seemed to harbor some hidden trump card, yet his words betrayed a lack of confidence. Liu Yi, however, cared not for what card Shui Tianjiang held. Unless his elder brother, Shui Tianjia, personally intervened, death was inescapable for him today. As for the notion of a clean slate, Liu Yi had not an ounce of belief in it. Cut the grass without uprooting the roots is to allow it to regrow with the spring breeze. Liu Yi would not be foolish enough to let his enemies go when the moment of reckoning arrived. You force my hand. Seeing Liu Yi unmoved, a fierce expression crossed Shui Tianjiang's face. Then you shall die. With that, he turned the spearhead and thrust it violently toward his own chest. Such an action momentarily stunned Liu Yi. He had thought this fellow was prepared to fight to the death. Yet he was instead attempting to take his own life. Of course, Shui Tianjiang was not truly suicidal. The spear thrust in his chest did not claim his life. Instead, a radiant green light erupted from his chest, and the blood flowing forth was also a vivid green. Anomalous bloodline. Liu Yi's eyes gleamed with insight. And no matter how one trained, a human martial artist could not transform their blood into green unless they had merged with an anomalous bloodline and ceased to be a pure human. Yet the martial artist before him appeared unremarkable, seemingly devoid of any bloodline mutation, unless that is the green blood flowing from his chest did not actually belong to him. As the green blood spilled forth and stained the silver spear in his grasp. The spear suddenly shone with a brilliant light. Buzz, the silver spear trembled, soaring into the air. Amidst the dazzling radiance, the ethereal form of an azure dragon gradually materialized. Roar! The ethereal figure of the azure dragon let out a prolonged roar towards the heavens. Its eyes fixated intently on Liu Yi. Cold and merciless, it seemed to trample upon the very essence of existence, exuding an aura of innate regality. Shui Tianjia. Liu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze tinged with solemnity. Although he was confronted by the spectral form of the azure dragon, it felt as if his sight transcended countless realms. Locking eyes with the legendary Earth-ranking master, Shui Tianjia. Merely a glance caused Liu Yi's shoulders to feel the weight of an invisible mountain pressing down upon him. The apparition of the azure dragon was imbued with a fragment of Shui Tianjia's martial will. A master of martial arts, existing within the realm of true fire refining infants. The mere essence of his martial intent was enough to impose an overwhelming pressure upon Liu Yi. Fortunately, it was merely a wisp of martial will fused with an alien bloodline. Although the oppressive force was of a dimensional caliber against Liu Yi, in terms of actual combat prowess, it may not surpass Liu Yi by much. After all, Liu Yi was also capable of battling above his level, comparable to a figure who had achieved the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathering at the summit, should Shui Tianjia appear in person. Liu Yi would likely have no chance to retaliate. A martial arts master, a person who traverses the heavens and earth, was indeed not someone Liu Yi could contend with at present. A mere wisp of martial will seeks to vanquish me. Liu Yi snorted coldly. Even a martial arts master could not accomplish such a feat. Roar! Though the Azure Dragon's figure was merely a manifestation of a martial arts master's intent, devoid of substantial consciousness, it seemed to sense Liu Yi's provocation at that moment, unleashing a mighty roar as it surged forward, propelled by a silver spear. The ground trembled, and the surroundings crumbled under the dragon's path, as if a tornado had swept through. Kill all within 10 directions. Break for me, Liu Yi shouted, channeling all his strength, summoning 4 martial avatars to take their stances in unison. He struck out a fist towards both the silver spear and the Azure Dragon. Bang! Bang! A series of 4 resounding impacts echoed, with each strike slowing the spear's velocity. Upon the avatar's punches connecting, the silver spear quivered violently, emitting a mournful resonance that a crack appeared at the spearhead and swiftly spread along its shaft. With a shattering sound, the spear, unable to withstand the terrifying force of the punches, disintegrated mid-air. Only the Azure Dragon's phantom remained, letting out a reluctant roar as it exerted its final strength to charge at Liu Yi. Stubborn and unyielding, Liu Yi scoffed. Although his meridians ached, he summoned his full martial energy. Enormous hands of martial energy materialized, pressing down upon the dragon's head. Break for me, Liu Yi bellowed, straining both arms, with a light tearing sound. The Azure Dragon's figure was torn asunder by Liu Yi's might. Simultaneously, Shui Tianjiang staggered back as if struck by lightning, violently spewing blood, his complexion paling to an ashen hue. Defeated? This is impossible. Shui Tianjiang appeared disoriented, shaking his head repeatedly. How could my brother's martial blood be defeated? My brother cannot fail. There has never been an undefeated person in this world. One can only rely on external forces. Even in the next life, you will not be my match. Liu Yi shook his head, delivering a palm strike to Shui Tianjiang's chest, ending his life. Shui Tianjia was indeed formidable, a figure of the martial arts master level. Even a mere fragment of his martial will contained within blood compelled Liu Yi to exert his utmost effort to counter it. Yet, no matter how powerful, he was still Shui Tianjia, not Shui Tianjiang. As Liu Yi articulated, in the end, Shui Tianjiang's reliance was still on his elder brother, not himself. His accomplishments in martial arts would conclude here. Even in the next life, he would not be Liu Yi's adversary. A person can only achieve greatness through their own efforts. This was one of the truths Liu Yi had always adhered to. The headquarters of the 7 Hero Society, Shui Tianjia remained in seclusion as usual. In fact, over the past few years, he had largely distanced himself from the trivial matters of the society. Delegating them to his disciples, he understood clearly that only absolute strength constituted the foundation of everything. Otherwise, even the mightiest forces were but ephemeral weeds. Since its establishment, the 7 Hero Society had indeed become a renowned martial arts power within the realm. Yet, Shui Tianjia recognized that the society still fell short of being a true top-tier force. This gap stemmed from the fact that the 7 Hero Society had yet to secure a martial arts grandmaster of the law manifestation realm, despite the current 4 society leaders being ranked masters within the Earth ranking. Even if they united, they would pale in comparison to a grandmaster of the law manifestation realm. Shui Tianjia was acutely aware that although the 4 of them presently stood equal, should any one of them attain the grandmaster level, they would become the sole ruler of the 7 Hero Society. And that singular ruler could only be him, not another. Though they had once sworn brotherhood to establish the society and had named themselves with the character for righteousness. A true organization aspiring to greatness must have a singular head. Such struggles are often brutally bloody. There is no room for sentiment, even among sworn brothers, let alone blood relations, in pursuit of being the first to break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. Shui Tianjia had invested considerable effort in recent years, hardly stepping outside his seclusion. Today, as he remained engrossed in his meditation, Shui Tianjia felt an unsettling disturbance within. After achieving the unity of heaven and man, martial artists often develop a mystical intuition about the future. Although Shui Tianjie had not formally studied the art of divination, he understood that such inner turmoil was an ominous sign. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and a trickle of emerald blood flowed from his brow. "Who is it?" Shui Tianjie's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. "Who has forced Tianjiang to utilize even the martial blood I bestowed upon him?" Martial blood is the culmination of Shui Tianjie's martial will, capable of sensing across vast distances. That a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Shui Tianjie's eyes as faint azure dragon scales emerged around his neck, a sign of his extreme anger. "Bring forth my trusted aide," Shui Tianjie commanded, his voice grave. "Find Tianjiang at once. Whether alive or dead, I must see him." Shui Tianjie's rage surged. He knew that someone capable of compelling Shui Tianjiang to reveal his trump card was likely facing dire circumstances. Though Hukou County is not a vast city, the battle that resulted in the deaths of hundreds of martial artists and even implicated the Seven Hero Society had drawn considerable attention within a few days. Moreover, due to the overwhelming malevolence left by Liu Yi, many ordinary citizens began to exhibit signs of madness upon nearing the battlefield. The townsfolk were compelled to pool resources to invite a renowned monk from a neighboring county to perform rites to dispel the lingering resentment and malice. Ahmed Ba, a yellow-browed monk, with eyebrows cascading down to his chin, clasped his hands in prayer, exuding a compassionate demeanor as he lamented, "The malevolence here is so intense. I wonder who has unleashed such devastation." Master Huang Mei, it is said to be the Earth-ranking master. 3 absolute blood demon Liu Yi. The local officials surveyed the carnage strewn about, and although Master Huang Mei had already performed rites, the sight of countless lifeless bodies still sent chills down their spines. "My heavens, this is the loss of hundreds of lives. Our martial artists in Hukou County have been utterly decimated by that fiend. Ahmed Ba, this child's methods are too brutal. Not a single martial artist survived. The higher his cultivation, the more calamity he brings upon the world." Master Huang Mei's countenance was one of profound compassion. A monk from Shaolin, witnessing such a harbinger of death, compelled him to take action. He promptly penned a letter to his senior brothers, declaring that should any Shaolin disciple encounter this individual, they would bring him back to Shaolin to listen to the teachings of the Buddha, hoping to resolve the scourge of bloodshed through supreme Buddhist doctrine. Just as Master Huang Mei concluded his words, a sudden clamor of galloping hooves echoed from the streets, and a group of over 10 riders galloped forth. Leading the charge was a figure of imposing stature, a silver spear slung across his back. "Shui Tianjie, the Seven Hero Society has arrived." The monk with yellow eyebrows shifted his gaze, instantly recognizing the identity of Shui Tianjie. As one of the leaders of the Seven Hero Society, Shui Tianjie held significant power and influence. The only reason for his personal appearance here could only be the body of his sole younger brother, Shui Tianjiang, which lay in this very place. Behind Shui Tianjie were his 12 disciples. Originally, his disciples were known as the 13 Guardians of the Seven Hero Society, but now only 12 remained. The one responsible for the deaths of his disciples and his brother was the same individual. Upon receiving this news, Shui Tianjie had been so enraged that he smashed his own meditation chamber. He had ordered all members of the society to search for Liu Yi with all their might, insisting on capturing him alive and forbidding any killing. To slay Liu Yi would be too lenient. Shui Tianjie yearned to carve his flesh piece by piece and extract his tendons one by one to assuage his heart's hatred. Even though Shui Tianjie had already learned of Shui Tianjiang's death and had previously expressed his fury, he could not help but tremble upon seeing his only brother lying alone on the ground. A chilling murderous intent emanated from Shui Tianjie, causing the temperature around him to drop several degrees. Not only the others, but even his 12 direct disciples could not help but take a few steps back, daunted by this terrifying aura. With a face as solemn as water, Shui Tianjie walked step by step towards the corpse of Shui Tianjiang on the ground. With each step he took, an imprint was left behind, creating cracks that spread across the ground for dozens of feet. "Tianjiang, brother will take you home." Shui Tianjie bent down and picked up the body of his only brother. Having ventured into the martial world in his youth, he had endured countless hardships. The only thing he cherished was his family. Moreover, having devoted himself to martial arts, and with no offspring of his own, he had long regarded Shui Tianjiang as his successor. Although Shui Tianjiang possessed only average talent, Shui Tianjie still devoted abundant resources to cultivate him into a martial expert of the rankings. Now, the brother in whom he had invested countless efforts was dead. Liu Yi, I want you to have no place to be buried. Shui Tianjie's pupils suddenly transformed into beast-like slits, and beneath his clothing, patches of azure dragon scales emerged. If I cannot kill you in this life, I, Shui Tianjie, vow never to be human. Killing Shui Tianjiang would undoubtedly elicit Shui Tianjie's frenzied vengeance, a fact that Liu Yi was well aware of. However, Liu Yi was unconcerned as Shui Tianjie swore to dismember him. He was seated in a carriage heading towards the Western Jin. Want revenge? Come to the Western Jin and spar with Li Juetian first. You were born in the sacred grounds of the northern sect of Taoism, Jinwu Mountain. From a young age, you showed little interest in martial arts, but had a profound love for Taoist classics. At 13, you entered the Jingle Palace, dedicated to the study of Taoist texts. By the age of 30, you had mastered the Taoist classics and gained considerable fame at Jinwu Mountain. At 50, during the Taoist debate between the North and South sects, you outshone the Southern disciples. Securing victory for the Northern sect at 70, you took charge of the Jingle Palace, becoming the 58th Taoist master. At 88, you passed away peacefully, with your spirit tablet enshrined within the Jingle Palace, and the current head of the Jinwu sect personally overseeing your funeral. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, 600 points. Simulation points earned, 600 points. Current simulation points, 1,200 points. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Seal of the Jingle Palace Master of the 8 Views of Jinwu 2. Taoist Classics of the Jingle Palace. Handwritten, Nanhua, Jing, 3. Life experience at 88 years of age. 3. Liu Yi unhesitatingly made his choice, which was indeed the purpose of his simulation, as he continued to take lives. He found it increasingly difficult to suppress the backlash of demonic energy and murderous intent, even with hundreds of years of life experience. After all, the experiences he possessed came from a multitude of individuals, too vast and complex. Moreover, those individuals did not necessarily possess a high level of spiritual cultivation. When it comes to effectively suppressing demonic energy, there are indeed 2 schools that stand out: Buddhism and Taoism. However, due to the numerous restrictions imposed by Buddhism, it is the Taoism, which emphasizes tranquility and naturalness, that aligns more closely with Liu Yi's mindset. Thus, he undertook this simulation. However, Liu Yi was somewhat surprised to find that although the character simulated this time possessed no martial prowess, the rewards and simulation points were exceptionally high. It appeared that the scoring system of the simulator did not solely consider martial skills as the benchmark, but a vast amount of information flooded into Liu Yi's mind in an instant. He gently closed his eyes, absorbing all the knowledge, and oh wonder, this character, having thoroughly researched Taoist scriptures, had reached a state of transcendence. Although he himself lacked martial cultivation, the life experiences he imparted were immensely beneficial to Liu Yi. When Liu Yi opened his eyes once more, the past malevolence had vanished, replaced by an aura of ethereal grace and transcendental detachment. The accumulated demonic energy and murderous intent could no longer affect his heart and mind in the slightest. Even when he unleashed his full power with the blade of the killing god and the 10 directions of slaughter, he felt no burden at all. This was the second simulation Liu Yi had conducted on his journey. In the first simulation, his cultivation had already broken through to the late stage of the outer gang. The second simulation brought him even greater gains. The horses pulling the carriage were specially bred by the Tianxia Society, infused with the bloodline of ancient, extraordinary beasts, able to travel vast distances effortlessly. Thus, despite the considerable distance between Hukou County and the Western Jin, they had already entered the sphere of influence of the Tianxia Society during the time of the 2 simulations. While Liu Yi reminisced about the Taoist ideals of freedom and ease within the carriage, the vehicle came to a halt, and he heard someone outside announce, "To Hall Masters, Master Liu, we have arrived at the headquarters." The headquarters of the Tianxia Society stood atop a towering mountain, the highest Liu Yi had ever seen. It loomed into the clouds, seemingly standing amidst the sea of mist and was not a natural formation, but rather a result of the supreme methods employed by the society's leader, Li Zhiyan, who had amalgamated 9 mountain peaks from various regions that a master of the law of heaven and earth, in the eyes of ordinary people, had already reached a realm akin to that of terrestrial immortals. Possessing incredible and miraculous abilities to ascend this mountain and gaze down upon the world was to witness Li Zhiyan's ambition and grandeur exemplified in this single mountain. The imposing spirit of the Tianxia society was unmistakable even from the mountain gate. The towering stone tablet, standing 100 feet high at the entrance, inscribed with the 3 characters Tianxia society, left onlookers in awe. The essence of Li Zhiyan's martial truth was fused within those characters. Merely catching a glimpse bestowed profound insights upon Liu Yi, illuminating many previously confusing matters in an instant, of course. This was also due to Liu Yi's own considerable martial cultivation, but if those lacking in martial prowess were to glance at it, they would likely fall into madness in an instant, truly deserving of the title of Grandmaster of the heavenly ranking. I fear I cannot even match a fraction of his greatness. Liu Yi sighed softly within. Though he was confident, he was never arrogant. Compared to someone like Li Zhiyan, describing the difference as a chasm would not be an exaggeration. However, Liu Yi was never self-deprecating. He believed that one day he would stand at the same height as figures like Li Zhiyan, rather than merely looking up at them. Ascending from the mountain gate, there lay 9,999 steps, crafted from jade, each slab a natural formation with minimal carving, the width of each exceeding 10 feet. Stepping onto them, one could feel a cool breeze rushing from beneath their feet to the crown of their head, as if drawing in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth more rapidly. Surrounding the jade steps were towering spiritual trees, constantly emanating the aura of heavenly and earthly essence, enveloping the entire mountain gate of the Tianxia society in a rich spiritual atmosphere. Once inside, the density of spiritual energy surpassed that of the outside world by at least double. Such an undertaking, such majesty, was something Liu Yi had never before witnessed, showcasing the strength and wealth of the Tianxia society. Truly deserving to be called one of the 4 great organizations of the world, Liu Yi believed that if he could cultivate in such an environment for an extended period, even the absence of a simulator, one's own cultivation can still advance by leaps and bounds. Compared to the headquarters of the Tianxia Association, the places where Liu Yi once resided were utterly worthless, be they familial or gang affiliations. This astonishing headquarters, having only risen in prominence over the course of a mere 20 years, is a testament to the extraordinary capabilities required to establish and operate a gang to such an extent. Even Liu Yi, with all his self-reflection, admits that he could not achieve such a feat. Li Zhiyan, the renowned grandmaster of the Tianbang, though they have yet to meet, Liu Yi already harbors a sense of admiration for him. Junior Wind, please wait here with him while I report to the gang leader. Upon arriving at the Tianxia Hall, both Wu Feng and Wu Yun halted in unison, although they held significant positions as hall masters within the association. The Tianxia Hall was a crucial place for discussions. No one was permitted entry without the leader's consent, and no need for that. You may enter. At that moment, a booming voice emanated from within the hall, resonating like thunder and causing Liu Yi's eardrums to ache. A person of Li Zhiyan's stature certainly did not need to intimidate Liu Yi. The martial aura inherently present in his voice was already beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. As Liu Yi stepped into the hall, he finally laid eyes upon the legendary grandmaster of the Tianbang. The first impression Li Zhiyan left on Liu Yi was one of height, not in terms of martial prowess, but in a literal sense. Li Zhiyan's stature loomed like a towering mountain, casting a shadow over all. While Liu Yi was not devoid of physical prowess, having achieved a balanced and lean physique after tempering his body, he found himself barely reaching the chest of Li Zhiyan. Moreover, the aura exuded by Li Zhiyan resembled that of a mountain, standing as an insurmountable peak, seemingly prepared to trample all underfoot. A landscape as magnificent as a painting. Li Zhiyan. Liu Yi beheld the renowned martial grandmaster for the first time, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. That a landscape as magnificent as a painting was the moniker Li Zhiyan bore in the martial world. Akin to Liu Yi's own reputation for mastering the 3 arts of fist, blade, and sword that Li Tian was equally renowned for his mastery of both fists and feet. His punches known as the landscape as magnificent as a painting fist, and his kicks dubbed the divine wind-shattering star's leg. Among these, the landscape as magnificent as a painting fist was particularly celebrated, earning him acclaim across the land. Over time, this earned him his illustrious title. Wu Feng and Wu Yun, each having inherited a unique technique from Li Tian, secured their places among the top 10 of the human rankings, underscoring the formidable nature of Li Tian's martial arts. As Liu Yi appraised Li Tian, the latter scrutinized Liu Yi in return. Indeed, to maintain such an unyielding demeanor upon our first meeting, you are quite the talent. Li Tian smiled and nodded. It was worth sending wind and cloud on a long journey to fetch you. Before Liu Yi could respond, Li Tian's expression shifted, and he sternly declared, "Yet you dare to negotiate terms with me? Do you not realize that sending someone to retrieve you is already a great favor? There is no one in this world who dares to bargain with me." Although Liu Yi and his companions had only just arrived at the Tianxia Association, their movements had already been reported by the association's spies. With Li Tian's roar, a wave of immense force surged forth, crashing toward Liu Yi like a tidal wave. Liu Yi felt as though he were a small boat caught in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing amidst the storm. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming pressure, Liu Yi maintained his composure and replied calmly, "I've already informed the two hall masters that only mediocrity would respond to summons and dismissals." "I am no mediocrity." Li Tian fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Truly a fine young man. No wonder you dare to offend both the Lin family and the Seven Heroes Association. But now that you have joined the Tianxia Association, you need not worry about those individuals any longer. Those who dare to lay hands on my subordinates have yet to be born. After his laughter subsided, he gestured toward the leader's throne behind him. "What I welcome most are talents. As long as you possess sufficient strength, even the position of gang leader could be yours. In short, as long as you join the Tianxia Association, I shall be your greatest support. We, the Tianxia Association, have never feared offending others. We only fear the absence of capability." Li Tian, having developed the Tianxia Association into one of the 4 major organizations in just over 20 years, possessed an unmatched spirit, means, and generosity. When Duan Shaolu remarked how Liu Yi resembled Li Tian, it was true in certain aspects. Both were destined to become formidable figures in the world. Sitting back upon his throne, Li Tian waved his hand. "I am aware of the 3 demands you proposed that I agree to the first 2. You may leave the Tianxia Association whenever you wish, and I will not obstruct you. If one must rely on force to retain talent, then I should step down as gang leader. Additionally, whenever you perform tasks for the gang, you will receive corresponding rewards. This applies not only to you, but to all members of the gang as well." As for the third point, Li Tian pondered briefly before shaking his head. "It is not that I doubt your capabilities, but the hall masters of the Tianxia Association are always selected through open competition. Even Wu Feng and Wu Yun had to defeat all their opponents to ascend to their positions that if I were to appoint you as a hall master without due process, it would likely lead to discontent among the members. Even if they outwardly comply, Wu Yun, prepare for the Tianxia Challenge, and select 108 individuals from the Wind and Cloud Halls to form the 3rd Hall. Wu Feng, notify all members that the Tianxia Challenge will commence tomorrow. All members of the Wind and Cloud Halls are eligible to participate." After giving instructions to Wu Feng and Wu Yun, Li Tian turned his gaze toward Liu Yi. "If you can emerge victorious in the Tianxia Challenge and win the hearts of all, then this 3rd Hall shall be named Yi Hall." "Thank you, gang leader." Liu Yi cupped his hands in gratitude. "If I fail, then the first 2 demands shall be null and void." Liu Yi had already understood the nature of accepting challenges from Wu Feng and Wu Yun, so he felt no resistance and readily agreed. This was a reasonable expectation. Even the illustrious Wu Feng and Wu Yun had accepted challenges to attain their positions. Now, as an outsider, if Liu Yi were to decline the challenge and simply assume the role of hall master, it would undoubtedly invite opposition. Although Li Tian's authority was such that no one would dare openly oppose him, it could lead to disdain for Liu Yi and covert sabotage in the future. Thus, it would be better to decisively defeat these challengers. Now that Liu Yi had advanced to the late external stage, he believed that even if Wu Feng and Wu Yun personally intervened, he could maintain an undefeated stance for a short time. As for the others, he truly did not regard them as a threat. Have you heard? The gang leader is opening the Tianxia Challenge tomorrow. The Tianxia Challenge? It only occurs during the selection of new hall masters or when challenging existing ones. Surely, no one would dare challenge the two esteemed hall masters, Wind and Cloud. Could it be that a third hall is to be established? Indeed, it is said that a third hall is to be established. This order was personally relayed by Hall Master Wind, so it is undoubtedly true, although we may lack the strength to contend for the Hall Master position. Let us at least go and witness the spectacle tomorrow. Wu Feng's efficiency in handling matters was remarkable. Within half a day, the news of the Tianxia Challenge had spread throughout the entire Tianxia Association. The Tianxia Association differed from other gang organizations. While larger groups might boast dozens of halls and branches, like the Qinglong Association, which claimed to have 365 branches corresponding to the days of the year, the Tianxia Association, from its inception, had established a limit of 9 halls, embodying the concept of supreme authority. Thus, it could have no more than 9 halls. Emulating the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity, it established the heavenly, earthly, and human halls, with each category containing 3 halls. Among them, the 3 heavenly halls remain vacant to this day. Due to the limited number of grandmasters of martial arts, there exists only a handful of individuals in the world who could potentially ally with other factions. There is but one Earth faction, and although the standards for joining have been lowered to the realm of unity of heaven and man, even including the faction leader, the total number of members scarcely exceeds a dozen. The human factions consist solely of the Wind and Cloud halls, and they have not expanded for many years. Now, the initiative to establish a new faction and host the heavenly arena to accept challenges from the members of the world is regarded as a grand event within the heavenly society. Thus, early the next morning, before the arena had even opened, a throng gathered around the platform, eager to witness this rare spectacle. Among the crowd stood a young man, resplendently dressed, akin to a star, surrounded by admirers, drawing attention from all around. People either instinctively kept their distance from him or clustered nearby, flattering and seeking his favor. Damn it! Why has my father suddenly decided to hold the heavenly arena? The young man ground his teeth, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. I have beseeched him multiple times, yet he showed no intention of establishing a new faction. Have you ascertained who is vying to become the new leader? Immediately, someone responded. In answer to the young master, we have uncovered the truth. It is the newly ranked 28th on the human list, the 3 absolute blood demon. Liu Yi. Is said that both the Wind and Cloud leaders personally went to bring him back to the headquarters. Evidently, the leader holds this individual in high regard. I care not who he is. If a new faction is to be established, I alone shall assume the mantle of its leader. The young man's gaze turned increasingly malevolent, a murderous intent palpable in his demeanor. Since he dares to step forward to accept challenges, then I want you to make him regret it. As the young man spoke, Liu Yi had already arrived at the arena, accompanied by Wu Feng and Wu Yun. While the selection of a faction leader is a significant matter, it is merely the human faction leader, and Li Ju Tian need not appear personally. The presence of Wu Feng and Wu Yun alongside Liu Yi already conferred considerable honor upon him. The leader has decided to establish a new faction. Today we convene the Heavenly Arena, Wu Feng announced. Our heavenly society has always conducted the selection of faction leaders with fairness and transparency. Today, all members of the Wind and Cloud factions are eligible to challenge on stage. By sunset, if no one can defeat Liu Yi, he shall become the leader of our 3rd human faction. No sooner had he finished speaking than a boisterous laugh erupted from the crowd below the arena. What nonsense is this Liu Yi? I have never heard of him. A burly man, scarred and wielding a wicked-looking broadsword, leaped onto the stage. In the mountains, there are no tigers, so the monkeys claim the throne. Now, even the most insignificant of characters can ascend the human list. Though this man professed ignorance of Liu Ye's name, he immediately mentioned his ranking, clearly mocking him. The man scrutinized Liu Yi, his expression growing increasingly disdainful. Just a boy who hasn't even fully matured. If it weren't for my age, it would never be his turn to ascend the human list. Upon seeing him take the stage, the surrounding members of the society exchanged peculiar glances and murmured in hushed tones, "It's Chu Kuang. This will be quite the spectacle." Though he serves under the Cloud Leader, he has always disregarded the leader's commands, choosing instead to follow the young master. His decision to challenge first likely stems from the young master's directive. "Shh, keep your voice down, or you'll be courting death. Be cautious not to let the young master hear. You won't have a good outcome." Liu Yi did not recognize Chu Kuang, and they had never met before. However, Liu Yi could sense the palpable hostility emanating from him. It seemed this fellow had come to provoke trouble. Maintaining his composure, Liu Yi was not incensed by Chu Kuang's contemptuous demeanor and replied coolly, "If that is the case, let me see if your abilities match your boastful words." "You dare seek death?" Chu Kuang scoffed, his broadsword already suffused with a fierce energy. True to his name, Chu Kuang was indeed audacious, yet he possessed the prowess to match his bravado. He had attained the spirit aperture realm, having opened over 50 spiritual apertures throughout his body. Even within the heavenly society, he was not considered weak. As the energy surged, Chu Kuang's presence became increasingly ferocious. "Today, I shall see if this so-called martial artist of the human list is merely riding on hollow fame." With a fierce shout, Chu Kuang strode towards Liu Yi with great strides. With each step he took, his aura intensified. The force beneath his feet caused the specially crafted tiles of the arena to crack slightly. Martial artists in the spirit aperture realm channel the power of heaven and earth through their open apertures, resulting in an energy that surpasses that of those in the outer aperture realm in both quality and quantity. Concurrently, a chilling wind whipped up around Chu Kuang, and the broadsword in his hand began to take on the form of a terrifying specter, a ghastly apparition that emanated a formidable presence. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of dread. That it appeared this individual had also embraced the path of manifesting killing intent in martial arts, having likely taken many lives to attain such a feat, allowing his energy to coalesce into a vague, malevolent specter. Against other martial artists, the sheer intimidation of his aura could potentially weaken their resolve before combat even commenced. Yet, alas, today he faced Liu Yi. To flaunt his ability to condense killing intent in front of Liu Yi was akin to a fool attempting to showcase their skills at the doorstep of a master craftsman. A derisive smile curled at the corners of Liu Yi's lips. With his cultivation having reached the later stages of the outer aperture realm, in terms of both the quantity and quality of his true energy, he was not inferior to those who had opened 100 apertures, and Chu Kuang, with his mere 50 apertures, dared to act arrogantly before him. Moreover, when it came to the ability to manifest killing intent, Liu Yi regarded Chu Kuang's skill as childish play. The blood-drinking demon blade materialized in Liu Yi's grasp, and as the crimson curved blade appeared, the temperature in the vicinity seemed to plummet dramatically. "Get down." Liu Yi coldly huffed, his demonic blade slicing through the air to carve a blood-red arc. Chu Kuang's broadsword, like Liu Yi's, was also rooted in the manifestation of killing intent. Yet in comparison to Liu Yi's prowess, it paled in significance. The apparition that his broadsword conjured was merely a blurred specter of a demon. However, when Liu Yi unleashed his strike, what appeared before Chu Kuang was akin to a scene from a hellish nightmare. The overwhelming killing intent relentlessly assailed Chu Kuang's psyche, causing him to momentarily hallucinate. Before his eyes, a hell's cape unfolded. Corpses littered the ground. Blood flowed freely. The path of slaughter that he had once taken pride in seemed utterly insignificant in the face of this infernal vision. "Ah!" Chu Kuang's eyes turned crimson as he suddenly shrieked, his grip on the sword faltering. In that fleeting moment, Liu Yi's energy surged forth, striking directly at Chu Kuang. Realizing the imminent danger, Chu Kuang summoned every ounce of strength he had left to block the blow. Bang! The two energies collided violently, and Chu Kuang felt as though his arm would shatter, simultaneously spewing a mouthful of blood as his body was hurled backward like a cannonball. Damn it! How could an outer aperture martial artist possess such profound energy? Chu Kuang gasped, a mix of astonishment and fury swirling within him. Though he had only managed to react at the last moment, barely utilizing 70% of his strength, He never anticipated being sent flying by an outer aperture martial artist. Even a mere ordinary strike, augmented by thrice the force of life and death, left him feeling as if he had been trampled by an ancient beast. His arms felt as though they might snap, and a searing pain coursed through his body. Bang! Chu Kuang was thrown off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground. The combination of his injuries and the overwhelming emotions of shock and rage caused him to spit out another mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. This was still Liu Yi showing mercy, not wishing to kill upon his arrival at the heavenly society. Otherwise, with a single strike from the god of slaughter, this man would already be dead. As the onlookers witnessed the formidable Chu Kuang being sent flying off the stage by Liu Ye's blade, falling into unconsciousness, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Truly worthy of being among the top 30 on the human list. Indeed impressive. Such is the strength of the top 30. Even without reaching the pinnacle of the Three Flowers Gathering realm, they possessed the power to rival it. Yet here was Chu Kuang, having only opened 50 apertures, daring to seek his demise. This fellow, emboldened by the support of the vice leader, has always been arrogant, disregarding everyone around him. Yet today he has suffered a significant humiliation, which is truly gratifying, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd. Liu Yi cast a sweeping gaze around the base of the arena. Who else dares to challenge? Even within the ranks of the Tiankai society, warriors at the Spirit Aperture realm are not to be underestimated. Although Chu Kuang has only opened 50 apertures, his lethal blade techniques place him among the upper echelon of the Spirit Aperture realm. Liu Yi dispatched Chu Kuang with a single stroke, demonstrating a crushing dominance. Unless one possesses the prowess of the Three Flowers Gathering at the crown, or 5 Qi returning to 1, who would dare to step up and challenge him? The top 30 on the ranking list each possess strength surpassing that of the Three Flowers Gathering, and are certainly not just empty names. Originally, many eager contenders for the Hall Master position fell silent after witnessing Liu Ye's overwhelming defeat of Chu Kuang. Damn it! They are all useless. Among the crowd, a young man jumped up and cursed. You all boast so much on ordinary days, yet now can't withstand a single strike? Are you all just corpses? Although those around him have recognized Liu Ye's strength, under the young man's tirade, 3 individuals steeled themselves and stepped forward simultaneously, declaring, "Vice Leader, we are willing to step up and teach this fellow a lesson." Excellent. The young man nodded vigorously. No matter the means, as long as you can knock Liu Yi off the stage, I shall reward you handsomely. Seeing Chu Kuang being struck down by Liu Yi, these 3 still dared to challenge him. While they may have been pressured by the young man's words, it also attests to their strength, which they believe surpasses that of Chu Kuang. Moreover, they likely felt confident enough to believe they had at least a chance against Liu Ye's formidable prowess. Prompting their challenge, the 3 approached the arena, calling out to Liu Yi, "Liu Yi, we 3 wish to challenge you. You may select one of us to face first." They clearly intended to engage Liu Yi in a tag team battle. Even if the first challenger could not surpass Liu Yi, they could still deplete his strength. Such tactics may be deemed dishonorable in a duel, yet the rules of the Tiankai arena permit it. Before the challenge time concludes, any number of challengers may step forward, and the one on stage must accept. Otherwise, they forfeit their qualification for the Hall Master position. Liu Yi also noted that these 3, including the earlier Chu Kuang, had emerged from beside a particular young man. Clearly, that individual was the instigator behind their continuous challenges. Want a tag team battle? Liu Yi chuckled coldly to himself. Today, he not only aimed to secure the Hall Master position, but also to establish his own authority within the Tiankai society. As a newcomer without roots in the organization, the most effective way to build prestige was through the might of his own fists. This world has always revered strength. Now that 3 blind fools have stepped forward, Liu Yi saw no reason to refrain from using them to assert his dominance. If a single decisive victory was insufficient to establish his reputation, then let there be another. Without further ado, Liu Yi cast a casual glance at the 3 challengers and beckoned them with his hand. "You 3, come at me together. It will save us all some time." The moment these words fell, the entire arena was thrown into shock. The 3 challengers were all somewhat renowned warriors within the Tiankai society, each having opened over 100 apertures. Should they join forces, even a warrior at the Three Flowers Gathering could be slain. Yet here was Liu Yi, audacious enough to take on all three simultaneously. Tisk tsk. Liu Yi truly possessed extraordinary skill in daring to simultaneously challenge three masters of over 100 apertures. Should he succeed in this bout, it is likely that no one would dare challenge him again. Apart from the Hall Masters Feng and Yun, few in the Rin ranking could boast such strength. One could only fear that his hubris might lead to his downfall. The prowess of three warriors with over 100 apertures is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Liu Ye's declaration of facing three notable warriors from the Tiankai Society alone, the onlookers murmured in astonishment. The three challengers exchanged glances, realizing that their odds of victory were evidently greater if they fought together rather than in a tag-team format. Thus, they leaped onto the arena. While the Tiankai arena traditionally favored one-on-one duels, allowing the victor to continue facing challengers, there were no stipulations against one person confronting multiple opponents simultaneously. Since neither side opposed the arrangement, onlookers remained silent. Once on stage, the three subtly formed a triangular formation, encircling Liu Yi in the center. Hu Feng at the Spirit Aperture Realm with 101 apertures, Zhang Cheng at the Spirit Aperture Realm with 103 apertures, Yin Heng at the Spirit Aperture Realm with 105 apertures. As they were all members of the Tiankai Society, their conflict was not rooted in vendettas from the outside world. Moreover, the three confronting Liu Yi in a 3-on-1 match was inherently unsporting. Thus, upon reaching the stage, they refrained from immediately attacking and instead introduced themselves, informing Liu Yi of their names and cultivation levels, serving as a subtle reminder for him to prepare. The human body possesses a total of 108 apertures, corresponding to the number of the heavens, and those who open 108 apertures reach the pinnacle of the Spirit Aperture Realm, capable of attempting to condense the three flowers of the crown. Warriors exceeding 100 apertures are considered top tier within the Spirit Aperture Realm. The combined strength of the three before Liu Yi places them among the elite, capable of challenging even those at the Three Flowers Gathering. Facing these three masters, Liu Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, even sheathing his blood-drink demon blade, exuding an air of calm confidence and indomitable resolve. No need for further words. You may strike. The three would not underestimate Liu Yi simply because he had sheathed his weapon. They were well aware of his moniker, the Three Absolute Blood Demon, for besides his blades, his fists were equally formidable. Thus, as they approached, they unleashed their most powerful techniques, each aiming to defeat Liu Yi with a single, decisive strike. Their attacks came from three distinct directions. Hu Feng wielded a curved blade resembling a willow leaf, employing a peculiar and swift technique. The blade's aura whipped through the air, stirring a tempest that stung the cheeks of those nearby. Zhang Cheng brandished two swords, one yin and one yang, employing a Taoist martial arts approach that harmonized the two forces. His dual swords moved in a taiji-like dance, complementing each other with an aura of perpetual vitality. Meanwhile, Yin Heng wielded the most uncommon weapon among them, a flexible whip that danced in his hands like a serpent, shifting between rigidity and suppleness, evading capture. When soft, it slipped through defenses like a mudfish. When firm, it surged forward with overwhelming force. These three champions pursued entirely different martial paths. The Tiankai Society, in just over 20 years, evolved from an obscure faction into one of the four major organizations in the world, not only due to Li Juetian's unparalleled prowess, but also because of the abundance of talent among his followers. The Tiankai Society welcomes individuals regardless of their background or past, as long as they possess skill and are willing to serve. This inclusivity has led to a diverse array of martial arts and weaponry within the society. Liu Ye's martial path, however, is characterized by direct and effective means of subduing his foes. If one were to draw a parallel, Liu Ye's approach resembles that of Li Juetian, direct, domineering, and unrivaled, regardless of the multitude of attacks he faces. He chooses to forge his own singular path, overpowering his enemies with sheer strength. Therefore, in the face of such varied attacks, Liu Yi does not contemplate how to counter each assault individually. His strategy is straightforward: defeat the one who attacks, and their assaults will cease. To simultaneously overcome three masters of over 100 apertures requires an overwhelming force. Liu Yi slightly adjusted his stance, fists clenched, and a crimson hue flickered within his eyes. Death surrounds all, and the heavens shall perish. Liu Yi unleashed his signature killing move, intending to defeat his adversaries in a single blow and firmly establish his reputation within the Tiankai society. As Hu Feng, Zhang Cheng, and Yin Heng prepared to strike, a shadowy doppelganger of Liu Yi materialized beside each of them, radiating immense power as it surged towards the trio that I in that instant. The three challengers felt as though the very fabric of reality had constricted around them, leaving only themselves and Liu Ye's doppelganger in view. The fists of the doppelganger loomed larger before their eyes. This blow, there was no evading it, no escaping it. A colossal fist seemed to envelop the entire expanse of heaven and earth, mercilessly crushing all in its path and slaughtering countless lives from the heavens above to the earth below. Death reigned supreme. Witnessing the might of this punch, not only did the three individuals on stage turn pale, but even Wu Feng and Wu Yun, who had been observing the battle with calm detachment, displayed a shift in their expressions. What an overwhelming intent of dominance. What a fierce aura of slaughter. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Wu Yun's eyes. This punch already bore the hallmarks of a master. Truly deserving of the title blood demon of the three absolutes. This technique indeed encapsulated the essence of absolute. Similarly, Wu Feng, well-versed in the art of boxing, exhibited a fierce battle spirit in his gaze. If only my pace of progress were swift enough. A confrontation between us would be inevitable. Bang! Bang! The punch of the martial arts avatar directly struck the three individuals. Despite their utmost efforts to withstand the blow, they were forced to retreat under the sheer might of the fist. They retreated to the very edge of the arena before they managed to stabilize themselves. The trio's faces flushed crimson as they gasped for breath, finally managing to suppress the tumultuous blood surging within them. It would indeed be a great embarrassment for three practitioners of the Hundred Orifices realm to simultaneously suffer from a single punch. Yet, although they did not face the same humiliation as Chu Kuang had earlier, Liu Ye's punch utterly shattered their fighting spirit. Liu Yi stood his ground. Choosing not to pursue them, he had only employed the ephemeral shadows of three martial arts avatars for this punch. Leaving him with ample strength thus, he remained far from exhausted after its execution. With his hands clasped behind his back, he radiated an air of superiority. "Do you three wish to continue?" A glance exchanged among the three revealed their bitter smiles and shaken heads. How could they possibly continue? The disparity between them was glaringly evident. Would they truly be so foolish as to seek their own demise? "Master Liu, your strength is indeed extraordinary, and we are in awe." The three on the stage sheathed their weapons and bowed respectfully to Liu Yi before descending from the arena. Simultaneously, they altered their address for Liu Yi, shifting from calling him by name to now referring to him as Master Liu. It was abundantly clear that they believed, given Liu Ye's demonstrated prowess, there was likely no one among the subordinates of the Feng and Yun halls who could contest his claim to the position of the third hall master. Just as these three had anticipated, after Liu Yi dispatched Chu Kuang with a single strike and defeated Hu Feng and the others, his strength had garnered recognition from the vast majority. Even those martial artists in the audience who had reached the Three Flowers gathering at the Crown Realm, after weighing their options, shook their heads and abandoned any thoughts of challenging Liu Yi. While Liu Ye's prowess might not surpass that of the masters of the Feng and Yun halls, his greatest advantage lay not in his cultivation, but in his age, at merely 20 years old. He had already secured a place among the top 30 on the human ranking, a testament to his boundless potential. Such an individual would undoubtedly be a focal point for nurturing in any faction. Even if there were those among the audience capable of surpassing Liu Yi, it was likely that the position of Hall Master would not remain his for long before he was supplanted. Moreover, Liu Yi had been personally summoned by the gang leader, who had instructed the masters of the Feng and Yun halls to recruit him. Should anyone act foolishly, they could invite the ire of both the leader and the two masters. Thus, even the most incensed youths in the audience dared not step forward. Even Hu Feng and the others, after leaving the arena, did not return to their peers but instead distanced themselves. They were acutely aware of the young master's temperament. Having lost the position of Hall Master today, he might well vent his frustrations on them. The defeated, as Liu Yi stood on the arena for a considerable time with no further challengers. Wu Feng declared loudly, Since no one wishes to continue the challenge, I hereby announce that the newly established third hall shall be led by Liu Yi, as per the leader's instructions. This third hall shall be named Night Hall. Below the stage, whether genuine or feigned, the moment Wu Feng announced the new hall master's appointment, the crowd erupted into applause. Only one individual refrained from clapping, his gaze directed at Wu Feng, brimming with animosity. Once Wu Feng, representing Li Zhu, concluded the announcement of the new hall master, he prepared to escort Liu Yi to the Night Hall's headquarters and assign him his subordinates. These subordinates were not just ordinary aides. They were elite members of the gang, all at least at the inner strength realm. Each hall master possessed the authority to command no more than 10,000 ordinary and peripheral members directly via their tokens. In accordance with Li Zhu orders, the newly established Night Hall was to be allocated 108 elite members from the inner strength realm and above to Liu Ye's command. Henceforth, unless commanded otherwise by the gang leader, these subordinates would heed only Liu Ye's directives, unable to be commanded even by Wu Feng or Wu Yun. The two masters also showed Liu Yi, the new hall master, considerable deference by preparing to gather some capable martial artists from their ranks for Liu Ye's selection. This was indeed a recognition of Liu Ye's strength. Otherwise, they might have hastily assigned him some subpar individuals. As Liu Yi, accompanied by Wu Feng and Wu Yun, prepared to head to the Night Hall's headquarters to select his subordinates, they were suddenly confronted by a group of people who blocked their path. Leading the way was none other than the young man who had previously seethed with hatred from below the arena. However, at that moment, Chu Kuang had already been carried away, unconscious, and Hu Feng and the others had also mysteriously vanished, leaving this young man's faction considerably weakened. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the young man's haughty demeanor. He raised his chin high, gazing at Liu Yi with contempt and resentment. So, the newly appointed hall, Master Liu Yi? You have quite the audacity. Do you not bow in deference to the young master? Though he could not prevent Liu Yi from taking the position of hall master, the young man resolved to assert his dominance and curtail Liu Ye's arrogance, ensuring he understood that even as hall master, he remained inconsequential in his presence. Liu Yi, having already surmised the young man's identity, feigned ignorance and inquired deliberately, "Oh, if I were to pay my respects, might I ask who you are? What is your position within a gang?" Liu Ye's words ignited a furious flush across the young man's face. Although he held a prestigious status as the young master of the Tianxia society, the title of young master was not an official position. This meant that while others might respect his status by addressing him as young master, should someone like Liu Yi choose to play the fool, he would be rendered insignificant. The absence of a formal identity within the Tianxia society had long been a thorn in his side, which was precisely why he had gone to such lengths to secure a hall master position. Wu Feng and Wu Yun were not only direct disciples of Li Zhu, but also formidable practitioners of the 5 Qi Chaoyuan realm, individuals he could not afford to provoke. Yet he had not anticipated that this outsider would be so formidable, defeating 3 skilled fighters simultaneously. The coveted position of hall master had been usurped by this interloper, inciting his fury. I am Li Hongfei, the young master of the Tianxia society. Li Zhu, the leader of the Tianxia society, is my father. In a fit of rage, Li Hongfei shouted, "Do you think you deserve my respect? You call yourself young master? Since when has there been such a title in the Tianxia society? I was completely unaware." Liu Yi scoffed, his gaze turning icy. "Get lost. Otherwise, you will be guilty of disrespect, and I shall not hesitate to break your limbs." Li Hongfei trembled with anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Liu Yi. "You have quite the audacity. Even Wu Feng and Wu Yun would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Who do you think you are? You hall masters are nothing more than dogs raised by my family." At these words, even Wu Feng and Wu Yun, standing behind Liu Yi, frowned and clenched their fists. However, out of respect for Li Zhu, they refrained from saying anything and swallowed their anger. They were simply too disinterested in engaging with such filth, lest they dirty their own feet. I, on the other hand, have never shied away from being the cleaner, so you'd best vacate the premises promptly. As he spoke, the cold smirk on Liu Ye's face morphed into a chilling murderous intent. "If you do not leave now, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. You dare." Before Li Hongfei could finish his retort, Liu Yi raised his hand and struck him across the face. Smack! A resounding slap struck Li Hongfei's face, leaving one side of his visage swollen and disfigured. The sheer force of the blow left Li Hongfei momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for the audacity of Liu Yi to physically confront him. In the world of the Tiantian society, who did not recognize him as the son of the leader, and indeed, the only son, even figures of considerable repute like Wu Feng and Wu Yun would think twice before provoking him. What audacity did this newly appointed hall master possess to lay hands upon him? After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, Li Hongfei finally regained his senses, clutching his swollen face and bellowing, "Kill him! Kill him! Whatever the consequences, I shall bear them." At that critical juncture, a voice thundered like a celestial storm. Enough! The sound reverberated painfully in the ears of all present, nearly causing them to falter. Li Juetian's imposing figure, resembling a mountain, had appeared before them without anyone noticing, respectfully greeting the leader. Upon witnessing Li Juetian's arrival, all present bowed in deference. Even Li Hongfei dared not act with impunity. Li Juetian's expression was one of fury, yet it was directed not at Liu Yi, but rather at Li Hongfei. "You have some audacity. Who granted you the authority to obstruct the hall master's path?" Li Juetian glared at Li Hongfei. "Father, address me as leader." Li Juetian interrupted mercilessly. "What position does the young master hold? How is it that the leader of an entire society is unaware? Tell me, who bestowed this position upon you?" Li Hongfei, terrified, stammered, "Father, no, leader, I was wrong. Return to your quarters at once. You are forbidden to step outside for 3 months. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." With a sweeping gesture, Li Juetian declared the punishment. "You should be grateful you are within the Tiantian society. Otherwise, Liu Hall Master would not have merely slapped you. Were this outside, you would have met your demise countless times over. Now be gone." He then addressed Liu Yi, Feng, and Yun. "You two should proceed to allocate the personnel from the Night Hall, then report to the Tiantian Hall. I have tasks for you." Once the father and son of the Li family departed, Liu Yi shook his head discreetly, pondering. This father-son duo is indeed intriguing. Even with his centuries of life experience, Liu Yi found it challenging to discern the true nature of their relationship. Had Li Juetian not intervened in a timely manner, given Liu Ye's temperament, he would have certainly inflicted serious injury upon Li Hongfei, if not worse on the surface. Li Juetian's arrival seemed to save Li Hongfei from humiliation. Yet in truth, it spared him from a fate far graver. However, Liu Yi could not perceive any genuine concern from Li Juetian for his son. Throughout, Li Juetian exhibited no dissatisfaction towards Liu Yi, but rather imposed a severe penalty upon Li Hongfei. Moreover, given Li Hongfei's cultivation, it was evident that Li Juetian had not invested much in him. It was worth noting that even the moderately talented Shui Tianjiang and Shui Tianjia had managed to leverage their resources to ascend the ranks. The Tiantian society's influence was not inferior to that of the Seven Heroes Society. Li Juetian himself surpassed Shui Tianjia by an immeasurable margin. Yet his only son languished at the threshold of the innate realm, which raised many questions. After much contemplation, Liu Yi could not fathom the intricacies of Li Juetian's relationship with his son, and thus resolved to set aside his thoughts, at the very least, for the next few months. Li Hongfei would pose no trouble for him. Accompanied by Feng and Yun, Liu Yi arrived at the entrance of the Night Hall, though it did not rival the grandeur of the Tiantian Hall. It was opulent in its own right. 8 colossal columns adorned the front of the hall, each intricately carved with a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon. Behind the hall lay Liu Ye's abode, complete with a study and meditation chambers, all well equipped. Merely the servants and maidens at his disposal numbered in the hundreds, a testament to the formidable wealth and power of the Tiantian society. Upon entering the grand hall of the Night Hall, Liu Yi found hundreds of martial artists, meticulously selected by Feng and Yun, awaiting his arrival. Among them, the weakest boasted a mid-level inner strength, with some even having reached the pinnacle of the Three Flowers gathering. Wu Feng and Wu Yun had not taken Liu Yi lightly. They had brought forth a considerable contingent of elite practitioners. Among those present, Liu Yi even recognized familiar figures. Hu Feng, Zhang Cheng, and Yin Heng were among them. They were not chosen by Wu Feng or Wu Yun, but had come of their own volition. Having previously been defeated by Liu Yi, they held a deep respect for his prowess. Furthermore, their earlier defeat had caused them to fall from favor in Li Hongfei's eyes. After much deliberation, they decided it was best to align themselves with Liu Yi. Despite their prior defeat, Liu Yi did not underestimate their capabilities. On the contrary, he held their strength in high regard. Had they not encountered someone as extraordinary as himself, their combined might would likely have posed a significant challenge, even to those at the pinnacle of the Three Flowers gathering. Thus, Liu Yi wasted no time in selecting the three individuals. He also chose an older gentleman named Hu Qingchuan from among several Three Flowers gathering experts. This elder appeared the most unremarkable among them. With a humble demeanor and a submissive attitude, lacking the imposing presence typical of a Three Flowers gathering master. His back was perpetually hunched, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles resembling a labyrinthine valley. Yet, Liu Yi singled him out from the others, without selecting any of the other Three Flowers gathering martial artists. With Hu Qingchuan at the helm, the foundation of Liu Ye's Night Hall began to take shape. Comprising Hu Feng and the other 300 apertures martial artists, alongside a dozen spirit apertures, several dozen outer strength and inner strength practitioners, the groundwork for Liu Ye's establishment was now firmly established.